Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, open forum political discussion show. A show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place. Kenya Kwanza in panic and in confusion in terms of their response to one Raila Odinga and the Kenyans as questions keep on arising over the legitimacy of one William Ruto and the IEBC election result. It is becoming clearer that with every passing day, they're getting closer to getting discovered if there is anything to hide within the IEBC as far as the 2022 August elections are concerned. Well, another development is William Ruto determined to go after the Moi and Kenyatta family. There's a proposition to change law that exempt these special families from special treatment in terms of their properties and taxation. So Zakayo seems to be committed to see to it that he wants to bring everybody into the tax bracket by even introducing laws or amending existing laws just to enforce taxation. What is William Ruto's obsession with taxation that he has gone against the spirit of this great nation that gives honor to whom honor is due? The founding fathers of this great nation have a special place in the history of this nation, and therefore, being given one special treatment, preferential treatment, is part and parcel of this entire scenario. And listening to the MP proposing, or rather Senator proposing these changes, talking about withdrawal of security and whatever transportation for the former president Uhuru Kenyatta because he's active in politics, it does not just add up. I find it very difficult that somebody who went to school properly and graduated, became a member of the Senate, is still reasoning like I don't know how. When will the UDA people understand that there is a difference between UDA and Kenya, and there's a difference between party politics and Kenya politics? After somebody serving in office as president, he has special privileges that he enjoys by reason of the tenure he has already served. So you cannot begin to vilify against the person or judge against the person because he's not supporting you politically. All the same, let's get going even as we look further into another development, which is the MPs are plotting to lock out the media from parliament or cover any proceedings from the parliament because the media is exposing the bad side of their misbehavior. And so they are in Mombasa arranging on how they will gag the media further and ensure that their ills are not exposed. How far they will go with this, only God knows. And I want to appreciate everybody. The link to use to get in the studio is now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. And you will be in this space for us to get talking. We are live on Mtembe official page on Facebook, Mtembe TV YouTube channel, and Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel. Get our broadcast and let us know from where you're watching. Let us participate in all this. Please, if you're able to get us, make sure you help 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse, even as we discuss this Kenyan politics na mambo mengi tu ambayo yanatokea kwa ajili ya siasa zetu na jinsi nchi inavyoongozwa. Passionate love of Christ anasema they should not rest until it is over. Ruto must go to Sugoi direct. Haha, msimamo ndio huo, tunashukuru sana. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Who else here is Mohammed T. Okay, Mohammed T. Interesting. I've not had a name called T. All the same, karibu sana. Thank you. Felicitas T. Deke, karibu sana. Bonjour, thank you so much. Nani huyu mwingine kitonga wetu? Asante sana Lilian Mogeni. Kuna Faiza Fadhila. Karibu sana kwa show. Kuna Danson Mulu. Very good, thank you so much Rosie. Asante sana. Alafu kuna Mildred Wesonga. Asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Ken Daniels. Zakayo cannot sleep with the unworkable playing louder at the background from a distance. Thank you so much. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Kuna Shiro Dumo, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu mwingine? Tunashukuru tu sana. Kuna Mangi Evans. Welcome to the show. Mzee wetu Michael Ngiga anasema Raila ni moto wa kuotea mbali. Ruto ameingiza baridi, ameiva kuiva, kuondolewa madarakani. Haya, msimamo ndio huo. Ruto is going after former presidents. He is going to face rebellion from wananchi because now they have realized he is president for revenge and enriching himself. A great point there, Faiza, and very, very disturbing. It is too early in the day to begin to go after anyone at this point in time. Kenya Kwanza would have concentrated in making life easy, in making the lives of Kenyans better, but because they're obsessed with themselves, they think nothing but themselves. They are going after their own things, which don't matter. Viki moja, karibu sana. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Hezbon Otieno, kuna Jeff Momanyi, kuna Yufin wetu. Kuna Yeta Karo, kuna Yete Karo. Thank you so much. Nani mwingine huyu? Dan Link. That is Dansana. Alafu kuna Josephine Katonde. Aya, ndio hao basi. Langat Emmanuel, only Luo's here. You are not serious. I'm not Luo and I am here. And you're not Luo and you are here. So what are you talking about? Only Luo are here. Wacha wivu. Kama wewe upendi kitu kizuri basi achana nacho. Kama nikukumbusha wimbo asiyekupenda achana naye. Asante sana Daktari Sulu wa kienyeji. Huyu ndio nani tena? Karibu Brian D. Brian, karibu Kashoda hii Abdi, karibu Shirodum, ndio huyo basi. Kuna huyu hapa ambaye ana misbehave. Naona tu ni onye yeye ama nitupe nje tu mapema hivi. Aya, nashukuru. Tafadhali karibu kila mmoja, ukitupata hakikisha unasaidia mwingine atupate naye. Kuna mambo mengi tu sana ambayo yanatendeka katika nchi hii na lazima tuyazungumzie, na ni wajibu wetu kuhakikisha kwamba nchi inalainika na inaongoza kulingana na katiba, sio kulingana na mapenzi ama matakwa ya mtu yeyote. Nchi hii si ya Ruto, nchi hii si ya UDA. Kuna tofauti kati ya Kenya na UDA. Watu wa UDA ni kama hawaelewi kwamba sio lazima kila Mkenya akuwe UDA na sio kila Mkenya support UDA na kesi. Wewe uwezi kutaka kila mtu akuwe UDA alafu I mean, kwani hii katiba inasomwaje na watu? We are in a multi-party state. A multi-party state means people belong to different political persuasions, but we are all brought together by one umbrella called Kenya. And so there are things we do because of Kenya. There are things we do because of our political parties. There are things we do because of our political persuasion. But there is a difference between political party and party politics and national politics that have something to do with a great nation called Kenya. And so we seem to be mixing this up and in the process confusing the people as we continue. So I believe we are here to see to it that we shed light on gray areas and ensure that every Kenyan is understanding what is going on. So karibu sana kila mmoja mahala ulipo, tafadhali hakikisha una subscribe. Kama huja subscribe and you have not followed Mtembei TV official on Facebook, and subscribe on Mtembei TV YouTube channel and Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel, please do so. It is important. We need to grow this channel and be able to reach more people and of course sustain the progress that we have in terms of building up and ventilating on the Kenyan agenda in securing the welfare of this great nation and, of course, generations yet unborn. Asante sana, karibu. Nashukuru Mr. Wangira is already here. We can start out the conversation. Tafadhali wale watu mko kwa comments, kama huna point unakaa unakanyaga kiatu pole pole. Hakuna haja kutusi mtu na ni lazima kila mtu akae square. Wewe ukija hapa kutusi watu, we don't need you in this environment, and we don't need you in this country, because this country is in a very critical place. We need sober people. We need sound people that are committed to the welfare of this great nation, not those who are pursuing selfish interest, party politics interest. We are looking at Kenya interest, and that supersedes every other person's interest. For your information. So asante sana, tusonge mbele. Mr. Wangira, habari ya leo?
Nico Salama, Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. Good to see you again.
A pleasure to see you too, Bernard. Let me just give my contribution, Bernard. William Samoei Ruto promised us one thing, Bernard, that his government was not going to be a government of witch hunt, Bernard. There is that old legislation called the Estate Duties Act. You know, this particular act has a provision there that protects the family of the first president of the Republic of Kenya, the estate, not the family, but the estate of the first president of the Republic of Kenya, Mzee Jomo, and the estate of the second president of the Republic of Kenya, Mzee Daniel Arap Moi. I think this is a statute of a law that is over 50-something years old. If I may, it's over 50-something years old, Bernard. And it had its own reasons why, you know, President Mzee Kenyatta was being exempted from perhaps paying duty on his estate. You know, when we talk about the estate, that is the estate of Jomo Kenyatta. You know, people want to confuse Uhuru Kenyatta and the estate of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. The estate of a person, you know, within the definition of the Taxation Act, chapter 160 of the law of Kenya is very, very clear. For example, what is in my father's name as he's dead today, Bernard, that is my father's estate. But what is in my name is my property. So I see people here confusing issues, Bernard, you know. So what was being exempted here from paying duty, Bernard, was the estate of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta and the estate of Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Immediately, there is what we call succession, and the estate is divided. You know, we divide when you lose a father, then there is the succession. You're given what we call what is called in law the grant. Then, you know, the property is transferred into another person's name. Then it ceases to be the estate of the deceased person, and now it becomes an estate of whoever it has been transferred to. That is my understanding of the law. So when I hear somebody saying that, you know, he has written to the Senate, to the Senate Speaker, wanting to repeal this particular provision, you know, to whose benefit is it? Because this particular provision does not cover Mwai Kibaki, it does not cover Uhuru Kenyatta, it does not cover William Samoei Ruto. There are reasons why those crafters of these particular provisions chose on President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta and perhaps Mzee Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. And you know, Mzee Kenyatta was like the Kenyan Mandela at those times, you know, a person who had been in jail, Bernard, and you know, fighting for the independence of this country. You remember when he came from Kapenguria, Mzee Kenyatta did not even have a home. It is the government that built the home for Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. I'll not be surprised to hear people say that even that home that was built by the government for Mzee Jomo Kenyatta Bernard should be taken away from the Kenyatta family and given to the government because it was built by what we call taxpayers' money. This is pure witch hunt, Bernard, that does not serve any purpose. It does not have any good. It does not push this country any forward. Bernard. You know, these are what I'll call sideshows, Bernard. There is just pure child sideshows, Bernard, that that perhaps are determined to embarrass President Uhuru Kenyatta and also make people feel that there's a lot that the Kenyatta family has benefited from the government, which is not the issue, Bernard. There are reasons why I believe even in South Africa there are rights that Mandela used to enjoy that not any other person enjoyed. Even in Tanzania, Julius Kabarage Nyerere, I remember when he retired, he used to have a small home. The government decided to build for him a home so that they give him the dignity of a retiring president. These things are done for a particular purpose, Bernard, for the history of the nation, for the contribution that a person has done for that particular nation. That's why, the estate of the late Mzee Jomo Kenyatta was being exempted from what we call duty tax for that purposes that he had made a lot of contribution for this country, and it was a literal contribution for the country. It was a small sacrifice for the country to give when they say that they are going to exempt him from paying what they call tax duty, Bernard. But now, because we are in the era of witch hunt, you have to hang on anything that you think can embarrass, and perhaps you may let the retired president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And again, the same guy, this young man called Cheregai, I think it's called Cheregai or somebody, the Nandi senator, he's also saying that, William Samoei Ruto should remove Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta as the peace envoy in the Congo DRC, Bernard. Bernard, my major, and I'll call it my major because I'm writing a book on that area, and I can purport that I have an authority on matters East Africa because I've researched that area, and I'm even writing a book which is almost being published. So I can speak with authority in that area. Bernard, it's not William Samoei Ruto who appointed Uhuru Kenyatta to become the peace envoy in the Congo DRC. He's not the one. You need to read it. I think the communique of the 21st Ordinary Summit of ESC that was held, I think, on the 12th of July 2022. 12th of July 2022, President Uhuru Kenyatta was still the President of the Republic of Kenya. So these people they recognize what was then called the Nairobi process, the Inter-Congo Nairobi peace process that President Uhuru Kenyatta, who was the chair of the ESC summit, had initiated. As the president, that was his own initiative, where he was trying to bring the warring parties, to a table so that they can talk, and that's what the ESC summit recognized. And they told President Uhuru Kenyatta, because you are retiring, Mr. President, I think we should allow you to continue with this responsibility of overseeing the peace talks in the Congo DRC. That was not an initiative of President William Samoei Ruto. That was an initiative of the EAC summit. And the EAC summit consists of 7 presidents. There is the president of Congo DRC, there's the president of Rwanda, president of Burundi, the president of Uganda, the president of South Sudan, the president of Tanzania, and the president of Kenya. 7 of them. They discussed on Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So it was not William Samoei Ruto who decided that Uhuru Kenyatta becomes the head of the peace process in Congo DRC. I don't know about Ethiopia, but I'm speaking about the Congo DRC. I know, and I can even table evidence to prove that it is the summit of the EAC, even before William Samoei Ruto was elected as president, that decided that Uhuru Kenyatta continues to head the peace process in the Congo DRC. But here you hear a young man say that, President William Samoei Ruto should remove Uhuru Kenyatta from that process. How will he remove him? Bernard, let me tell you, I understand the the EAC treaty like this. And I know the summit works on what they call consensus. For them to have arrived on Uhuru Kenyatta, those are consensus. They must all agree, because if they all don't agree, then it won't be. So it was on consensus that they agreed that President Uhuru Kenyatta becomes, the head of the peace process in Congo DRC. For him to be removed, Bernard, it will take the same summit, Bernard, that is today being chaired by the Burundian president, my brother-in-law, without chairing the process, Bernard. It will take him, Bernard, to call a meeting of the heads of state and decide how to remove President Uhuru Kenyatta from overseeing the peace process in the Congo DRC and perhaps appoint somebody else. That cannot be done on a signature of only President Ruto. It can't be. And that must be done on what we call consensus, because that is what the EAC treaty demands, that anything the summit agrees on must be on consensus. Then. Again, Bernard, these are very, very interesting times, Bernard. You remember there is this lady called Tabitha Karanja. Tabitha Karanja is the proprietor of the Keroche Industries that are located in Naivasha. When he had issues last year, when President Uhuru Kenyatta was the head of state, there was talk of political rallies that this was political witch hunt, Bernard. So today I've just read in the papers, Bernard, that he's going to be charged over a 14 billion tax fraud. So my question would be, what really changed? The issue of taxation that was facing Tabitha Karanja was there when President Uhuru Kenyatta was president, and Uhuru Kenyatta was being accused of witch hunt. And today we are seeing the same thing still Bernard haunting Tabitha Karanja. So what has really changed that, in this new dispensation, Tabitha Karanja is still facing tax fraud matters, Bernard? Was Tabitha Karanja's name being used as political capital when we were campaigning towards the 9th August 2022 general election? Bernard, is bad to use somebody's name as political capital. And at the end of the day, when things change, he discovers that nothing has really changed, Bernard. Bernard, there is this gentleman, the Korokocho MCA. He has a funny name called Matekwei Mobimba. I don't know whether it's Congolese. That sounds more of Congolese name than he should be Luo name, Bernard.
You don't remember Matakwei from the Sabot land resistance?
Okay, now I understand it. So this Matakwei Mobimba Bernard was arrested by the police 2 days ago. And the police presented him in court on the basis of section 96 of the Penal Code, a section that was declared unconstitutional by the High Court, Bernard. Imagine they prepare a charge sheet that they take you to court based on a section of the law that is already unlawful, Bernard, a section of the law that is unexistent, Bernard. Then you wonder, in which country are we living in, Bernard? It reminds me in the 1980s and the 1990s, Bernard. A policeman could arrest you at 11 p.m. or 12 in the morning, and you report that you are working after hours. You remember that thing that called working after hours? Then some of us were asking, cite for us where this working after hours is in our Kenyan statutes, because the police were afraid of telling people that, we have arrested you for working after hours. And, people could be taken to police cells for working after hours. Then some people started now asking, point for us exactly where this working after hours is, Bernard. It is the same scenario with Matekwei Mobimba, who is being arrested on an non-existent provision of the law, a provision that does not exist in the law, Bernard. Finally, Bernard, there is the public participation forums that are going on what we call the privatization bill. the government has decided that they want to privatize everything that is owned by the government. And there are several aspects in that bill, Bernard. Today we have what we call the Privatization Commission. They want to form what they call Privatization Authority. And this authority, Bernard, will be a creature of the executive, because those who will serve on that authority will be people that will be appointed by the executive, Bernard. Then they want to they want to ensure that Parliament shall not be involved when it comes to privatization of government assets, which means they want the executive alone to decide on matters privatization, Bernard. So today, I understand these people were in the Lower Eastern area. I purport that Lower Eastern could mean Ukambani. And in Ukambani, people unanimously, Bernard, rejected, that particular provision, that particular proportion, Bernard. Because, if you allow government to privatize public assets in the manner that they are purporting, Bernard, then you remember auctions in government, Bernard. I remember a case, I remember a case in the 1990s of a deputy CEO of a government agency, a senior government agency that I don't want to mention on air here. They purported to conduct what we call auctions in that agency, and they were selling a Prado car, a Prado car. I think that Prado car used to be used by the same deputy CEO of that that agency. Sorry. So through that auction, this deputy CEO bought this Prado car, Bernard, at a throwaway price. Claim, it's an auction. An auction can be an organized thing, Bernard, to see, the disposal of government property on a throwaway price. So after buying that Prado, Bernard, he again went back to public coffers and used public money, Ben, that was in the 1990s, to refurbish this particular Prado. You bought it at a throwaway car, the price, and you're using government public funds to refurbish the same Prado, Bernard. That reminds me of what is going on with this thing called Privatization Bill 2023, Bernard. People just want to buy public assets at a throwaway price, nothing else. And that's why they want to see that Parliament is locked out of this particular exercise, Bernard. There's nothing else that I can explain in regard to that, Bernard. Perhaps, let me just leave it at that, and I allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. Thank you so much for that elaborate observation. In my opinion, Kenya Kwanza just wants to legalize corruption. They want to legalize looting. They want to legalize their capturing of state property or state assets uh, in the pretext of the law allows them. You remember the excuse that Moi gave, okay, after all that manenos of detention without trial, those atrocities against people. The challenge Moi posed is show me any part of the constitution that I violated in what I did, okay, and if you follow the old constitution, it was done in such a way that it defended everything Moi did. That if you took Moi to court, you can't get him capable of anything. He's defended by the law. And it appears to me that William Ruto swallowed the whole Kanu book. All of it is in his stomach. And he's trying to incarnate it by letter. He began by Hustler Fund getting into effect without law. Okay. And now he wants to remove any other law that can stand on his way. How do will end up having no constitution? We'll end up having no country that is governed by any law because somebody is looking for where can I go around the law or how can I change this law to help me do what I want to do? Now, if this is the trend and we allow it to continue, then let's just forget about Kenya because these people want to buy everything, sell everything, and they know they don't have much time in that office. And so, whatever it takes is what they are pushing right now. And that's why Kenyans need to rise up and say, enough is enough. In fact, some of those things need to be stopped either by the judiciary or by the legislature or by the people. What is in existence right now about land law. My father can just wake up and say he's selling land. If the sons go to court and say they put caution, then that is it. The land cannot be sold. There must be an avenue through which we can stop this government from offsetting the assets that belong to Kenyans. You cannot sell. They will sell the state house, and it's because they're unpopular. Now, let me just play this video short, and then we bring in with the county, and then Leo. I think this is too serious, and we need to on a very very serious note. Listen to this lawyer as he describes William Ruto and team.
On the volcano they have raised, and the volcano is going to eat and hit them very hard without knowing where they are coming. When you deal with a former president, we have had three. One died in office, Jomo Kenyatta. We had President Moi leave office. Kibaki said, mimi sitachokoza Rais Moi. Kibaki retired. Uhuru said, I will not interfere with the life of Kibaki. But we have now a new regime that wants either to drag Uhuru Kenyatta to court, as lawyers will make money to defend Uhuru Kenyatta in court. But what will be the impact? The president, the retired president, has a lot of force globally. We are looking at two serious international figures. Raila Odinga combined with Uhuru Kenyatta, globally, they control 80% of the networks. William Ruto is a local president, and the members of his cabinet, the likes of Ichungwa, are only known up to Kikuyu constituency. So we are dealing with a new war that Kenya Kwanza could have withdrawn and avoid taking that life.
Let's hear from Arnold Maliba.
Of putting a villager in office. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know where Wangira went. There are some questions I wanted to ask him because he seems to know a lot of laws. He's a constitutionalist because there are things he said that were very important. Now, I will have two quick comments. And I concur with Dunstan Omari because if you touch, and that's why even when Baba was sworn in, the international world told Uhuru, you cannot touch this. There are people who are beyond reproach because you do that, you can create anarchy in a country. You do that, you can create anarchy. And once you start creating anarchy, that is his way home. Because then the people who put him, like the dossier said, I don't know if you listen to the whistleblower dossier, there's a guy who has just spoken, was it today or yeah, I saw it today. I don't know if it was done yesterday. The one who said the UK government was involved. So the same people of UK are going to come back for you because they will come with the real dossier now. So my worry is if Ruto continues to talk the way he's talking, there are two things that he faces. The military will come after him. And why would the military come after him? Because the military will think that we are going in a wrong way. Now, the other thing I wanted to say is about that privatization. If our country goes like that, remember these people are the ones who are going to take shares. And they told us before that Kenya Airways, the airport, and Safaricom, they are going after them. And they have started. You saw when the first trip they went to Ethiopia, remember, what they did was to go with the Safaricom chair. So these people are very serious with this Privatization Authority and Privatization Act. And as we were talking Leo the other day. Already we have ranked like our economy has lost like manufacturing companies almost 50 who are left. And that's why they feared. That's why they feared that it's going to happen. And so you could see they will take there will be exodus of the most important companies, and already we don't have jobs. Already they don't have any plan economically. They are just going to church every Sunday and just making noise. So I think we are in a serious problem then. Those are the few comments I'll make for now.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, I don't understand Kenya Kwanza, but I want to remind you something that John Keane is he was saying something about Mike Kibaki. John Keane were the founders of DP in those ancient days, and he was asked. He asked Kibaki, when you get in office as president, what will you do to Moi and the people who have done corrupt deals and ran away with the assets of the country? And he said, Kibaki, without thinking, he just answered and said nothing. And John Keane was shocked. He said, what do you mean nothing? He said, if I begin to go after those people, I will not do anything. I don't have time to go after those people when I have work to do. For me to be able to do what I need to do for this country, I should not chase after those people. Now, that, in my opinion, is what made Kibaki a success. He chose what to address, when to be addressed, and ignored what should be ignored. William Ruto is answering every frog, every dog, every noise, every mosquito. When does he sit down to think about this country and draw a plan on how to help the situation in this country? We are in a place where the country is doing badly. The economy is bad. Everything is falling apart. Investors are walking out of the country, not only foreign, even local ones. People are going to invest in Tanzania. People are going to invest in Rwanda. People are investing in Uganda. Nobody's investing here. And then you're telling us you're going to task everybody, collecting taxes from everybody is going to recover the economy? Something is amiss here, and the earlier we notice it, the better. The going after the Kenyatta family and the Moi family, in my opinion, is misplaced, miscalculated, and unnecessary, because that privilege was given to them because they are the first serving presidents of this country, and it's because of what they paid pre-colonial and post-colonial. That forming of the nation initially. It's a privilege that you're given as a reward. You cannot withdraw it using law. So this is a start of bad manners, okay? Dishonor the elders, disregard the founding fathers. No wonder they say they don't care about history. They don't want to know about history. The reason why they don't want to know about history is because they want to behave badly. And that, in my opinion, is bad news for this great country. We cannot be a country of honor in the international face when we dishonor our own heroes, our own founding fathers. I mean, does the taxes from the Kenyatta family and the Moi family sufficient to run the country? And we've been ignoring them for 60 years. We have not collapsed. William Ruto is up to something else. And that's why he needs to be stopped from where I sit. Anyway, thank you everybody who is joining. Please make sure you help somebody to join into the discourse. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to all our channels Follow us on Mtembei official Facebook page, and then Mtembei YouTube channel. Subscribe, as well as Sound Candid Talk. We are live on those 3 channels, and we want you to be active on all of them and ensure that you're part and parcel of the growth of this venture of getting Kenyans to talk and telling the truth as it is, ensuring that the future can only be guaranteed by people taking responsibility and not playing nasty childhood games of hide and seek. What Ruto is doing right now is trying to play hide and seek between himself and the Kenyattas and the Mois. And in my opinion, he's going to fall face flat. He's going to hit his face flat on the floor. And I think he's looking for an excuse to have somebody to blame for his failure. That's what I can read from there. Wanaleo, you can say something as we proceed.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Good evening and good morning, Wood County Public Participation, SG, Leonard Sua, and everyone who is following, be it from Facebook or YouTube, from wherever you're tuned in. I'm glad that this channel is watched worldwide, and it's even attracting even the white men or the Europeans. We see them joining the show here. Today I don't have much to say. I've just listened to that senator called Cheriot, and it has just reminded me that how disorganized Kenya Kwanza is. If such are the senators or the MPs they depend on to lead or give some legislative guidance in this country, then we are bound to fail. This guy called Ruto, when he put the Bible down, as he said, he was blaming the previous government of which he was part of, that is the Jubilee government, forgetting that he was the deputy party leader of Jubilee and he was the deputy president. And they've realized that blaming Jubilee government is not yielding any fruit, because Kenyans are not that forgetful. We can still remember and we can be able to see what has happened in the last 10 years. He realized that he will blame Jubilee government on Monday and on Sunday in a church service. Then on Monday, he will go and relaunch what the Jubilee government did, like the houses have been launching. So Kenyans are not buying that. So he is now looking for other blames. That is why he decided to go and look for the Kenyatta and Moi. He realized he can no longer blame Uhuru Kenyatta because, number one, he was part of that government. Number two, the fruits of that government he is still launching, like bado anaenda kuzaguza to remind the Kenyans, oh, I told you that this government did not do anything, but look, I'm relaunching a house that was built by this government. Look, I'm relaunching or I'm officially opening a road that was built by that government. So he found that he's contradicting himself. So he wants to take Kenyans back, thinking that Kenyans cannot remember because we are so forgetful, we can't remember the Moi regime and the Kenyatta regime. So he's now trying to blame the Kenyattas and Moi indirectly. But what he's doing is forgetting that Kenyans know there's a difference between Uhuru Kenyatta and Jomo Kenyatta. There's a difference between Daniel Moi and Gideon Moi. Thank God Gideon Moi was not re-elected. That is why he's not in the picture. Thank God the said law did not feature Odinga's. That is why Odinga is not in the picture. So the only person that they are remaining with is Uhuru Kenyatta. And again, he's forgetting that this law did not even speak of former presidents. It was specific of former President Moi and former President Kenyatta because of specific reasons. President Moi and President Kenyatta are the founders of this nation. History tells him and tells everyone Kenya got independence. KANU and KADU are the major parties that gave birth to this country. So these are, you cannot put if maybe Jaramogi was the president, he would have been included there. But these are not only former presidents, they are former presidents with some historical background that is so special than the ones that we are having, than Uhuru Kenyatta. So going to gossip and tell us of some imaginary tax evasion that is not there, because they've just confirmed to us that this tax we were talking of, it is something that was legal. So they're telling us that these people did not pay tax, and again they're coming to tell us, oh, it was in the constitution that these families should not pay tax. So are they trying to tell us how foolish they are, that they were gossiping of something that is not there? These are people who are just obeying the constitution. The constitution tells you that the property under Moi and Kenyatta at the late should not pay tax, and they are obeying that. So could it be that they are trying to tell us, blame Uhuru for obeying the constitution that he swore to protect? So these people are so confused. To an extent of somebody saying that they are going to withdraw Uhuru from the peace mission. I really love, even a young boy cannot speak, cannot think like that. So that kind of thinking is really low of them, and it doesn't make sense. So Ruto was just elected to go and maybe enjoy and marshal some property for himself. I was trying to look at that. It is good that the MPs are also opposing that the bill for the act that is in question, the Privatization Act. If you look at some of the public or the government parastatals that were privatized, most of them are no longer existing. Look at Uchumi. Look at those people who know the ginaries. I was just checking at the list of some of the companies that were privatized. That is when these ginaries that you normally see, there was the Homa Bay ginary, the Moya ginary, that is when they failed and they are no longer existing. So when they say they want to privatize, what they want to do is simple. Ruto wants to do what maybe the founders of this nation, those people who took the nation immediately after independence, were doing. They were saying that they were claiming that they were buying some land from the white man and so on. So they simply want to put this property at a throwaway price, then buy it themselves. They want to pretend that other companies are buying it. And the second thing, they also want to punish those businesses that they think were against their campaign or against their mission in 2022 campaigns and elections. That is the only mission that they're having. There's nothing else that they're thinking of doing. They are just there kulipa kizazi na kunyanyasa wa Kenya. There's nothing good they are planning to do. They don't have any plan. Look at what is hitting news. Today we had Gachagua, that money that was taken, he's been given money. The same government is telling you there's no money, and the same government is telling you they are awarding Gachagua 200 plus million. And they're telling you there's no money. The same government is now telling you that they've awarded this blogger, Dennis Itumbi, around 330,000 for unlawful dismissal. How many Kenyans have been dismissed in this country? How many Kenyans have been dismissed unlawfully? And there is nothing that has been done with these industrial courts. The cases take up to 10 years. So how fast was this one? How many people have been dismissed? So does it mean there's a button somewhere that somebody sits currently na anafinya tu kwa judiciary na information inatolewa? And so Kenya is being headed in the wrong direction, but we are going to win this war, and we've started winning bit by bit. I was pleased with the speech of Professor Makao Mutua in Nigeria. They are so determined that we are winning this. I was also happy today, and I'm happy with this lawyer, Makori, when we saw finally the Korokocho MCA was released unconditionally, and the court found out that the charges were non-existent. They don't exist in any law in Kenya. So we are going to win this, Bernard. Just let us just give it time and be consistent and be persistent. At the end of the day, we are winning this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Leo, for that. We appreciate it, and it's important that we really come to terms with what we are faced with. When you are a lawmaker and you talk like you are a stranger to the law and a stranger to civilization, it really sounds bad. It really sounds bad. Jerengai or Jere what? He's a second term serving senator. Okay. Then he talks about he will recall Uhuru from Congo discussion. I mean, and he will take back the vehicles that Uhuru is using and the security because he's not supporting UDA. In fact, I will not have a problem if he says he will do that. But when he says he will do that because Uhuru is not supporting UDA, It sounds bad. It sounds backward. It's embarrassing, to say the least, because that's a senator, okay? A senator who is supposed to be part of the upper house, the person who is supposed to have the understanding of the law and how it operates, especially when it comes to governance. He's talking like one villager, somebody who has not, you know. Okay, let me say something on them before I bring Leonard. On the purpose of parastatus. The purpose of parastatus was for government to do business, generate funds, to run government, to easy life for the Kenyans. Just like a boarding secondary school or a primary school that has land will grow maize, okay, and beans, then harvest the beans and the maize that will be used as food for the students. Now, because the school has already food that it has generated, they will be lenient on how much they are charging the parents, especially if the parents participate into what? The farming process that produces those products. That's how parastatals are supposed to work. And then if parastatals are not making profit, you change the management, put in somebody who can push them to produce. Because if they make, like Nairobi performing under Mbadi, and the Kenya Meat Commission performing under KDF, okay, it begin to make profit. That profit, it will trickle down to each and every Kenyan. So instead of us paying 16% VAT, we can begin to pay 13% because the other 4% is taken care of by the profits that is being made by parastatals. How can you be a legislature to say the parastatals are a burden and they should be privatized? How do you want to be a country and a government that owns nothing? I mean, the whole country is owned by private, okay, private companies. Then how do you claim you are a government? I mean, governing what? There is a reason why there was the government was a majority shareholder in KCB, and they started selling. I think right now they are at 5% or something. They could not sell all the shares because they need to be present in that particular company. So I don't understand where these people have been, and it's very, very, very annoying that somebody has been in government for this long and still doesn't understand the gravity of a government not owning anything. Yani, tukwe inji ambayo tuko na serikali ambayo doesn't own anything. Hey, Leonard, karibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. Okay, on my side, I want first to concur with you that the government of Ruto, okay, we say the government of Ruto is not performing, and also it has started in 6 months. It has started to oppress the hustler, that they say hustlers. They are now feeling, but they are shameless of telling the truth that they are also feeling the oppressed. So on my side, Raila is a very shrewd politician in such a way that he wanted Chebukati to fall into a trap so that they can go back to the court. Once they go into the court, they will drag William Ruto inside that case. That is when Raila will now reveal all other evidences that were not they were not presented there, because when Raila Odinga, when Azimio was presenting their evidence, the time was limited. They cannot cover all those things. So for now, they will have an opportunity where they will just come up with all other evidences that were left out, and then they can present them in the court. So, and then there is something which is coming out here. This guy called Stephen Ogola, the guy who was taxed by the lawyer for Chebukati, he's going to get he's going to be the one who will suffer more than anybody else from that case, because as Asimios followers, anybody who will be associating with either KK or Chebukati will be seen like someone who is evil, let me say, who is against constitution, because Ruto is coming out defending Chebukati, sanitizing him, but all those efforts are failing. On my side, Raila is catching on them. So Raila is on their foot. So they cannot do anything. And then also what I'm thinking, I don't know whether, okay, on my side, I think Raila will not produce those footage as demanded. Raila will not go on that way. Raila will be out maybe for today's on Sunday will be their 6th day of demand. So I don't think whether Raila will come out as they demand. Raila, that one was just a tactic. Raila will not go as their demand to come out with the video or whatever. So it was just something to bring them on board. So Chebukati has no way. He will not gain his legitimacy. Ruto is already in the trap, all of them. So we are waiting now Ruto to come out. We don't know how he's going to defend Chebukati after that, but let's wait for the demands that were made, whether Raila will produce the videos or whatever, but I don't think on my side. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Leonard. A very interesting angle to look at. I'm coming to you with the county, but this is what I'll say. That letter to Raila Odinga it cannot be responded to, okay? Because the only person to demand the video should be through the court of law. No lawyer has any right to ask evidence from anybody. When you don't believe my story, you take me to court. Then we meet at the court, I produce the evidence. You cannot write to me, we are not friends, we are adversaries. So writing to me that I should produce evidence, it's in fact laughable. And it's coming from a lawyer. I mean, even lawyer to lawyer, they don't do that. The moment we take cases that are aggressive each other, we cannot have those terms of us exchanging notes. So it is just a game. And like you said, I think Chebukati is swallowing the hook. Alitupiwa bait, ameimeza na itambaliza. Yes, we would count. Sorry, ni kama ametupwa nje, pole, lakini ukirejea utaendelea. Secretary General, nimekuona, pati yetu iko sawa. Naomba tumsikilize public participation alafu turudi kwako.
Hi, Bernard.
Great. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. Hi, Leo. Hi, Leonard.
Hiyo volume yako huwezi boost kidogo.
Okay. Hi, Leonard. Hi, Leo. Hi, Secretary General. Hi, Ward County. How are you guys doing today? I hope you're all fine. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, I've been following the situation in the country. You don't know, this thing has become like a circus. Yeah? It's like a circus. One day, I mean, you know, even Kenyans themselves, they are just in a state of confusion because you don't know, there's no stability. That stability which you normally have in a country. We don't have that stability because we don't know where are we headed, really. There's a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of anxiety in the country because we don't know where we are headed with this Zakayo Mtosa Ushuru. Now he has started threatening the former president that he continues funding the Mandamano, he's going to tell him to pay taxes. What is that now? I mean, you know, the problem now of having a president who is not legitimate, you have to use extreme things, extreme force, extreme. You have to be extreme to stamp your authority because nobody is respecting you and nobody is taking you serious. And more so, even the people whom you are duped, the few people whom you are duped to come and vote for you now, they also don't want anything to do with you because they have realized you are a liar. You are a con man. They thought that you are coming to help them here, and they are the ones affected by what is happening. So the country now is in a state of we don't know what is coming next. And then you see notable lawyers like Steve Ogola. You know, okay, understand this is work, it's money, and you be paid. But I remember PLO Lumumba got involved in one of these presidential dispute cases, and then after that his reputation got ruined. He stopped getting engagement for public speaking. So it's not a good idea. Steve Ogola is a young lawyer. He needs to look at you know, the far-reaching implications of being associated with Mr. Chebukati. You know, Chebukati right now is like a kind of a Nebuchadnezzar or a what? Chebukadnezar. We used to call him Chebukadnezar. You know, anything he touches will turn to dust. So to avoid soiling his good reputation, you know, as a brilliant lawyer and as somebody who seems to be sincere, let him avoid. I don't know how much they're paying him, but it's not worth in the long run. It's not worth it. Anyone who is going to be associated with Chebukati and this group of KK, you can be assured that they'll not be judged well in you know, by history. And even in the future, they'll have a, you know, they'll have a you know, a bad reputation that these are people who are standing against what is just. Yeah, and make no mistake, the country is now, if at all we were talking about 8 million versus 5 million, right now I don't think I don't think that Zakayo Mtoza Ushuru can really attract even 2 million people. I highly doubt if even 2 million he can get, because now even the people who had faith in him and who voted for him based on hustler narrative, they are now the worst critic already. They don't want to hear anything to do with him, you know. And then the other day there was a problem in Wasingishu, whereby lawyers were being beaten and evicted from the market. And I was like, what is this now? Is this trying to send a message? You know, trying to send a message to anybody who is who may not have been perceived, any tribe which may not have, which it seemed like they were not supporting KK or rather UDA. I don't know what really is going on, because I believe the fact that there has been no backlash about that issue of harassing lawyers is it's a sign of things to come, that the kind of tribal animosity that we saw in 2007, whereby there was a relocation of, you know, expulsion of the Kikuyus from the Rift Valley, and Kisses and other tribes which were not supporting Zakayo at the time. Now we will have a problem. We will have a problem in the kind of thing, because now that means that if you are not supporting the majority party in your area, then you face harassment, which is not, you know, these guys, I don't know what exactly they want. They want to take us back to an era where there is no law. It's a jungle kind of a law, a jungle law, whereby now you are beating people from other tribes, you are harassing them, you are throwing them out of the market. You know, a whole governor, surely. Is that the kind of a Kenya which we want? And this is why we need to remove Zakayo very fast, because you can see the kind of thing. And then this guy called what is his name? This uneducated guy who was a Makanga, Sudi. Now you see Sudi is coming up to start criticizing the county commissioner. He's criticizing senior people in the army. Now you really wonder, we cannot operate the country like a kind of a kitchen, a busaden. These are countries. This is not your mother's your mother's or your father's business, or where you can come and do whatever you want. This is a country which has over 40 something states. So we cannot have a situation whereby people like Sudi are coming up to start now talking about I think the second most senior person or third most senior person in the army called Ogola. What I mean, are we? This is the kind of thing we are going to be having now in this country. Yeah, please, we need to remove this guy. I don't know how we are gonna do it, but we need to remove this guy because this guy wants to plunge us into a situation which even during Moi time, there was no time during Moi time. You will find that somebody who is a general of Moi comes out. It's Moi himself who used to come out and maybe speak against someone or take action, not some MP, insignificant MP is coming up to now start harassing a whole, a very senior guy in the army and also harassing county commissioner. What is that now? We this kind of energy which you don't take us back to, we cannot go back there. We cannot go because in fact where they are taking us is even worse than where we were with Moi actually. And if we give them time, if at all a whole former president now is being harassed, who is safe in this country? You see, who is safe? Who is safe? The Moi family, you see what was done to them. Gideon and Raymond. They were harassed and hounded out politically. Now it is time for Kenyatta family. Now, if at all such people, they cannot have peace of mind in this country, who will have peace of mind? Can you tell me? Harassment. Today I saw in the newspaper that electricity is going to 78% by April, 78% increment. What is that? Now, they want all the industries to close and move to Rwanda and move to Ethiopia. If you add, right now, I think it was the other day, I was reading to you the kind of charges we are paying for electricity as at now. Right now, if you put a token of 500 shillings, you are getting 230 something, let's say 235 shillings of the token. That's what you are getting. The rest of the amount is going into taxes. And that is now. So what will happen when it's going to be 78%? Which industry is going to operate in Kenya? They will just pack up and go. They will pack and go. I'm telling you, just wait for what will happen. Then this pseudo privatization. You see, if there is a problem in a public institution, and everybody knows, anybody can tell you what is the problem in public institutions is looting, corruption. That is the issue. The issue is not that these parastatals are not productive. The other day we were discussing KQ here. KQ, they charge one of the highest charges. Yeah, they are one of the most expensive airlines. So how can they be going at loss unless somebody is looting the funds? And that's what has been happening. So privatization is not the solution. You have to deal with corruption. So don't take advantage of the fact that corruption has taken down some of these parastatals to now come in that we are coming to buy. Coming to buy what? We are coming to sell them to I don't know who. And we know very well you just want to acquire these parastatals so that they become your personal property. Even the group which is supposed to be working on that privatization, they are the person who is in charge of them is your personal appointee. Really, I don't know. But I'm not much surprised. I'm not very much surprised because I did not expect anything from Zakayo other than mediocrity, the kind of circus we are having here, intimidation, and all kinds of threats. Who is he threatening? Let him not take this country for granted, by the way. Because the way he's continuing, this country will become too small for the rest of us over 50 million Kenyans to coexist with him and his group there. He cannot make us to feel like we are some kind of slaves in our own country. Are we going to be working for him? Because now that's where we are headed. We are going to be working for these goons, these thugs. We are going to be working for them. That is what, if at all electricity is going to go up almost, that, in fact, 78%. What is that? As for this MCA who was arrested, what has he said here, which is any, he just said the truth. What he said is the truth, that this government is a government of thugs. They cannot help any Mwananchi, and that we have to remove them. Otherwise, our country is doomed. Saying that we have to close the businesses is not hate speech. Is that hate? That's not hate speech. Unless I don't understand what is hate speech. And now, the people who arrested him is that National Council of, I don't know, whatever, reconciliation and something. And then now they release him without any charges. So we are going back to the era of Nyayo, detention without trial, whereby you used to just be arrested and they intimidate you, then they don't charge you with it. That's where we are going back. Because really, if you look at the speech, I've watched that speech of that guy, that Korokocho MCA. There's nothing there. There's no hate speech there. And for sure, there was no hate speech which they went probably to the lawyers and asked them how can they bring this, and they told them there's no charge here. Just release the guy, intimidate him, and then release him. So Bernard, we cannot entertain this kind of nonsense which is going on in our country. We are having somebody here who has no clue what the hell is going on. He has no clue how to run anything, because I'm yet to see what he has run. All this time he has been in government. Has he run anything successful? No. Yesterday I was watching Uhuru talking about Magoha and Matiang'i talking about Magoha. And I was asking myself, 10 years from now, because I think Magoha was there for, okay, let's say 5, even 5 years from now, is there any CS who is in this government? If they pass on, we would have anything positive to say about them? Just look at the team which is there. Is there anyone of them, not two, one, who you can be able to say if the Lord takes them, we can stand and talk the way Uhuru was talking about Magoha, the way Matiang'i was talking about Magoha, the commitment and everything. Right now, what we are having is just like a group of clowns. We don't have anybody serious. You can see now Machoge, what he has done to the education system within 3 months. It has gone back down to the drain. All that work which Matiang'i took and Magoha has gone down the drain. It's so unfortunate, Bernard. And I'm really totally, I've never felt at a low point in our country, and I was there during Moi time, but I really feel we have reached a very rock bottom, a very low time. This is the worst, the way they talk about your worst nightmare coming true. This guy is our worst nightmare coming true, and he will go down as the worst ever. I can assure you of that. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, public participation. That is clear and good observations. Kenyans, let us arise and be counted. Be on the right side of history. We are on the verge of making history again in this country, and you better watch out for what will come out of this. Don't downplay what is happening, because the Kenyan people, there is a limit to how much they can take. I don't think they can succumb to the madness that is being perpetuated by Kenya Kwanza. We are almost rising up and telling Kenya Kwanza to pack and go, because we cannot accept what they are trying to force down our throats. It doesn't work that way. No government works the way Kenya Kwanza wants to run this country. And they are the only ones that knows the script. They are unpredictable. Unpredictable in the sense that they are always saying they know what they are doing. Tunanyorosha inji. But what they are doing, even by the eye of the spirit, you can't see it. God save this country. Yes, Wood County ulijitupa nje. Karibu, karibu.
Yeah, nilikuwa na Leonard had a very interesting thing he said. I did not get it. On how Raila, first of all, he started there. This guy is a very shrewd politician. How he's going to drag Chebukati to court, and then William must come there, and that's when he will give evidence. There is something I did not. How is that going to happen? That's the question I had. And then Bernard, let us talk so that each person has. It's no longer now a debate. It has become a talk show. Allow at least 7 minutes if it's too much. Honestly, some people have come here and they have left because we say too much. Okay.
So well guided. I think if I got what Leonard said is you remember what Raila said, he will produce the videos of when Chebukati went to his house trying to mortgage the presidency. And now Chebukati takes Raila to court that if he has any evidence, he should produce. So according to Leonard says, that was a trap that Raila was throwing at Chebukati so that Chebukati goes to court. And then when he goes to court, now they will open the whole case so that if they will not just be video evidence, there will be the evidence of the entire thing. They need to have a fresh relook.
That's very interesting. I didn't know that we can have that route. Very interesting.
It could be, but the way Baba is moving right now, he's consulting with a wide range of very, very experienced lawyers, both nationally and international law. And so the kind of politics that is playing right now is high tech. Ndio inapeana Kenya Kwanza sleepless nights. They don't know what next. They don't know what will happen. And they are looking, disadvantaged with every passing day. And, Kibaki was also disadvantaged initially. But what gave Kibaki a landing pad was his quietness. Yeye alikuwa anafunga mdomo, anajifungia huko State House. Akitaka kuongea na Wakenya anafungua dirisha, anambia fellow Kenyans, then anafunga dirisha, anamaliza hii maneno. Shida ya mtu shida ya Zakayo anataka kuwa kwa kila soko, akijibu kila kitu, and in the process, so mambo yanaharibika kila siku. So he really needs to be held down. I wish he had a strong wife, a strong wife like Lucy. Okay. Lucy Kibaki. Yule atafungia kwa nyumba, ambaye kuna mahali unaenda kwenda huko kwa TV unaenda kusema mambo ambayo hapaswi kusema. It is important that the president material needs to have a sense of responsibility, not the careless sweeping statements. Ila kusema sava ishafunguliwa, sava gani ingine wanauliza. I mean, how do you lie like that? Hata kama unataka kudanganya, si unadanganya vizuri, pole, at least diplomatically. All the same, nashukuru sana, naomba tumwandamane tafadhali, and on that standing order tafadhali usiongee milele. Tunaongea in bit, then utapata round nyingine, ongeze point zingine mbili, then like that ndio ikuwe debate. Isikuwe talk show. Tuta switch kwa talk show baadaye, lakini saa hii tafadhali tusiweke watu sana kwa line. We already in the second hour, there are people who have not said anything. And that makes it not very good for the people who've been held waiting all through. So, Bwana Leonard, unless kuna kitu nataka kusema in a half a minute, tuende kwa secretary.
Okay, another thing which is disturbing Ruto, I think, is the response of Uhuru. Because Uhuru didn't talk much. He just said, how watu wa, okay, if I can quote, how watu wa midomo, okay, how watu wacha wapige midomo, let us do our work. Meaning Uhuru is fully on opposition and he has shown a comeback to come to run after Raila, to back up Raila. So Ruto is is seriously having an headache on that. And then also, okay, let me say Kalonzo is giving Ruto sleepless nights, because if Ruto can remove Kalonzo from Raila, then he will see Raila. Okay, Raila will lose what can I say? Raila will be left without any support like Kalonzo. Let me just say that for now.
Okay, thank you. A very interesting angle to look at. But Kalonzo turned down. Kalonzo was a target for William Ruto immediately after he was declared president. He had a sitting with Kalonzo, and Kalonzo turned down his offer. So right now he's desperate, but also by now what he is doing with leaders is not working. You see, like when he saw the crowd at Jacaranda, he noticed that hawa wabunge wanakula pesa yake tu kwa sababu hawana watu. So he is even going slow on buying leaders, because the buying of leaders is not giving him the political advantage he was looking for, the legitimacy he was looking for. He's still limping and not strong on the crowd or on the ground like he would want to. And I think he knows he's leaving office, and that's why he's desperately looking for how to change the law and acquire as many things as possible and get away with them. But in my opinion, all those things are going to be overturned in case they even succeed. They are not going anywhere with it. We will still do the way we did with the KICC. You remember 2002, 2003, Tuju was the minister for tourism. And then KICC was noted that it was given by Moi to Kanu as a gift. Then it was found out when was it passed in parliament, because the parliament displayed that if the president want to give a gift that is more than 1 million, it should be ratified by parliament. So let's remove the handset that presided over this. There was nothing. And then that's how KICC was recovered back to government. So they are looking for how to avoid the law that requires scrutiny, ili wafanye underhand things. And this is machambazi. Okay, this is system ya machambazi. They just want to do things against the law and look for the law to cover them. And that's why Kenyans should not sleep on this one. Should not sleep on this one. And then kuna mtu hapa anaitwa sijui Kenyan 254. Okay, ana story zake, anasema mkitoa hiyo video sisi tutatoa calls ambazo Azimio walipiga. Who cares? Who cares about which calls you have with who? This is not a matter of manipulation. It's a matter of the thing has gone beyond the law, has gone beyond the court. It is now in the public opinion court. And there, the more number of people you have, the more you win. No more the argument that you try to hold. Otherwise, naomba tusonge mbele. Secretary General nitaka tatu. Tunafuata na nani? Secretary General, Msimamo, and then Morris, and then Guru.
Yeah. But members of the panel. You are the future members of. Lakini wewe nilikuwa nafikiri unaenda Bungoma. There was an incident yesterday. Semeji aliuma babake, father-in-law.
Usijaribu kuleta maneno kama hayo. Hiyo ni tabu. Asumuzwi hapa. Hiyo ni mambo ya wazee peke yake. Hiyo zile ng'ombe zitachinjwa na zile mbuzi zitachinjwa. Hiyo ni matambiko.
Lakini pia nimesikia kwa Wood County huko Kisii pia watoto wanafunzwa tabia mbaya. Anyway, we have interesting times, and we need a lot of prayers and a lot of guidance so that our culture should be restored, an African culture where we respected elderly, and where the kids were also the kids belong to everybody. Ukiona mtoto huko nje anafanya tabia mbaya unamtandika, kwa sababu sisi zote ni wazazi. Having said that, Bernard, I want to ask you a question so that I submit. If in your village you want to elect the chairman of your cattle dip, what are the qualifications? Because I think if you know the qualification of the chairman of a cattle dip, then you will know and understand where we are as a country. Because in my little understanding, I think the chairman of a cattle dip must first of all own cows. Second of all, he must be at least experienced on the diseases of the cows, and also knows the kind of what we call treatment that cows need, e.g. foot and mouth disease and so on, forth and so on. So when you know that person has those qualifications, then he becomes the chairman. The situation we have in Kenya is not far away from that. And I'll say that because we have a president who doesn't know how to grow an economy. And it's unfortunate because I will say this, that for the many years he has been in government, he's not known of inviting investors. He's not known of good policies that can invest. And I want to say this problem was also with Moi, whereby you want to grow an economy using taxes. But where do the taxes come from? Do they come from the sky? Because the taxes should come from people working hard and business that are making profit. If the businesses are not making profit, then you cannot obtain the tax. We want to see these people not only in you see that it's interesting, and this is a very controversial statement. You are destroying investors in the name of correcting taxes to grow an economy. It doesn't work like that. Because if you attack Uhuru today, and I'm telling you this, by the way, I'm on the side where Uhuru should pay tax. If there is any tax that he has not paid, he should pay. But my question is, who is this holier than thou person asking for the tax? Is it the same person who is forgiving his friends and his wives from evasion of tax? If he indeed is the same person, then he's misplaced. He's a person who cannot really help in growing of the tax. And therefore, I would like him to let Uhuru and the family to pay tax that is they are obligated to pay, but not victimize them. Kibaki could have gone after Moi, because Moi had messed this country, had stolen everything, even toilets, and even the house he had in Kipera. But Kibaki, being a person who can grow an economy, he did not waste his time and money following Moi, because he knew Moi left an economy of about, and I can tell you those are facts, it was less than 500 billion, an economy of 500 billion. He grew that economy to 3 trillion. So you can imagine even Moi being alive was ashamed that this is possible. And that is why I'm saying sometimes I see this as a cultural problem. People who don't want to associate with any other person, who don't want to even do business with the people or other people, and they still want to manage our taxes. Why do you want to manage our taxes and you cannot grow an economy? That are the questions that we're asking as a people who love this country. The other issue of parastatus. Did you know that even these people who construct roads, China Road and stuff, did you know that those are parastatus of China? China contractors are parastatus. Most of these installments in China are government owned. And that is why you see where China is at the moment. And I'll give you an example. Today, if we manage our parastatus well, we can reduce corruption to -2. Negative. Why? Because you can imagine a situation where the security providers of this country, for example, the G4Ss we have today and what have you, if they were withdrawn, and this is provided by the NYS, for example, yeah, and you cannot deal, for example, if you want to, and I think KICC does it, but if you're a government institution and you want security, you inquire security from NYS. Do you know corruption is going up in the air? Because you don't deal with a private firm, you're dealing with government. The signatory of that company of NYS is not the person who you're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Money gets into the government coffers. So at the end of the day, you reduce corruption by half. So privatizing these companies and schools, I think it's a lazy way of avoiding your responsibility. Because I don't think privatization will help us. We have seen Kenya Railway being privatized. Where did it go? Mumias, where is it? Pound paper, where is it? Uchumi, where is it? I even had a ridiculous, they want even to privatize universities. Are these people sick? You privatize public schools. Which country does that? Unapatia mtu aown Moi University. Leo, now from today, Leo has bought Nairobi University. He's the owner. That means that Leo and his family will be going there free of charge, and his friends. Yeah? They will graduate because, my father is the owner. Stupidity of the highest order. And we say we have a government. We do not have a government. Therefore, we are waiting for Raila Odinga, because I think, as Manyora said today, Raila now should aache hizi kuvaa masuti. Hii masuti alikuwa anavaa kwa sababu ya kuwa peace. Hizi mahandshake za ujinga, na I'm sorry to say that, na wazungu. Sasa mzee avae battalion, avae nguo za kijeshi. We are in a war now. Avae cape kama ile ya Koni. Sasa tuingie kiwanja, tuchukue nchi, kwa sababu we need to exercise our sovereignty and our rights directly. I don't believe in these courts. Yeah? These are the same courts giving back money of corruption to Gachagua. And this EACC, something else as I finish. EACC wanakimbiza watu wa kuuza makuku sijui nini. Now on the other hand, Gachagua anarudishiwa pesa yake. They should be closed down. Anyway, revolution will change everything. I'm thinking we are ready for revolution. I just want to wake up one morning, tusikie kumetangazwa na BBC Kenya on fire. Hiyo tu ndio itafanya roho yangu itulie. Otherwise, nothing else is making me happy each and every morning. Nasikia kila asubuhi, sijui nikiamka wanauza sijui KICC, mara Gachagua amerudishiwa pesa, mara huu minister wa security ametoa threat na soprano. Those are things that are really disgusting me. Nangojea hiyo siku ambayo nitaamka nisikie imekamatana. Thank you.
Sawa, asante sana Secretary General wa chama mpya ambacho ndio chama tawala cha 2027. So kila mmoja ajisajili kwa chama ambacho ni mpya, naongozwa kwa sera na katiba ambayo inafaa, sio vituko, na ni chama cha intellectuals, not people who saw school through the window and ran away through the compound and came out with papers. We really need to go back to quality people, quality leadership, quality decisions for the betterment of our country. Thank you, everybody who is joining. Please don't watch the show alone. Make sure you're inviting somebody. And you can also make sure that you are a subscriber. Don't just watch and disappear. Make sure you're a subscriber, and a follower. You follow Mtembei Official on Facebook page, and you subscribe to Mtembei YouTube channel, as well as Sound Candid Talk channel, which is on YouTube. Thank you, all of you who are participating. Please, we need your participation and continued support so that we stay here, ensuring that we channel and help shape the opinion of Kenyans in making up their mind as far as the welfare of this country is concerned. Msimamo, karibu.
Asante sana ndugu Bernard kwa hii nafasi, alafu vile vile pia ndugu yangu Nyabaya Leonard, public participation, kakaangu Wood County Secretary General Guru na Maurice. Kwangu ni siku iliyojaa furaha kidogo kwa sababu ndoto yetu inaenda kuwa kweli, na imani tu karibuni tu Wakenya wataona zile kelele tulikuwa tunazipiga hapa zimezaa matunda, na ni ombi langu haya mambo hata yasifishe miezi 7, uwe tumemalizana na huu mchezo na mbuzi tumeshampa mwenyewe na mambo yamebadilika katika Kenya hii. Kwa mada ya leo kwamba jamaa huyu anaifuata zaidi familia ya Kenyatta, lishiwashangaze, si geni, halianzi leo na wala halitaisha leo kama pengine hawa watu watabaki hapa, maana mtapatapa wao ni watapatapa tu, ni wafamaji, hawaachi kutapatapa. Kwa sababu kwanza tugundue kwamba hawa watu hawakuwa wamejipanga kiserikali na hawakuwa na maono ya serikali. Lengo lao wakipata madaraka ni kuhakikisha kila mahali wamekamata njia ya pesa, macho yote kwenye pesa. Basi watuonyeshe kuvaa, watuonyeshe masuti mazuri, wale wameajaliwa na ung'enge wabandike ung'enge wa nguvu lakini usiokuwa na maana. Basi na tuondokee tu na matumaini kwamba tuna serikali yenye wingi wa ahadi lakini uchache wa vitendo, na ndicho ambacho Rais mstaafu alikuzungumzia jana kwamba tuko na watu aina mbili katika hii dunia. Wa kwanza ni mwingi wa maneno, mchache wa vitendo, na wa pili mchache wa maneno lakini mwingi wa vitendo, kama vile hayati Magoha. Nikunukuu yale aliyazungumza jana. Hivyo wacha tu wabweke bweke, pige kelele zao, sisi tuna kazi zetu zinafanya. Nafikiri ilikuwa ni jibu mwafaka, kwa sababu mwanamume na nusu hajibu mambo mengi. Yeye huzungumza moja lakini likazunguka na likawa na maana nyingi zaidi. Kwa hivyo kuwa na wasiwasi, wacha wawe na wasiwasi. Mchecheto ni wao, waliyakoroga washaya, sasa ni kuyanywa tu kwa uchungu, waanywe. Hiyo ni kazi yao, but what we need ni kuhakikisha kwamba kama wazalendo wa hii nchi, kama wapenda nchi letu, ni kuhakikisha kwamba huu waibu tunauonyeshwa hapa wa kila sekta iwe prasuni kwa kubinafsishwa. Lazima tujiulize mara tatu. Kama huku ndiko kujenga uchumi, basi njia hii si salama kwetu. Hivyo hawa waingilie familia ya Kenyatta, wasiingilie, lakini hawana neno, hawana msemo, hawana maneno ya kuzungumza tena. Maana siku zote Bernard, kapu ya muongo huwaga haijai, kisha cha ajabu chini yake huwa kuna shimo, yaani ina tundu, tunasema tundu. Kwa hivyo unapoinyanyua basi uongo wote unabaki pale, lakini kapu ya ukweli siku zote imejaa, yani hauna haja ya kuambia, maana ukichungulia hivi tu hii ndio kweli. Sasa wa jamaa zetu wamekuja na uongo na kujienua kwingi. Kibaya zaidi tu waliposhika madaraka, hapo mbele za watu wanafoka kana kwamba yes, Kenya hii itabadilishwa within 1 week, itakuwa kila kitu kiko sawa, lakini sio hivyo. Wangesikiza tu wakashirikiana na ushauri. Kama mimi Chaka ningekuwa na hiyo nafasi ya kupata nafasi kama hii, hata kama ningeingia mlango wa nyuma, wallahi napa kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, ningemwangukia Kenyatta taratibu, akanionyesha njia pale mahali ameachia, wapi nielekeze hiyo miezi mitatu, na kufuata zile njia zake zenye ameacha mpaka mwisho wa siku, na mimi ndio nije nitoe makali yangu baadaye. Wewe mwerevu tayari ushaanza kumkinyaga tayari nchi hii. Unafikiri kutengeneza taifa ni rahisi? Kwa hivyo sisi tujivunie, maana ushindi ni wetu wa Kenya, haswa wale wazalendo. Maana nadhani pia watu wa UDA roho mkononi, wanajaribu kulisafisha jina la Chebukati, lakini ndo bado lazidi kuwa na nongo. Kila watakavyolibandika sabuni fufuto na kulisuza kuliosha, lakini bado ndo lazidi kunuka. Sasa jamani, amba ukweli ukidhihiri uongo huwa unajitenga, na njia ya muongo mfupi. Baba Ruto, kabla ya waibu, aondoka ndugu yangu mapema, japo najua unaona ugumu, lakini ondoka mapema, kwa maana usicheze na tumbo ya mwananchi hata siku moja, na hapo ndo umefail, kiasi kwamba sasa hata uzungumze 100 ya maana yote sisi tunajua ni uongo tu. Miezi hii 5 6 yenye umechezea, hii ndio ilikuwa raketi yako. Uhakikisha Mkenya umemshika vizuri, hata kama umeingia na mlango wa nyuma fine, but Mkenya haja yake ni huduma, aone kwamba akienda hospitali madawa yapo na madaktari wapo. Ahakikishe kwamba shule mtoto aone chakula kweli akinunua, at least leo unamwambia alipo ushuru, wakati mwenyewe hajui kwanza 500 akipata ni kula kwa siku moja tu, tena unamwambia atoe ushuru. Haya, huo ushuru huo kazi hana, harama maisha ndio hiyo. Akipata 1000 ataigawa nini? Bwana Ruto, tafadhali ndugu yangu, Mkenya mwenzangu, ondoka taratibu, maana Mkenya shanza kukugundua hila na njama yako na ujanja, ashaanza kugundua, kwa maana umemchezea tumbo lake, na njaa haina mpinzani. So mimi Bernard, leo mimi sitakuwa mwingi wa maneno ili nipishe wenzangu, lakini ukweli ni kwamba sisi lazima tujipige kifua kina Chaka kwamba hili domo tulikuwa tunalipiga hapa, hakika Mungu yu pamoja na sisi, na karibuni tu victory tutakuwa nayo.
Okay. Thank you bwana Msimamo, tunashukuru. Msimamo ni huo na Kenya lazima ikombolewe, isiachwe mikononi wa viongozi wasiofaa. Nchi hii ni yetu sote na lazima tuwajibike. Nashukuru wote ambao mko kwa comment section na kila mahali. Blue Mwonambali is now our new member. Thank you for joining. Mtembei TV, asante sana. Wengine wote mnakaribishwa, join and become a member. You know, when you're a member, you have some privileges that non-members don't have. So make sure that you upgrade if you can. And we thank you. Those of you who are subscribing, please make sure you are a subscriber of both Mtembei TV as well as Sound Candid Talk. And either of the channels, you will be able to get information that is valid. And those of you following from Facebook, we are on Mtembei official page on Facebook. So please follow that page. We also wanted to build it up. I think it has a sizable number of followers, but is not as big as Mtembei profile. So we want it also to match up with Mtembei profile so that we have the number that is required when we do our broadcast. We have a wide range of people that we are reaching. Asante sana, naomba sasa tuende moja kwa moja kwa Morris wetu. Tukitoka hapo tunarudi kwa Guru na tutakuwa tumemaliza hesabu. Sasa tunaweza kwanza kurudia. Bwana Morris, vipi? Unmute. Yeah.
Bernard,
Yes.
na salimu wote, habari zenu huko?
Tuko salama. Vipi huko?
Poa, nashukuru. Actually leo ni siku nzuri ambapo naona headline venye inasema leo naweza taka kuzungumzia mambo matatu. First nianze na hiyo anaitwa Rigiji Nimeona I've seen that the Rigiji his money was brought back to him. Actually that this guy I was reading a certain newspaper and it was like this money he got it using a wrong maybe alipata kwa njia mbaya, but today I was so surprised that pesa ilirudi kwake. Sina kazi. What about if I go now na niibe tu kuku? Actually I'll be jailed more than even 10 years ama 20 years. Na imagine mtu kama Rigiji mwenye ameiba like billion is just being left free na tena naregeshewa pesa. So you wonder which kind of a country is this? Another thing, you see that Chebukati was giving Baba demand to release the video within 7 days. What I know, and yesterday I said, Baba is not going to release the video. Chebukati is a madman. I think sometimes Kiswahili nasema akili ni nywele and he lacks nywele kwa akili kwa sababu yani nywele ni akili I think he's a kipara man. He doesn't know that sasa mimi when you give Baba demand, what do you expect? And another thing I hear people saying that Koome is sick. So the video will not take it to court. The video will take it to public court when we'll be in Kibera, so that people will see. Even the internationals will see, people from outside, and then they will judge by themselves. If Chebukati, the way he's saying that he'll sue Baba in court, let him do so. As for the what? As for the lawyer is just in a business. He's making money. Yeye hana makosa. Yeye ako biashara, anatafuta pesa. Hata kama ingekuwa ni mimi, he tells me to write a letter, I'll just write. After all, niko after biashara. So, but whatever he has done is just a foolish thing. Hakuna vile anaweza patia people's president at a demand. It can't work. Another thing is that the Zakayo has lost semi-focused. Ana anything good yenye anaweza patia wa Kenya. He doesn't know how to run a government. He doesn't have any clue. If we had already moved on, imagine when elections, when Chebukati announced him like the president, people had already moved on. We had decided now, wacha tumpatie time. But what did he came to do? Anaanza kutukumbusha, no, we want to kill Chebukati. No, these people wanted. So now, when you know that we have come from a hurtful election, what do? You try to be in a nice person, because you know other people doesn't love you, or that other people are saying that you never won in a good maybe the election was not free. So what do? You try to comfort those people who are in pain. But he came, instead of comforting us, he decided now to show for us that he is the one who have won. And now we have decided now that we want to show him that despite of moving on, will not move on, but is him who will move out from that state house. And people are very serious. In fact, there are some people here in Mombasa, they were UDA supporters, but now when you meet someone, when you tell him about UDAs, hey, actually inakuwa ni vita. Mtu anakuambia UDA ametusaidia na nini? They doesn't want even to hear about UDA. So it's high time this guy should just pack out and leave. If he's really like he's saying he's a saved person, surely kama umeokoka, what do they normally do? If you feel that watu wanipendi, you just say Mungu, acha mimi niwachie hii kitu then we go to another election, or so anasema mimi ni liba, wacha huyu akae. You just leave it because unajifanya you are saint, but because of him he's not a saint, hajaokoka, ni ile kujipambaza. Yani ni kama anavaa ngozi ya kondoo, anajifanya mwokovu na kumbe hakuna kitu. So sometimes it's become so painful, like mimi hata in fact now Bernard natafuta TV ambao nikiona tu Ruto akiongea ina switch off. If you can get a TV like that, at least inform me, I'll buy that TV, because siwezi taka kuona news ati Ruto anaongea. Sometimes una feel like utasikia uchungu, hakuna kitu atasema. At least Moi or Kibaki alikuwa anaongea, saa zingine hata unaweza ametukana mtu, mavi ya kuku, vitu yani sometimes mpaka mtu anasahau kama ulikuwa umemkasirikia, unasema let us move on, na mtu anafanya kazi. So Bernard, mimi we are here to fight and we will not give up until this guy goes home. Only those things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maurice, for that. It's good. Let's keep the focus. Kuna hauko peke yako, kuna watu wanatafuta hiyo gadget. Inaonekana itabidi watu warudi kwa workshop mfanye invention. Kuna wale watu wanatafuta ile gadget ile sensitive kwa sauti ya Ruto. Ikianza TV nazima, akimaliza ina auto start. So ni kama watu wa Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology. You have an opportunity for an invention here. Come up with an app that you install on your TV that it's very sensitive to the face, the voice, the appearance of one William Ruto. All the same, tusonge mbele tafadhali, hakikisha wewe una subscribe, usitazame peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu tu. Hiyo namba nataka ipande juu ifike 500, ipite hivyo ikicross tafadhali. Thank you. Let's move on. Mr. Guru, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Raila gave a very powerful address in Nigeria. And this is exactly what should happen, because particularly African countries have come a long way since the Cold War. And they have been building their democratic structures and processes. However, there have been challenges along the way. Outright rigging that has robbed people of the opportunity to put in leadership the people that they want, or the leadership that they deserve. The latest challenge has to do with technology. And it challenged the African countries to relook at the issue of technology as far as elections in Africa are concerned. And you wonder that what happened in Kenya will trigger similar mock elections across the continent. Because I don't know, for some reason, Kenya seems to always read in some things. And I'll not be surprised today that there are Kenyans who would go to give some knowledge to some of our neighbors on how to steal elections. It is even more worrying when African countries and African elite conspire with the so-called IT companies that offer us services to actually circumvent the will of the people. Therefore, I think Raila is very much awake to the fact that the African continent needs to talk in one voice. And he wants Kenya to be the breeze trader in this process of making sure we do away with stolen elections in the continent. That is very intelligent move, and there is no way, if we have an AU that is responsive, can overlook what Baba said in Nigeria. Because already there are countries that have held elections and the outcomes have been quite contentious in nature. But now clear what happens, that there are companies that are willing to give us services, but what they conspire with the sections of our political elite is against the people that are meant to elect people of their choice. So therefore, I think Baba is on the right trajectory, and I do not think that his move is in futility. Coming home, I think we have seen a regime that wants to hold on to power through propaganda. This is a government that came into power through a lot of propaganda and mischief in the ballot stations. And therefore, they think they can use the same methods to maintain themselves in power. But things are turning out very bad for them. You know, when you go out there and start accusing Uhuru Kenyatta, and by extension Gideon Moi, of not paying taxes, that provision was passed in Parliament, and I understand the current president was part of the Parliament that reviewed that provision that had been put in 1969 or thereabouts, and therefore he cannot escape responsibility for that kind of thing, and therefore making it a big political debate is actually dishonest move. If he thinks that it is time to repeal that section of the law, he doesn't need to make it politics. He just needs to talk with his MPs, then go and repeal, and then the new law kicks in. I was very impressed by what the former president said, because he knows it is just hogwash. It's just mere talk. Kwamba hiyo ni mdomo. I think it is true, because even if that law were to change today, there is no way it can be implemented retrospectively. That is backwards. It will start working at the point of repeal. And in any case, Uhuru Kenyatta is not mentioned in that provision. It is his father and the late Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi who are mentioned. Therefore, I do not see where this is coming from, except being just propaganda. Then again, it is very clear that this could be a hidden, machination to force sale of land from the two families. Because if there is land that they are holding that is not in use, they may find it extremely expensive, perhaps to keep it that way. So it is a shrewd political maneuver to get a piece of that land by a certain clique of political elite. But what does this all mean for our country? Bernard, it is very scary, because what is happening is that what we would call conducive environment for investment is not what we are seeing in Kenya. In fact, I dare say we are facing a bleak future if this is the manner in which we are going to approach matters in the country, where politics seem to play a greater role in determining how you are going to be treated as an investor or as an owner of properties in Kenya. You are aware that the government intends to go and privatize many parastatals without scrutiny from the parliament. That is very scary. Even Moi was much wiser than that, because when Moi was pushed to privatize parastatals, he was shrewd enough to delay the process until Kenyans had money in the pocket to buy in the shares. And that's why you saw after some time, when the economy picked up during Kibaki time, several shares of government-owned bodies were offloaded at Nairobi Stock Exchange. But right now, I doubt how many Kenyans will go to the stock market in this depressed economy. It could only mean several things. One, that a few political elite will move in there and own those parastatals as private enterprises in conspiracy with their foreign masters and friends, which in itself is like robbing Kenyans of what they have built over the years, because those parastatals have been built through the sweat of the tax money coming from Kenyans. And therefore, you can imagine a body like a new KCC. It is a sweat of farmers that put up the facilities that are cut across this country. So therefore, to just dispose it off, perhaps to a private enterprise, is actually the height of arrogance and disrespect for the so-called the common man or the farmer. So Kenyans must brace for themselves for a very hard future, especially because the actions of the government does not inspire confidence in investment for the local and foreign investors. And therefore, even those who voted for this government They are the ones who should demand more. Already, the Hustler Fund has failed. And the sign is that the government no longer provides statistics on what is happening. Number two, as I mentioned, some people, I think it was in Kiambu, they have said they do not want fertilizer. What they want is water. Bernard, I come from a very rich county in terms of agriculture. Today, I talked to one of my village mates in other parts far away from where I come from, but within the same county. And he told me this is the third straight season when food has dried midstream. So you can see the challenges that are there. But this government seems to only think that the solution to agriculture is only fertilizer. A very warped kind of thinking. Wacha nisimamie hapo for now, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Guru, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako mazuri. Your observation is very keen and deep. I believe Kenyans are drawing much from that understanding, and we want everybody to be on the lookout. William Ruto administration, to me, is a joke. They have no idea what they want. I think they are looking for relevance, and that's what is driving them into unnecessary legislations and trying to repeal laws that have been there. They have been part and parcel for the formation of those laws, because those laws were not done in the private room of President Jomo Kenyatta and President Moi. Kwangu mimi ni kulemewa, wamelemewa. Sa wanajaribu kubadilisha sympathy, kwa sababu watu wanaona watu wa UDA ndio wengi katika rally za Azimio. Kama mna habari, sasa wanaona vile watu wa UDA wameenda Azimio, wanajaribu kutafuta uhasama ule ambao walitumia kuiba kura Mount Kenya, kusema kwamba hakuna mtu Mount Kenya anafuatana na Uhuru Kenyatta. So wanajaribu kuleta ile uhasama wa dynasty versus hustlers, so that at least when kukiharibika vile Raila amewalemea, watakuwa na watu wa kuwatetea. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba hakuna mtu mwenye akili timamu atakwenda kutetea serikali kama hii ambayo imechagua kugandamiza wananchi huku ikijilinda kutumia hao wananchi. Kwangu mimi, William Ruto amepoteza kwa mbali sana, na ubaya ni kwamba ama hana lolote anaweza kufanya saa hii ambalo linaweza kubadilisha mioyo na nia ya Wakenya. Hata saa hii akisema saa afungue mfereji ya maziwa ingize kwa kila nyumba, na mfereji ya maji ingie kwa kila nyumba, na unga ingie kwa kila nyumba ya bure, there is nothing he can do right now that can change the Kenyans' mind about him. He exposed himself too early. It is everything we said he will do, he has confirmed it. Every fear Kenyans had about him, he has confirmed it. And so right now, there are very few Kenyans that will turn their hearts towards one William Ruto. And secondly, history ya Waluya kutimuliwa Eldoret. Okay? There's a post I talked about here. It was posted by the president himself. Okay? That the IBC whistleblower, the results he's giving are laughable. Then he said, it's because that Raila Odinga led in the result in Uasin Gishu County. Okay? So he was laughing and saying, how is it possible that Raila Odinga can lead in Uasin Gishu County? If you remember that discussion we had here na ile jamaa alikuwa mlevi. Okay? And then after that is when now this maneno ikaanza nini kutokea ati Waluya watimuliwe. In my opinion, that dossier stuff needs to be taken serious. Sio watu wengi walipigia kura William Ruto. Kura nyingi za William Ruto ni za kumanufacture Chebukati na timu yake. Majority of the Kenyans voted for the safe and secure ticket of Raila Odinga and Martha Karua because they knew these are level-headed people, mature, they are not looking for anything, they will take care of the resources of the country. Most of the mature people, and especially the women voters in Rift Valley especially, must, in my opinion, have voted more for Martha Karua than William Ruto. And to save face and escape the embarrassment is when now they got into full speed of rigging to the extent that they rigged to a level whereby their rigging could not be hidden anymore. And if now it is boiling down to now beginning to profile communities and, kicking out communities from certain places, then the days of this William Ruto are numbered. And like I already said, I don't think there is anything he can do that can make any difference. So he will just start packing and going, because whether Uhuru Kenyatta pays taxes or the Kenyatta family pays taxes, that's immaterial. Kenyans don't want you to tell them how you are collecting taxes. Kenyans want you to show them how you are deploying those taxes to make their life better. Sisi hatuwezi kupatia mamlaka ya wewe kwenda kulinda rasilimali, and then unakwenda huko ni kutupigia kelele kila siku kusema fulani alipangi taxes, fulani alipangi taxes. Hizo pesa Gachagua, Daniel alizungumza kuhusu Gachagua, hizo pesa Gachagua amerudishwa. Mnakumbuka story ya wheelbarrow ya 100,000 Bungoma County? Those are the proceedings from that deal. Lusaka with a wheelbarrow that was costing 100,000 shillings each. The supplier was Gachagua.
Bernard.
Wacha nicheze hii video.
Bernard.
Nicheze video. Mbili mbio alafu utakuja. Samahani. Two quick videos.
Huu mtu anaitwa Chebukati. Mimi ni Mbukusu. Chebukati wewe, tunakuombea kifo. Ukufe sana. Wabukusu tuko wengi zaidi ya milioni 2. Kufa uondoe hii jamu yenye kombele. Wewe umetuletea sisi wa Kenya shida. Siwezi kutetea kama mtu ati unatoka ati wewe ni Mluya, mimi ni kutetea siwezi. Unaambia Raila akuje utamstaki wapi? Koti gani? Peleka Raila kotini, sisi tukuje hapo kotini. Chebukati kile ulifanya unajua. Na huyu mtu wa Venezuela yako huyu anakudanganya. Utakufa peke yako. Yeye atakufa. Hata kivura miguu atabaki hapa Kenya. Lakini wewe utakufa. Huyu Chebukati, mimi nataka kuambia wewe Chebukati kutoka Trans Nzoia County. Wewe si Bukuri Mnandi. Mimi ama kama ni ulikuja na mama kwa mgongo. Ulizaliwa kwa mgongo, ulikuja na mama kwa Bukusu. Wewe si Bukusu. Bukusu original afanyagi bili. Wewe unadanganya, wetangu na kudanganya, unaenda kuiba kura, unaharibu Kenya, unahangaisha wa Kenya. Sasa tuko shida. Chebukati wewe tunaomba ukufe. Tunaomba ukufe. Tukisikia kwa hospitali ufuate huyu mama Koome huyu, tutapiga makofi. Tukisikia umeenda hospitali, tutapiga makofi. Maza Koome akikufa wewe ufuate. Tuoseme tulipiga kura. Kibwitu hayuko. Aisha kaanza ndio wheelchair. Wewe sasa utafuata hapo. Chebukati wewe, anaambia Raila unampea siku 7. Hata Ruto ajapea Raila siku 7 ku apologize. Wewe ni nani? Wewe ni nani hapa Kenya? Hatukutambui, hatukujui. Vile mwenzako alisema uko barabara ni mwanaume. Utatuambia vitu, utatuambia ati tunapatia Raila siku 7 ajibu. Peleka Raila kotini. Mama mwenyewe unapelekea ni mgonjwa kwa hospitali, utapelekea kotini gani? Kotini gani? Peleka Mchelule. Mumeoa pamoja na wewe na Wetangula na Mchelule mumeoa pamoja. Peleka Mchelule. Chebukati wewe Chebukati. Wewe si mbukuzu wewe. Wewe na shuku wewe. Mtu tuazoea kuna wanandi. Wewe ni mnandi, wewe si bukuzu original. Tusumbua sana. 7 atanja oji roba. Kumbe wewe ndio ulikuwa na shida. Wewe ndio sumu ya Kenya. Chebukati, ile maombi tunaomba. Chebukati kufa. Ukikufa hata kama sina unga, nitapata hiyo siku unga na nitapata nyama nikule. Chebukati akikufa mimi sijawana pukusu mjinga kama Chebukati. Chebukati. Chebukati naomba Mungu, unasikia maombi ya wakenya wa Kenya tumelia. Chebukati aende akufe.
You gave at the Ministry of Education. And let me say here without fear of contradiction, because we live in a country where people are so dishonest, they love lies, they behave as if there was nothing happening yesterday, they are lecturing us about things they think they are new. If Professor Magoha had not served as the Minister of Education, Your Excellency, your plan for NEMIS, the National Education Information Management System, would not have worked. And let nobody take credit for this. This was President Kenyatta's plan together with the World Bank, and that's how we got to where we are, the Director and the Minister of Education. Your plan on expansion of school infrastructure through 20,000 classrooms would never have worked. Your reform of the school bursary system would never have worked. The school desks program, I remember when you demanded of us that we move money to the villages and get us in every village and have the desks done in the villages. Then you told Professor Magoha and myself, you don't want a story, you want results. And we sat, at some point, even some of our senior officers were trying to be a little bit
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate all of you. Please, let's keep inviting each other. And I see somebody appreciating for being introduced to this. Please don't just watch and be a traditional watcher of Mtembei TV. Let us be ambassadors. Extend the word around. What we are sharing here is very important, and we need as many Kenyans to join into the discourse. Being reminded about our standing orders. And please, let's go back to our standing orders. Ili tusiende sana, okay? Ukiwa na point 10, shiriki point 3, okay? Weka zingine 3. Raundi ya pili, ongeza 3. Then tutamaliza. Lakini ukichukua a half a minute, a half an hour kumaliza point zote 10, sisi ambao tumengoja tutaanza sasa kulala. Okay? Tusiharibu debate tafadhali. Naomba hivyo. Yes, msimamo unasemaje?
Na hii yako ya bukusu wewe umetupangia nini? Tuvunje mbavu hapa. Hiyo yako kali hilo tu. Wenzangu ni wapishi, lakini hiyo ya bukusu hiyo. Acha tu. Endelea. Mwingine endelea. Hata amekuja amebebwa kwa nyasi ama amekuja na migongo. Haya bwana, asante kwa kutoa huo uondo.
Bernard.
Thank you for reminding us, Bernard, the standing orders. Thank you for reminding. When we speak 20 minutes, tunaboeka bwana.
Pole, wewe
Tafadhali tuchunge sana
unapaswa kurudishwa class. How long do you listen to the lecture? All the same, but let's do that. Let's do that to keep the show lively by us having
Guru
exchange
spoke
instead
for
of us
22
having one
minutes.
lecture.
Guru spoke for 22 minutes. Sasa
Thank you.
mwingine akihivi 1 hour, hiyo ni 1 hour inaisha. Sisi wote kuna mtu ataongea hapa for 3 hours. Utafanya watu watoroke show.
Okay, sawa. Thank you for the reminder and thank you for keeping time. Please let's go back to our standing orders na to endelee mbio. Public participation mbio.
I wanted to add to what Guru was saying about the issue of fertilizer. Okay, you see, the thing is, let's just face the facts. I think it's high time we face facts. These guys, they are not doing fertilizer so that they can be able to add any value. These are conduits. The same way, what's it called, Hustler Fund is a conduit. Everything which these guys do is a conduit for them to loot, for them to make money. You know, it's not that you wanakupea fertilizer kwa sababu ati wanataka mahindi kuwe mzuri ama they want to bring, nothing. Everything they are doing is just a proxy ya kuiba. So the reason why you can be having a season whereby 3 seasons, 5 seasons have failed, but instead of thinking about dams or thinking about how they can get water to the area, what they are thinking is just fertilizer. And that's the song which we have been being sung for tangu when this government entered. What we need is fertilizer. What we need sasa, utapeleka fertilizer mpaka Garissa ama upeleke Machakos pale hakuna mvua, hakuna maji. So these guys, they have no mpango in terms of, ukiona yote yenye wamekuja nayo ni njia tu ya wizi. Let's put it that way. And fertilizer is a very lucrative business. So mtaona hata watu wa Garissa North Eastern wanaweza anza kupelekewa fertilizer. Hapo ndio tumefika. Thank you.
I think they got an oversupply of free fertilizer. They are looking for how to offset it, and that's why I'm even questionable. I'm questioning the quality of that fertilizer. Ukiona mtu anakulazimisha kununua kitu, kuna kuwa na hawa hawkers ambao wanakuja wanakuambia hii charger ni pesa ngapi? Anakuambia 800, okay? Alafu unamwambia 200, anamwambia leta. Ukijiona tu ameruka kutoka 800 anakubali 200, unanua mkebe. Unanua matope. So that is how William Ruto and his administration are doing. Hii fertilizer ya kulazimisha kila mtu haina chochote ndani. Inaweza kuwa itakausha mahindi ili kusikue na mavuno ya mahindi, ndio ile mahindi ya Kongo ikuje. It is a scheme. And I don't know everything, but I suspect everything from Kenya Kwanza. Sioni kitu kizuri kitoka kwa Kenya Kwanza. Watu wabaya hawezi toa. Biblia inasema mti mbaya hawezi kutoa matunda mazuri. Mti mbaya hawezi kutoa matunda mazuri. Si hata hutaki, hawezi. Hata ukilazimisha hawezi kutoa matunda mazuri. Kisima cha kibaya hakiwezi kutoa maji masafi. So expecting anything good from Kenya Kwanza, it is, I think, looking on the other side. Let us just process on how to help this country. No program for agriculture, no program for salvaging the food situation in the country. Kenya Kwanza are just jokers. They're clowns. They are out to do nothing for this country. And that's why they are busy looking for how to collect taxes. And I think from Kibra, we're going to have now an ultimatum, no paying of taxes at all, whether legal or illegal. Ili hao watu waondoke, kwa sababu hakuna haja wewe kutoa hela kuweka kwa mkono wa ile mtu anaenda kuitumia kivyake badala ya kujenga taifa. Tumsikilize Roda, alafu Kenya Would Love amekuja. Roda kwanza.
Nyinyi wote kwa hewa, sitamtaja majina, mnanijua hapa, mimi nakwanga hapa kila siku, lakini leo nimekuja late. Nilikuwa nataka kusikia watu at least nipate point. Hiyo point nimepata, nisome kama Guru ameongea point nzuri, musima, yani everybody here, sisi tunakuanga, I think we listen together na we have one voice. Unajua mimi, first of all, I'm against church, kanisa la Kenya. Wewe ukiwa hapa usio unaenda makanisa za huko. Kenyan church are the one have been I'm blaming Kenya. Kwa sababu kanisa leaders ndio wanalete leaders together. Wanajua William Ruto tabia zake, wanamjua ni mbaya. Kwa nini hawagilete Uhuru, Raila wote pamoja? Kama unaona kama Tutu South Africa, he was a reverend from Anglican. He was bringing, you remember I remember he win even able priest because he was bringing people together. You remember, like me, I like to bring people together. I remember when they started the war in Ukraine, I want to go to see the Putin, praise Putin, to bring them together, Ukraine and Putin, because they have a conflict. Because I was very, very sad. Nikiona video, Russia, they are dying because they are using Iran weapon, and Iran weapon is very dangerous. Nobody have that whole world. Iran weapon can kill thousands of people. Mimi niko nasema, I wish I can get opportunity niongee na Putin pahali pazuri, kwa sababu mimi ni Mkristo, ndete kwake lini hiyo giza akona, kwa sababu I could feel him. Can you imagine you are roasting like 1,000 military and young men? One time I was crying because it's a racket. The flight was coming up, it was falling down. I was crying and I don't know them. Lakini I was feeling, I wish I can get opportunity niende niongee na yeye. I could feel his soul. Sasa mimi nashindwaje? Hii kanisa za Kenya, makanisa ni mingi sana. Hawawezi ongea na hao leaders, waongee na Raila, waongee na Ruto, waongee na Uhuru. Wasikilizane kama vile na 2007 tulikuwa na war na conflict Kalenjin and Kikuyu, because Ruto he said openly, the problem we have is Kalenjin and Kikuyu, and now we see what is doing right now. We are seeing through color. Sasa kanisa ndio walikuwa, lakini ukiona kanisa la Kenya kama mtu mwingine namwona anajitanga yeye anataka kukosa kanisa yake. Sasa mimi nikikuwa president wa Kenya, mimi naweza funga hizo makanisa. Mimi ni Mkristo, mimi nikiwa president wa Kenya, mimi nafunga hizo makanisa zote. Wao wanakuga nadanganyana watu ni prophet. Kama mwingine anaitwa Evangel Teresia wa elimu, alikuwa ameolewa na Mswidi huku mimi niko, akasema Mungu alimuita aze kanisa. Huyo Evangel Teresia wa elimu anakuwa anadanganyana ni prophet, na anapenda pahali pako na pesa kwa sababu ya pesa. Sasa yeye anapenda Ruto kwa sababu pesa, he can travel in London nini. Anakuwa anadanganyana huyo mama prophet, anadanganyana kila siku atikia kutakuwa na he is a liar. Kenyatta akiwa president alikuwa anafanya hiyo, anakuwa na pray that part. Mimi I was believing that woman. I used to go her crusade in Hurfa with my late dad. When I was young, if he really loved Kenya, if he's a really woman of God and you are prophet, why can you bring this leader together and stop this kind of nonsense? You know how I get hurt? They are bringing the Kenyatta family in the TV, talking somebody who died. Ruto, if you go and talk with the Kenyatta, go in his grave. I don't know whether Kenyatta grave is still in the parliament. Go and talk with him. Why he came Ruto, even he feel bitterness. Why Kenyatta he came
Okay. Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, Rhoda. You made your point. Thank you so much. And please, let's avoid dragging people into the conversation who cannot come here to defend themselves. I understand your passion and your pain and disappointment, but let's also keep the decorum. I am a church minister, and the church has a stake in this country. There are just a few misguided church people who are given television attention, and they are known for evil. But I believe the majority of the church is very genuine, and there are people who are seeking God for right reasons, only that they are not given media coverage. The few who are tumbocrats, who are doing commercial, okay, praying for payment and things like that, hao ndio wanaonekana, na shida iko hapo kwa sababu wewe ulienda ukalipwa ukatabiri kwamba Ruto atakuwa rais, ukamaliza kutabiri, okay, na ushakula hela. Sasa urudi useme Mungu amebadilisha nia na hela ushakula, itakuwaje? Khalwale alishasema Ole Sapit alipewa 8 million. Simio mimi ni Khalwale. Khalwale anatoka Kakamega County, hata mimi nilisikilia kwa Khalwale. Akasema kama pesa ya wanasiasa ni chafu, Ole Sapit arudishe ile 8 million alipewa na Mheshimiwa Ruto. So kuna wachungaji ama church ministers who are paid to pray and support evil. Those are the ones we condemn. But we still have got a church in Kenya, and they will play their role to the degree of their capability. But as at now, for order, we don't want that sitting on the bench and reconciliation of the church. So nakumbuka vile walifanya maneno ya IBC when we were doing what? There was a standoff between 2017. The church people are going to State House, come to Capitol Hill, from Capitol Hill to State House, and then wakafanya hiyo sarakasi. Baadaye, when the elections were rigged, they still supported the rigging. So we should just trust God for better things ahead. Naomba hivi ili kuokoa muda tusiende sana kwa kuchambua masuala hayo, lakini we keep the focus. To keep the focus ni hii serikali mpaka itimuliwe, na hii serikali kutimiliwa inahitaji Wakenya wakasirike. Wakenya kukasirika inamaanisha wapewe information waelewe. Hata ningependa tutakuwa na kipindi ambacho tutazungumzia rais wa Kenya anapatikanaje na majukumu yake ni yepi, kwa sababu William Ruto amechanganya kila mtu kwa sababu ukienda kwa lands yuko huko, ukienda kwa communication yuko huko, ukienda kwa women affairs yuko huko, kwa education he is there. So what is the role of the president in this country? Where can he be? And he's doing this deliberately because it helps him do what? Not get caught or held accountable. Yes, Mr. Guru.
I think I think it is important this forum to know that Ruto is a good student of Moi. Moi was everywhere. You would jump from one corner of the country to another, from one function to another. You would go to Kitui today, tomorrow is in Bomet, the other day is in Wajir, the other day is in uko kwa Kinamudune, just to show that he's working. But what did he leave us? He left a shell of a country. So I think this is a man obsessed with show off, trying to show that he's doing something. But in reality, there is nothing that is moving. If you look at the management of Kibaki just sat in the office and delegated duties. He knew who was constructing which road. He knew which agricultural program was being put in place. He knew what food program was being initiated. So this is a man who is taking us back to the 1980s and 90s. And this is something that Kenyans, especially the young ones, do not know. And then a lot of politics and propaganda. Oh, these people want to destroy the government. That time we used to hear of their money has been poured to destroy the government. Oh, Bernard wants to overthrow the government. And Bernard even has only 2 cows in his homestead. Hata wakati mmoja Kibaki akauliza, there was a man called Wangamati. I think the guy was just a popular rural person. Kibaki akauliza, how can a government be overthrown by somebody wearing slippers in a village? So I mean, we are dealing with a psychopath, somebody who I do not know his mindset, but I can see a student of Moi. He thinks he can control Kenyans by heavy propaganda. Oh, Uhuru is not paying taxes, or the Kenyatta family is not paying taxes, and the Moi family is not paying taxes. So what do we do as common people? What should we do? Mudune, wewe utafanya nini? If Uhuru is not paying taxes, the government has the power to go for Uhuru. The government has power to go for Gideon if they are not paying taxes, or even those families. Now telling us, how does it help us? Itatusaidia na nini? So it is politics, 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 propaganda, and trying to confuse people and creating enemies where there are none, so that to manage the minds of the people. But there is one thing I think Ruto does not understand. That time, there were no many channels of communication or even cross-checking information. But today, the kind of infrastructure we have for cross-checking information is so much that even people know when he is cheating. Wanajua wakati anafanya kitu inaitwa propaganda. So the only thing he is doing is following the script, but he does not know that the route map has changed. So he is likely to end up deep in the bush. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, asante. A very good reminder and articulation of the Moi script that Ruto is acting. I think is trying to do what is past in the present. All the same, tumsikilize Mr. Gutu, and then we can take the other round. George Ogutu, how are you?
Right. Hi, are you getting me?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the chance. I'll just make some two line out because I'm preparing to go to work. One, the issue of taxation is laughable. Those who are talking loud on them are getting duty-free cars. Are you aware of that? These guys go to Mombasa, talk about Uhuru's family not being taxed. They get sitting allowances. Have you ever heard of those sitting allowances being taxed? It will never be taxed. They enjoy so many benefits. So when somebody comes to put on us very funny things that their families were not paying, then, and we know very well, most of these goods passing through Mombasa, going to Uganda, and they come back and never taxed. That's one thing they should be told. Nobody should make noise about paying taxes. Those who pay taxes are the small people like us who are on paychecks. The rest of these guys, I really get annoyed when somebody wants to tell me that when I'm sending money, I've suffered working 24/7, I send money to my family, then somebody tells me they will have to be taxed again. But when I send the money at the rate now, $1 is like $130 there, but when I send at 125. That means in between here, somebody is taking 5 shillings in between per $1. And we have millions of us sending money. I mean, it's ridiculous. Two, I just want to get some of these things very clear for you. When we talk about fertilizer, the fertilizer which was being sold was given free by Russia, having been stolen from Ukraine. That's something which should be very clear. And for one, they were repackaged, and we know that because we took things from facts. We have our neighbors here who volunteered to go to Ukraine to fight. We have veterans here who give us information. I'm staying in New York. We know these things. Finally, the other thing here, again, these guys are not strategic and they're not taking the truth. I know some of you are aware that between the southern Sudan, that basin up to Nandapa has the largest water mass in the all of sub-Sahara, the largest, which could feed people after 500 years. They have rigs. Kenya have rigs which can drill that water, and it's there just lying. One in diversion, one in where this your thermal thing. They could drill water and make water. That area of where people are now dying. It has been proved that it's fertile and it's virgin, can produce a lot of food. But nobody wants. Somebody tells you we want to send to food to relief food to game for the funeral. Oh my God! And nobody. These machines, Kenya use billions of shillings to buy these drilling machines. They're lying there. If somebody has an issue, let them come to go to my home in Ahero. I used less than $500,000 to drill a borehole, which is now my home is green. A simple person like me, and our government people are just making noise here and there. Those are simple things which can be done. Finally, I know they're scared, but it's a better thing because now that illegitimacy of theirs is being taken and taking it internationally. And that's the scary thing. He'll come back and he'll leave again. I just want to make those points so that people have the information that we should not talk about drought. We have a big water mass. From part of South Sudan down, I've worked in that because I used to work with NGOs. I was involved during when they were doing survey. We were using our land cruiser when they were doing surveys for the largest water mass in sub-Sahara. We have water. And it's not as deep as those steam balls. It's not. But nobody wants to care about that. So please, let's have this information. And whoever argues that Northeastern cannot be irrigated is wrong. We don't have to wait for rain. We don't have to wait for anything. Somebody else need to. We don't need to. We are not hiring drills. The drills are there. The rigs are there. The government used. Kibaki used a lot of money to buy those rigs. They're lying there. That's the only thing I want to give. I mean, because I'm preparing to work, I just wanted to get that clear to you and exactly what we know. And those fertilizers that they're talking about are expired. Ukraine, Russia make fertilizers which last 1 year. It's over 1 year.
Thank you,
so let's
thank you, Mr. Gutu, for that information. We seem to be dealing with the masters of twisting what is right or what is wrong to look right. And I think their foresight is create a crisis and then take advantage of the crisis. We have been in that cycle for as long as we've been in existence as a nation. And the earlier we begin to walk away from it, the better. We just need a government that can work for the good of the country and not all these political schemings of trying to get something out of everything. What happened to people being patriotic and having a sense of responsibility that I'm in office and I'm carrying with me 55 million people? These 55 million people will need to eat, will need healthcare, will need education, and so I cannot play with my responsibility in office. Why can't we just embrace that and hit the road and do the necessary? There's a video I want to play right now, something that the current president of Zimbabwe gave in the concluded conference, which to me, it was very touching and very moving. For the first time, I felt we have at least one African president who knows what he's doing. The suckers we are being treated to in this country by Kenya Kwanza. Let's watch this video and then from there, you will judge for yourself. And thank you for those who are joining from wherever you're joining. Please, let's keep inviting each other. It is important that you get as many people to watch as possible so that they can learn what they must learn in order for them to be on the cutting edge as far as our politics are concerned. I want us to watch this keenly, please, and just we pick him and then we'll discuss further. I want you to compare for me this and the narratives that have been pushed by Kenya Kwanza since they assumed office. It's a brief video, but quite lengthy. It's about, I think, 9 minutes or so. But I want you to listen to his articulation of issues and how he has solved the Zimbabwe issues. Just look at it, especially on food security.
Very much. In Zimbabwe, we have adopted basic philosophy, which is village philosophy. One, we say a country must be ruled by the people of that country. Two, a country must be developed by the people of that country. Three, a country must eat what it kills. That is village wisdom. Now, in Zimbabwe, we have problems of food insecurity, and we said, how much food do we want per year to feed our country? We know we need about 2 million metric tons of grain. So we say, because there is climate change, how many hectares of land can we put under irrigation to produce the 2 million plus metric tons to feed the nation? And we determine how much yield does a hectare have. Once you've done that, you now know how many hectares you must put under irrigation to achieve the amount of grain you want to feed your nation in spite of climate change. That we have done, and we are now food secure. Secondly, we have been importing our wheat from Ukraine, our fertilizer from Russia. Now that side is problematic. So we decided to say we need about 240,000 metric tons of wheat. So how many hectares do we want under irrigation to grow wheat? And we calculated and put that number of hectares under wheat. We are now wheat sufficient. And we believe that next season we should be able to export wheat. We got the fertilizer which we're getting from Russia. We decided to find out what makes fertilizer. We discovered that because of the colonial mentality, we thought fertilizer was produced elsewhere. We have the materials in the country, and 3-4 months ago we've begun producing our own fertilizer. Fourth, it is necessary that we harvest water. So
that is a president who can get my vote even before I remove my ID, because he's going for a permanent solution for a perpetual problem. If that person was talking about Kenya, I will remove what they are calling tenure for presidential tenure. I will remove it, because we need to deal with every sector permanently. But here, we believe in problems. If there are no problems, we should create them. If they are not within, we import them and bring them. That is what I want settled in this country. The caricature of a government should be replaced by serious government that can provide solutions like these ones. Okay, so I want a response on that quickly in half a minute as we proceed. Mr. Guru, unasemaje?
I haven't. Guru, you have talked before me. I haven't spoken for 2 hours.
Kidogo tu, kidogo nilikuwa nishampatia. Achukue 30 seconds then you come to you.
Okay.
I'm not saying for a wrong time, Wood County. I don't know why you have changed your name, but it's okay. Alex, we respect you very much on this forum and we want you to stay here. What I want to say is what Bernard has said. You create problems where there are none to manage the minds of the people. Why should you bombard people with issues that are not the true reality of what is happening just to manage them? That is a very dishonest leadership. In fact, Kibaki never did that. Uhuru never did that. So it is for Kenyans to know that we are dealing with a different animal. We actually have gone back to Nyayo era, where we were always told there are people hovering in the horizon who want to, do bad things on the government, and yet there were no such things. Okay, so therefore, I agree with Bernard that there are people creating things that are not there, and it is for us in this forum to alert Kenyans that there are no such things. Let them demand for cheaper unga. Let them demand for cheaper fees for their children. Let them demand for roads. Let them demand for water. And all that makes life
Mr. Guru.
good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would County quickly?
Yeah, there is a contradiction for me in that I know he was articulate. I know he's very progressive. I know his capability, but he's among the people who stole election. That young man from Zimbabwe, the opposition leader, that Zangarai left for the party, is the one who won the election. And so he's speaking well, but he's performing. But that's what you see Raila was saying in Abuja. We need to counter this electoral malpractice. Well, I like the basic philosophy that he has told us, the 7 of them. And I want you to resend me that video. I want to listen to it because I liked it. And I will follow up with my friends from Zimbabwe to know, is he really actualizing it or is just talking? The other thing I was saying, when the previous government went to eulogize Makoha, I was pained, Bernard, because the way Matiang'i spoke, the way Kalonzo spoke, the way all of them they spoke, you could see these people know what they are doing. And the way they were working in the government, you should put nani akwambie ile ya Matiang'i, sijui kama tuko nayo Mutembei, how Matiang'i was explaining on how they stopped exam cheating and how he became very vigilant, because it made me just look at the current crop of leaders as imbeciles, people who really do not understand what they are doing. So those are my few remarks.
Okay, thank you so much, and I appreciate that. For the president of Zimbabwe, how he got into office, I don't have much details, but of course, this is Africa. Although we are working towards that, and I believe Baba has been kept alive for such a time as this, we will get rid of this monster of rigging elections. We need to have leaders who have mandate from the people, not to get mandate from IEBC and Chepkati. Okay, asante sana, unless otherwise to nani Fabrizio ametoweka. Msimama na kupatia nusu dakika, niko na watu wapi hapa ambao hawajasema chochote.
Asante ndugu kwa huo muda wenye umenipa, na pia kwangu naona ni mwingi sana, maana huwa ni mchache sana maneno. Kwanza huyu rais, kama hakika haya ndio mambo anayozungumzia ndio anafanya, ni jambo la kujivunia, kwa sababu huku ndiko kukomesha matatizo, na namuunga mkono kabisa. Kama kweli akawa Zimbabwe wanafanywa mpango huu, basi huu ni mpango mzuri kuliko ni hapa kwetu, kwamba tuliona vihoja wakulima wakilia huoma na mahindi, tuna mahindi. Sasa mpaka leo hatujajua mahindi yale yalinunuliwa ama wale wakulima walienda wapi, maana walipotea moja kwa moja. Benard, mpaka leo sijaona mtu yoyote akilizungumzia tena hilo swala kwamba usilete mahindi, tuko na mahindi. Hatukuona kwamba imenunuliwa, wala hatujamuona Cherengei tena akilia kwamba sisi tuko na ABCD. Lakini okay, tuache, ila tujifunze katika haya. Kama huko hawajayafanya, basi hapa kwetu angalau tuyafanye, yatupe manufaa. Asante ndugu yangu Benard.
Okay, thank you. I was in Zimbabwe during Mugabe's time, and the situation was bad that I was staying with a family, and we will have, everybody has to go out if we are going to get food. Not that there is money, but the food to buy, you have to queue. So tukienda supermarket, we go 6 of us. Utaenda kupanga line ya mkate, mwingine apange line ya unga, mwingine apange line ya mchele, namna hiyo. Then so that each person comes back with something, so that the family is able to eat. And if this is a program that is working, then I'm very happy that somebody is thinking right. Story ile tunazungumza kuhusu cattle rustling in West Pokot and all that, it doesn't need to release the army there. What is needed in West Pokot and Baringo and all that is development. Jenga shule, weka stima, weka barabara, let investors go there and invest. Hakuna mtu atakimbiza ng'ombe ya mtu, wanakimbiza ng'ombe ya mtu kwa kupitia kwa stima. Lakini wewe umeneglect the place. Hakuna barabara, hakuna stima, hakuna shule, na unapeleka huko polisi kuchapa watu. No. Aya. Kenya Sakae. Hiyo ni ya ya wapi mami? Karibu lakini.
Kenya Sakae is an Asian name. We have Asians in our country, and it means prosperity. And Kenya will prosper, believe me. Habari zenu wote, Bernard, Leonard, Wood County, Guru, George Ogutu, and Rhoda, my dear friends. So everybody, I see you are all fine. And also the comment section, I say hi and hello, Kenyans. I'm very delighted this day to say that we'll see the light. At the end of the tunnel, there is light. We are in the tunnel and we'll see the light. First of all, I'll say Ruto is not a Christian. He is atheist, to my own opinion, because we have seen and we know what Christians do and behave. So there's no promise that I'll get that somebody will convince me this guy is a Christian. He is a hyper-focus. Somebody might be having ADHD. And alexithymia, that is somebody who has no emotions. Ruto have no time to think how much the nation needs or to calculate how much the country needs, especially on the side of basics. His aim is just to continue with the same campaign that he had. And the campaign that was for dynasty, now he has changed to make us believe that these people have not paid taxes. How could you tell us that people have not paid taxes when you have made the whole half of parliament evade taxes? We don't understand you and we don't want explanation. We know who you are. Mutahi Ngunyi, sometimes back, he said Ruto will deliver. Now he differ with that grounds because he has seen this is not what I thought. That man or president of Zimbabwe, when he spoke about what he is doing for his country, the management, the calculation, the arrangements, the plan they have for the country. However, even if he's told or he got installed to that seat or he stole election, look at a human being. He is doing the right thing to the inhabitants. People might not complain because of what he is doing and making sure that people are not dying of hunger. People are feeling there is somebody who cares for them. Somebody is there planning and making sure that everybody is getting their equal share. I wish that is what Ruto is doing. He is not ready for that. Our country is being drawn from the country we knew to a different angle. No investor, even if it is me, I can't invest in my country because I'll be ripped off. Many people will run away, and especially those who have another country to go. How about me as Kenyan? If I don't invest, what am I having? Do I have a future in my country? This is the problem that we are facing in our own country. And the much that we are talking and digesting what he is saying, we should sit down and dissect and see how this problem can be solved. Because this man, he's causing more and more problems for our country. If all investors depart from the country, you can imagine what we'll face. Yes, we know we can do our own things, but not with the guy who is on the chair right now. Kenyans are tired of these everyday new bad news. There's nothing good coming out of them, this government. It's only that we are getting tired and tired and tired. We have got all this information that is coming from all corners, what they are trying to do. But in fact, instead of what they promised, they are making us think twice and having these hardships all days long. What are we thinking? What are we planning? What do we think we can do to make our country out of this guy's hands? Because he seems to have held us like a hyena, having held a sheep at the core. It's dangerous now. It is becoming very bad, very serious, because losing investors means that the economy is going down. And that is why you see the dollar has hiked to a maximum of history. Our Kenya needs somebody to rescue it. And the person to rescue is us, Kenyans, our voice. Raila will give the voice the way, and then we can move. If not, we are the voice, Kenyans. We are the government. We are everything that Kenya needs. and we are the one to follow up with our problems until we sort it out. So Kenyans, we have nobody there thinking about you. He is not ready. He is not even thinking about you. Look at him. Look at his face. Listen to what he says. He has nothing to do with you. And long time since then, this time round, during this time when he got the chair, people have seen he is not with us. And we have sung that song, we are by ourselves. Kenyans, let's get up. Thank you, everybody. Have a good, pleasant day.
Thank you so much, Mami. We appreciate that, and we believe that the message is getting down to the hearts and minds of Kenyans, and every Kenyan is taking responsibility. Ukienda ukanunua kiatu kwa Bata, alafu ufike nyumbani ukakivaa, kaanza kukufinya, hawezi sema kwa sababu shanunua utaendelea tukikivaa. Kama kinakufinya, utapunguza mguu ili mguu utosheke kwa kiatu. Unabadilisha. Tumeona kiatu kinaitwa Kenya Kwanza. Tumekivaa miezi hizi ngapi? 5. Kinatufinya. Wakati umefika tutafute receipt ile tulitumia kukinunua, tukarejeshe kule tulikitoa, ili tuchukue size nzuri ya kiatu ambacho kitafaa kutumia kujenga taifa. Hatuwezi vumilia kiatu kitufinye miaka 5. Hapana. Na katiba inatupatia mamlaka kama wananchi ya kuangalia masuala haya. So hakuna mahala katiba inasema lazima mtu akae kwa ofisi miaka 5. Haswa kama afanyi kazi, kila siku ni kulia, kulalama, kulaumu na kutafuta kijisababu. All that has to be brought to an end. And the only people to bring that to an end, like Mami says, is us. So nataka kila Mkenya ajihami. Maombi naambiwa hii Sunday itakuwa State House. Hata mkiombea wapi, ukweli ni kwamba mmeanguka mtihani. Na ukishaanguka mtihani, hakuna maombi unaomba mpaka certificate inabadilika. Results shaandikwa kwa certificate. Below average. Hakuna maombi inabadilisha hiyo. Uwe kurudi kwa class, ufanye mtihani tena, uone kama utapita. All the same, I would love to have everybody. Leo na Kenyan would love. I hope you are not far from here. I would want us to proceed. And then, of course, there is that new channel. Kuna channel ya Dr. Leo hapa. Subscribe. It's good. Let's all build up each other's channels. And you are not taxed for subscribing. Subscribe, turn on the notification bell. Let's support each other. Let's grow each other's channels because we need options. We need options. There are some of our channels are going to be targeted. When I started this show, some UDA hackers hacked my account and took away my channel that I had over 30,000 subscribers. Now nimerudi kwa 1,500. I'm building afresh. So please, let us have options so that siku ile Mtembei imekanyagiwa, tunakuwa na sound candid. Kama sound candid na kanyagiwa, tunakuwa na hiyo ya leo. So that hakuna siku tutakosa kufanya show, na hakuna siku tutakosa kufanya followership. So when you are on Leo TV, you are on Sound Candid on Mtembei TV, you will be able to access us. So options are necessary at this point in time. Asante sana. Thank you, everybody. And we want to encourage us to participate in everything that is happening. Sijui, Bwana Leonard, unasemaje?
Okay, let me just greet you all. Maybe the others who have come after we have gone ahead. Thank you. Maybe I can comment on the president of Zimbabwe. He talked well. Maybe we hope he will go and implement. He's implementing actually what he said there. And if he will do so, I think he will be the Kibaki of that country. Because when Kibaki took over the second term, he was installed also. And then he made a very big change to Kenyan economy until we forgot all those. So I think also for him, it is a high chance to serve those people with what he ought to do. And then also, going back to our discussion, I can bring out Ruto as somebody who is a conman, clueless, and planless. As he said, he has plan, but it is the opposite. And then also, Ruto with his, Ruto and Raila, they are doing political rallies. But Raila is coming out to tell us he is doing a political rally. It is a frank political rally. But Ruto is coming out indirectly, hiding himself in the church. He's telling us he's going for a prayer, but in real sense, it is not a prayer. It is a rally. It's a political rally inside prayer. You'll find in Ruto's rallies, the said prayer rally, the name of Raila is the most name called than even the name of the God. So you'll hear Raila more than God. And then another thing on Chebukati and Ogola, it's like I heard as another channel in YouTube. It said that Chebukati and Ogola are like two rats. They are trying to put a rope on the neck of a cat, which is impossible. So they are just trying. There are two rats which are trying to put the rope on the neck of a cat, which is impossible. So Raila, to deal with Raila in that way that Chebukati is taking is very impossible. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, mchango wako. Tunasonga mbele. Ukweli ni kwamba Kenya Kwanza wako na shida ya kupata umati, ndiposa wamekwamia kanisani, kwa sababu Jumapili mpaka watu waende kanisani. Siasa ingekuwa ile siasa kabisa, siasa kamili, mtu akijaza Jakaranda, wewe unaenda kujaza Kasarani. Hiyo ndio siasa ile ninaelewa. Ili tupimane ubabe, nani ana ushabiki ama ufuasi mwingi Nairobi. Okay? Si vile tulikuwa Jakaranda Jumapili. Hii Jumapili Kenya Kwanza ingekuwa wapi? Kasarani. Hiyo ndio siasa. Lakini hawa wanaenda kanisani, huko kuenda kanisani badala wa maabudu Mungu, anaanza kuabudu Raila na kukemea wengine, Uhuru Kenyatta na familia. These people are hypocrites who wants to mess up the name of God. And that's why they need to be named and shamed, one. And two, the church ministers who are entertaining them, they need to recover themselves. Money is not everything. Money is not everything. Na ukikubali kununuliwa na pesa, mpaka utenganishwe na Mungu wako, pesa zikiisha utarudia nani? Nani atakaye kuokoa? So let's take care. Let's take care. There was another episode of a pastor or a bishop who was being followed up by a private schooler that he should pay money used to educate a daughter because he fraudulently submitted the daughter to the school as an orphan. Okay. And so the school takes care of orphans. And so huyu bishop na mke wake wakaenda kwa collude kwamba huyu mtoto ni orphan nini. So the school does very well, and so wakachukua mtoto, she was bright, so mtoto amemaliza 4th form. Then kumaliza 4th form, kumbe fununu ilijulikana huyu mtoto ni wa huyu pastor, si pastor ana take care wake. Then they want to bring now the second child in the school. That's when the thing blew up. And the pastor is well to do, driving V8 and all that. Na bado unaenda kudanganya ati mtoto wako ni yatimu. Yani hata kama ni uovu, si unakuwa muovu kiasi tu. Kuna uovu mwingine tumekubali katika nchi mpaka tunamstua shetani mwenyewe. Tafadhali, mpaka shetani anasema hata mimi ni mbaya, lakini siwezi kuwa mbaya kiasi hiki. Let us come to a place whereby tunajirudia. It is not right. Kama unataka msaada, tusiomba msaada. Lakini uongo mwingi mingi ni ya nini? Inasaidia nani? It is good to be good and to live right. It's okay. It pays. It may be slow, but it pays. So when we become a country of cheats, bishops are cheats, presidents are cheats, governors are cheats, senators are cheats, what are we creating? What kind of future are we leaving behind? So let's all wake up and do what is required. Na tuache huu mchezo wa kuchezeana. Asante lakini. So Mr. Ogutu, yes?
See my what's happening? Okay, are you not getting me?
Yes, you're clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, there's a point I just forgot. I wanted to remind for those of us with this channel and the diaspora. I wanted to remind them, and that's the plain truth, that these taxes Ruto is talking about is actually targeting the diaspora majorly. And that's the plain truth, and that's what makes me so bitter. Somebody sincere about widening the tax base cannot stop projects. Me, I come from Ahero, between Ahero and Miwani. There's a road between Mamboleo and Chemelil, which has stalled now. That stalling has made so many bad things happening in my village. Just the other day, 2 days ago, there's a project we were trying to help. We had bought, of course, it has powered, but yet standby generator. Generator was stolen by kids from the village because they have nothing. Now, sincerely, if you talk about widening the tax base, how do you stop projects? Yesterday, we had Biden in New York opening up a tunnel which was closed during Hurricane Sunday. And this project will, the target will end in 2035. That means if you are even a wheelbarrow person in that place, you know you have been worked for how many years? Almost 15, okay? Or more than 15. You can plan and you pay. Let me take a simple thing. The basic payment in New York, labor, whether you are a watchman, whether you are a wheelbarrow, whatever you want, is $15, okay? Every week, the lowest a person can pay in taxes is $200, and median the workforce. So that means New York, from the lowest person, the wheelbarrow carrier, gets $200 per week. That's what we call wedding. And in this place, people are being paid to go to work. You are being told, we'll pay you to start working. That's how somebody can, we need projects. New York City will always come with a project every year, big one. The roads are down and up, 8 stories, up 4, down 4. The subway tunnels are being built. The electricity we use is nuclear and sub-river tunnels. These are human beings. So you can plan and do, and they collect taxes. That's how to collect, not to come and then stop that this was Uhuru's thing, this was Uhuru's thing, and then you leave people idle there. I mean, I don't know the economists who advised this guy. Now he's talking of cutting the budget. That means actually stalling some projects by $300 billion. Where is that money going to? To the church? To where? Where? If that money is put on projects, people will earn and pay taxes. As simple as that. I don't know who, I mean, help this guy in planning. I don't know if the economists were there. Then I saw the cabinet meeting. They were like people playing with the toys. You know, I look at them and say, is this a joke or what? You see, there's a lady called who I don't know Aisha what. It's like he's playing games. Walking like this. I mean, there was nothing there. That paperless. Paperless what? That was, I mean, our Kenya is just laughable. That's not something which even happens here. Even in Washington, people use papers. So you mean paperless? Paperless what? With Aisha Juma and all that bullshit. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. Paperless, we just need, I mean, whatever has been written, okay, this and that, these are the policies, and then read it and finish. Why should you go and use $1,000 to buy tablets for people who don't even know how to use it? They were given in parliament, they were defeated to use. They talk about, well, I mean, are those the kind of people? And then he has put a cabinet, which he has, I don't know, this is called what? We used to eat, when you go to the village, you used to eat this marag and chapati and mixed with everybody mixed. There's a local language use. I mean, the kiosk at the village. Beans, chapati, mboga, nini, nyama iko ndani. I mean, that's the kind of cabinet he has. You don't know what you are eating. They don't know. I'm sorry to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ogutu. I think we go back to Rhoda.
Nataka kusema Ruto ni mtu amezaliwa akona roho baya sana. Anakwanga na heart black, yani kitu dark heart. Na nasema yeye ni mimi nashidangwa ni Mungu mgani anaopanga. Kwa sababu Mungu hawezi kuambia ufanye nini. Our God is love. Hawezi kuambia ufanye nini, uko na roho ya kusamehe, uko na mapenzi ya Mungu. Kwa sababu umesha receive the love of God. Ukisha receive the love of God, you have something to give. Mimi nadhani Ruto anakuanga na ugonjwa ya kase, maybe psychopath, kwa sababu psychopath inakuanga ugonjwa ya nini, kumanipulate watu. Unaona kama hivi wana manipulate using propaganda, you know, it's kind of false. It's called psychopath. But because the way he behaves, it's not normal. To be honest, it's not normal. So, but if he want to be free, he can get help. He can be psychology, and he live the life God created him to live. Even himself, he get happy. But I don't think so. You get happy when you are treating other people bad, when you are doing what you want, using propaganda. You know, I think these, I don't know who, even I don't know whether her mother is happy. I don't know how, because even it is my mother cannot be happy when I behave like that. Because we are all Kenyans, no matter who we are all Kenyans. We will remain Kenyans. Our passport is Kenya. Unajua hata mkiwa mmetoka damu moja, our fingerprints, we are not the same, the fingerprints. Even hata mapacha, hakuna mtu nakuanga na same fingerprints. We remain Kenyans. Hata kibehave na behave, Kenya itakuwa Kenya na hakuna pahali itaenda. Kwa sababu ni Mungu aliumba Kenya na ndiye aliumba sisi tukae hapo, na aliumba Afrika. Ile nchi mtu amezaliwa ni Mungu ameweka, na hatutahama, tutakaa hapo. Hata kifanya vile nataka, fanya vile unataka, lakini Kenya itakuwa Kenya until siku ile Mungu atakuja atupeleke mbinguni sisi wote. Siku ile itafika. Kwa sababu itafika siku moja, lakini tutakaa huko na hakuna pahali tunahama. Washosho wetu walikufa na wakatuacha huko, na wengine wanazaliwa. Sasa tutakaa, hata ukifanya vile unataka, you need to be good example to us.
I'm giving advice. You need to be good example. And what is a good example? Is to make our country more great, to love our country. Lakini siku hizo nikiona mapicha kwako kwa Facebook, kwa State House, uko na wazungu kila siku. When you're not independent, you cannot. And those people who are advising, I don't need somebody telling you to do this. One time, everybody shall follow. Kila mtu ataanguka. We have had a lot of people who were very powerful dictators, and now they're not alive. Idi Amin alikufa, huyu dictator alikuwa terrorist. Anyway, hakuna mtu ako alive. Gaddafi hakuanga terrorist, hakuanga nini dictator. Hakuna mtu, kila mtu wewe ukifanya hii dunia kitu inarudi kwako. Wewe kida biguni, what are you going to tell good you have done? It's just taking the tax for the people, and you don't pay. You have a Hilton hotel, you have a lot of land in your county. Wasigisho, a big farmer, you unapeleka mayai everywhere, and even you don't help poor people from your own county, from your own community, and you still demand some of the people they have small. Even to make that, I know many people, they have make business. They were just brushing the shoes in the street in Nairobi, and God lifted them up, and then you want to take their own taxi. Instead of you lift them up. When you are present, you lift the business up, and then you give them hope. But you wanataka uweke tumbo yako. Do you think God can bless you? Cannot bless. When you good thing come to you, when you do evil come to you, you must be very careful. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not coming here just to pray with you, Ruto. I'm telling you the truth. Kwa sababu nataka kukutoa ukombozi. I know nikikuna kama Mombasa nikikuna umekuwa umeinvite Maafrika. Walikuwa hiyo maji wanakunywa ni pesa zetu. Hoteli wanalala ni pesa zetu. Kile kitu na invite watu wote kutoka mahali wanakuja, na wazungu hakuna kitu nakupatia, hawana pesa za kukupatia. Wao wako na mashida kwao, si watengeneza nchi yao. Wewe akikuja kwao, kwa nini uinvite watu wa wale ovyo wa kwako? State House ni nyumba yetu. We need leaders who have a lot of integrity. We want leaders. We want a unity. Politician. That's what I'm here. For me, I could like to bring all politicians together, because that is the work of the Christians, is to bring people together. When you bring them together and you now integrate each other, mnakuwa kaidi each other. Kwa sababu hakuna mtu afanyagi dhambi, hakuna mtu anasema ati mimi ni perfect, then I'm a liar. Lakini you don't want. Okay. You just assume.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. We are now, let's listen now to this video, short video, then we proceed.
Na si kitu ya kutembea ukiongea uongo. What we have seen them doing ni kuendesha hii serikali. Serikali si ya kurabaramba. Na si kitu ya kutembea ukiongea uongo. What we have seen them doing ni kuendesha hii serikali kama wheelbarrow. Kuru. No direction, no crew, totally crewless, no plan, hawana plan, planless.
Uhuru Kenyatta must pay his tax obligations. And just to quote the words of William Ruto, everybody must pay tax. We are all equal. Kenya is not an animal farm where some animals are more equal than the
Kenya is not an animal farm where some animals are more equal than others. That is Didymus Baraza, who was caught on camera shooting somebody. He's yet to answer for that case. He's walking free, and he still has guards to tell Kenyans what he knows. Mr. Guru.
Yes, Bernard. Now, I'll just say again that Kenyans need to think twice, because we've already been told by Raila Odinga that we were cheated in the last elections, and evidence has come out to that effect, and IBC is dodging that matter by introducing other matters and crowding the thinking of Kenyans. They have not disputed those figures that was given by the whistleblower. Neither is anybody saying, okay, if you think we are cheating, let's then open the servers and let's establish the truth. I think it's very, very plain that these elections were stolen massively. And even that for a fact, and they are trying to go and justify themselves in some of those communities, including Central. But you can see a kind of a quiet environment, because they did not win. If I voted for Baba, there's no way I will just change at once and start embracing you. So this is a government that is operating on a very shaky ground. They are not helping matters, because they are even worse than the government that came in 2017, in the sense that the areas that voted for Baba, quite some chunk of supporters voted for Baba, and in 2017 they had voted the other way. What to do then? These guys are just obsessed with the power. They are talking anything that they can talk in terms of dismissing, being, generally disrespectful and all that. But I'm seeing panic. I've seen panic in some of these guys, and it's just a matter of time. But I am also not lost to the fact that majority of the MPs, especially in the Central, have chosen to keep off this matter completely. They are just quiet, and that speaks volumes, Bernard. That speaks volumes, and what Kenyans are waiting for is direction. They are waiting for direction from Baba. Once he gives direction, I know he's very well conversant with the constitutional, guidelines. And that's why he's moving the way he's moving. Because, you see, Baba is not a fool. He knows that the Constitution is a supreme. And therefore, he also knows that there are provisions in that Constitution that gives us, the citizens, a right to express ourselves. And it must not be through our representatives. We can express ourselves directly. I think that was the most powerful statement that was put in our Constitution, that our MPs can be bought either way, but we can still forcibly speak our minds and instrumentalize what we feel. How can we do that? We can do it through picketing. We can do it through demonstrations. We can do it through very many other ways. We can also take signatures and force a referendum. Those are very powerful tools that are left to our disposal. And therefore, there is nothing to fear here. It's just that we just have to express ourselves. We just have to support the right way. We just have to say what we feel. And we just have to move with the people. Baba, as per now, is the leadership that more majority seem to trust. Not even those who are supporting him. Those may graduate eventually if they meet the thresholds. And in this case, I mean Mother Karua and Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. They are yet to get there. But right now, the man holding the bull by the horns is one Raila Amolo Odinga. And those who may think this is just something that can be dismissed by trying to separate people using ethnicity and ethnic differences and the rest, they are cheating themselves. Because actually, you'll be surprised, Bernard, those who support Baba in Central are more radical than the rulers themselves. And it's because they have a reason to support him. They are people who are a bit enlightened above the general common, narrative on the ground. They have gone to school. They know this country. They read, and they know. So that's where we are. That's where we are. I believe that once Papa comes back, things will start taking shape very clearly, where we are going, how we are going to express ourselves, how we are going to put forcefully what we feel, which is within the Constitution, and we will end up where he wants, because we are protected by the Constitution. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that, and we look forward to engaging further. Thank you, everybody who is joining into the discourse. Please, let's keep inviting each other. Share that link in your WhatsApp group. Share that in your Facebook groups. Invite as many as you can. It is important. And then, of course, there are some channels we are trying to grow. So when you get subscribe here, please just do the necessary. And when you subscribe, make sure that you turn on the subscription, wherever the notification bell, so that you will be notified when we go live, and you respond. Otherwise, I want us to keep the conversation concrete and focused, concise. This country is on the verge of recovery from electoral injustices, and in that we will have to push for that to happen. The current regime seems to be keen on diverting attention of the Kenyans from the real thing to sideshows. And that's one place we must be very careful with at this point in time, because the sideshows are nothing but, an alternative attention that is being used to divert you from the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Because I'm yet to receive any convincing response from Kenya Kwanza or from Chebukati denying the whistleblowers' result. Nothing at all. And why is that the case? It's the case because that whistleblower seems to know what he's saying, and what he's saying is the truth. And therefore, if that is true, like it is stipulated, then William Ruto is in office illegitimately. And that's why he needs to be kicked out, because to be president of the country of called Kenya, you must have the majority vote and you must have 50+1. If we are going by the result of the whistleblower, William Ruto got 41%. 41% cannot make you president of the Republic of Kenya. It is unconstitutional. Secondly, I'm beginning to believe that the Kenyans listen to us when we brought out bare difference between the William Ruto presidency and Baba's presidency. And the majority of the Kenyans voted for the Raila Mother Karua ticket on one main reason: the fight against corruption, and then their maturity and their level-headedness. And also there was an understanding that Raila will go for one term. Okay, so they were willing to stake their vote on this ticket other than this experimenting one. Chebukati, and team. They must be punished very well. Let's watch this video, and then I will let you continue with the show with the Leo. I had those of you follow our online preaching. Let's just watch the video first.
Na ile timu yangu ya town ya jeshi ya Kamawe bomb squad tuko gangari. Sawa sawa. Nataka nirudishie mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga shukurani kwa sababu yeye ndio baba wa mababa. Yeye ndio father wa mafadhe. Kwa hivyo sisi hatutatishiwa. Majority leader, mimi nitasimama na wewe kwa sababu ulisimama na mimi. Nikikupigia simu unashika, una respond immediately with effect. Kwa maana mimi nataka niseme, muniwache niende kwangu, niende nipapase bibi yangu hata kidogo. Sawa sawa. Kwa hivyo nashukuru watu wa Nairobi na Omari. Wewe ni wakili jasiri. Wakili Greg, wakili jasiri. Wakili Osae, wakili jasiri. Tuko na madama hapa mrembo, tunasikia akimwaga maneno. Wakili pale akimwaga maneno. The young man pale anaitwa Wamboi ama nani? Kemboi yako hapa. Kwa wapi Kemboi? Loa mdogo, kijana mdogo, na kuombea mema kwa kazi yako ya wakili. Kwa hivyo watu wa media, mimi niko gangari, na kwa watu wa Korogocho, mnajua mlinichagua niwawakilishe, na Korogocho zitalisha rada, kazi inaendelea. Sawa sawa. Niwashukuru sana. God bless you. Asanteni.
Kuna maswali? Hebu.
You said about the charges that brought you to court. Do you regret what you said?
Na regret nini? Na wakili amesema hiyo kitu haiko kwa law. Hii ni nchi ambayo tutawekwa tufungishwe tudungwe mpaka mashindano. Wakili yako hapa. Tuko na sauti ya kuongea, si ndio? Wakenya wakiumia lazima tuongee bwana. Na wakili, nataka nimalize Omari. Wale mapolisi ambao wanatumiwa mimi nilikuwa nao. Na wakasema raundi hii nchi imebadilika. Wakasema namna hii, Omari umekuwa ukiwakilisha mapolisi na wanakurespect zaidi. Kwa hivyo wamesema mapolisi hiyo ujinga hao watambui, ni yoda tu wanachukua oda ndogo ndogo huko juu.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Huyo ndiye Matakwe, MCA wa Korogocho, ameachiliwa. Wanasema hakuna kesi ya kujibu kwa sababu ile sheria walitumia kupeleka kotini haipo, iko kinyume na constitution. Hiyo inaonyesha tu vile Kenya Kwanza wako desperate, mpaka wameanza kutumia polisi isivyotakiwa. But we are used to that. It is important that we get what is right, and the push that the Kenyan people have started is something that you cannot stop, especially by arresting people. That is provoking, that is adding petrol into the fire. I don't think that is going to quell anybody, and you will hear it and see it on Sunday at Kibra. All the same, nataka tu kuwashukuru tu sana. Mi naomba ni sign out. I was telling you that Triumphant Bible Media leo tumekuwa na hiyo back to back preaching session. Wale ambao mlitazama mliona kwamba I think I taught for 1.5 hours or something. So baada ya hiyo, of course, housekeeping and all that. So naomba mniachilie mapema, mtakuwa na leo. Kuna Wood County hapa, Kenyan would love ako somewhere. But I also want to encourage us as we debate, let's not repeat ourselves too much. Let's articulate whatever that is there. Kama point imeshazungumzia, tuache tuende kwa ingine ili debate build up. And then tukifika mahali ambapo there are no more people joining, end the show wherever and whenever. And then we'll pick up again later on. Otherwise, we are in the struggle to get electoral justice. We want the president we voted for to be our president, not the president Chebukati chose for us. William Ruto is illegitimately in office if he got 41% of the cast vote. It's unconstitutional for him to be the president of Kenya. So until Chebukati comes and proves that the result he announced are valid and true against the dossier or the whistleblower results, we still stick that with 41%, you cannot be the president of the Republic of Kenya. So being in office unconstitutionally is illegal, and therefore eviction orders need to be released so that we get a government that is for the people, by the people, according to the constitution. Asante sana na washukuru wote. Tafadhali tuendelee na mna subscribe kwa hizo channel zote. Kuna channel hapa nani wende unajua the Don's family is your family channel.
Yes, that's the family channel. Right now the content iko hapo ni mambo na familia.
Okay.
But very soon we'll get it, we'll make it better. So watu wazidi tu kusubscribe hapo wakingojea kuna kitu itawakumbusha wale wako mbali na nyumbani, they can be able to see some nice hotels, mali wanaweza fanyia birthday, wakitaka kucheza golf, so they are all captured there.
Okay, thank you. So you subscribe on that. We'll be sharing in the comment section. If you have not subscribed, you subscribe and then make sure that you turn on the notification bell. If you don't, for 24 hours, YouTube is going to flash you out because they suspect that you are a robot. So subscribe to alafu toroke. Make sure you turn on the notification bell. That is how to sustain your subscription. Kuna watu wengi wana subscribe alafu baadaye wanauliza channel mko live, nini kinaendelea? Cause ulitolewa because hauko turn on notification bell. Tafadhali, when you subscribe, make sure you turn on the notification bell for you to retain your subscription for life. Thank you so much. Alafu kuna wale ambao wana join as members of Mtembei TV YouTube channel. Nimeambiwa kuna mshikili hapo, kuna mtu ameni contact, sijui the options are not clear. Please don't sign in until you get the required subscription you want to make, and then understand the process. If it's not clear, please contact us. You have our numbers. Then we organize on how you do. We don't want you to make your membership the wrong way, although that is controlled by YouTube. Generally, it's controlled by YouTube. It's just an app on YouTube that is meant and linked to our channel. So there is very little that we have control over, but we can guide you on what to do as a member. And then, of course, as a member, you're entitled to some more items that other non-members can't access. And because also beyond that, you're helping the channel grow and be able to sustain our bills as well. I also want to appreciate everyone who participated into our contribution towards settling of our bills. Although we still have that deficit, I'm yet to be sent. Jana mzee alisema Themba ndo atatuma, lakini nataka msaidie Themba mnitumie hela tumalize hiyo maneno ya kulipa hiyo maneno. But otherwise nawashukuru tu sana, tuendelee pamoja, tulinde nchi, tutetee haki, tufukuze wezi, tuendeleze wema. God bless you. Leo, take it.
Thank you, Bernard, for your time, for keeping us here. And at least when you get a rest, it will give you an energy to come back again so that we can keep the conversation going. And welcome to those ones who are joining now. I can see people like Kevin Ochieng. Kevin Ochieng, you are late. We are not leaving. We've been here and we're still on. We are not ending the show soon, so umekaribishwa sana. I know you just wanted to be confirmed too that it is live. Yes, it is live. So I think I was following the conversation. I think the next person should be Rhoda, yeah?
Kenyan,
yeah, Kenyan Sakai.
Before you leave, oh my gosh, he's gone.
Oh, you are lucky. He already gone.
Okay, that's fine. Mimi sina mengi leo. Yale nilisema ndio nilikuwa nimeprepare, though I can always tell Kenyans that we are heading in the right direction na Kenya yetu haijatumbukia kabisa, lakini tujikaze isifunikwe kwa sababu hawana huruma hata kidogo. Ni watu ambao hawana msimamo, ambao siwaelewi kabisa, because these people, they look like they don't live in Kenya, they are living in another world. Their behavior has become so untolerable. We don't know, I don't know myself, I don't know what kind of characters are these. Hawana haja na sisi kabisa, for sure, and we can confirm that. So kwa niaba yetu wa Kenya, tafadhali tuwe tunasikiza vile tunaongea na vile tunataka kupanga mambo yetu, kwa sababu sisi ndio wenye nchi. Hao ni wachache ambao wanajitafutia peke yao, hawana haja na Mkenya. Na kwa hivyo ni sisi jukumu letu, tuungane pamoja, tujenge taifa letu, tukiwa tuna maono ya kuwa hao watu tuwatoe pahali wako sasa. Kwa sababu hiyo ni kitu ambacho wanachezea kabisa, mchezo ambao hata sielewi what kind of people are this. Hawana hata aibu, hata si kama ni watu wanaonekana na nchi zingine vile wanafanya. Na sasa kusema ati wachukue privatization of these parastatals, that is a big blunder, a big disaster in our country. Vile tu mtu mwingine hapo amesema kutakuwa na serikali aje kama ni hivyo, nchi itagawanywa, watu wachukue maparastatals wanunue wenyewe, ndio wawe wakitupimia hewa. Sisi hatutaki namna hiyo. Nchi hiyo tumeishi, tumejua vile imekuwa, na hiyo mambo yote wanataka kuchange is not for the best benefit of the wananchi, is benefit for the few people in the country. Na vile wanataka ni kujitajirisha tu peke yao, na mimi sielewi how much for these guys, because they seem to be biting bigger than they can chew. I don't condone what they are doing. I feel very sad about what our country is looking like right now. Sisi tujimudu, na kweli kabisa tujikaze, tushikane wote. Jukumu yangu ni hiyo. Nitakuwa nikisema tushikane wote, sababu nguvu yetu yote pamoja inaweza angusha mlima. Kwa hivyo tushikane mikono, tuwe vigilant. Mambo yote inatokea, tafadhali tunaambiana, kwa sababu hiyo ndio inaweza fanya tuwe na good plan na tuwe na focus. Nitasema hiyo tu, Leo. I'm just here. I'm listening to other people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is true, when you see a government that want to sell everything that belongs to them, number one, it confirms to you that this is an irresponsible government that cannot be able to manage resources. So a government that fears that doesn't have management skills is a government that even want to privatize schools. And once you privatize education, you'll find that you're making it hard for the common vulnerable citizens to attend be able to attend and get education, because once it has been privatized, it means it's now a free market, and the private entities can decide on the amount to charge, and you'll not be able to control them. You'll not be able to put some control measures. So that one is some sort of laziness and a proof that they lack the management skills, because a government that cannot come up with solutions to manage their own entities. We saw when Kenya Meat Commission collapsed, Uhuru realized where the problem was, and he had to bring in the defense forces who managed to revive it, and it was back and operating. So the government that cannot come up with solutions, that things of now selling everything, we are moving in a dangerous direction. And if nothing is not done, soon we'll not have anything, or we'll not have something called Kenya. And the history has taught us that most of these industries or most of these entities do collapse once they've been given out. And what they want to do currently in that giving it out, they are more questions than answers, because it raises eyebrows. They are going to give it at a throwaway price, and they are the same people who are going to buy them. Once they've bought them, they're the ones who are now going to hold our economy at hostage. They're the ones who are now going to control everything that we do in this economy. We've had several government parastatals that have been given away, and they've never succeeded. So the government should get serious and give services to the citizens. We should not and will not allow public institutions, including schools and learning institutions, to be privatized. That one is going to make life harder than it is today. We are having a country whereby people cannot afford to take 3 meals a day. Even getting breakfast is an option. Most families currently are eating, they wake up and wanna pig around, they eat at 11, and that is lunch is combined together with breakfast. The ones who are only few are able to take 2 meals a day. And the president want to divert our attention with some mythical uncollected tax, when KRA themselves have not issued any tax demand letter to the said families. KRA themselves have got power not only to arrest, they don't even need to go to court to seek some a warrant of arrest. They have got power legally to make direct arrest and even walk into these banks and demand to get that money from your account. It has happened to people. And we've seen people who are arrested only to be released by the regime that is telling us that everybody should pay tax. So such kind of nonsense should not be treated. I can see Bwana Lala amekaribia. Lala, you are most welcomed. We are just discussing how the Raila Odinga is giving the Kenya Kwanza sleepless nights, and you'll find that they are taking more time to respond to Raila than they should be responding to issues that are affecting the common mwananchi. So they are more based with the Raila, Moi, and the Kenyatta family. So that is what we are checking on today. You'll find that a lot has happened. The letters have been written, and there's this lawyer who is now carrying Chebukati on his back so that he can face the giant Raila. And we don't know what will happen next, because already the lawyers who represent Azimia have said Raila is not going to respond to that letter. Not only giving the video, but he's not going to respond to the letter. So we don't know what is going to happen next. Karibu na wewe pia utupe mchango wako.
Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. Good to see all of you. Wakati mwingine ni ngumu, manake unafanya kazi alafu unataka pia kuona ama kusikia ama kujadili, lakini wakati haipatikani, lakini nimefurahi kuwaona. Yangu ni kusema is simply to encourage, all of us to stay on course. We are talking about economy all the time, economy. But they don't understand that one of the biggest indicator or attraction or a space is electoral justice. Electoral justice and truth, call it truth, is what gives confidence to any nation, any country, so that people can come in and invest. Kenya in the past has tried to get away from certain tags. For example, we have seen the stock market in Kenya, way up in the past, and part of the game that is played by international investors is basically for Kenya, the money is supposed to be quick money. Quick money simply means that they come in, purchase huge land, and sell it, divide it in small pieces, and sell it to Kenyans. And so Kenyans are remaining with this expensive land that to do any meaningful investment of that land is so expensive, will make you almost non-competitive in other place. If you make your product, it will not sell because it's too expensive. And this is some of the games that are being played. And they're played more so when they don't see a good governance. They don't see a place where they can put long-term investment, where our young men and women can get employment. So the quick money, we think it is for us, but that is just to make money and get out very quickly of the market. What we need is long-term investment. And long-term investment cannot be made when a country is filled with thieves and untruthful, men and women. And so if I got my money, I can't bring it in that kind of an environment, which translate basically UDA government is in for a rough time. Who's going to invest in Kenya? No, that's the difference between UDA government and First Kibaki. First Kibaki was seen as clean and clear, and there was an interest in investment in Kenya, and that put us way up. And so we are able to do the things that we did during Kibaki time, and now it's almost the opposite. So in terms of looking for investment, and I'm talking to other people, if you're listening to me, there's very little you can bring into that country till we do that thing called electoral justice and truth, because that by itself will literally improve the perception, favorability of Kenya, and people will come and invest. And we know that the cleaner the country, the greater the investment. I love China, for some in China you don't bribe, they're very strict, when you be doing business there. They don't mind it being done in Kenya, they don't mind it being done in Kenya. You see, the same people can bribe in Kenya, but they won't bribe in China, because they know if they do that in China, confidence will be gone and China will be normal. And so for Kenya, we got to learn something that everybody else knows. It, you know, especially the democratic countries that are successful, that you got to fight corruption. Any developing country, you gotta fight corruption. And the beginning of corruption is electoral justice. Okay? If the elections cannot be run, if wrong people are in leadership, that is the biggest no confidence in a country. And so basically what we are doing now, we are knocking Kenya back to Moi days. Actually, we are already there, unless we clear this clog. And so it is important for us to look at the bigger picture of where we are as a nation and where we are, what we are doing to ourselves. And it is us. It's not for our kids to take care of. And all of a sudden you hear maybe our children are cleaner government. It won't happen that way. It is for us, because by that time there'll be no future. And so this is our issue. This is our challenge. This is our problem. And on one level, it is very, very easy. If all of us stand together and simply demand truth, opening of the server, okay? Let the international community come in. In fact, I was talking about Kenya with a non-Kenyan, an American, and they were telling me exactly what the Azimio, stated that that UN, an independent body like the UN or Commonwealth, should be able to come in and help us in this particular case, because we don't expect Ruto and Ruto government to be fair, to do justice, to open. There's nothing they're going to open and show us. It's just going to keep on stealing and stealing. So we have thieves here. So my take here is that we are on the right course. Okay, our fight, which is peaceful, is justified. It is scriptural. Okay, we are not violent. We are simply asking for the Constitution, for justice, for what is right, for our own vote that we voted. We want it to be counted, because that ballot box, that vote, is what creates and destroys a nation. So we voted so that we can create a nation, a united nation, a united country, that is. And so anyone going against that vote is actually doing an illegality, and it's worse. And let me repeat myself here. I think what these thieves have done is worse than a coup. Hear me. We used to have military coups. This is worse than a military coup. And my reasons are, you see, coups were done when things were so bad in those countries, okay? People come to a point where they're saying, no, this young man in the army, whatever, military, they go in and take over the government. Of course, they were not prepared to rules, and so things get bad very quickly because they are not ready. But the reason for basically taking over government was just. They wanted some truth. Corruption, they were fighting against corruption, injustice, poverty, and all that. Kenya's situation is different, and it's worse. It's worse because the people themselves said through their ballot that this is the person we have selected to guide us into prosperity. They made a choice. 8.1 million people made that choice. The majority made the choice. And then someone, a cabal, a cahoot of people with dubious characters, cases all over. Look at their cases all over. The Jumuas and the Rutos and others with cases, in court. And We know that. They come in, take over using the Kamagos and Chebukatis, and here they are trying to speak the language of reform when actually we can look back and see who they are. And they are not ashamed of it. So they have bribed their way into taking over the leadership of a nation. So which is worse, a coup or what these people have done? So really, this is bad. Okay. So my submission is that these people need to get out peacefully. If they should step down, let us know exactly what happened, and let the real winner take over and guide us. Okay, because that's our choice. Because democracy is dependent on the majority. That is our voice. That is what we decided for our nation. That's the person and the team that we wanted to guide us. Look at Raila, clean, no scandal around him. Look at Martha Karua. Look at Kalonzo. These are the people that our people chose and say, we want you to guide us. But then look at on the other side, the Ruto, the Gachaguas, the Aisha Jomoas, the Asab, the Matangulas and others. You can't just compare the two. And so what we are doing is just, and so let us know, let us stay together, let us debate, let us counter their narratives, their arguments, because they are actually very erratic. They're here and there. Now they're fighting Uhuru. Then all of a sudden now they're back to Raila. They're everywhere. Tomorrow there'll be something else. So there is no plan. There's no agenda. There's no clarity of plan that they're trying to implement. They're just floundering around and to find something. And of course, as I stated in the beginning, it's very, very hard for them to create jobs. It's very, very difficult. How can they create jobs? And if they go and get money, they're going to get money at a very high interest. They can't go out there and get it, at a low interest, a better interest. No, interest rate. No, because, and this is what we got to know. Generally, when a president goes out to meet another president and you hear of loans and grants, whatever it is, these countries, that the US or America or Britain or whatever country, the people who will work on that deal are commercial banks. And commercial banks want to make money. And they want to make money where they think they can make money. If they can't make money, they put this high interest rate on those loans. And so when Israel comes and get it at the lowest, for us we get at the highest. And then you bring that money home, what can it do? And there are people waiting for it to steal that money, okay? And finally, I'm curious to know more about these parastatals, what they want to do with them. That's another cash cow that they will basically buy themselves, because they steal the same money and buy those corporations for their own pocket. So I'd like to know more about what they're trying to do, because that is another illegality that should not take place. Okay, I rest my case. Somebody else can step in.
Thank you, Lala, for your vivid explanations. I'll find that the good thing is that Kenyans have already realized these fraudsters and these thieves, and the Kenyans don't want to be associated with their monkey businesses. And it was evident today, or let me say yesterday, when the government was having the first public participation forum on the Privatization Bill 2023. And I think it suffered a major setback because this participation was done in the lower eastern Lower Eastern, I think, are those sides of Ukambani, if I'm not wrong, in Makueni, Kitui, and Machakos County. They are normally combined together as Lower Eastern. So the proposed bill was anonymously rejected, and it came to attention of the residents that the people who are invited in this public participation forum were the chiefs and the county commissioners. So they invited the chiefs and the county commissioners because they could easily coerce these people and use them just as a mere rubber stamps, so that they'll come back and report to us that yes, we did the public participation in Lower Eastern, then everything was accepted. So these guys were wise enough, and the MCAs and the elected leaders around there, they went, attended, and anonymously rejected, and they cited evidence that it is historically most of these farms or most of these companies, when privatized, they never see the day. They will always collapse. They will always collapse. And there's a reason why even during the Kibaki, they were not totally privatizing these institutions. Instead, the government had to remain with some percentage. So try to imagine today if Kenya Power and Lightning Company was fully privatized, 100% privatized, then it means it will be controlled by Ndindi Nyoro, who is the major shareholder. So that one tells you we will be, if right now the government is having some shares there, but we are really suffering. Until somebody was saying today that, you see, I think to believe that this Kenya Power really belongs to Ndindi Nyoro, because even when I put a token for 50 shillings or 100 shillings, it doesn't stop telling you Ndi, so it calls the owner. So that's how serious it has become. So we cannot allow these people to just privatize these companies and the government institutions. It's going to cause more harm than the good. And what these people are doing is basically an economic sabotage. If not economic sabotage, they're doing an economic coup, whereby they want to convert everything that belongs to Kenya so that it can become theirs. So from that, they'll be able to control us, and they will want us to believe that they're doing us favor when they are not. They are instead milking us. They've milked us. Kenyans doesn't have anything, but they want now to milk us even up to the last blood. We are now in a state whereby we can't breathe. So they want to take the breath that we are having. We will not allow that, and we should not allow that. As Raila is coming back, I know the Kibera meeting is going to be fire, and the movement is growing and people are buying the idea. As long as the main reason we are calling this meeting is to address the issues of economy, the issues of the commodities that people use on the daily basis, I believe that more than 8 million Kenyans will have to buy it. Even the ones who did not vote for Azimio, they are now seeing some sense. There are some who voted for Kenya Kwanza thinking that the promises that they gave are going to be fulfilled. But now they've realized that those ones were just mere promises, and they cannot continue living in denial. They cannot continue living the life of promise after promise. So they are definitely going to join the movement. And soon, or maybe sooner, we'll have to ensure that we reclaim our country back and put it in the right hands. Bwana Guru.
Yes. I think la muhimu ni kwamba Wakenya wajue kwamba pale tumefikia saa hii ni pahali ambayo inatakia Wakenya wafikirie kwa makini sababu ile serikali iko inataka kuleta kitu inaitwa confusion, kupapasa watu, kudanganya watu na kuwaweka katika hali ambayo hawawezi kufikiria kwa njia mwafaka ambayo unaweza kusema hii ndio nataka, na ndio analeta hii maneno ho fulani fulani afanye hivi, fulani fulani afanye vile, ili wananchi wasiulize unga ya shilingi 70 iko wapi, internet walisema itakuwa bure kwa vijana, milioni 1 ya ekari pale kwa kaunti ya Mombasa, stadium sijui ni ngapi walisema, kazi kwa vijana wengi na mambo mingi sana ambao waliahidi. Sasa wanajaribu kutumia propaganda ili waweze kuona kama wanaweza kudhibiti hali, kwa sababu hali imekuwa mbaya. Wameshindwa na kufanya vile waliambia vijana, wameshindwa na kufanya vile waliambia wazee, wameshindwa na kufanya vile waliambia kina mama. Kwa hivyo saa hii ni kujaribu kudhibiti hali, na hasa umeona wamejaribu hata kutumia ukabila. Mara wanataka kugonganisha Wakikuyu na Wambaruya, mara wanataka kugonganisha Wakikuyu na Wanjaruo, lakini vile wajui ni kwamba inchi imefuka hiyo bridge zamani sana. Vijana wale tunao saa hii wameelewa na wanajua ukabila, wengi wao wanajua ukabila hakuna pahali inawapeleka. Kwa hivyo tunangojea tu tuone ile mkondo hii maneno itachukua, kwa sababu ukweli ni kwamba watu wana hasira, na hasira inatokana kwa sababu ya ile ahadi walipewa haijatimishwa, na kunaonekana hakuna mpango ya kutimiza. Kwa hivyo sasa ni kujipanga na njia hii. Ni nini tutafanya? Ni watu waende waka demonstrate, ama ni lipi litafanyika? Sababu kwa katiba imepeanwa nafasi ya wananchi kuenda kujieleza kwa njia fulani kwa serikali, na saa hii inaonekana wakati hiyo ya kujieleza kwamba maisha imekuwa ngumu, chakula haipatikani, na ikipatikana ni bei kali, bei ya mafuta iko juu, bei ya stima iko juu, bei ya kila kitu iko juu. Pasi wananchi wanamlikia hapo hiyo nafasi, wamefikia hiyo kiwango. Kwa hivyo tunangoja na vile mambo inaendelea, isipokuwa mambo ibadilike na haraka. Mimi naona wananchi pole wanasukumwa kwa ukuta, na unajua mtu akishasukumwa kwa ukuta hakuna lingine isipokuwa kugeuka, na hapo ndio tuko. Asante.
Asante sana Guru. It is true, wananchi wamesukumwa kwa ukuta, na mahali tumefika kama wananchi, watu wameanza kufikiria. Kuna wale walikuwa wamepoteza fahamu na kupoteza pengine kuuza akili zao kwa UDA. Sasa akili imerudi, akili imeanza kufanya kazi, na saa hizi ukizungumza na mtu anafikiria. Manake mahali maisha imemweka, imefanya akili. Unajua maisha ikikusukuma, kuna mahali sasa akili yako inaanza kufanya kazi, and that is the situation we are right now. So saa hii hata ukiita watu ambie tuko na mkutano, tunataka kuondoa hawa watu, watatoka. Sio kama kitambo walikuwa nasema hii mambo ya maandamano. Naona saa hii ukiita watu hata any day people will come. Watu wamechoka. Ni ile uoga. Kuna wale bado wako na uoga, kama wako na uoga, wanataka, roho inataka waende wasukume, lakini ni uoga wako nayo, hawajawahi fanya. But tukikuwa na ile rally ya Kibera, the next one, I'm telling you, people will be asking when, and they'll be giving Baba direction. And I'm sure Raila is not giving on this. From even the trip that they did in Nigeria, I think I'll get you what Professor Makau had to remind people in that meeting. It will tell you that these guys are not giving up on this. They are not giving up on this.
Mr. Osin Bajo, a senior member of the bar and a colleague, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, the former Prime Minister of Kenya. I would like to thank the Leadership Forum Group for putting up this wonderful event. As I was coming up here, I realized that there's a reason as to why Nigeria is called the giant of Africa. You can throw a party. But let me say, and seek the forbearance of the Vice President and the former Prime Minister, who are very strong Pan-Africanists, because I'm going to quote Winston Churchill, a person I don't always like to quote. And I like to quote two things that he said. The first one was that democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. Meaning that democracy is not perfect, but still it is the best form of government. The second thing that he said was that the best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter. Meaning that sometimes voters can get it wrong for a number of reasons. And I say this because I think today we are reflecting on democracy. And democracy, as we all know, is an experiment. It is not a destination. Democracy pivots on two basic tenets of liberalism. The first tenet is that of formal equality. Formal equality. The second tenet is that of abstract autonomy. Abstract autonomy. Formal equality refers to the relationship between one person and another, and speaks to the inherent dignity in the human person. Abstract autonomy refers to the fact that we own ourselves, that no one owns us. We as human beings own ourselves. And this means that we have the sovereignty of personhood and the sovereignty of reason. It is because of these two tenets that democracy is not possible. But you realize that I talked about formal equality and abstract autonomy. I did not talk about substantive equality or substantive autonomy. This means that in a democratic experiment, we use formal equality and abstract autonomy as a springboard for democracy when we give them substance, meaning that the institutions of government must empower people to have and to create substance in terms of equality and substance in terms of autonomy. And I say this because of a trend that we have seen in Africa and elsewhere in the world, whereby those notions on which democracy pivots, equality and autonomy, have been subverted. And they have been subverted by populist authoritarians. And by populist authoritarians, I'm referring to individuals who manipulate and seize institutions and structures of democracy to subvert democracy, meaning that they speak the language of democracy, they speak the language of liberalism, and they speak the language of the rule of law, but they don't mean it. They speak that language to seize power, to subvert the will of the people. And I think this is something that in Africa we have to think about very seriously, because we in Kenya have just recently experienced what I've just described, where a political party and an individual who claimed to speak the language of democracy and the language of human rights and the language of a bottom-up philosophy was able to work in cahoots with domestic cartels, with international interests, and to use technology to subvert the will of the people. As you all know, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, who is your guest today, competed in those elections. And I don't think it would be fair for us to sweep what happened under the carpet. So permit me 2 more minutes to just describe something to you. So we went to elections in Kenya after a long campaign period. We have in Kenya an organization called the IEBC, the Electoral Commission, the Independent Elections and Boundaries Commission, which is whose purpose is to conduct elections in Kenya. That body was supposed to be independent, but several things happened. The members of that commission, working in cahoots with the interests I just described, were able to subvert the election of August the 9th, 2022. I want to say that Mr. Odinga and others in the Azimio party were willing to concede the election if the election was free and fair. But what is your obligation as a citizen of Africa if you know that an election has been stolen? What is your obligation to the people of that country, to Africa, and to the notion of democracy? Luckily for us, a couple of weeks ago, a whistleblower from the IEBC, the electoral body, came forward and provided authentic statistics about the outcome of that election. I don't know whether you know this, but Mr. Odinga won that election by over 2.5 million votes. Currently, we are asking Kenyans to think about what they should do about that. Because if nothing is done, if you cannot stop electoral theft, then there will be no reason for you to go out and cast your ballot. in the next election. And democracy will die in darkness in that particular case. I just want to say several things here. Number one, that Africans must think carefully about the use of technology in conducting elections. Because we've seen in Kenya how technology could be manipulated to subvert the will of the people. The second thing I would like to say is that Africans must be very careful about the interference of their election and their electoral processes by foreign powers. I know that Mr. Odinga is going to talk about generally about elections and transition and their effect on the economy, but I thought it would be a disservice to Africa's giant if I did not ring this bell to you, because you are very soon going to go to an election and you'll have to think about how free and fair that election.
Yes, that is Professor Makao Mutua. And the good thing I've liked is that you've thrown the ball to Kenyans. You've thrown the ball back to you to think about what should be done or what is going to be done. And you've told you that if we don't do anything now, then there is no need of going for these elections if they are going to be compromised. And I also like the fact that he also sent a stern warning to the foreign countries who interfere with the elections. It is a fact that our elections were compromised and interfered with by the Western countries, the foreigners who pose to be our friends when they are the ones who are our real enemies. So that tells you that these guys are ready to ensure that we have the electoral reforms. We are not going for 2027 elections if we don't reform and do something about 2022. And Raila is clear on that. I think he went to South Africa, he maintained the same. He is in Nigeria, he maintained the same. And any other country that he's going to visit, he is still maintaining the same. That our electoral process is rotten and something has to be done. And if something is not done, then the future of our democracy is at stake. We will not be having to wake up as early as we do only to go and participate in what has already been determined in a predetermined elections. Why do we waste a lot of time and money and energy to line up and vote only for few individuals to determine who is going to be the winner? That is what is happening. And that stand that the Azimio has taken is what is making Kenya Kwanza to panic. They know very well that their days are numbered. So they are just looking for some persuasive ways of changing the perception of Kenyans. That is why they are trying to divert our attention and create a narrative. In fact, it is a well-planned narrative that if we tell Kenyans that these rallies are not going to benefit you, they are to protect certain families against paying taxes, they think that Kenyans will buy that idea, now watachochewa, and they'll abandon the movement. So my fellow Kenyans, those are lies, those are planned and fabricated, well-designed ways to change your perception and to divert your attention from the real things, so that you stop thinking about the cost of the living, so that you stop thinking about the electoral malpractices, and you start thinking that this issue is about Kenyatta family not paying taxes. So that is not our problem. It is not our role to collect, to go and collect taxes. As citizens, we are paying taxes. So the body mandated to do that is the one that should be responsible. Ruto should go and report to KRA and tell them that so and so have not paid taxes. But I don't think it is the role of the president to report to KRA. I think KRA is fully constituted and fully empowered and powered to act independently without consulting the president. They can sue you, they can freeze your account and ensure they recover or get the taxes that have not been paid. They can even close your industry or your company. It has happened. So this is not the first time that one is going to happen. So let them just come up and respond to the real issues and stop giving us some divertory theories that are not adding up. Wood County, are you there?
Yes, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Fine, thank you.
Yeah, so I've just listened to the speech of Professor Makao Mutuhi.
Yeah.
And it is very refined. Such kind of people, I think, mean good to our country. And if he comes to Mtembe or sometimes he watches, I want to tell him congratulations for sticking up with Baba no matter what. He has been doing interviews, and I think it gives the country a good image that our human capacity development is of value. Now, I heard we have a rally in Kibera on Sunday. Leo, we have a rally in Kibera on Sunday.
There's a rally on Sunday.
Oh, okay. What is the purpose of the rally? Because Baba always says the purpose before he does it.
I think they had to communicate. Papa said that they are going to have some consultative meetings across the country.
Okay, okay. So
I think maybe Jeremiah Kioni is going to shed light on that. And there's one thing that I also like about Jeremiah Kioni. Currently, I can say is the only among the few leaders from Central who is standing with the truth and standing with what he believes in, while others have cowered back or others are planning ways of getting maybe back to the government or the fear standing with the truth. Jeremiah Kioni has remained with the truth and is standing with what he believes in. And very soon, history is going to judge him positively.
Yeah, I think you are right on that. I never knew that he's going to stick with Baba to the end. The person that I knew was going to stick with Baba to the end was Sabina Cheke. And Sabina Cheke was very close to Martha Karua. He was actually in the 13th presidential group where they were going everywhere with Babu Wino, Junet, and a few people. So we thank God that the people are turning out in those rallies in large numbers. For me, I was actually shocked. I had to watch it twice to believe it. And the speeches that were given there were very electric, very precise. And you see, like, these people have a good plan for our country. I hope Kibera is going to be much better than that, because after that meeting, that's when Ruto started yapping and threatening Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That is the one sponsoring those meetings. But there's a conundrum here. I don't know, some quandary that I don't know. When Uhuru went to Congo, when Uhuru went to Congo, why did he use the military chopper of the president? And how did he get it? Leo, how did he get it?
I think just my opinion, because that peace delegation, I think that's something that has been tasked by the East African community. So I think it is now the responsibility of the head of state to facilitate. Maybe if you are an envoy, it is now the responsibility of your head of state to facilitate and ensure that you attend to these things. Just take, for example, in an organization like in a school, if you've been appointed to represent the school, maybe in some organizations where your school belongs to, it is the responsibility of your school to facilitate how you reach there. And when you go there, I think he is having equal powers to these heads of state because it's representing those heads of state. Maybe that is part of the arrangement, that if maybe he was leaving, he's supposed to be given that. I don't think it is done out of will of William Ruto, based on how I heard Senator Cherargei speaking today, and even saying that he should be stripped off and recalled, forgetting that it is not William Ruto who appointed Uhuru in that position. And at one time, I think you heard Uhuru was complaining that guys were derailing his efforts, and they were really sabotaging the effort, and they even failed to release money. And Uhuru said, "Do you think that now because I'm not in power, I know that there is money, and this money has been budgeted for this purpose, so you need to release money?" So there was some problem, there was some sabotage, I think, during the mission, and Uhuru really complained. They had to adjourn one sitting, then they resumed the next day, if you can remember.
Yeah, I remember they were frustrating him, and he gave them ultimatum on how the Addis Ababa, the peace meeting of Addis Ababa was going to happen, actually. So what I didn't know that Uhuru is, with this position, is treated like a head of state. He is received by the head of state wherever he goes.
Yeah.
So that is what is frustrating Ruto. I think so. I can say.
Yeah, that's what is frustrating Ruto, and it is true. Somebody will tell you, even I can't remember the person who said, I heard it, I think it is Makori, that Uhuru is having several international connections. He did not make most of these connections as a president, but these are some historical connections that he made. Remember, this guy, his father was a president. Raila is also having some international connections. For example, Raila is really a friend to the Indian Prime Minister. Frequently, you do see him making visits there, yeah? And when he goes there, the kind of reception that he receives. So Makori told you that if you look at this government, Ruto is also suffering from inferiority complex, whereby if you look at Gachagua, where else can Gachagua speak apart from Central? He is a village-based leader. Look at people like Ichungwa. People like Ichungwa are people who cannot even go somewhere outside Central and resonate well. If you look at this side of Azimio, we used to have leaders. Somebody like Nyong'o can go to Central, Nyong'o can go to Coast, Nyong'o can go anywhere and resonate well with those people. But look at the side of Ruto, who is even a national leader there. They don't even have national leaders. So you look at this side whereby we're having people who are international. Nyong'o can fly to any country because during the time as a scholar and whatever he did, he made some inroads in these countries and made some friendship and is having some good rapport. So that is the advantage that even Ruto and Raila are having. They're having some international connections compared to the other side that is just local. These are just locally based MPs and leaders who cannot even speak beyond their regions. So that is what is also scaring Ruto. He's scared. He doesn't have national leaders. He doesn't have international connection. So the only international connection he's having is that he's now the president, and by law, representing Kenya in these forums makes him get connected. But besides that, he doesn't have some personal friends. The only connection he's having is in the Eastern Africa, like Congo and whatever. And these countries, most of them are having some problem.
Yeah, you have made a good submission. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That these people, whenever they go to South Africa, Abuja, they are received basically by presidents or foreign ministers or deputy presidents. So I think you made a good course there.
So they're likely that they cannot make it beyond, and that is the main reason why these guys are bitter. In the mistake that they did, even the people they had in the parliament or in Senate that would reason and come up with some legislative measures that will make sense, people like Murkomen are no longer there. So those are, I think Ruto did a mistake. He is now regretting the kind of people that he allowed to participate in the elections. He selected some dumb people who cannot help him. So he's now the sole decision maker. That is why he's now the sole decision maker who wants to be in judiciary. He wants to be in parliament. He wants to be in each and every ministry because he's working with the crooks, people who doesn't understand themselves, people who are waiting for him to go and tell them what to do. People like Aisha Juma will just go and sit on that table and take instructions. They cannot give any instructions. So basically, Ruto is the one who is running all these departments. So that is the difference. That is the problem that he's currently having. So he did not have some right mind in his side. He went for the for some people who cannot help him make any tangible decision. So that is the problem he's having right now. And that is the reason the country cannot and will not move. I like even the way, if you heard the way Opio and I challenged them, that you have to choose if you want a parliamentary system or a presidential system. We cannot want a parliamentary system and pretend. So if you want a parliamentary system, now that you're telling us you want the office of the prime minister, you want office of the opposition leader, then why can't we go for a full parliamentary system? Why do we have to keep on hiding and picking it one by one, only something that is convenient to us? So these guys are bound to know that they're bound to fail. They are failing. They have already failed. So we need to push them before we allow them keep on trying and testing us. You get it, huh?
Do they have to go through parliament to pass that legislation, or?
We've seen, we know who Ruto is. There are some of the things that he've done. The Hustler Fund was there. Did they go through parliament? The parliament, who do you even have in that parliament that can make a decision? Who do we have in that parliament? If you look at the parliament in their side, who do we have in that parliament if they are not just rubber stamps? But the court set some precedents and told us that matters that are touching on the structure of the government must have to be done through a referendum. So we are waiting for them. We are waiting for them. Let them bring it. We are waiting for them. The same court that made judgment will go back and tell them it is not even fair. Look at this ruling. You are the ones who gave us this direction. So we are waiting for them.
Yeah, it cannot be a presidential decree. It can only go through a referendum.
Yeah, because so far most of the things they've done, Ruto have been making what they call the executive orders. So we are waiting for them. We are waiting for him to try those things he calls executive orders. So he prepared this bed. So now let him lie on it. The same measures that they were using when Uhuru was there, they're the ones who set the precedent. He did not know that he's going to be there. So now these things are now coming back to haunt him.
Yeah, because I remember during BBI, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
All right, yeah, I'm saying they're now haunting him because even the guy who was arrested, the MCA, the court has already nullified that they arrested this guy with non-existent laws. So that one tells you in the future, there are no more arrests. So we have to proceed. Stone. Stone PK.
Say something,
Japan. Yeah, something, huh?
Can I say something?
Yeah, you can say something. You can say something.
I watched that Macau's video, Professor Macau, and I was quite impressed. I think the message is not just for home consumption here in Kenya, but is for Africa and the international community, which is what type of governance, what type of democracy, what type of AU, African Union membership do we want? What is the role of democracy in that union? So the message was the larger community bringing the case of Kenya, so that because it's easier for Ruto and the older narratives to go out there, and here is a very smart, very wise outreach to the rest of Africa from Nigeria. Remember, before I address Kenyans, who came from South Africa, the other giants, and today they were in, they're in Nigeria, and Nigeria is the whatever they call it of Africa, So that message, I think, is clear that we have a case here, and the case is theft, electoral theft, and the question is, what are you going to do about it as Africa's AU? And of course, at home, there is this fear that UDA and Kenya Kwanza keep on pushing, we have the power, it's almost like offering, simply saying we have the power, we have the guns, don't try us, we'll deal with you. It's almost like trying to invoke violence, okay? And not realizing that the world has changed. When you have the majority, and I know Kenya are informed, thank God we can connect from east, north, and south. We can connect outside from the diaspora, and the people are in tune. Plus, the security forces, they are like us. They are also like us. And if they are listening to us, we know how you feel in the security. It's your family, it's your mother, it's the vote, it's your own wives, it's your own vote that has been subverted. So the question is, which side are you on? And we know that you are professional military. Your role is to protect all of us. Your role is to be able to protect truth, the Constitution. And so we know that despotic government, use military, use fear to perpetuate their capture of systems. Ruto went into government, or supposedly this government that is we know is not is bandia. Swahili tunasema ni bandia. The first thing he began to do is to use money that he has used to bribe other people, including Chibukati and the rest, to buy MPs, to buy loyalty, to buy silence. And so money is what and power, okay, using threat and all that. And so to some of you who have decided to cross the boundary and move to the other side. I pray for you. I pity you, because the other side cannot hold their line very long, because hearing Macau and Baba outside and knowing we have professional military and soldiers, they will not shoot their own. They will demand opening of the server. They want to do the right. They want to protect the constitution. They want to protect the people of Kenya, and they will demand truth. And so we are here because we want that thing called truth, which I'm ashamed that my own clergy group are silent about. They don't talk about what is wrong. And the same Bible says, he has shown thee, O man, what is just and true, and the thing to love mercy and to stand for truth. I'm trying to paraphrase that verse. And so if you are not speaking the truth, if you're not standing on truth, the question I have for you, what gospel are you preaching? What gospel are you preaching? And I think if we all come together and work together, we can change this system in a matter of hours. There's nowhere Ruto and the team are gonna go. They either open the server or they go home. And if they open the server, all we need to confirm what we know is on the inside, and they go home. And some of them maybe need to be prosecuted, because you cannot create ethnic animosity, because the people voted for Baba. And what you've done is you changed and created the tension between tribes. Claim this tribe voted for this person when the tribe voted together as Kenyans. And so what you've done there is actually a criminal of the highest order by creating war between ethnic communities. And so instead of taking that young man who was arrested, the MCA, Chebukati is the one who should be there, because there's a reason for him to be in jail, in court, because of what he did and his people. Say Kamago, why did he allow Jose Camargo to do the thing that he did? He's not Kenyan. We don't know. He's a criminal. It's like allowing people to enter, just like his office is not supposed to be entered by anybody, but allowing anybody that will perhaps I don't know what they're giving him. Compromise. Yeah, the word is compromise. Compromise the integrity of our electoral system, and so he has it's a case to answer. And so my submission is Baba and Professor Macau Mutua are doing the right thing. We have respect for both of them, not just in Kenya, but in Africa and the world. And lastly, Uhuru used the military. That military is not Ruto's. That is, it belongs to the taxpayer, belong to us. We are the tax Kenyan people. And so he can still use it to bring peace in that region. And this the appointment authority come from those presidents, just like Raila come from the Africa, the entire Africa. And so Ruto has very little to do with the work that these men are doing. And so that's what I like to say.
Thank you. It's true, and I do agree with you. Makau Mutua, first of all, talked to Africans and invited them in that conversation. That I remember reminding the Nigerians that they are soon going for an election. So if they don't keenly observe what is happening in Kenya, then they are likely to experience the same. At the same time, he warned the foreigners and Africans from allowing foreign countries and foreign individuals from interfering with the electoral process. So it is somehow an awakening, not only to Kenyans or Eastern Africa, but it's an awakening to Africa as a continent. And Raila passionately talked about it and told them that the democracy in Africa is being extinct, whereby we can't just sit, watch, and see our democracy losing its meaning. So these people who purport to be speaking some democratic words, but they don't practice democracy, somebody goes and gets a cabinet of people that he can easily manage. You know, Ruto, he just went for people he can easily manage. If you even watched that cabinet meeting, the people, somebody described them that they were playing some games, people like Aisha Juma. So they were just there. They just present their bodies there to take instruction. There's nothing, there's no input they're going to give there. They are just there watching, getting instructions, and they call it a meeting. I'll welcome Reverend Seth Oriri. Big J, karibu pia wewe, nimekuona hapo. Ngoja tusikize kutoka kwa Reverend Seth Oriri, then tutakuja kwako.
Thanks a lot for the invite, but I'm not in a good place to speak. So
all right. You can just follow them when you reach a safer place.
Yes.
We'll welcome you. Thank you. Big J, karibu.
Thank you, Leo. Nasalimia Lala, Reverend. Amjambo, hapa ni asubuhi. Thank you. Kuna, you know, I was not at Matoa, I was going somewhere, like there is something that burned my heart, and I say I have to talk about it. You know, we are those believers who believe in justice. We believe in just. And when a reverend in the church, for example, Kenyan churches, because actually Kenya churches, it's making people not to go to church. It's making people to hate the church because of their stand. A church should be a place where people go to be told on how to live in a just way. Okay. My point I wanted to talk about is about the tax ambayo Ruto anasema Uhuru did not pay. Leo, you remember before election there was this chicken whatever Zaruto. Do you remember that story?
Yeah.
And Ruto said that he's getting 1.5 million shillings a day by selling chicken and
but not paying taxes.
Though he was asked, are you paying tax? He evaded that question. So I think I'm a good Bible reader, and I understand about the church that much. I mean, I remember there was a part of which people wanted to stone some because that person was a sinner in front of Jesus. Then what did Jesus say? He said, okay, if you are the best person, you have never done anything wrong, throw a stone. You see? So it's very shameful, and unajua kuna aibu zingine hata saa zingine akiwalai huwezi kubali mtu uko na watoto, huwezi kubali. Hata sio kanisa, sio nini, ukiwa na familia kuna aibu huwezi kubali. Surely. Yeah. Leo, Kenya is becoming a very painful thing to think about.
Really?
And because of very few people. And this thing, that's why actually I wanted to see Alex nimsalimie. Najua tujaonana na yeye kwa muda. Kenya is becoming a painful, but we are not going to relent. Leo I'm
Niko
a
sawa
strong
ndugu
believer.
yangu, niko vizuri.
Sijakuona kwa muda, umepotea sana. And we are the soldiers who believe on just in Kenya. We want our country to change. And that change starts with you and me. Not 8 million people. 8 million, it starts with 2 people, me and you. So what we want in our country, we want a country that everybody is counted. And I really like what Professor said, that if there is, and I said that before, Leo, I think you remember. I said if we cannot check the mistakes we did about election from 2008 to now, then 2027, we don't have even to think about going to election. That's what I felt so happy when Professor Makau said that, because I had that opinion before. Hajadhani tuende kwa election ambayo inaenda kuibiwa. That's why many Kenyan people actually they wanted to remove the names from IEBC register, because there is no meaning. There is no meaning. But this time the approach Baba is taking, I think it's the international approach, so that because like what is happening, we have to show why are we demonstrating, we have to give them, to tell them what happened. But if we just demonstrate without telling the world what happened, then definitely they will not support us. But if we show them what Macau was doing, is to showing them what Baba did in South Africa is showing them. So I think wacha nimalizie hapo kidogo, then wenzangu waendelea. Asante sana Leo.
Yeah, it's true. The approach that Baba is taking right now, he's doing it both internationally and nationally, and is currently engaging with the real people on the ground. He's engaging with people directly. That is why you see him with the gauchos, you see him with Nuru Akanga. He's engaging with the real people who know the situation, the ones who are feeling the effect of this regime. And when he goes outside there, he's telling other African leaders that now, look, this is what happened. And this is what has been happening. And if it happened in Kenya, the same thing is going to happen in your country. So what do? Do we just sit down, ignore it? Or do we do something? So in that manner, these other African countries are also going to see some sense that we see this thing is now making sense. So we are with you, we are working together, and we will ensure that these things are solved. So he's doing it both internationally and nationally. So as he's consulting, and Macau said that now, voters can be wrong for some time, can get it wrong for some time, but you need a 5-minute talk with the voters. So that is what they're doing in these engagements, talking with the voters. That the voters will have to realize where they went wrong. After realizing where they went wrong, then after that, they'll be able to make the corrections. That is why people are engaging, and from the engagements, even the ones who voted for UDA, they find themselves realizing the mistake that they did, that they got it wrong, so that when they are called upon to correct things, they'll come and correct things without feeling that maybe, most of the time what has been happening in Kenya, it has always been said that Raila ni mtu apendi amani, amependa kuvuruga. And I was surprised, I saw some confused, I can't remember the name, going on the television saying that, businesses, hii pesa ya political parties wapatie biashara wakati Raila ameitisha maandamano. So we've had 2 successful meetings, and not even a single person was stepped on. Forget about being slapped. Nobody even complained that I'm a skumwa. It has been successful and peaceful. So that one tells you how mature Kenyans are, and Kenyans are going there when they're united under one thing, that they want to see a better Kenya. They want to see a Kenya whereby somebody can be able to afford to buy food. Somebody can be able to afford to pay school fee. Currently, $1 goes at 130 Kenyan shillings. So it tells you that person who imports items, these basic things that they sell, they'll need more shilling in order to buy items that they used to buy. Maybe items that they used to buy at $50, you'll find that right now for them to get that $50, they are going to spend 30 shillings more. That is really overburdening these people. That is why the cost of living is high. So if something is not done now, if something is not done urgently, we are going to be in a mess, and getting out of that mess will not be easy. And the government is also planning to privatize most of the services that they should be providing. Things like education, the government is the one that should be providing education. In most developed countries, even transport system is managed by the government. I visited Addis Ababa last year in July, and I realized that when you are in Addis Ababa town, if you take
buses.
It is free for 3 kilometers.
Remember the bus stations that we had have been overtaken. Moi hata kama alikuwa mbaya, when it came to transportation, he made sure that the buses, especially to the suburbs and low-class areas, people were transported in a good way. So when you decide all of a sudden to take this fuel subsidies, not only taking the fuel subsidies, transport inakuwa very expensive. And I've said it very much here, that if you touch fuel, and if you look at the sequence, I think most of you have gone to school, and I used to ask a question: what is strategic? What is critical thinking? You must come from a place you think the effect of what you are saying, so that the less learned people can connect and understand. Macau's speech was very strategic and very very intellectual. First of all, he asked, what is your objection about as a citizen when these things happen? Now, they have already happened somewhere. And how did they happen? It is through bad leadership, but also he added a very important word: foreign interests. And remember, for a very long time, by the way, for those people who have interest in oil, kupaka gari kwa gari yako, people do not know. Sometimes they go and put gas in Quick Trip, Wanaeka, in all these Somali companies. The best gas that is refined, that does not need a lot of problems in terms of refining and anything, it is BP Shell, because it used to be, remember, near Arambe House, the company never used to be called just BP. It was BP Shell, Shell BP. They were merged. They became too big. And if you go to Delta, the Delta Nile, where most of that oil is excavated, what you find is that the cabals are the one controlling, and the people who live there cannot be able. It's like South Africa. South Africa, in Marikana, where there is the biggest deposit of
Hi guys. Just coming to see how are you feeling. I saw you just got your diazepam, your Valium, maybe 20
We are
minutes.
losing you.
How are you?
Alex, we are losing you, yeah?
Hello?
All right.
Has it him?
Yeah. Give me 1 minute. I'm speaking to my doctor here.
Yeah.
Give me just a minute.
We'll get you another dose.
Okay.
So no, he's going. He's coming back.
Yeah.
So, did you have something to that?
One more dose at least. I'll get you another dose.
Yeah. So, what is happening? When we were getting independence, and that's why the people don't like history. Yani, they are the most illiterate. They may be learned. They may have gone to school. They may have papers. But if your history, Bob Marley used to sing, if you know your history, you know your destiny. In the abundance of water, a fool is thirsty. You know, Bob Marley was an intellectual. Even if you are a Christian, sometimes go listen to the songs of freedom and how he was influential. To remember when he fought for Zimbabwe, when he got money, he got together with Presley. He got with Presley, and they bankrolled that fight, that struggle. Now, the conundrum that Nini are having, that's what Macau was warning. He said, in a very strategic way, because also when you are in an international leadership, you don't become reckless like Ruto. There is a state of self-respect you give. But the point he was putting, your country has more problems than us. The people who own BP are British Petroleum, and they have monopoly. And if you choose a good leader, and you know, they're scared because we had a history that showed that things can be done. You know, Magufuli scared them in less than 3 years. Leo, in less than 3 years, what happened? Tanzania became functional. So if they make the right decision and choose the right leaders, and the revenue for their oil comes directly, even if, for instance, now they are getting 35% of the revenues only. And the British foreign interest that he spoke, they take like 65. And you know, we had leaders like Tom Mboya. That's why they had to finish him. Tom Mboya was not too learned, but he was an intellectual per se, beyond reproach, because he decided personally through the trade union on how to mobilize and make Kenya. He was a pro-African. The only problem is that he made a strategic mistake that some politicians have made, and they have become irrelevant. Ruto will never build you. Once you go to his side, and vile walisema mutaenda Karen mukula mchele muenda nyumbani na nyama. That's what they will do. He is not developing his people. What he's doing is to make sure that they become imbeciles. Ukisikia vitu sahi, we have a minister for agriculture, lakini mtu mwenye anaongea maneno ya GMO ni Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria is a minister for trade and industry. That is not his area. That's not his jurisdiction. So why did Ruto do that? Ruto decided kuna watu wake, hata mukatae, there is deep state for this government. Maybe it was not there for the last government, Jubilee, because Matiang'i once made it very clear. When did it start becoming deep? You come to meetings, ukitoka hapa, it's not deep because you come to defense meetings, you come to security meetings, hakuna mtu amekufukuza, the food you eat, everything you do. So there are people who are naturally evil, and this is how they do their evils. They are they are way ahead. They sit down and strategize how I can choose people I can literally control. Literally. You see, Uhuru, it was by proxy. It was by proxy Matiang'i became famous in Kenya. Matiang'i was put in the ICT. Through the ICT, he made sure that we have connected and put internet better so that it became free. It formed online movements. That is why Tembe today has a channel. And that's how he decided to create. The person who was supposed to do that was a little bit failure. But through Matiang'i, the ICT made a lot of jobs. Today, we have so many analysts. The second thing he decided, we are not going to harass our people. If we continue to harass our people, they miss opportunities. They are not free. People who are oppressed don't make right decisions. Thirdly, ikakuwa bahati mbaya. I don't know what happened to the Minister of Education. I think he switched him because when he saw his seriousness, how he comes to office, how he believes in God, how he's very straight, akipewa kazi anamaliza. Now that time there was serious theft. The cartels that were I was home one day, somebody sent me exam. Akaniambia hiyo ndio kesho iko exam. My cousin, my nephew was doing the exam. Nikamleta kwa simu. Tukasoma hiyo vitu zote. Akaenda akaniambia, anko, kila kitu tulifanya jana, hiyo pepa ndio hiyo pepa kabisa. It was very unfortunate. People were getting, schools were getting A's like crazy. Now, by finishing, let me finish like this. Yesterday, I cried when they went to eulogize Makoha. The speeches from these leaders, the speeches from Matiang'i, and Matiang'i told him, I don't fear you. The speeches of Kenyatta was so nice. Na by the way alimjibu vizuri sana. Akamwambia unaniambia nilipe taxes. Hii ni kuongea, hakuna kitu utafanya. So when you know you are clean, when you know you are a leader, you don't pay attention to pettiness. I missed that government. It was excellent passe government. Angalia Kindiki, I don't even know what he's doing.
Kindiki have now declared war on drugs and alcoholism, while he's now drawing some, we call them the yellow continuous lines when it comes to matter of bandits. The other day he was there and he's so scared. He only goes there on a military military attire to renew and lease them threats. So now he's seen he cannot fight the bandits. He amekujia walevi because once you've taken alcohol, maybe you'll not be able to run away. So I saw him drawing, maybe decided that he's now going to fight drugs.
Leo, let me tell you something. There was a business that was booming in Kenya like crazy. Before it was made illegal, I did it kidogo. When it was, by the way, I own bus. I own bus. So what what was happening, there were some cheap sachets za liquor that watu ambao walikuwa deep state ya kutoka Kibaki side, they used to take it to Eldoret. It was very popular in Eldoret. Ulikuwa ukienda kwa bus station unapata manamba wote wamelewa asubuhi, because that it was 5 bob. Si unaingisha watu kwa gari, unapewa commission yako right there, iko hiyo na kuna mutura. So people got addicted. You see, the problem we have as a people, we don't love our people. We want to destroy our people. So what these people did later on, when Ruto was powerful, they started bringing sachets again from Uganda. And they flooded them. They really flooded them, even to school children in Kiambu. So this is a political problem. This is not an inherited problem. This was done intentionally. Propaganda sometimes is not just propaganda of speaking. Propaganda sometimes your intention is to finish the intelligence of the people. Today in the Standard newspaper, if you saw, they say the rate of decline of school people not graduating in Central is alarming. And that is good for Ruto, because Ruto is good in cheating people. So he wants people to become imbecile so that he can do what? Lie them again. And I'm telling you, if you don't stop this man, Nanguvu, namwambie Museveni, the sachets that are come, you go even to the international, ndiyo pombe ipigwe, ipatwe, kuna chemicals, it is not stilled, it is not brewed. It is some chemicals they have. Wakikuyu wanaenda kuumia sana. Thank you.
Thank you. It is true. Before I welcome a simple person, it is true. And what beats logic is that Gachagua is pushing for one constituency, one bar. They are pushing to close the bars, but they are opening the producers. You know, if you want to end this alcoholic and alcohol menace in Central, you deal with the producers. Once you deal with the producers, there will be no alcohol. And these producers are not even paying tax. Tabitha Karanja, the current senator, Nakuru, is not paying tax. Humphrey Karaoke was not paying tax, and he is the one who is producing this killer liquor in Central and in Nairobi. Those people who used to drink one called, I don't know, the Pearl, there was Makins, these drinks, the third generation spirits really killed and interfered with people's lives. So why would you open? In fact, the first thing that Ruto did when he was elected, and they really boasted how they've opened the companies or the liquor companies that Uhuru closed. And right now they also want to privatize the Kenya Wines Authority, the Kuala. So that one tells you nobody will be controlling what people consume. So you are opening the producer of this liquor, then at the same time you want to close the bars. It is not making sense. Asembo karibu.
Asante sana, Mr. Leo, Mr. Lala, salute you. Wood County, I think, Alex, you've corrected it. The Wood, the U and O.
No, I corrected for him. He wrote for us Wood, so I had to correct it.
Yeah, I wanted him to know that he didn't, the pronunciation there was not coming right. But anyway, Alex, I have a question that I wanted to ask you. And anybody can answer this question. Yeah, Baba gave the AU and the UN, the foreign guys, 2 weeks to come in and sort out the mess that was caused in this country. Was it a genuine invitation, or is a way of telling them, guys, stay off because whatever you're going to do doesn't need your attention? That's the question I want you guys to answer.
You see all these trips Baba is doing. You see all these trips Baba is doing.
Yeah.
Baba, like Leonard told us earlier here, Baba is a very shrewd politician. Baba thinks 10 years ahead of us. By the time you know what Baba is doing, you are caught in surprise. I am not sure exactly what Baba endgame is, but I can guarantee Baba is not somebody who says something that does not actualize. Okay? So, you see, Baba, with his post of African Union, can sanction the chairman of African Union. I don't know if it's Munangawa. Right now it's Munangawa or it is Ramaphosa, one of them. And that's why I think his trip to South Africa, I kind of suspected that his strategy is to speak with credible leaders. He knows South Africa and Nigeria are the biggest economies. Egypt ilienda chini kidogo. After the revolution, Egypt ilienda chini kidogo. And you know Baba has so many businesses in Nigeria. One thing you don't know, ni hii. When Jaramogi Odinga was alive, he one time came to Kibuye. I was born and raised in Kisumu. So watu waliposikia Obasanjo amekuja, huyo mzee was very humble. Akaenda, wakakaa chini, tukawasurround, wakakunywa uji na agwata. Agwata, you know what agwata is? Ege sanda. Wakakunywa uji, wakakula nini? Nyoyo. Because that's the favorite food ya Wajaluo. Because when he goes to Abuja, ni fufu na pepe soup. So he treated him, he took him to the people, and when Abacha died, Sani Abacha, that was killed by a prostitute, one thing you need to know is that Abacha had interest in oil. So you used to see Ajib petrol stations. You used to see Ajib station. Where did they go to? Ajib is still, where did they go to? They went to Nigeria. And doing good oil business gives you a lot of money. So sangine watu wanashanganga Baba anatoa pesa yake wapi? He does legit business with his partner Olusegun Obasanjo. So he has connections there. He has supported people to run for Senate. Baba is very strategic. So when he goes there, some of his friends are in the military. Ramaphosa is Baba's business partner, by the way. Remember after 2000 election, when Ramaphosa came to be an arbitrator, the Kibaki side refused. They refused to say he's his friend. He can't be a good arbitrator. And Ramaphosa, juzi uliona, with the falafala, hiyo kesi yake ya falafala, whereby he was keeping millions in terms of dollars. He had 23 million chini ya mattress yake. And he is deep in something called gold business. If you remember, sorry for talking along, if you remember, there is a time Kabila made an impromptu meeting to Kenya because some big time gold had been stolen by cartels. And he did not tell
Kibaki is coming. He just came. He landed. Later on, what was state wakakimbia, tukaambiwa Kibaki amekuja. He made a statement of how gold imeibiwa. Hiyo gold ilikuwa imeletwa, ilikuwa imekuwa smuggled. But the person who made sure imetafutwa mpaka akaipata is Raila. So Raila is in gold business. Raila is not in real estate. Ajengangi vitu kama hiyo. Raila does not go for traditional one. Another thing you need to know. And that thing ndio maana anasema inaenda kuleta shida. The issue of Safaricom, they are targeting Raila. Remember when Kimunya was a minister for finance, that time they had bad blood with Baba sana. So they wanted to put the Safaricom in IPO in Nairobi Stock Exchange. The problem is that they wanted to take a lot of shares so that it could be so like private. Baba said that will not happen. I remember one day Kimunya told him, you are one of the biggest businessmen in Kenya. You know hii kitu IPO. Baba kakata akawambia, if we are doing that, we must do it with the opposition and also with the government. In a way, when we are selling shares, we know how much it will be public offer, parastatal, ABCD. They gave Baba a deal of 5% share. Do you know what's 5% share you get? So this man is known all over the world because hata ile wakati Wetangula waliiba gold ikakuwa smuggled. Who went to calm? Because watu walikuwa Qatar wote walikuwa wanaenda kufukuzwa, and any Kenyan angepita Qatar. Who went to calm down that mzee? It's Raila. so that's why I'm telling you.
My question then to my question, the invitation that he was giving to AU and UN, was it a genuine invitation or he was giving them a warning to stay away from what he's going to do now?
It is a genuine. You see, you have to do things right. If those people refuse to come, then you go to the next step. Baba has been doing things right. Baba hajasema tupigane, like he could have said it, because this time around it was just too funny and too painful. You see, and then you start buying his people for no reason. Then Azimio is the majority, has people run, parties that run before 3 months. Ruto did an illegality and wakachukua Senate. So what Baba has decided to do right now, according to my critical thinking, Baba wants to exhaust all the options, and Baba might go to Hague too. After that, if they are not going to help, the people will stand up and say we used the right procedures. So UN has been invited, AU has been invited to come and make sure things are done right. So Baba is just following a procedure whereby our people will not be taken to Hague. Okay? Because these people can decide to massacre people and say these people wanted to fight us, and people are taken to Hague. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I say something? Is that okay?
Yes.
Wood County, I agree with you that Baba is genuine. I may not agree with you when it comes to that money side of Raila. I know he has money, but that's an area where we can only speculate. You know, we don't know how much he does. We know that's an ethical man, great man, and that's why we support him. That is for truth and truth alone, and justice, that is. But I think you're right when you say that Baba is genuine. I think giving UN and Commonwealth a notice is to, first of all, invite them, is to look at Kenya again, because there are a lot of people who have perhaps had dismissed Kenya, you know. So when you make a statement like that, psychologically is inviting them to look at the case of Kenya, the world community. In other words, it is not some little tribal stuff out there, but there's something here that require your urgent focus, and also sending a message that we are serious. This is there's something here. It's not about the usual, this tribe fighting this tribe, these people fighting these people. No, there is something here that require your attention. That is, there's an electoral theft here that has taken place, that has turned the will of the people. Because the two bodies, their role is to be able to create peace, maintain peace, development, human rights, and all the above. And actually, the theft has got into the very reason why those bodies are there. So intellectually, it's basically telling them, look at Kenya, look at what is going on here. Look at, we have done things the way you want us to do it. We went for an election, we had observers, things went well, Kenyans did very, very well, but there are people in the cabal that have decided to undo what you guys are trying to do. And we want to do something. So here we are requesting you to come in and look at what has been done. And if you don't, then we have to take things in our own hands. So basically it's both an offensive and defensive approach to fighting electoral injustice. So I think that's the reason for even doing that out to the country in Nigeria, addressing the Africa, the platform for Africa, and again, giving it in international, continental, global, appeal through UN and Commonwealth. In other words, we are reaching out to people that purport to be for democracy. Here is the case for Kenya. We want you to take it seriously, and within 2 weeks, because we can't wait when this is what's going on. So I think that was a smart move, very strategic, and a very clear message to the world community. Yeah, that's what I think it was my contribution.
Our new brother.
Thank the Demba karibu sana. Thank you.
Oh, is that Demba?
My next question. Yeah, that's Demba.
Demba.
The next
Demba,
question that
Demba, leo umeamua kuvaa hiyo.
My next question that I'm asking, because when these guys got into power, they were very fast to change this department and parastatals. What they were talking about, state capture. You saw them running so fast, changing the DCI. They went so fast and they wanted to change the commission or IBC commissions, and they've moved so fast to capture the parastatals. Is this guys speaking the language that they were speaking before election, or these guys, they've realized there's a state capture and there's a deep state that they need to work with their own system?
If you want to understand Ruto,
think about it.
Ruto
go ahead.
Ruto does not have advisors, because all the people he put in the government, they were meant to be puppets. So whatever Ruto is doing is because he doesn't have advisors. If you have advisors like Matiang'i, if you have advisors like Makoha, you tend to do things because it is consultative. That is why you have cabinet meetings, because you are seeing that you are qualified, and you put the best people that can actualize your economic plan, your social agenda plan. But Ruto, nakwambia, he doesn't have advisor. Mtu kama Aisha Juma, how can he advise Ruto? Mtu kama Moses Kuria, how can he advise Ruto? So Ruto is literally running that country like a dictator.
And this is the bigger picture. Okay, I'm adding my voice there. When you sell parastatal, you see, this parastatal belong to the people. They are the bottom people have them. We own them. They're for us. They're for Kenyans. And you sell them. What are you doing? You're sending the money from the bottom to up. So you're doing the exact opposite of bottom up. Whatever they call it. So in other words, you're robbing the people that should be able to build that wealth, and through those corporations that are well run, and you're giving it to few. And usually the process itself where the problem comes. This is where corruption takes place, because who are the ones, doing that? You've seen how those wild dogs, when they catch an animal, how they sack it, and these are the people who will try to do the job, and that money will go where? To their pockets. It's all about robbery. I'm not opposed to privatization of certain parastatal at a certain time, but there's a process that has to be very, very clear. We've seen this is done before in Kenya, where they go in for government houses, and who gets them? They're the same guys. And in fact, their values are kind of brought low so that they can have them. It's like inside trader. If you do stock inside trader, it's like exactly what to be done. So you take advantage of other people. So that is basically a big robbery of our resources to this small select people. So there's nothing here. It is all about stealing and corruption and robbery. This is not the way it is done, the way they want to do it, or why they want to do it. At a time like this, no. They want to raise the fund. Where's that fund going to? Because right now there's no coherent program or agenda or strategy that is clear. We are here and there, here and there. It's like they're hitting everywhere, hoping to get something to stick. To me, things are not working, and there's no way they're going to get money. Where are they going to get the money? When nobody wants to lend you money at a reasonable interest rate. So we're really in dark days, dark moment. And so let's Kenyans wake up. There is nothing coming to your pocket. You hustlers, there's nothing coming in, because there's no, whatever they've done, you cannot put, there's no theoretical framework that we can see this is how things are going to be done. No. So we are in for dark days, and that's why I think the faster we get this guy out, the better. Because I want to say this: Baba was very strategic. Okay, some time ago I never met him that many times, but I had dinner with him, and one of the things he pressed on us, that's in Washington D.C. I had dinner with him. Impressed on us as to think on how to help our nation. I went back to Cleveland, and all I've been doing is connecting with business communities. And some of them have been very supportive of what we do back home. And I think it sent so many people out there. So in a sense, there was a very strategic group of business, intellectuals, and others that were willing to come into the country because they knew the challenges that we had in the country. So Baba was not just talking, but he has a strategy. He had planned for it, thought through it, and is very coherent. What we have are bankrupt, ideas that really will take us down. So for Kenyans who are listening to me, these guys in power should be out, and out very quickly. Thank you.
Okay, I think I also let me now make my submission. Then Demba will take out from there. It seems Leah seems not to be back. Are those two questions that I wanted some clarity from you guys to make me understand. And what I realized today is that these guys in government, they want to divert attention from the real situation that we are facing as Kenyans to target the individual people so that they get the sympathy that, yeah, everybody must pay tax. We don't refuse, everybody must pay tax. If Uhuru is not paying taxes, they should pay, because nobody is not so exempted from paying tax. But that's not the main thing we're talking about here. These guys, I think they've realized that whatever they started, it's becoming big. Like when you want to make a bread, you need to get yeast, you get flour, you need to get water, and when you put yeast together with flour and you give it time, it becomes bigger and double than what you expected. So they realize that the tempo is getting high and it's getting serious. And what I think Baba is doing, what I like is talking about, talking to big brothers, because he's telling them, this son of mine has been misbehaving. Like back then when you were growing up in the village, I remember the chief could go around, he will be given information about so-and-so son is stealing, so-and-so son is misbehaving, and the chief will go around and gather information. But before it comes to punish you in a public school where maybe you are near where you are homestead or where you're coming from, the chief will go and tell the village elders, I want you guys to talk to so-and-so on the day. Or if you don't listen to the village elders, now he'll come and collect you from your homestead and invite the chief, the village elders to come and witness the type of punishment you're getting. So I think Baba is just trying to tell the big brothers, but I've been having a son of mine who has been misbehaving, and it's high time I punish them, and he's going to punish them thoroughly. Then this time, even is inviting the cousins and the relatives who are far away from home to come and see how we're going to punish this boy. So these guys have realized that this thing is different and is taking a different direction. And what they wanted is that's what Baba is going to serve them now. And my plea, and I'm still going back to what I was saying in this station I come in, I want us to move away from tribalism. We have tribes, and we can't run away from our tribes. I'm a Luo. I guess Mr. Lala may be Luo, and Themba is here, maybe Kamba, or maybe another tribe. Alex is Kisi. We can't run away from those tribes. But what we want to run away from, like, we mix injustices together with tribes so that we look at one tribe in a different way. What I want to talk about here is, like, let's separate the tribals from the problems we're having. It's not wrong for Kikuyu and Kalenjin to team up to vote for a certain leader. That's their democratic right. It's not wrong for Kamba and Jaluos and Kisis to team up to vote for a certain leader. That's their democratic right. But what is not right is that when Luos and Kisis, their vote supersede the votes for Kamba and Kikuyu and Kalenjin, then we bring corruption and some evil leaders to change the will of the people. So this Baba of today that we are seeing is a Baba that was supposed to have come in 2007. But since he wanted to make sure that it's accepted all over the world, and it took him long to do this, I think he realized that is either he do it now, because there's no time, or if he doesn't do it now, then Kenya will never break the ceiling. So he's gone back to the old Raila that we were talking, we grew knowing that no turning back. When things are bad, we must clear it up. And it's high time the other tribes who think that this is going to be a civil war against the tribes. We are not going against any tribe. We are going out as Kenyans who've been suppressed, Kenyans who are suffering, Kenyans who cannot understand why the corrupt are let to go. The murderers are set free to come and again get in the government to take the big positions in the government that doesn't even care about what's happening to local Munainchi. Those are the things we are going against. And those are the things we are fighting. We are not fighting any tribe here. So don't allow your tribe to be used against other tribes during this fight. Kindly, because if the moment you allow yourself to be used and you're told nonsense that these tribes are taking the power away from you, there's no power being taken away from you. We are fighting as a whole, we are fighting as Kenyans to make sure that we have a proper country that tomorrow, anybody who goes for public office knows very well that is going to serve. And that's my humble plea to every Kenyan who is watching at us right now. These rallies that you are calling, you've seen the past two rallies, nobody has been beaten in terms of this tribe, I was passing by and I was beaten because I'm this tribe. None of that has happened. So Kenyans, when we go out, we are going out as one. And that's the call. That's the thing we're doing. Don't forget about whatever cost of sugar I'm buying in Luo Nyanza. It's the same amount you'll be buying it in Kilifi. And the high cost of token in Kuria, the same high cost of token in Budalangi. So this thing is affecting entire country, it's affecting all the tribes, and that's why we are coming out. So don't look at your tribe being targeted. And that's the thing that right now they're trying to drive into. That's why you're seeing some little commotions happening between Luyas and Kalenjins down there. Don't accept that narrative. Don't go that direction. Let's stay focused and let's give Baba easy time to deal with this thing. I think that's my submission for now, and we may come back later. Demba, you can take over and we proceed.
Oh, thank you. Good evening. It's evening, my side. Good county, Lala, and Assemble. I really want to add the voice to what you have said about tribalism and what they wanted to turn to. Think about 50 years. Thank you. Lala, mute yourself too, so that we can get each other. Yeah. So just to add my voice to what Asemba said, tribalism and reducing what is happening into a fight against tribes is cheap, and of course it's meant to divert attention. So I think Kenyans of goodwill will see that for what it is, and shun the idea of choosing to try and isolate people according to their tribes. And I think over time, most of us have married across, and most people who are maybe 40 and younger, they are married across. Most of them might not necessarily be so obsessed about their tribes. And as Asembo is saying, there's nothing wrong in organizing our politics, because politics is local, and you are likely to vote for the person that you see close to you. I think there's nothing wrong in different people within different localities, choosing their leaders according to the people that are seeking those particular positions and posts. And I think I like what was said. One time, President Uhuru Kenyatta, I think while speaking in Arusha, said that I think he said something that we have always known over time, that these borders and boundaries and even, the demarcations that we are using to isolate other people, they are not ours. They are made by the colonizer specifically to rule over us. And we use those ones now to say that so-and-so comes from this side or so-and-so does not belong here. We have mentally been hooked to that and decided that we isolate people based on that. I think it's time we have had a conversation that's going to take us away from that. Now, the other thing that I found you, Lala, talking about was the idea of what they're talking about parastatus and stuff like that. In my view, I think the conversation is much more affected by the underlying issues as opposed to the general idea. The general idea of a public-private partnerships, where some of the things that are burdening the government are, they try to find public private partners to run that. And that is not a concept that came recently. It was there during, I think, Moi's time. And if you remember, there are documents that have been put across to, to encourage public-private partnerships, because there are some institutions and parastatals that are burdened to the government. One of them would be some of them that we are saying that they are government institutions or parastatals, but they are not making any money, because what government is doing is just sinking money into those parastatals, and they are not becoming profit. They're not adding anything much to the exchequer. So you would want to find a way of making these institutions profitable, probably expanding the creativity within those institutions, or maybe getting to know how else can they do their work to benefit the public. And if a clear plan is set in terms of public-private partnerships, the country in the long run can benefit from the existence of those parastatals. So I think the idea by itself is not a bad one. It's only that we have a government that is, ripe and with a lot of people who are dented. They have dented image. So anything that they would come up with, it will be observed with some, some questions. Why so fast? But the general idea about public-private partnership is a good thing. And you can, if you look at, there are several types of public-private partnerships that they can engage in, like maybe they can, build, operate, and then transfer, stuff like that. There is also building, owning, and operating. There are several ways in which they can agree. And how is it going to benefit? The general thing that we want to look at is it going to benefit Mwananchi at the end of the day? So if we are, like, for example, we're talking about some parastatals, probably like Mumia Sugar, or some of them that are consistently. I remember the president going and sinking 1 million in Mumia Sugar. I think it was during the last time when they had just come in to try and revive it. And several other institutions that have been sunk in Kenyan money, and nothing has happened out of them. So I think if that is to happen, then you have a public-private partnership in some parastatals, well managed, then at the end of the day, we can have a better, well-run parastatals that are going to benefit Wananchi at the end of the day. So that one aside. Now, on the issue of Raila giving the Kka Sleepless nights, I think we want to see how it's going to go. Yeah, it's important, like we said yesterday, that he captures the imagination of the various interested parties, the Kenyan electoral system. One statement that I remember he said was that he's gonna try and sort Kenyan issues, and then they go to sort the African issue, which I think this will be on for a long time. Now, on Ruto changing the law to try and go after Kenyatta and Moi family, I think that's a long haul. It might not probably go to apply that. They will go backwards to try and check what was happening in many years ago, what land they did not pay tax on, because the law does not apply that way. The law applies forward. So probably even if they change it, it's going to apply to the other people moving forward the president who is probably current is going to have to pay their taxes, not the presidents who have been there. So what law will you use to go after Kenyatta family's, estate and the previous one? So those are some of the things that I think I need to blend my my view to. And I think I'll stop there for now and probably bring in Kenyan all the time, unless there's a question or a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the importance of public-private partnership. That's the way to go. I think the issue here is the way it is done, in Kenya. That's where the rubber meets the road, because everything gotta be clearly done. I think government has to play its role, which is really to create an environment that allow businesses to thrive. So if there's a private partner, arrangement, it has to be very, very clear so that there's a profitability. But if all you're doing is to rush things, then both parties, of course, business people also, unless they are regulated, unless they are also have a conscience, they may not. They may only look for their own self-interest, and so that partnership, I think, is key. That it is given that scrutiny and also supported, so that both is a win-win on both sides, and that's the way to go. The U.S. that's what happens, public-private partnership. Whether it's in the municipal, in building of stadiums here, you see the government and the private, entity coming together and to kind of work together. In Kenya, I think it is misused. In the past, even the old, there were a lot of questions, and even now we need to make sure it is done correctly and done in a way that both sides is a win-win for both sides. That's what I wanted to say. So thanks, Timber. I think that was important, part that you highlight. Yeah.
Yeah, like in the US, they're toll roads, and most toll roads are not owned by the public. So you find there are individuals who own those roads. They make the roads, and then of course you pay the toll. It goes to them. I'm also informed that jails, most jails are not publicly owned. So.
Well, there are some jails, not most, but there's a number of jails. That is also very controversial too in the U.S. because of the way it was done by a certain party, and you find that the cities are crying, the government is crying because they are spending a lot more than the scrupulous business people, making a lot of money out of that. That's what I'm saying. These things are good ideas, but they gotta be well thought through. We gotta be very clear what we are doing. They gotta be good representation from both sides, who clearly know and spell out what needs to be done, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you. So the idea of public-private partnership is not a bad thing, because sometimes you have institutions and organizations and parastatals that are a burden to Mwananchi, and because of the bureaucratic nature of the government, sometimes it's hard for them to be run professionally. So if you can have a private partner who will be able to take it over and make it profitable for the benefit of Mwananchi, that's a good thing. But I like what you're bringing out in terms of necessary public participation in making those decisions, not arbitrary, announcement that we just want to take this out. Like KCC, for example, KCC being a parastatal. KCC has gone through loss making for a long time, and it made losses all along until it was changed to new KCC, but still there were losses. The same to Kenya Meats Commission. until
But the question also is, why are they having losses? Because poor management, that's part of it. And the government is not fulfilling its role in those areas and bringing right kind of people there. And that's where private partnership, I think, helps a lot. So asking those questions are really important, because we may just want to throw this thing out there because they're getting losses, but we don't ask those questions. And then the people are going to have them out there don't really care about who we are, about the wananchi, and you end up losing than really gaining. There are people that have done that, and what they do, they get as much out of the government, then they sell or they dissolve, and then they get out of the country. Even the US here, they've done that. And so they find the countries are crying that you promised to do A, B, C, D, but now the company's gone, the jobs are gone, there's nobody here. There's scammers even here in this country in the name of private partnership. So I think it has to be thought through. We have to really debate what goes into it and bring experts and professionals to do it, rather than announcing this is a good idea, let's go, without really thinking through and putting the right kind of people. So I wanted just to make that comment.
I see Leo is coming.
It's okay, just proceed. It's okay.
Kenyan all the time. Karibu.
Yeah, thank you. I will begin with where you people have stopped from. Kwanza niwasalimie. This issue of privatization is a good thing, but the problem is that in Kenya it is done artificially. It is something induced. It is not done because the system needs it. It is done because there are some particular people who want to own some particular government entities, and we want, and they look for mechanisms of selling those things. Why? Why is it that just after we have finished the election, why is it that the government has seen the need of wanting to sell or wanting to privatize so many institutions? Have those institutions overnight started making losses? Are all those institutions which we want to privatize, have we done a research to understand that these institutions can even be managed by the government and make profit? Why is it that just after an election we want to privatize like 1,000 institutions? It boils to one thing. This regime wants to reward the people who made it sure they won that election, if at all they won. I'm double sure there will even be countries which will be, when we are talking of this privatization, I'm double sure even they will even privatize even to citizens of other countries. It is not about rich Kenyans buying those things. I'm double sure even citizens of other countries who were involved in the malicious election which we have just completed, they will be involved. So it's a big scheme to reward. So it is not something natural. So to me, I'm not even happy of it, because it is not something which is being done out of research and out of knowledge. It is a reward system. That's what I want to say. And I think the Kenyan parliament should stop it. Privatization should not even be coming from the government and the politicians. I think even institutions themselves, they have concepts of doing their own research and trying to establish if they can make profit or loss. Like KQ, we have built them out like almost 10 times, and they are still continuing to make loss, but we are still having hope that one day they will ever make profit. But I'm not saying that companies or institutions which are not making profit will go to that direction. But what I'm trying to talk about here is motive. Are we wanting to sell to make a profit, or do we want to sell to reward somebody, or to start making some people start getting their own cash cow? Remember, These institutions make a lot of money, and privatization is something global. Even in the UK and some other places, even some of these football clubs which we watch, they are private entities. So it is not something new, but the concept, methodology, and motive is what matters. Okay, back to politics. Now, kuna mtu tulikuwa tuna audit leo, by the way. We were trying to audit story ya Kenya saa hii. Food is high, cost of land is reducing. Nasikia siku hizi even the companies which deal with the selling of houses wanasema they are reporting bad business. International trade, I'm hearing it is very bad. So if you try to look at what is happening, all the indicators which should show that a government is functioning, nothing seems to be positive. Hakuna hata kitu moja. So then there was a question which we were asking ourselves. Does it mean that the government is not doing anything, or does it mean that they met too many problems? Because those are the things which they are trying to hide. Unasikia kila saa tu wakisema atu walikuta nchi imemalizwa. Then it boils down to one thing. You know, after an election, a government, that is the rule of the thumb. After an election, a government needs to settle very fast. Because you know what happens before you do the election, there is usually like a slowdown. Normally, usually you see like before you do the election, almost 1 year, 6 months before election, there is usually like a slowdown. There are so many things which are not working. So what it means is that immediately after the election, the government which has been ordained is supposed to settle very quickly and try to solve those deficits which were created by that slowdown as people were planning for election. It is not supposed to be that way, but it is because we have intertwined our economy with the politics. Naturally, we are supposed to separate economy and politics, but in our country, we have not separated those two entities. Politics determine the type of job you have, the type of projects which will come to your place. So politics and the development or economy, they are too much intertwined in our country. And that is one thing which we have. That's why you always see in every electioneering period, our economy gets affected because of that intertwine. So now Mr. Ruto has gotten the election, and he has already met a government in slowdown. And he's not the only one who meets this situation. Even Mr. Kibaki met the same situation. Even Uhuru, maybe not much for Uhuru Kenyatta because he was having some blessing from the other side of the government. But Mr. Ruto has met a government on a slowdown. So he was supposed to settle very quickly and set up the government on an inclined plane. Otherwise, if you get the government in such a situation and then you don't settle quickly, or you start now not concentrating with the serious agenda of the government, things worsen. And that is the explanation of why life in Kenya is becoming difficult. It is because this government has been unable to settle, and they have no methodology of reducing the slowdown which we had. So now the government was already moving on the negative direction. So, and even after finishing the election period, where we are now supposed to move from the negative direction to the positive direction, they are still pushing us on the negative direction. And if they are still not going to settle, things are going to be worse, because the problems which we are having is that we are having people who have not settled in the government. That is why we are having this confusion, and they are trying even to bring other blames which they are not supposed to blame. So they are just supposed to sit down, settle, and look for working methodologies. Remember also, for a government to settle, you also need to look for mechanisms of bringing on board even the people who feel they have been aggrieved. The fact that Mr. Odinga feels that he was aggrieved and he was betrayed is one thing which will also make them not settle, because there will be destabilization. and they are not willing to solve that. So, and even Kenyans themselves, we are not willing to solve that because no one is willing to tell us what happened on August 15. So, bottom line is that all these things boils down to honesty. If these people were honest enough and they tell Kenyans what happened on August 15, people would settle down. But there's no way in which a government can go anywhere where when a half of the country is not settled. And that is the problem. And the people will not settle. So they are like working, it is only like they are using, let me say they are using like 40 to 50% of our output because the other portion is not settled, and we are still geared on the politics direction because we have not solved this issue. So that's why I'm saying we have very useless institutions, our IBC, our Supreme Court, and many other institutions which are supposed to make sure that immediately after the election, that polarity of politics goes down. They have not been able to do that. And remember, even in the US or in some other developed countries, immediately after election, they try to bring that political temperature down. And one way of bringing political temperature down is honesty. So there is no way in which political temperature can come down, people can get settled, and the people feel that they were stolen. So it is an accumulation of many things which will make and that is why, by the way, as far as 2007, we have never settled. So we keep on staying with hangovers. We just have electoral hangovers, which don't end. 2007 in Aisha EV, we pretend as if we have solved, we return back to square one. 2013, we behave as if we have solved. So we just have electoral hangover, which are just delaying any development agenda in our country. And our country cannot move because we have refused to solve one simple issue. Who wins election in Kenya? That is the question we don't want to answer. Who wins election in Kenya? What is so difficult because let me tell you, it is not that people reject elections. Even if you follow the chronology of even American election as early as 1776, the people always accept the outcome of election. But it is a process. People have to be shown how they lost election. That's why even like in America, they have been having that norm of concession speech. But in Kenya, how do you get a concession speech? Even when Chebukati, during the announcing, he is playing the mouse and the water games. You saw like in August 15 what they were doing there. How do you expect? Because that is one thing which in Kenya we have to learn. Until you get a concession speech, election has not ended. That is one thing which people we don't understand. That's why even you are even seeing like yes, even in America we are saying that Donald Trump, but the fact that Donald Trump was not able to give a concession speech, it is something which has brought a lot of destabilization. Yeah, we can say people have to look for mechanisms of settling things down, but that concession speech is very powerful in terms of, and that's why you see like in the developed countries, that is what starts. Like if you remember, like in 2016, Hillary Clinton will come, he will even do a call to the person who has won the election, and politics. The person who loses election is the one who announces the election is over. So until somebody who has lost the election has helped you to bring the political temperature down, no matter what you do, you'll not move. And that is the question which Kenyans don't want to solve. Why is it that we do not want to give a political environment whereby even the losers are comfortable? The winner has no problem. And that is one thing which people have to understand. The winner has no problem. Our politics has to see how people are going to get satisfied with the electoral process. Let me tell you, even Mr. Odinga today, if you methodologically show him how he lost that election, I'm telling you, he will depoliticize Kenya. No one, no one wants to hold people ransom, because this idea whereby we have now started selling propaganda and saying that some people want to hold people ransom. Let me ask you a honest question. Assume you are the one and you are treated that way. How would you, even some other people, or let's assume whatever Ruto did, Odinga did, could he have given Odinga time to govern? The question is no. So what I'm trying to say is that in the next dispensation, and I hope Mr. Odinga can help us in that methodology, please let's have a concept whereby the losers of the election will be shown how they lost the election, either through tabulation, through mechanisms. But this idea whereby we are only concentrating with the winner, our system is only concentrating with the winner, nothing else, and we put everybody else in limbos, is not good. Lastly, kabla naona Asembo anataka kuuliza swali bwana Themba. Asembo sawa?
Kenyan all the time. What you say, if you remember very well, when Kenyatta and Odinga came together, they wanted to solve this problem of winner takes it all. And that has been a problem that those who get it, the winners can decide on what to do with the ones who did not vote for them. And this has been even shown. We've been shown this type of situation by Mr. Gachagua when he says sisi ndo tulipiga hii serikali, sisi ndo tunajua mtu wa kuweka wapi, hata hiyo Nairobi the governor sisi ndo tulimweka pale, and we know where to put them. That's the mentality that this thing has been really giving us hard time, and that was going to be captured in the BBI, if you remember very well, that winner takes it all, that the other people can't have a say in the government that is formed. And that's why they came up with Azimio la Wananchi, whereby you feel part and parcel of the government that is in place. Whether you vote for it or don't vote for it, it's supposed to serve you equally, and you need to get same services regardless of how you voted. So I think that's the thing that if they were the way you're saying, they needed to turn down their political campaigns and now start working for everybody, which they failed to do because they didn't know how to do it. I think I just wanted to make that correction, that it was captured in BBI and it was going to take care of all these things of winner takes it all, and the rest feel not part of the government.
Yeah, thank you for that addition there. We usually supplement one another here. So that's what I was trying to say now. So you see, then the other thing is Ruto is also his own enemy. You see, when you miraculously get an election, because he somehow miraculously gotten the election, what you try to do is you try to bring people on board. And there is a reason why scholars or very serious people say that sometimes people win election, but the people who voted for that government, they do not benefit more than the people who did not vote for that government. There is wisdom in that thing. There is a reason why some people even go and look for opponents and they try to see how they can work with these people. Because the person who opposes you, he can give you the havoc if you want for your information. And depending on how you handle those people, you can actually help your own game. So this pride, which Mr. Ruto came with, and let me tell you, by the way, if Ruto was able to humble himself and he tried to look for another mechanism of involving all the other people, not even giving them government positions, because I do not think there is any government position which like Mr. Odinga can fit for now. But there was a way in which you could even somebody like Kenyatta, if Ruto was wise enough, somebody like Kenyatta can even help him to depoliticize Kenya. Unaona hata hii maandamano inamsumbua hivyo. I'm double sure if Ruto was not having that bad blood with Uhuru Kenyatta, ama angekuwa anafanya ile vitu anafanya hivi, he could have talked with Uhuru Kenyatta and Uhuru Kenyatta could have even talked with Raila Odinga Mwambie, they could have agreed somewhere. But now you can see, even in places where he can be able to get peace, he is destroying everything. So he can approach Uhuru, but now how do you approach Uhuru and you also want to use him as your bait of governance? You see, this thing of saying people are not paying taxes is a misplaced statement. Why? Because if people are not paying taxes, there is a methodology of asking for that tax. Like, for example, you cannot go in the TV and start saying that I'm not paying tax. And as a leader, you are not supposed to say that. So what Mr. Ruto was supposed to do, if indeed Mr. Kenyatta was not paying tax, there are organs which deals with that. There are courts and other things. Why can't they summon him? If that is what he's saying, why must it go to the media and start asking for tax from media? So to me, I see it as lack of respect from your predecessor for your information. You are supposed to respect those people who got power before you. So to me, I see it as lack of respect, and as somebody who is out on venom. So I wish he can be able to look for a mechanism in which, because Mr. Kenyatta is not the only person who is not paying tax. If I thought tax is not being paid, we have so many people who are not paying tax. So let him give us a list. Let him say so and so is paying tax. But when you start personalizing and saying so and so is not paying tax, and then we start now to correct, because, and then you start now even when, like, lifestyle is so bad, maisha iko mbaya sana. Then when people are picketing or they are demonstrating because of lifestyle, you start saying ni kodi, ati somebody is sponsoring because of kodi. What is the relationship between lifestyle na tax? Because the reason why even Raila Odinga is getting audience, it is because of what is happening in our country. We have so many problems. There's no value for money. Education is chaos. Chakula hakuna. We don't have anything. So whatever is happening to Odinga, partly is also being accelerated. Let me tell you, no one would be interested with maandamano 4 months after election. But the reason why people are feeling those, and by the way, watu wataendelea kuja. So if Ruto thinks that those rallies people are going to reduce, he will get a shock of the day. In fact, if those things will continue, we will have a doubling effect. Very soon hizo vitu zitakuwa Uhuru Park if he doesn't solve the issues, because ile shida watu wako nayo ni njaa, hatuna chakula, we feel deprived, we feel the government is not working for us. So hiyo maandamano itatoka Kamukunji na Jacaranda iende Uhuru Park. They will grow. Those maandamano will necessitate for bigger places, and then finally they start skyrocketing to almost every county. Unasikia in one day kuna maandamano kama 5. Nakuru kuna watu, Kisumu kuna watu, na Nairobi kuna watu. But those things can stop if he works. But I don't think he is interested in working. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Lala.
I think you raised some critical points there. But I think the issue, the heart of the matter is electoral theft. That's the heart of it all. Because whatever you want to try outside of correcting that part will not work. As long as people are aware that this election was stolen, it will be very, very difficult to kind of create that cohesive, approach and people to come together to help this man. And so I think it should forget. And so Ruto, maybe I want to raise a question here for any of you who's legal mind. Is it possible for the Supreme Court to open the case, knowing now they're under pressure, and say we want to have this this cover, and we open and they can do something, or is it something they cannot open? Is the law written in a way that there's nothing yet that can be done with the Supreme Court based on the new information? As a whistleblower, I'm just raising it to anyone, any of you who is there who can help us here.
You know, the way the courts work, they cannot address themselves on their own motion to a case. Someone has got to approach the court. A judicial review, someone can ask for a judicial review, but a judicial review is more often than not just an opinion, not necessarily enforceable in terms of maybe a case. Someone might ask for a judicial review, and it might not necessarily change the case from where it was. Yeah, so someone has got to approach the court to ask for a judicial review on that. I mean, that's my understanding. You remember Sonko? When a case in point was Sonko's case, when the Supreme Court had ruled on it, he went to ask for a judicial review, if you can recall. And of course, it does not change. It does not change. Maybe after that, you can go to East African Court, East African Court of Justice. But East African Court of Justice may address itself to it, but it is not enforceable in Kenya. According to the Kenyan Constitution, the apex court is the Supreme Court. So once Supreme Court has pronounced itself on a case, that's it, according to the Kenyan law. You may seek further interpretation elsewhere, but it will not be enforceable within the country. Now, what is likely to happen is this is now a political process. It's not a legal process, right? Whatever Raila is trying to follow is not following. Azimio is trying to follow is not so much of a legal process. The legal process ended with the pronouncement by the Supreme Court. Now that's the legal. So what is taking place right now is political pressure. So when you pile political pressure, you're likely to call and raise the awareness of the international communities. Now, when that pressure has been piled and it is well enough, what is likely to happen is whatever is going to take place will be they'll create a mechanism to anchor it within the constitution. So what is it that will happen in the event that if that is the plan, I mean, Raila has given 2 weeks, nothing happens, then there'll be political pressure. Now, depending with how much international community and the AU is seeing the position of Kenya, they are likely to want to call them to a truce before it goes over. But again, if the stakes are too high, there's some of them, like you see in some countries, they stay off. They don't get involved at all until they allow you to sort yourself out your issues in your own way, you see. So those are the scenarios that we are likely to see. But as of now, the legal appeals process within the Constitution of Kenya have already been exhausted. So what is happening now is a political process. And the political process is normally not so much governed within the legal provision. So like, for example, you say picketing. You might not be, you cannot control how much, it will go. And of course, as it goes on, there are several other people who are likely to take advantage of the picketing. And that is likely also to bring other, they say that there's the intended goal, but there are also other things that come in with it. So it's an interesting place to be at right now.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because in the US they have these debates all the time, and you hear from time to time the debates that Supreme Court of the US is both legal as well as political. In other words, they are given that leverage to make certain decisions which are actually not prescribed in the law, but because they're Supreme Court. So I don't know. This is interesting.
Yeah, it's when a matter like that takes a political. There's the legality of it and the politics of it. Now, the politics of it is now it has gone to the politics, the court of public opinion. Now, what is expected? Probably in future you will find enough. The pressure will be enough to cause certain kind of to cause certain to be felt enough with those who are in power right now. And mostly it is enough when their movement in terms of economy and running the country is affected, then they are likely to act. So there are two ways of acting. They may carve into the negotiation, or they may respond with power, like they did in 2000 and was it 2012, 2013? I think 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when they responded with with a lot of pressure. 2013, yeah, 2017, when they responded with a lot of power, and you saw what happened. So when they did that, after some time, definitely they carved in and the handshake took place, because now the economy, anything that is going to affect the economy, is likely to destabilize the government. And when the government is not able to feed its people, a hungry people is an angry person. So the people are likely now to take their arms against the government of the day. It becomes an economic war. When it becomes an economic war, then it can spill over into other things. So I think we are likely to observe how it goes. And we are still waiting for the response, because Ruto is still insisting that he's not going to cave in. But you see, he's also dealing with Raila, who is seasoned in terms of fighting regimes. So that is not likely to scare Raila if he's saying he's not going to cave in. And let's see how it goes on. Welcome, Fabrizio. I can see you are on your video today. Yeah, probably is not. Let me acknowledge some people down there so that we move on. Welcome and invite as many people as you can. Let me acknowledge a few people. I can see Gavin Ochieng, Danny Darius, for the Danny Darius, Happy New Year. Due diligence, nice to see you again. Blue Mwanambali, nice to see you. Yufin, Bariza Masiku, nice to see you. Fatun Abdullahi Mohammed, nimefurahi sana kuwaona, muwe wazuri leo. Yellow is not yellow color yellow is not patented by UDA, bana, kuweni wapole. Yeah, it is not a patent. Sasa, because UDA walichukua sasa imepatentiwa. We shouldn't put on our things, bana. Wacheni mchezo, bana. Lilian Mogeni. Yeah?
Question also here.
Let me finish, then we come there.
Okay, go finish.
Yeah. So thank you so much, everyone, for your coming. If you want to come and give your views, kindly, the link is down there. You can always join the show and you give your views. Wadau wa Kenya, wapenda Kenya, wakusikie. They are going to listen to you. They are going to respond to you. It's always our pleasure to come in here and share our views. So before you ask your question, Lala, I think we need to also bring in these two people, Fabrizio and Nancy wa Kenya. Karibuni. Let's start with Fabrizio, and then we go to Nancy wa Kenya, then we listen to you, Lala, in your question. If you want to mute, it'll be good.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay, Fabrizio, karibu.
Good evening. Sorry, Tem, but yesterday you took a lot of hits because of me. I'm here to rattle feathers as a good, healthy democracy needs.
Wewe jana ulikuja unazua zoga alafu naacha mimi nibebe hiyo yote bana. You are not a nice person, man.
Ilikuwa setup poa, eh?
It was my first time this year, I mean, to moderate. Then I'm coming on fire. People are not feeling good with me down there. Anyway, karibu.
Asante. Okay, I see here the topic.
Na umevaa blue. Sasa mimi nimeambiwa mimi nimevaa yellow. Wewe umevaa blue, wewe ni Azimio, eh?
Hii ni Chelsea, hii si Azimio, hii ni Chelsea kamili.
Haya, go ahead.
Okay, Ruto going after Kenyatta family to pay taxes. That's a good step. Again, I'm not Kenya Kwanza or Ruto supporter, but it's a good step. He shouldn't stop there. He should go to Moi family, Kibaki family, and not only that, he should also probe the land grabbing that these families have grabbed. Historically, we know the Kenyatta family, they say they have land the size of Nyanza province. Let's look at that. How did they get that? Okay, so he shouldn't even stop on the taxes. Go after how much this, and we can use the Panama Papers, which Uhuru promised to tell us about, explain himself, but he did not. So we can follow up on that. Okay. What else? Electoral. I wanted to respond something, Pemba. Yesterday you gave an example of Sri Lanka. When you say that Sri Lankans, they marched to the presidential palace and took over the country and the president had to flee. I think there's a stark difference between Sri Lanka and Kenya. Raila Odinga of 2017 and 2007 does not have the same support as Raila Odinga of 2022. Okay? Notice when the results were announced. Usually we know the hotspots, immediately it's announced and the people, when people are agitated about any sense of any electoral mischief. You look at Kisumu, Mombasa, when not Ukambani, but yeah, the Azimio hotspots, ODM hotspots, immediately there's always protests, whether it's burning things down or just people take to the streets and they protest. This time it did not happen. So what I'm suggesting is this. What I'm trying to say is this. In Sri Lanka, it was a popular revolution by the people. There was more people who were against the government than the people who actually supported the government, if there was any. In Kenya, there's a huge number, okay? A huge number of people who were Ruto followers, okay? Like I mentioned yesterday, once Raila had that handshake with Kenyatta, he lost all the credibility. And also, once they lost on that BBI ruling that happened, which was, most people didn't look at it as something that's beneficial to Kenyans, the common mwananchi in general. They looked at it as a way of these two gentlemen protecting their own interests, family interests, and their friends, and rule in perpetuity. So people rebelled against that. And Ruto was smart enough to coin them as dynasties. So we were looking at Ruto hustler, even though he might not be a hustler, but you know, that's the perception. Because remember, politics is all about perception. So people look at Uhuru and Raila as wale wadosi, na sisi ndio wale, sisi ni masafara. You know, that was the perception.
Fabrizio, hold on.
Yes.
Lala, kindly mute. Thank you. I got.
Yeah, so that was the perception. So when the election came, remember, Oburu made a very interesting quote. He said, "This time we have the deep state and the government, so we are going to win regardless." And they were unpleasantly surprised when they lost. So I was listening to Mzalendo also yesterday. He said something really interesting. He said, "Okay, why is this guy? Why is Raila still? He's only going to Kibera, Jacaranda, the strongholds, basically. Why don't he goes to? Why doesn't he go to Central Province, Wakina Mata Karua's backyard? Let's see the turnout if they have the people, you know, because what they're trying to do essentially, since you articulated it well, the legal process is done, so there's nothing they can do. They can only picket to create a perception that Ruto's rule or presidency is illegitimate. Unfortunately, people are looking at Raila as you ran 5 times or 4 times, whatever the case. Every time you're saying the same things. So most people just want peace. They might not be Ruto's supporters per se, but they'd rather say, I would rather settle for Ruto and have peace than this kind of Mandamano, which we've been on Mandamano. 2007, we had that tribal stuff that happened. And 2017, where we actually swore in Raila Odinga as the people's president and tried to get him to go to the White House, but he turned his back on his supporters. And that's how people lost trust on him. So in closing, I don't want to speak for 5 hours. Raila can picket as much as he wants. And we know what he's doing. And one last thing, an interesting thing. I hear you people say Ruto is buying a lot of MPs. You know, there was only one other avenue where Azimio could take out Ruto. Guess what? By using the legislative body, the legislative arm of the government, in order to vote, to have a vote of no confidence on Ruto, okay? But Ruto is 3 steps ahead. So he's so-called buying the politicians to come on his side. So in case they want to bring a motion to vote him, have a vote of no confidence to take him out, because that's a legal process where they can take him out of presidency. He already has the MPs on his side. That's why I'm saying this guy is 3 steps ahead of Raila. Raila will pick it. And like I say, the only way he can do this is provoke the government to react violently so that the international community, you know, he can scream to the international community and tell them, hey, we're getting gunned down, human rights violation, come help us. That's the only way Raila can get sympathy. But again, as far as the taxing, Uhuru should be taxed, and forensically, they should have a forensic audit on his property, the Kenyatta family, Moi family, Kibaki family. Let's go down the road and let's reclaim all the money that they've stolen through the years and the land they've grabbed and the businesses that they've taken care of. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much, Themba.
Okay, thank you. Before I bring Nancy or Kenya, thank you for your submission. A few questions. The first question I want to ask you, what do you know about the Pandora Papers? Pandora Papers, yeah.
It reveals how much, how much the businesses and the assets that the Kenyatta family have stashed outside of Kenya. That's what
have you now I want to start here. Have you read the Pandora Papers?
I haven't finished reading it. I read a little bit.
Who are the authors?
The authors, there are a bunch of lawyers, international lawyers, that were auditing top head head of states, including Putin, John Kerry of the United States is not a head of state, but he's one of them.
Who are the authors? Who are the authors?
Huh? I told you, the authors are lawyers, international lawyers, who their names in the website. I'll give you the website in a second if you want me to. But they're lawyers who conducted this audit worldwide to top heads of states in the world.
So I want to stop this. Wait. First of all, that's wrong. It's not lawyers. These are a group of journalists. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Number two, let me give you another information.
Yes.
Who provided the sources from Africa?
Who provided the sources? They did their audit themselves.
No. I mean,
are you asking how the process of how? Okay.
No, Fabrice.
Okay.
Let's go step by step.
Okay.
You said you have read the
Panama Papers, sorry.
The whatever papers they're talking about, yeah?
Yes.
And you say that you've read, you've seen the authors. Have you gone to check their sources from Africa?
They didn't disclose who.
No, it's disclosed. It's disclosed.
No. I'm answering. If you're asking who did they contact to get the information, it is not written.
It's disclosed. It's online. You can go there and look at whatever papers you're talking about.
Okay,
go to sources of information.
Okay, I'm here. I have Google here.
When you go Google, go down there, check sources of information from Africa.
So what's your argument?
I want to give. Okay, you'll read that for yourself. Now I want to tell you something.
Tell me something.
Yeah, what they even gave about that particular paper was not even about Uhuru Kenyatta.
It was the family. Mama Ngina's name is in there.
Exactly. Now,
thank you.
And if you are going to check Mama Ngina is not Uhuru Kenyatta.
It's a family business.
It's not Uhuru Kenyatta. So if you're going to come, and I usually like when someone comes, other than just talking, you talk from an informed position.
Okay.
When you are informed about something, it's easier for you to prosecute it well. Okay.
Okay.
I like your submission.
Okay.
Until something can be made so. They say they make it so you popularize it until you lose the meat of it. That one, if you go read it, there was already a Panama paper, then there's whatever paper that came up the other day. If you go and look at the authors, it will tell you where it got information from Kenya. One of the authors that provided that information is one David D.
Okay.
And you know David D, who David D is today?
Yes, the economic advisor of William Ruto. Yes.
Okay, so now that is aside. Number two, I don't want to address myself to that because it's a lot of hearsay. People who have not read it, have not known the social information, come and say, let's follow it. Number two, I want to address myself to what you have talked about on the issue of, Raila can go, he can go and picket and do all that. For me, when I look at you, I see you as a young man who should be more progressive in your thinking. I'm not saying you're not. But I'm trying to suggest that young people right now needs to be the people to guard the democracy that we have.
Okay.
In our independence, when we started our independence, our independence constitution was a multi-party constitution. If you have bothered to check it out, when we moved through, at some point we changed into a one-party system. Now, when we became a one-party system, dictatorial tendencies came and emerged when we were moved. And how did we move into a one-party system? When things that are happening right now, like I see you celebrating that Ruto is thinking ahead, is buying the MPs.
No, I'm not celebrating. Sorry.
When you say that, I mean, you just said that, I heard you. You said, oh, Ruto is thinking ahead of Raila. He has bought the MPs, so he can't beat them in the legislature. Now, that for you as a young person, it should be not a celebratory thing, but a scary thing. Because when you can see anybody with power, anybody, that's why you have a multi-party system.
Yes.
So that power can be checked. If you have a parliament that cannot check the executive, a parliament that is controlled by the executive, that's a danger, not to Raila, not to even you and I, because I can see probably in the next 10 or whatever years, this whatever might not benefit you. It is a democracy, is a danger to the democracy for the future of the nation called Kenya. As much as you may love one person, you don't need a person who is the president, who is having control over parliament, who is having control over judiciary, who is having control over executive. At some point, you will have a country that is a dictatorship, and that's the same thing that's happening in Uganda. So I differ. I don't mind differing with the people in terms of them having opinion. You have the freedom to support UDA. You have the freedom to support whichever other party. But I would like, at some point, appreciation that any danger to democracy should be pointed out. You can have very, very good ideas, but when you lose out in terms of, in my view, I say in my view, if you lose out in terms of pointing out danger to democracy, Ruto is a danger to Kenyan democracy. When you are going to buy MPs so that you can control parliament and exchange, and control and even, change the constitution willy-nilly. You wake up and you decide, we want this to go. You might be celebrating right now, but I think, in my view, you and I should be in the forefront to say, point out what is a danger to democracy and celebrate diversities in our political participation. So while I appreciate our diversities in political participation, I don't agree with the concept of appreciating when parliament has been taken over by the executive. But before you speak, before you respond, I'm sure Nancy might be having some
I'll be brief.
No, just hold on right there. Nancy might be having something to add on so that you answer all of it together. Nancy, karibu.
Asante, yeah. Well, yesterday I apologized to you. I thought you were the one who had called me cheap, but it was Fabrizio. I apologize because he is not supposed to unmute his microphone when someone else is talking. So I thought it was you, Tembo. So
No, I'm good. I'm good. Go ahead, karibu. Fabrizio, if you can mute so that we listen to Nancy.
Yeah. I don't know, Fabrizio, it's like he likes violence because, the way he's saying that because people did not get violent last time because Raila did not win. What statement is that one? I don't know who can make such a statement. It's just that people are not, it's not the Luos who are violent. We can know who was violent. Violence comes from Rift Valley. Anyway, what I was saying, Ruto, the way he said that he's going to be bottom up, but what is he doing for bottom up? Every time he comes, the taxes. He started with freeing the criminals. Now he has gone to taxes. That's taxes. They don't concern us. They don't concern bottom. What is he doing? What is that bottom up? I've done community development. I know what bottom up means. That's not bottom up. So this country, if we just lived Ruto for 2 years, we'll be surprised. He has no clue what he's doing. I don't know what the topic was. Let me listen in first. Let me stop there first.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy, for bringing that up. Before Fabrizio talk, Fabrizio, there's something else you said about when Raila went for election, people did not wake up. First of all, that statement is, in my view, I find it very misplaced because it's unaware of the pertaining and obtaining environment at that time. Number one, you need to appreciate that when Raila was going into an election, he was going under Azimio. And Azimio at that time, the current president is the chairman of Azimio. When he's going to an election at that time, I can assure you that if the current president at that time was not the chairman of Azimio at that time, if it was a different scenario where Uhuru was not the chairman of Azimio, I tell you that particular thing would not have happened. But there were two things obtained at that time. Raila is the leader of Azimio, Uhuru is the chairman of Azimio, Uhuru is the current president. If you are going to go to Supreme Court has pronounced itself on it. Now, for you to even go out and start agitating, the chairman of that particular party has got the top decision-making body of Azimio is led by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Can you imagine the embarrassment that now Uhuru is sitting as a chairman of Azimio, and Azimio is out there agitating? It would have been so embarrassing for the president at that time. So many things were obtaining at that time. And of course, when they came out, they say that we are going to stick and follow the law. Their hope was that the courts were going to pronounce themselves appropriately. But you and I know what happened. Of course, you believe differently. So right now, now that the president is not the current president at State House, Raila is now free. And he can take it to the court of public opinion. And this issue of saying they should have followed the law, we said here yesterday, laws have been amended. Laws cannot prevent you from agitating for what is your right. You cannot say, you go to court, you follow the law, do this. Picketing is a law. And while Fabrizio, you can be happy, you can be thinking that Raila has exhausted himself. That is what they did in other places. And there's someone who says that if there's anything that people should not wish for is political instability. Because one thing that happens, you know, it's one thing to celebrate that, let him continue, let him do this. But you and I, the collateral damage you're gonna suffer, you know. The people wanasema inashikanga waliomo na wasiokuwemo. It is not Raila who is going to suffer. It is your people and my people. Because you are connected, you are a system, you have people down there in the village. There might not be fights, but the economic disturbance might cost you and I. So you shouldn't be celebrating that, you know, Raila is going to be out there, Raila is going to picket, let him picket, or they just want to do this. The damage, collateral damage is usually wider than that. Right now, we suffered after our post-Russia. Russia was invaded that country. But you suffered in Kenya. You are paying high prices. A country that they are fighting so far away, you know. So sometimes we should be careful while pushing for certain things. We should, as much as possible, we might support a political party, but we shouldn't celebrate when injustice has been done to certain people. When there's an injustice, they say injustice for one is injustice for all. It's not about Azimio. You might celebrate right now. The same people who celebrated when single party rule came, they were eaten by it. So it comes back to eat you. Remember the first time when Jubilee members unanimously and Duale passed the security laws, it came to bite them. So you can celebrate. Right now, you are saying that it is good. Ruto is ahead. Ruto is thinking ahead. Oh, he's thinking ahead of Raila. But you're right now creating a monster who is going eventually to create one-party political system. Museveni was a darling of the people when he started. 36 or so years later, the guy has refused to get out of power. And when he came, they moved it. The other day, he changed it to life presidency. Dictatorship is built by the people. And with sentiments like yours, oh, Ruto is, without noting that, hey, this guy, there are some danger signs, especially that are actually an affront to democracy. So I want to allow you, and then I go to Stone Piquet.
Themba, I was going to give you some points for your rebuttal, but now you are losing it. If you listen carefully what I said, and I've said it here, and even yesterday, and every time I come here, I've always condemned Ruto. I'm not a Ruto fan. Why? This is the problem with Kenya. If you disagree with somebody, if I say, okay, Kenyatta should be taxed, why do you automatically assume that I'm a Ruto supporter? I even said it yesterday. Kenyatta should be in jail. Ruto should be in jail. I've said that all the time. I can care less about Ruto. I wasn't celebrating his victory because I said here, and I was here. You were not here when Mr. What's his name was here, Bernard, the first day. I said the reason why I think he's a colonial puppet is because he's letting the GMOs come in, and that's going to affect Kenyans' food production in the long run. So let's get our minds off this. Just because I say something that's against Raila, that automatically means I'm for Ruto. Ruto is not going to be the solution. I can tell you right now, he's not. And you might be right, he might become a dictator. Okay? So I would like you to just get your mind off thinking that I'm supporting or celebrating Ruto. I'm not. What I'm trying to say is this, and I'll say it again. Ruto going after taxes, Kenyatta's taxes, something that hasn't been done from the beginning since the Kenyatta started looting, it's a positive sign. Does that mean I support Ruto? No, I don't. Did he win election? That's the question. Legally, by the legal process, he did win the elections. Now, I was saying this when I said about that MP thing, buying MPs. I was saying, okay, he's thinking ahead because the only other legal avenue that the Azimio might have to take him out legally is to use the legislative branch of the government. And he has thought about it, so he's buying these MPs. So when a vote comes in parliament or whatever, through the National Assembly, to get him out of the presidency, a vote of no confidence, he has the numbers. Is it something to celebrate? No. I can care less about Ruto. Ruto should be in jail. He has a case. We discussed that with Mato the other day. I guess you're not here. So don't automatically assume that I am celebrating Ruto's victory. No, I don't. But what he did is a step in the right direction. It's a part of holding those people who started this land grabbing stuff. Part of what we call historical injustice. It's a step, a huge one indeed. Okay? Now, I don't like when people say Kenya, our economy is bad because of the war in Iraq and in Ukraine. No, it's not. That's a lazy argument, but that's international politics that we want to get into. It's just an easy cop-out to say, oh, we are doing bad because what does that have to do with our affairs? If we could manage our own affairs well, we shouldn't worry about what's going on in Ukraine. But anyway, what was the last point that you mentioned? Progressive politics for my age. I understand. Yesterday, again, remember, go watch that tape again. I say this. We need to stop celebrating these personalities. The same irredeemably corrupt politicians who always package themselves every 5 years as the saviors. How long has Kalonzo, Raila, Ruto been in government? What change have we seen? So what makes you think when Azimio gets the power, they will do something and anything different based on their past? That's what I'm saying. So anyway, in finishing, in conclusion, and I'll leave because my thing is 5% in my device here. Don't always assume that if I'm criticizing Uhuru or I'm criticizing Raila, I'm automatically a Ruto supporter. I'm saying if they do something good, that's why yesterday I said, let's hold him accountable. Right now, let's go Kenya. Okay, let him be president. Legally, he has become a president. You can disagree with me in this, but we can hold him accountable. If he does something wrong, we get him out of there. And that's what I'm saying. I didn't vote for him. I don't care about him. And I voted for Raila. He disappointed me with the handshake, and I have no work for him. Uhuru, I'd like to see him in jail. Same with Ruto. And I maintain that. So that's my submission. Again, I don't want to take your time. Thank you very much, everyone. And Bemba, you're still doing a very good job. And that yellow tracksuit, utaeleza watu wako kwa nini umeivaa.
See you around, bro. Stone PK, habari gani?
Salama ndugu Themba, and jamaa amehepa na nilikuwa nakuja kusikiza injili yake. I was coming to hear and listen to that new school of thought, which is it's really tiring. Unfortunately, it's really tiring, and a lot of our airtime, worthwhile airtime. Why I'm saying that, and I'm not demeaning him or something like that, before I do my submission, is, you see, you don't come here your work is to criticize hiyo, Themba akisema, come with your original thing. Tell us your opinion. Don't just tell us, oh, he's bad, but he's going in the right direction. My friend, you are so contradictory. And I wonder what class, I went to school when schools were really good, and our teachers would discourage you if you're arguing in such a kind of a thing. Our teachers were very realistic. Although people used to say ati walikuwa wabaya, they used to tell you the truth. Wewe wachana na hesabu, wewe enda uchunge ng'ombe, wewe wachana na, because it's true. You can't have somebody coming, arguing, going round and around and round, and is not giving you a solution. Ruto is not good. I don't support him, but he's moving in the right direction. I think that's it's nonsense. It's neither here nor there. Anyway, jambo kila mtu. Calvis, naona umeingia Kenya all the time. Sijui wako wapi. Bwana Themba, thank you for coming in. I was here, but was a bit tight. I was listening on and off. Yeah, quickly jumping into today's topic. Raila Odinga giving Kk. It is true. Even if I was Ruto, sincerely, ningefanya tu the unbelievable. I would have gone on record. The way we do mtaani. Umeiba viatu za mtu, akakushika red-handed, usianze vita mingi. Uenda urudishe tu, ama uweke hapo kwa mlango yao usiku na uende. That's what I would have done. Hii kitu ningefanya what nobody would believe. I would have said baba, ndio nisipate aibu sana, maybe let's dismantle it and let's try to have a free fair election, because this was not fair. At least then Kenyans tutamwambia hapana, wacha baba akue, wewe utatafutiwa kiti na utubu dhambi na urudishe zile vitu zote umeiba. When people like Fabrizio talk of at we can't do this unless we follow the law, we stopped following the law kitambo. I don't know amechelewa wapi. Ruto led us. Ruto ametuongoza akatuambia we should not follow the law. Sasa tumeruka law is behind us. We will bring it up when we know we have people who can implement the law itself. But for now, we are taking the power back to, to ourselves. We are bringing back to what belongs to us as per the constitution. Now the constitution is under us. Sasa constitution iko chini yetu na sisi ndio mwamba. We are juu and we are implementing our fast adage that the power belongs to the people. That is where we are. So we are still within the legal framework because we are the framers of that constitution. And we say that we can donate this power. And if we feel it's not being used, then we will take it back and decide what to do. And that is within, it is perfect. And we are not relenting on that. Number two, by Raila involving as many people as possible, it's because Raila thinks 20, 30 years ahead of every toddler in Africa. He's the remaining genius of politics, genuine genius. He's thinking ahead of everyone else. He's thinking beyond mediocre people like Ruto and Fabrizio who will start saying, oh, this is unconstitutional, this is not, this will not bring peace. He's involving everyone, even by him beckoning UN and everybody else. That's just a beckon. You think UN will come to Kenya to do what? To oversee elections? Like when? They'll only see elections if you fight each other, you are not able to bring things together. That's when they'll bring in UN peacekeepers and all that. But just walking in just because you are so corrupt that you cannot manage a simple IBC commission, just because you are so corrupt, you think money can buy everything. Hakuna UN itakuja hapo, neither AU, okay? But individuals will come. Individuals who want Kenya to set pace towards the right direction in terms of election justice, they will come. Powerful individuals, people with money, because money is also needed to put the architect, to put the pillars of justice. So Baba, what he's doing is bringing on board people of the similar thoughts, people who think that it's time. And if people like Fabrizio should listen, sorry, I'm referring to him a lot because I listened to him, it took a lot of our airtime. He should listen to Baba's presentation in Abuja, in Nigeria. I mean, but I don't think he listened because he's, I think, among the generation of people who don't listen. They listen only for 1 second. Wanaanza kuinua mikono. So most of the time they're arguing without listening to substance being presented. I'm saying this because I'm dealing with them in what I do. You know, give them a training, 30 minutes, test them. Wengi wanapata zero because they don't listen to what you are saying. So the thing is, if you listen to Baba's speech in Abuja, it answers everything. And what is coming is a bombshell. It's a bombshell because Baba will say, I involved everybody. We have agreed, right from South Africa to North Africa, West to East. We have agreed that time is now. And his speech was very, very assertive. Time is now. Anything beyond now, you can count Africa as a collapsed county. I mean, a collapsed, what do we call it, continent. You are talking of wealth, you are talking of this. Africa is over 60 years old. It's over 600. I mean, it is as old as any other continent. But we are toying and toiling with poverty. Why? And he has said it. It's because we've had majority of leaders coming in as corrupt leaders. He has said it. So the only one answer, the sum total, jibu ni moja tu, wananchi wakubaliwe waweze kuwachagua viongozi wale ambao wenyewe wanaona. And mostly, more often than not, Themba and those who are within, population has never gone wrong if they were given that protection to elect the right person. And if that the reason why they you have rigging is because they are always right. So mwananchi is always right. That's why you have to bring in some foul play to circumvent them because they are helpless. Mwananchi hana power. Okay? Otherwise, ungesema mwananchi hajawahi enda wrong, then there would not have been rigging. Rigging comes as a result of people want Themba, then you are putting Stone PK through your other inaitwa nini hiyo Venezuela formulas. Okay, hence circumventing the mwananchi. So key, whether we talk, hata tukidebate, hata tukidiscuss about economy being spoiled, sijui tulete partnership, tufanye nini, we will not get it right. Parastatals as perform, parastatals don't perform. Why? It is simple. Whether you give them to private whatever, they are not meant for it means they are not meant to help mwananchi. When somebody says parastatal is not performing, it's not performing because inatakiwa ifanye nini? Ipate profit, ifanye biashara na nani? It's supposed to provide services and run itself. And if it's not, then if it's the overblown of employees, the poor management of CEOs, those are the ones that are supposed to be fired and get the right people. Downsize equivalent to your productivity. It is simple. It's not that unaipeleka private, unairudisha huku, unapeleka huko. It is equivalent to non-performance of the government. Why doesn't a government perform? Because it has poor leadership. CEO is fake. Okay, the ministers and the managers are fake, corrupt. Like now, you sit here waiting for Ruto to perform. We are lying to ourselves. How have people imagined that cabinet ya Ruto kama imekaa chini ikitengeza policies? People are not even thinking. Envisage. I don't want to name them, but imagine all of them around there, and then you wait for them to bring substance to help Kenyans. We will be joking. So whether we give them 100 years, whether we give them 50 years, there will be nothing that will be coming out for the sake of mwananchi. Okay? And the only answer is they are there by force. So they will be removed by force. Lastly, Themba, wacha niseme kuhusu, there is something which was talked about, historical injustices. Historical injustices. Is it Ruto who is supposed to go for it? You know, Kenyans, we are joking. The Fabricios and the others. Yani ati sasa historical injustices zinakuja kusortiwa out na Ruto. Yani si ni wajinga aina gani? Must be fools, sincerely. Sisi ni wajinga tu, expecting Ruto to solve historical injustices. Which history does he know? Other than kuiba YK92, kuiba shamba ya nani, ya ule mzee alikufa, kuiba uwanja ya shule. Si kwanza arudishe hizo, yeah? Arudishe hizo na shamba ya pipeline, everything that he has stolen, he should start by returning that. Then we can think of him having the moral authority to start talking of historical injustices. Yeah, it's trying to do things so that he can tax Uhuru. That's another very stupid move. But I'm happy. It will kill himself. That is what hiyo ndio kamba ile amejiwekea kwa shingo. Itamnyonga. Yeah, the guy is gone. He's actually ni kama ile mitego ya panya. Ile mitego imetegwa hivi, panya inaenda ikikanyanga zote. Inashikwa. Yeah, it is good. Let him do that. Yeah, because and then the other one support, they are saying, oh, he's doing the right thing. That's the best thing about it. That anaingia kwa shimo and people are cheering him up. He should consult. He's a doctor, according to himself and those who gave it to him. And I expect a doctor sometimes spends some good time reading some of these books that are are so rich discussing of how to govern people, what has happened to people who have been mediocre kama him, so that at least he's able to correct some of these. Because some of the mistakes he's making are so obvious that you feel like it's a comedy. But then unafungua macho unakumbuka, ala, kweli aliiba kura, yeye ndiye anakagua gwaride za Kenya sasa, yeye ndiye anapeperusha Air Force One, mpaka unataka iwe nightmare. But unfortunately the reality is that he stole the election and he is currently the president. So niki-conclude Themba, all what we are saying, the sum total is that we have to ngatua hii serikali and then we get people. Tusianze kuambua ati Kalonzo have been there, the others have been there. That's another tired argument. There are some myopic young people, some young people who are not able to think beyond their nose. Let them give a solution. Wakuja wasimame wenyewe. If you don't want Kalonzo to be there, you don't want Ruto to be there, I mean Raila to be there, you don't want all those politicians to be there, then bring your new brand of politicians. Let them present themselves to Kenyans. Let them come, those who have balls and bones, to present themselves. Changes have been brought by those people who've been there. Some have changed, some have been changed by the change itself. Circumstances have born leaders. They have come and transformed people, and people have become good leaders. So out of those leaders is where we will get people who will put the right framework to run and manage our country. Tusianze kusema. So waende wapi? Thank you, Themba. Back to you.
You see, I agree with you, Stonepicker. Usually when I hear someone come and start arguing that, Kalonzo has always been there, Ruto has always been there. You see, leadership, political leadership is not like inheritance or kingship, or where you're saying that this king will finish his work, then he passes over to his kids. Political leadership is you go out there and you grab it. And every time in a political season, leaders have emerged, you know. And if it is indeed true that the country is ready for a different crop of a leader, then it is not about you know, the Raila and Kalonzos and Rutos to get out. It's about people to go out and vote to those people they think are alternatives. I want to give you an example. In the last election, it was not only Raila and Ruto. It was Raila, Ruto, there was another bishop there was Wajakoya, there was a number of people. So if the country, and even there were quite a number of people who are interested in presidency. So it's up to the voter to decide. It's not up to the people who are there to say that now, let me leave so that others can come in. You vote for the other person that you think is an alternative leader. And of course, once you have voted for the other person, that will be it. So I think the ideal question to ask is the population, is the voter ready for other people other than those who are there? If the voter is ready, they will speak at the ballot. If you have 75% youths in the country and maybe they are voters, if you need someone else other than the players that we had right now, they would have voted for someone else. Remember in the US when they were ready for Obama, I mean, nothing could stop Obama to come in. Even when they tried, people went and voted. And the primaries, Democratic primaries, they voted for Obama. I mean, that's how politics work. Politics does not work by saying so and so should now go. You make them go by voting otherwise. Political positions are for grabbing. They are not given. Like they say, power is not given. It is taken. You go out there, fight like every other person, get your position. If that is what you want. It's not about someone getting out and letting you come in. I want to bring in Calvin Skireta. Calvin Skaribu.
Yeah, mambo everybody. Leo nilikuja kusikia huyu jamaa. Jana nilisikia akiongea alafu akaepa mbio. Na sijui ni mimi ndio naona vibaya Wakenya wengi sijui ni shule hawakuenda vizuri ama hii shule yetu haina application, ni theory tu. Unapata mtu anakuja anaongea ni kama kuna information, but huko mwisho unashangaa, like you are telling him to go to Pandora box na angalie vizuri. How do you come on a TV over things you don't know and research? Anaongea ni kama anajua. Yesterday he was talking about, akasema yeye ni lawyer. Then ukiangalia lawyer wenye anaangalia kesi ya Ruto na Uhuru how it was in it, mazee yako ni unashangaa. I always call Kenya a professional society. Mtu atakuja kuambia vile ni lawyer ama engineer, lakini hata barabara ya kwenda kwake hakuna. Unashangaa, why all these titles? Sikia venye Ruto anasema yeye ni doctor, na vitu zenye anaongea unashangaa, huyu mtu angalii ni nini inaendelea. So check like now, wengi hao watu hawajuangi what is happening. Most people don't understand what happened this time around. Revolution, unajua sio hiyo picketing. That could be the last stage in it, but inakujanga hivyo pole pole. So they have exhausted everything. Imeenda kwa constitutional change, imeenda kotini, bado koti imefeli, imeenda. So ni kitu inaanza kitambo na ilikuwa na roll pole pole. So watu walikuwa wanaonyesha tu Ruto, they were rectifying. Wanamwambia mazee, kuna BBI hapa, angalia BBI. Akaona ni ujinga. Amekuja na asla, wamwambia ndio hiyo. Akaambia ni noma, hakusikia. Kufika sahihi, Stone, wacha nikwambie, ukitaka kuua nyoka yenye imetoa kichwa kwa shimo, wacha itoke yote hizi. Hawa jamaa wamengoja Ruto ametoa kila kitu mpaka nyoka ikatoka hizi. Saa baada ya jachapa inasuliwa huku, imekimbia kwa tax. Amekimbia Uhuru, anataka kupigana na Uhuru. Akitulia huku kidogo, ameenda sijui ndani. So anahangaika hapa katikati, ile mbaya. He has nothing, completely confused. That guy is so confused. Mpaka wajui who is who. Juzi anatetea na nini kama ni yeye public PA ya nani ya huyu wa IDC anaitwa nani? Mwenye ametoka huyu chama. Unaguza huyu jamaa Chebukati. Unaguza Chebukati, Ruto ndiye anajibu. Yeye ni spokesperson ya Chebukati. Anaambiwa ati nini imefanyika kwa IDC, yeye ndiye anaongea na ni president. So unashangaa venye hao jamaa wameweka. Raila anawaambia tu yani ni kutoa huyo jamaa macho, watu waone vizuri what they are doing. Juu sahi anasema ati mngeleta hiyo evidence kotini to do what in court. Round hii imeachwa ipite, election iende, mtu apishwe, agongwe na nje. Ndio wengine walana lesson, because si wadanganyi. Hii story ya Kamago hii ni shida. One time we will end up, mtu atakuwa president mwenye aja campaign. Mtu tu atatokea na elewe hiyo semantics na lewane na Kamago, kura itakuwa imejaa before hata ipigwe. Ni ujinga of the highest order. So we should be coming to say, mazee, let's set it right. And then not even today, we set it for the future. Unaona watu wanasahau sana haraka. In 2017, after court nullifying that election, unajua Uhuru alirudi kama amevote peke yake. Raila aliwaambia jamaa msipige kura. So many watu wengi hawakupiga kura. But bado kura ilijaa, ilikuwa ni milioni 8. Mpaka anauliza hii milioni 8 imetoka wapi? Ndio yeye mwenyewe akaona aibu, anasema mazee, hii ni aibu, wacha tukae chini tuangalie mambo na election. Huyu jamaa bado yeye hakuona hii aibu yenye ilikuwa. Bado anarudi anasema ati Uhuru karibu ni mzabe kofi. Why? Uhuru alikuwa anaona aibu ma. There's no need of going to ballot to vote when vote doesn't make sense. In 2027, who will go to vote again? Mimi nilisema siwezi rudia hiyo jinga. I can't even think, hata siwezi ambia mtu because what is the voting for? Na imeelekea hapo. In 2027 there will be voter apathy. Yenye itakuwa ni shida. Because hii election imekuwa ya wakora. Imekuja na ukora wengine yenye it doesn't make sense. So kuna watu wakikuja hapa tuambiane ukweli. In democracy you need people wenye wana rebuttal, hata ukisema kitu wanakujibu. Huyu jamaa ameenda kama amechukua nini parliament, mpaka parliament imekuwa na ujinga. Look at mtu kama nani, what is he doing of late? Wetangula mpaka wamepotea, they don't even talk. Nikaa ile paka imenyeshewa, they are lost. Hii parliament sijaona hata mtu mwenye ana follow hiyo parliament. Story imerudi kwa TV, press na makanisa. Kitu yenye ingefaa ikuwe kotini, wangeacha hiyo kitu. Azimio ingebaki azimio, na yeye abaki huku na wapingane. So yeye ameleta shida, ameenda kama amechukua hizi places zote, but kitu amefanya poa ni ameacha raia. So raia ni shida kushinda hiyo ni nyingine. And then I don't know how he reason. I don't know how most Kenyans reason. Ukienda kwa TV sikia za zingine wakiargue, unashangaa where are we looking at? So Ruto need good advisors. There are people who should advise him. Not hii siasa ya kukaa upande huu na upande huu doesn't fit Kenya right now. Hii kitu inataka handshake. Kama sio handshake, accommodate people, accommodate opinions. Sio mahali pa kukushikilia ati umeshikilia hapa, because it can be very wrong. How do you go for tax ya Kenyatta family? How was Kenyatta? Yeye mwenyewe anajua Kenyatta anaanza wapi. Kenyatta ni yule mzee na alianza huko nyuma. How will you tackle that? How will you tackle Odinga? Odinga was there in 1948, 1942. Odinga alikuwa. Wewe umezaliwa 60 something, then unakuja unasema ati you want to deal with them how? Huyu jamaa anacheza sana, ambiwe tu mazee, don't go for this direction you're taking. These are very poor whatever. Kitu imemdanganya na watu wengine wa jana. I don't know how old are they, but Ruto need advisors. I need somebody amketishe chini amwambie mazee, kuna stories zingine ukianza, you go deep and then you can't come out of it. Hiyo shimo hata haitoka. Kumaliza that family yenye anafikiria ni rahisi. Anajua Kenyatta kweli, yeye akiulizwa tu Kenyatta, who is Kenyatta? Anaweza jibu. Hajui huyu jamaa. So kama ingia siasa juzi mazee, atulie. Achane na hawa jamaa. These guys are very sure huyu jamaa angeiba kura venye. Mimi naonanga ni kama walimset up. I don't think huyu jamaa angeiba kura on the watch like in Matiang'i. I don't think so. Ni kuna tu jinga hao jamaa wakina Raila walitaka wamalize. So walimset up wewe kuja ndio unakuja hivyo. Alikuwa na mamioto. Because when you look at him ni kama alikuja kwa opposition leader. Hapo huyu jamaa hana nini ya president hata kidogo. Hiyo akili hana kidogo plus the deputy yake. Wanang'ang'ana ni mpaka unashangaa hivyo ni kuongea ni shida. Juzi alienda kwa gari juu anasema ati mkitaka maendeleo lipeni ushuru. Na ni president. Sio unashangaa. Hiyo ushuru nani amekataa kulipa? So it's very sad anyway. So vingine nikiangalia that country, you need advisors or sisi pia asukume hii sasa hivi ndio bado ako fresh hivi asukume kando. Juu naona akijia to pressure very easy because yeye ni mtu wa kujibu na anaongea mingi kushinda everybody. kuongea kwake inamsukuma nje kabisa, alafu amekuwa tourist president kweli. Kuna mahali amekaa hiyo ofisi ya president for even 3 days bila kutoka. Shida. Kenyans need to wake up. Atolewe aende afunzwe venye uongozi iko ndio arudi baadaye. Others, thank you.
Thank you so much, Calvins. Umesema hoja kali sana hapo ambazo nafikiri Wakenya wamesikia. It's so sad, it's a sad affair. Na tuna hope ya kwamba wale ambao wanasikia this time round moto itaendelea kuwaka, and then of course the response will be fast and furious. Yeah, so that like PK anasema kwamba some people are refusing to see the reality as it is. You need to look at the bigger picture. It is not just about someone coming in and being able to buy MPs left, right, and center. It's about the body politic of Kenya, and it's about the future. You know, it's about what do we want to see? What about our the generation that is coming after us? Someone says it's not about us, you know. Generally, says even if Raila would come, if you are 25 years or 20 years and above, very little you'll benefit from that. The policies that are going to come are gonna benefit people ambao watakuwa saizi ndio wako maybe 15 years. Hao ndio sasa wataanza kuenjoy. Those people will get into the job market after that. But wengine, you'll probably likely to suffer from the bad policies that are there or that already been put in place. So you need to think about the future generation. So ukifikiria tu about you, then you are not likely to make appropriate decision. Utafikiria tu ile kidogo unachukua, unashiba, unatoka. But how long, you know? How long do you celebrate it? They say, if you are a rich person in a place where there are many poor people, you don't get to enjoy what you have acquired because there are many people wala atakuja hata kuibia wewe mwenyewe. So sometimes it's good to enable many people. So we need to think wider, not just about us, not about our stomach, not just me, I and me. It's about the bigger picture. What Kenya do you want to see in a few years to come, not just now? And wacha ni acknowledge a few people wale sikuwa nimewataja huko chini. Brian Richard, sioni mtu mwingine amekuja kule. Yeah, naona tunaendelea. Of course, we are not many up here, and probably in a few, in 9 minutes tutafika the 8th hour. Watu wa Facebook mtatupwa nje. Then after that, we will start winding down. But what over and above everything else you're saying, the thing that Calvin has said about going after the Kenyatta family, you know, kuna mtu anasema una point finger lakini tatu zina kupoint. You cannot be releasing people who owe the government taxes, alafu unasema kwamba tunataka kufuata wale ambao hawajalipa taxes. The people ambao wako na kesi kotini, wengine kesi zao ni ubadhirifu wa pesa. You know, they have stolen from the government. The same people uko now, and then you are saying you're going after tax. The tax that Uhuru is supposed to be paying, or the family that they're supposed to be paying, how much is it compared to what these people owe? You know, so we need to move beyond just targeting, you know, families. And even if you would pass the law today, you cannot apply it backwards. You cannot go back and say now the law that was there, it is going to apply from today, you know. So from today, it is the Ruto family that is not going to be exempt, not the other people. You cannot use that law to go and target. So that's a very erroneous thought. That if, for example, we change the constitution and it said that you know, when it was coming 2010, and you pass the constitution, then it means that if it applies from then on, then it means that even the other president could not have finished his term by then. You cannot take it backwards. It applies, progressively. So even if they push for it and it passes, they will need to find another way and another reason to go back and start, following those people who by then the law was as it was. I've seen a proposal by the Cherangani MP and they are taking to Senate to try and amend that law. But even if you do it, it does not apply backwards. It applies forward. And I think that is something probably they will have to argue and probably follow through. I want to disagree with Galvez. Like someone is saying, there's no handshake. People, according to those pushing for that, they do not want a handshake. They want a clean system. And if possible, I mean, the worst that can get to is a repeat election, at least for the presidency. A repeat election, at least for the presidency. So that it can, if okay, fine, you argue that this was not right, then let's go. Then you win it clearly, which was the hope of Azimio, that if the worst goes to worst, then you're going to have a repeat election. But as it is right now, as someone has said, we await and see how the process will move. I've seen Alex and I've seen Julia. Alex was here before. I don't know if he has something else to say before I bring on Julia. Alex.
Yeah, I wanted to disagree with my friend about the handshake. Remember, why we lost some people is because of the handshake. People are so bitter about it. And we are not going to continue with the culture of stolen elections and then we go, because it's going to become perpetual. And we are going to set a bad precedence all over Africa. So the issue of handshake, wale watu wote uliona Kamukunji, wale watu wote uliona Jacaranda, wakisikia Baba is going that side, I'm telling you, they are going to look for an alternative leader. Because the things this guy has done in the shortest time, we have lost the gains that we had. And I don't think them being in the government is going to make Baba do what he wanted. Baba promised us heaven, a utopia. He promised us free education, free primary, and there were already things that they had said, Pesa Mama, free maternity, what Matiang'i was explaining yesterday about how they worked with Makoha to make sure that they have streamlined through, was it Britain or Commonwealth? Making sure that we have enough books, enough desks and everything. So handshake is a bad idea because still they are going to have their policies, which we have hated so far. We have tested them. So if Baba decides to do that, he is going to get people so mad. So the issue of handshake is not there. And the issue of taxes, I connect it with the issue of saying he's going to return the past notes. You see, the reason we changed the notes, there was a lot of wash going on. And that wash, the only way we had to curtail the illegal money from circulation, because it became so rampant, it was tunes of more than 300 billion. And these people, if you remember one time in Machakos, they went and gave pesa kwa mkutano fulani. Wakati walipeana pesa kwa hiyo mkutano, ilikuwa kwa pallet, and that pallet had molds. So you can imagine the tons of money these people have, and that's why they change. So I think this country is going into ditches, and we are looking at it and wondering. Then I want to agree with them. If we do things right, the best that we can want is to go for a re-election so that we win clear and square. And Chebukati won't be there. And the current IBC chair that watachagua is going to see the consequences of how people have been beaten. You see, these people watch news and they are most scared because crime is going to rise when people don't have something to eat. Children are not going to school. Julia, I don't know if you saw today's newspaper in Sema, the education in Central has really declined to a lowest level, mpaka watu wanaogopa. So when people don't go to school, when people don't have money, when people are hungry, they resort to crime. And who do they steal? They don't steal from a poor person. They steal from these rich people. So these rich people must know. One time, Koigi Wamwera said, if you cannot feed the poor, you cannot protect the rich. And I totally agree with him. So I think the worst that can happen is a repeat, and we will push it in a civil way, the way I've seen it. You saw Kalonzo tell people, tafadhali, musipigane, musirushe mawe, let it be civil. And I think people listened. So the mother of all rallies is coming in Kibera. I know it's going to be huge, but I know it's not Kiberians only. People are coming from Dagoretti, people come from satellite, people will come from town. So let's wait and see. And then they strategize, as Leo told me, the plan of, because Baba does not do a rally without a plan. So the plan of Baba is to tell people the way forward on how they are going to speak with all people. Speak people with Kisumu, speak people with Mombasa, speak with the people in Kakamega, even Housing issue, because there was a report that Ruto was questioning how did Raila win Housing issue. Okay, it was a conundrum for him because he had strategized on how to get like the 99% UPD was putting for itself last election. So I think we are in a right trajectory. I think let's trust Baba, because I think he was thinking what he should do and he should do it right. And lastly, what scares Ruto most is these international meetings. These international meetings are doing what is going to happen next. And with the seat Uhuru was given, it gives these people international connection, and that international connection is a fear to him. Like somebody said earlier, this person, apart from Congo, Uganda, he does not have international friends. So you can imagine when you have powerful international friends and people like Gachagua cannot even, they have the Nyeri conscious mind. Gachagua likes going to Madeira to do his rallies. So what I'm saying is that he has no people who have international connection like Baba. You saw the way Baba was speaking with Macau today. Excellent speeches. It was the brightest one so far that I've seen Macau do with Baba together. And there are other people. You saw people like Matiang'i when they went to Gondola Makoha family. You saw the kind of speeches. Kalonzo gave one of his best speeches. Matiang'i gave a speech. Uhuru was short, but he still looked very presidential and an elder. So I think Ruto has complexity, as inferiority complex.
Inferior.
Yeah, inferiority complex, because he has no connection. He cannot bring investment in Kenya, and he has destroyed the country within four months, and he has looked very incompetent. Let him try to touch Uhuru. That's when he realized that we can protect our own. Let him try. And I'm not daring him. Let him try. That's when he will know. Somebody who governed very well to the last minute
He went home with Uhuru started with the poorest legacy, but by the time he finished, I think his ratings were like 80% of the country because of the people he put in there. So hakuna handshake. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Old County. I was asking yesterday, people are coming with new names. I saw you come with a new name. I don't know, that is a way of revolution starting.
No, let me tell you, ilifika wakati tukaogopa. These people, they started targeting us. There's a day we were in the show here, Temba. Somebody decides to call Stone Picker in the middle of conversation, and I'm threatened. And I threatened Stone Picker. But we are adamant. If they want to kill us, let them kill us. So we want also to use names that are pseudo, which is okay.
Yeah, someone calling you during the show, that's a coward. So those are cowards. You know, people who want to finish you don't call you. They finish you. Julia, how are you? Happy New Year.
Hey Demba, umepotea sana. Why did you disappear?
I went to recharge.
Ungepata tumechukua. It was just
Temba alienda kuvaa t-shirt ya Jubilee ya UDA.
Why are you wearing that thing in the first place? Can you take it off?
No, you see, Julia, you guys are giving UDA a lot of credence. They do not own the patent for yellow banner. Yellow is a color that was there before UDA. Can you guys stop? They do not patent anything.
Me, I'm like my grandmother.
Yes.
I stopped buying yellow.
You stopped buying yellow?
As soon as UDA took...
Have you stopped eating bananas that are yellow?
There's a time I stopped eating bananas when you are...
And have you stopped eating oranges?
Oranges are orange, my friend. Banana is white inside. You don't eat maganda.
Would count to Meamua. Karibu Duke. Yeah, so don't give UDA a lot of credits. They yellow existed before them, and we are not going to allow them to make us not put on our clothes.
Mimi yellow sichukui mpaka baba akuwe president. Sivai until further notice.
Until further notice. How have you been though?
I'm good, Demba. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Karibu.
Welcome back. Ungepata tumeingia State House. Sisi hapa na PK. Especially tukifuata PK. Sasa tungekuwa ndani ya State House. If we follow PK's advice. It is just Baba who is telling us, hold on. Lakini if we listen to some PK Demba, tungekuwa State House sahi.
The dream is still on.
Yeah, the dream is still on, and I want.
And the PK is still, as long as PK is still here, and you know, his way of thinking was radical, but it was good. It is now making sense, and you see people are buying it. So it is the dream is still very valid. Even though Duke have captured the thing, they do not know what to do with it. They are fumbling left, right, and center. But very soon, we will get home. Julia.
Yes, thank you, Demba. Someone was asking, I heard someone was commenting, I think it was NTV, that these people, it's 4 months, and really Duke will tell us when he gets his chance. Categorically, they have not done anything credible. We can, Duke, we cannot count 1, 2, 3, 4. We cannot say since Kenya Kwanza came to power, we have seen this. But we can count bad things that we have seen, especially when it comes to Jan, Duke, kuna maneno ya subsidy, maneno ya masomo, maneno ya cost of power. I mean, we can count numerous negative things about this government. That's a sad thing. Now, I will start with what Alex is saying, Ananijita Ward County. Ward County is saying, I've been asking myself them, but I mean, squeeze wanamwita Zakayo. I think Zakayo amefanya kazi kwa serikali miaka mingi sana. And I think he was cabinet secretary at one time and worked with Moi. Where did he travel? Je, alikuwa anaingia ndege anasafiri nje kidogo? Unaona, kutembea pia ni kuona, because Zakayo and his hawks behave like people living in the bush. And that is why they have such a big inferiority complex. And that is why you see somebody like, I don't know, Fabricio. When they come here, the only people they want to fight is the Mois, is the Uhurus. He even brings in Kebaki. Can you believe it? When Kebaki, I don't even think Kebaki amassed any wealth. And then another time, the day before, he said that he was mentioning Odinga. So when I see this attitude, it is an attitude of inferiority complex, and that is why these hawks in Kenya Kwanza are talking about that at Uhuru, ata kama Uhuru na support these rallies, that will not prevent him from paying taxes. Who is asking who not to pay taxes? I'm asking myself, whose responsibility is it to make sure people pay taxes? It is not that if I'm not paying taxes, it is KRA that has failed. Because KRA should make me pay taxes. Period. Simple. So someone is paying taxes is not a thing of public discussion. Let KRA go after them, whether Uhuru, whether Ruto, whether the Mois, or whoever, let them go after them and make them pay taxes. Hiyo ni nini wanatuletea now? But the irony is Fabricio is talking about going after the Uhuru family, I mean the Kenyatta family, the Moi family, but he never mentioned Ruto's family, Ruto himself. And Ruto, it is in Ruto's reign that we have seen people not paying tax and being let free. What about the Keroches? Now you are Kinata. It is in this reign, Mr. Duke Omariba, that the chief prosecutor Haji has let free criminals, including those who are suspected for murdering. It is in Ruto's reign that we know there is a murderer. In fact, he shot somebody dead and he's in parliament. It is in Ruto's reign that we have seen people let free of corruption scandals. So if Fabricio the other day he said he's a lawyer and he's gonna sue Uhuru, why he can't sue the thugs and the rapists and the murderers and the thugs and the thieves in Ruto's government? You see, Duke, I'm sorry you brought yourself here. So you got to bear the brand for Fabricio and all the others. Now, in Ruto's government, if one person is not corrupt, he's a suspect of crimes against humanity or both. Or if he's not been arrested or charged in a court of law. You know, when I was working on my papers here, Themba, I was asking very many questions. Do you think you people kama nyinyi mlikuja hapa America na mkabadilisha makaratasi yenyu, mlizonga maswali hivi, have you ever been charged of have you ever been charged of 1, 2, 3? Have you, what county, watu wanaweza pita hii mtihani hapa? Have you ever, and in fact, have you ever been, in fact, the questions are, have you ever been arrested? Have you ever been charged? Me, when I was, if I recall those, I can't recall all of them, but I'm trying to think something that this Kenya Kwanza government, that people like Fabricio have no more authority. And even Ruto has no more authority to tell us that Uhuru is not paying tax, because that may be the least crime in the Kenyan economy, because we have people who have grabbed land, who have gone away with corruption scandals kama Gachagua alituambia wakitawala watarudishiwa pesa, na for sure arudishiwa pesa tukakule mishere na nyama huko kwake. Unfortunately, hatukupata hiyo nafasi mimi na PK ya kula mshere na nyama kwa Gachagua. Unfortunately, or maybe PK hangekula hiyo mishere na nyama. Now, if who has moral authority? I want Duke to tell me when he starts speaking, and tell me who has moral authority in Kenya Kwanza government to pin down anybody, even to pin down Julia for not paying tax. And Duke, as you talk about the Urus and the rest, uniambie hata kama rais mwenyewe, President sikizwa namuita Zakayo mwenyewe anaweza pin down Julia for corruption. Mimi anipeleke kotini kama akona moral authority, because I can start with him. I can start him, nimwambie goja nyamaza before you take me to court for not paying tax, for not jipeleke kotini we mwenye kwanza. So in other words, this is all high class nonsense, wasting our time with the Uhuru tax, whether Uhuru is paying tax or not paying tax. It is KRA's mistake for not making Uhuru to pay tax. It is not our business. And the fact that Uhuru may be financing, what if Uhuru is financing Baba? What is wrong with that? Uhuru is a member of Azimio Party. So I said here the other day, Uhuru, if you have so much money, tunakuamba usaidie Baba, because you need to help Baba get rid of this chaotic government. So Uhuru, if you have so much money to donate to the Kamukunjis, thank you very much. Please continue with the same spirit, because that is what we need. You are the kind of a person that we need to help us deal with this government. So this thing of going after Uhuru family, Kenyatta family, Moi family is a waste of time. And I am Fabricio, I don't know where he disappeared. These people even say that Atihana charge, alikuwa na charge ya simu ama what is wrong with him? Ama ni airtime hakuwa. Msimamo si ungemsaidia na kale kasimu kako angekaa kwa show kidogo. Ati hakuwa na airtime ama hakuwa na, is because he was afraid. I heard he was asked some questions that then about Pandora paper. Ata jamaa mwenye hajasoma na alikuwa nasema ati alikuwa tuambia juzi yeye ni lawyer. You don't come here telling us we're a lawyer. Let us see your credibility as a lawyer from what you are saying and the things you are saying. If you are saying talking sense, then we should may pay attention to you. And then I think when he saw Stone PK, he took off running for his dear life. Then he akasema ati simu yake haija charge, ni vile hana cha kusema. So me, I'm asking Kenya Kwanza people, before you come here, we have no problem, Mr. Duke, with anybody being asked to pay tax. Me, I'm okay. Na mimi huwa nasema hapa, siwezi kukaa hapa kutetea mtu mwenye halipi tax. But it is a business of KRA to find out who is not paying tax. But if my records are right, I know people like Tabitha, I know this Kerocho, the Kerocho company people who got away with not paying tax. And these people now ni mabeshte wa Ruto. So before I end atuambie maneno ya Uhuru, I end after such people. And these people who are talking about Uhuru not paying tax, where are the records? Have we had Uhuru's companies and businesses and all that being taken to court for not paying tax? Because tumesikia maneno ya Keroche, and it was in court. So this is all propaganda. So we'll not buy that. And I want to wind up by talking about, I had someone also saying that Baba needs to, maybe the only way he can achieve what he wants is to cause, I don't know, he was saying cause violence or make the government be violent. Now, that is the direction, that is the language of Kenya Kwanza, and that is the language of Zakayo. And we know Zakayo and tribal clashes in Rift Valley. We know the likes of Sudi and violence in Rift Valley. We know them. They have been accused of violence in Rift Valley. So this is their language. And this is the prayer they are praying, that there's violence in Kenya. Unfortunately, Kenyans are not taking that bait. That is why you saw such a peaceful Kamukunji in Jacaranda. And these protests are going to be very peaceful because Kenyans are not taking that bait. So if the government and the police decide to attack its own people, then it should bear the liability. So I do not think that Kenyans are going to the direction of that violence, because that is what the Zakayo man likes. That is his trademark, violence. And we know that. Sasa hiyo mnatuletea hapa kina Fabricio ati Baba and the violence. Baba hatafanya. Baba is very intelligent. Otherwise, the cause remains. Brother Themba, thank you. Good to see you. This cause remains. We are saying Aluta continua. Hatutishiki, hatubabaishwi. Let them know that. Never, we are not going to 2027. Who is talking about 2027? Nobody is, there's no 2027, man. We're not going to 2027 until we deal with 2022, period. Asante Themba.
Yes. Show ilikuwa karibu inaisha, lakini sasa ndio show imeanza bana. Ndio sasa watu wanakuja. Ndio Julia ameingia bana. Ndio Duke amefika. Asembo ndio huyo amekuja na fujo, na ndio naona msimamo pia ameingia hapa. Yaani kumbe sasa mimi kwa karibu nasema sasa show tufunge, lakini sasa inakaa ndio sasa show imeshika sasa. Mato na kuona huko chini leo umerudi na jina lako. Ya Press J, umesalimiwa na Kevin Ochieng huko chini Julia. Kevin anasema salimia Julia kabisa.
Nimesalimika Kevin. Hata niliona sijui mwingine alikuwa na Tony. Nimesalimika and Fatum. Nimesalimika.
Sami. Asante. Yeah, so bado naona show iko, tuko hapa bado, watu wako, kuna Stone PK, Julia, Duke, Asembo. Nimefurahi sana kwa naona Ward County bado yako hapo. Duke, muda ni wako sasa kabla nilete msimamo.
Yes, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Before I start, what I can say is that what's differing Kenya to a large extent is political correctness. We have Kenyans divided into two, and maybe if you are as me, there is a perception on what to say, on what your view is, to the extent even if somebody on the Asmio side is making critical mistakes or unreasonable statements, if you challenge that correctly as a citizen, democratically, then you are labeled as a traitor, or you feel that you are not sounding as me. So if we stop that political correctness and we face the reality on what to be done for Kenya to be transformed, not who Raila, William, all those things Kenyans have been singing for the longest time possible. So it's about what's the right thing and how is that right thing is going to be done. Don't talk about who to some extent, because that debate is not moving Kenya forward anymore. Having said that, I want to talk also about some issues. I want to start with corruption. As Yuria said, that you can't count what the government has done. You cannot count if you have a fixed perception or you have a fixed stand and you have been programmed to see only one side. So if you become normal and neutral, then you will be able to see specific steps which have been made, especially, and I said this year that for corruption to be handled in any country, one, there must be action, and two, politics must be separated from corruption. So if you, because the politicians are the corrupt and now you want to solve it politically, then you will never solve it even for thousands of years to come. So also what Kenyans don't see is that corruption is across Kenyans, from government to organizations to individual Kenyans. For example, if you see Askaris arresting individuals and giving bribes, that is at the grassroots. Kenyans are involved in that. If you are caught driving and you are giving a bribe, if you have a wines and spirits somewhere, the policemen are coming every day, you are giving them money, and that is the norm across Kenya. That's corruption. But so people think that corruption is going to be solved miraculously or something. It must be start from us, because even if we have policies or regulations in place and we are not obeying them, and nobody who's omnipotent or omnipresent everywhere, it's Kenyans who are everywhere who can say this is wrong and we'll stand for the right thing, and then we can move forward as a country. And I said what we can do is action. And the action which we can take is about to stop talking too much. Most of you are talking corruption, Ruto is corrupt, always corrupt. To the extent, even if you are told to explain the corruption, you don't even understand. The other day I asked people talking about Kimwarel and Watdown. What was the name of the company which was involved? Most of you cannot even name that company. You can only say Ruto. But in solving corruption, you have to follow the details. For example, you should actually hold institutions responsible. We ask questions. Even the media individuals must ask questions. What was the name of the company? Who are the directors? How was the money transferred to that company? And how was it withdrawn from that company? So from that is when we have accurate details, and then if the resources can be traced, they can be traced. But if you are talking Kimwarel, it's Ruto took the money and that is it, we will continue doing polls. But what the government's doing, which is going to help in fighting corruption, is actually digitizing operations and automation. For example, they have said that usually companies file tax returns and individuals, but no Kenyan will be honest. Imagine that you are making money and the government expects that at the end of the year, you say, I've made this such and such amount so that the tax is this. That's why you find that almost 70% of Kenyans are filing nil returns, but they are getting a lot of money per year. But now what the government is trying to see is that if maybe you have a company which is doing business, and we will assume that the payment to companies is a result of business, and maybe if there is a 5% tax on the revenue which you get, then the banks will be mandated to hold the amount and then transfer that to the government. That will be very easy and swift, so that you don't have we don't have people evading tax, something like that. Also, the traffic is going to be automated. If, for example, all the Kenyan vehicles are going to be, the number plates are in the process of being changed, and then the traffic officers will have like something which will be able to scan your number plate, and if you have an offense, the policeman will enter that offense in that device. So it means your tax or your fine is automatically reflected somewhere. So that means that bribery will decrease across the traffic officers. So that's what can be done, is actually doing practical things which work. Talking about taxes, people have been are saying every person must pay tax, but I'm very sure many people are not willing to pay tax, especially those who are powerful and rich. And the reason why the president has been report Sakai or something of that kind is because some people are against tax payment or tax correction. But we are in a country which people are saying we should not borrow more, and still you don't want the government to maximize tax correction so that it gets enough to offer services. And we don't, and actually the government has not increased taxes. If I ask you, which taxes has the government increased, and from which percentage to which percent, most of you cannot say that. It's actually saying that all people to pay taxes. We have been having individuals and big companies not paying tax. So it's actually a situation where we agree that every person must pay tax. And those who are abroad, you know how serious first world countries are about taxes. It's a serious offense. You can be imprisoned, something of that kind. So that you find that all corporations and all individuals are paying tax actually to like 99%, something of that kind. So the reason why we don't have much money and we are borrowing is because people are not, the government is not getting enough revenue. About violence, what I can say is this. For those who have gone through history of the world, and you know how Second World War started. It started by the Nazi German, and there was a normal economic crisis across the world. But Adolf Hitler said the reason why we have this economic crisis is because of the Jews. So if we murder all the Jews, our problems are solved. You see that? So if influential people can try to sway their followers unfairly or in a way whether they are giving them information which is not accurate, but which is aimed at maybe swaying them to their political camp, something of that kind, it can result into violence. So if there are issues which we have to solve them using the appropriate mechanisms which are available. For example, most people are saying Ruto must go. How? You shout Ruto go, or you take people to state out and chase him away. What do? So it's not about saying we want Ruto to go. Tell us the steps you are going to use to remove him. And what are the consequences of those steps? For example, if you take people to state house and tell him go, what if he goes again and then also comes to people and that game continues? So it's critical for the right approach to be used. And to expand on that, what happened, for example, how did Adolf Hitler consolidate all the power? It's because we were having a socialist party in Germany, which was opposing the Nazi party, but it wanted to do it in the wrong way. It wanted to do it in the bad way. And what happened that the Socialist Party organized, and the Reichstag, which is like Parliament of Germany, was banned, which is not the right approach to get power. And because of that, Adolf Hitler consolidated, used emergency powers, because he said that the country needs emergency, and therefore all the civil liberties must be not considered now. And by that action, he became a dictator until the end of the World War II. So if you try to use the wrong approach, that wrong approach may backfire and may cause consequences to many people. So I'm talking about the right approach and doing the right thing, and let us be focused on the right thing to be done, not individuals. We should be more discussing about what's the right thing and how to do that right thing. To a large extent, we are discussing about this individual, who's good, who's bad, something of that kind. Let us talk about what's the right and how it can be implemented. Even if we have robots doing it, so long as Kenya moves forward, that's okay. So that's what I can say for today.
Point of order. At least you have ended in a good tone that we should do the right thing, which means you are for it. At least you have accepted that something needs to be done, and that thing you have said, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, you have told us to use the right procedure, and if we are going to use that procedure, we acknowledge that. Let me talk to you later. Let me talk. Naingia kwa gari tafadhali.
Now, Duke, my.
Do you use
Alex,
Cash App?
Alex,
Yeah?
mute.
No.
Alex, mute. Alex, mute your Nini.
You have to pause. Just push the button.
Now, Duke, I like your concept about use the right procedure, or when you want to go, then what? Who goes to war and tells the enemy that now this is what you are going to do? So this is what you actually. I want to think in your statement. So Raila should come and say, okay, fine. Tomorrow we will be at Jacaranda. We are going to use this means, and then on Thursday we are going to walk into State House. Then we are going to take this. Then on this day, that will defeat the purpose of the whole thing. And that is what that is like selling your strategy of your team when you're going to soccer. Manu is telling Arsenal that this is how we are coming to defeat you, and this is the attacker is going to attack here. That one you will wait for ages, and even you are aware. There's nowhere you will find what you're saying. There's even Hitler, when he went into doing what he wanted, he didn't tell no one that this is what I want to do. And everything, like you have rightfully said, everything Hitler did was legal. But even dictators, when they are coming to be dictators, I want to take you back. Museveni right now is in power many years later. When he was coming, go to his clips many years back when he came. He's the one who condemned dictatorial tendencies. So when you want to say that Museveni came as a good person, but many years later, so many things have happened. So in my view, I think it's a statement of naivety when you say, okay, fine, tell us, what do you want to do tomorrow? Where do you want to go? How are you going to do this? That's, for me, is a very laughable statement. In its own case, I to come from you, Duke, and I've always thought when you are quoting all those, you'll say that, okay, fine, you understand. But I pick a misleading way. Raila will not tell you. And in a popular initiative, like what is happening right now, not you, not even Raila can tell the end results. Not you, not even Ruto, not even Raila can tell the end results. So if you are saying that he should come and tell us what is going to go here, remember 2007, they didn't envisage. In fact, when people poured out in the streets, that was not what they had planned. There's nowhere they sat and they said that now tomorrow we'll pour in the streets and then we'll start killing people. Nobody. Popular initiative and popular courts of public opinion is usually neither here nor there, and you cannot tell where it will end. So when you're saying in a conventional, like when the government is doing something, they can give you plans. But when you take something to the public courts, my friend Duke, you can sit here all day, all night, and you will not know what will happen after Kibera rally. You will not know what will happen after Kisumu or wherever rally. You will not know what Raila will do after that. You will not know. And he's not going to tell you. Those are scripted things that you are waiting now. Tell us. I had one of our people, the Raila agent called, I don't know, Saitabao Kanchori, going to one of the media stations and saying, I don't participate in things that have no end game. Popular opinions, you don't give people end games. You don't go telling people now, this is what we are going to do, this is what is going to happen. You take it to the Mwananchi, and once Mwananchi take things into their own hands, Sri Lanka way they find themselves in the state house, the president can run. If you decide to fight back, anything can happen. So normally they say in political parlance, the worst initiative is when now you move away from universal suffrage, you take the rights of the people to speak through the ballot. Once you take their right to speak through the ballot, it's safer and easier for you to determine and predict when the Mwananchi is expressing his voice through universal suffrage, when he's able to speak through the ballot and he knows that his voice will be heard. Once you take that away from him, the other way is hard for you to predict the direction. And that's where we are. Yes, Ton PK.
Themba, you put it very well, but let me put a nail kabisa sasa ile watu wanasema mimi ni radical. Duke, take a pen and a paper. I see you have one. Themba has become, he was diplomatic. What Themba is saying and what now mahali tuko sasa, we have exhausted. You see, Mwananchi is like when you try to tame a tiger. You know, you want it to be a pet. You would be so foolish to forget that it's a tiger. Ati sasa hata unaanza kulambana nayo, unaikiss nini na nini. You will be one of the most stupid human being. You are supposed to know this is a tiger and it's a wild animal. Let me go back to human beings. Mwananchi is very lethal. Very lethal. Mwananchi is very lethal. And that is why, as Themba says, we tame the mass by being seen to offer them a platform where they feel satisfied that their will and wish is heard and is honored. Now, I want you to read really from tomorrow. Ufanye reference nyingi. The moment Mwananchi takes you as a suspect, sikiza tu, suspect, with or without proof, bwana msimama akikunini, bwana msimama atanipa hiyo Swahili. The moment Mwananchi akikudhania, akikususpect to, not suspicion. Once you are a suspect, umeingia kwa kitabu ya Mwananchi. Shuleni ilikuwa inaitwa Black Book. Then they start watching your steps. Now when they are watching your steps, now they are already almost determining. So it's for you to work very hard to get out of that Black Book. Kenya, the leaders wamesukuma Mwananchi, akaingiza kwa Black Book, akatoa Black Book, akaweka kwa Red Book. Wewe if you watch, and I want you dear people to be watching rallies za Baba. This thing is not Baba who is driving. It's not even in the hands of Baba, as Themba has said. And he, in fact, Baba is now struggling to do what I've just described. To try and play, kuonyesha Mwananchi kwamba haki itatendeka. Take that point down. Baba is struggling to prove to the followers that justice will take place. The moment they suspect, and you can take this to the bank, the moment Azimio will suspect anything, kama ile Calvin alikuwa anasema hapa ati handshake, utaona Kenya italipuka. And it will go now the hard way. But if it is managed na Mwananchi aone end game, na end game is that Ruto must go. Hashtag, they said it. Hakuna circumventing. So we already have an end game. It's just a matter of when. If you tell Mwananchi at sijui elections, Mwananchi is not going for election, for your information. Take this to the bank. Kenyans are not going for any election because the election of 2022, walinena na imejulikana. Ruto has no other choice. If he sticks there, anatimuliwa mbio. Na anatimuliwa iliyo njia nani Wamariba munacheka watu wa UDA saying the right way. That is the right way. Mwananchi amechukua power. You are not here before. I said now the constitution is behind Mwananchi. The Kenyans are taking back their power and they will determine now what to happen. And they have already decided Ruto is going. So it is Ruto now to control either bloodshed ikuwe nyingi ama ikuwe ndogo. Iwe ndogo tu achukue watu wawili watatu auwe whistleblower, auwe ule nini, auwe wale. Okay? That way. But he will still go. Okay? Or he just goes. Then there will be no bloodshed. Because State House is going to be stormed. That you can take to any bank, not in Kenya. Peleka ADB. Stop the State House is being stormed. It's being stormed by Mwananchi. Mwananchi ule amechoka. Sasa hata si punda imechoka, ni mtu amechoka, akili, miguu, kila kitu, alafu ana njaa. Amechoka, ana njaa, alafu ya mwisho aoni atakula nini kesho. Thank you, Themba.
Yes, Duke.
Okay, let me respond to those two very briefly. Themba, you have said that you cannot predict what's going to happen tomorrow, and I should not expect Raila or the Asmia people to tell me what's next. Then you are trying to say that we are not a democracy, so things should be done with some opaqueness, because what I can say is that what's a democracy? A democracy is an open competition. You say this is the right thing, and you convince as many people as possible to be on your side in pursuing that. So if you can't tell them that I'm doing this which is right, then how are you attracting them to support you? By just being confident at you and waiting and saying you are an angel, you will do the right thing. No, you have to convince them by saying I'm doing this is the right thing, and come join me in doing this the right thing. About predicting the future, yes, sometimes you cannot predict the future. But don't say that we cannot predict what is tomorrow. Say we cannot predict 100% accurately what's going to happen tomorrow or days to come. But we can predict to a given percentage. That's why when you invest, you predict that you will get a profit. You go to work, that you will get money or a salary at the end of the month. So actually, a country or a company or an individual becomes successful by accurately predicting what's going to happen tomorrow in the future. So we can predict what's going to happen tomorrow, or we can predict about the consequences of doing something so that we can avoid it. If we are saying, let us go and chase Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto from State House, what do we expect? Actually, the Askalis will be protecting Raila Odinga, but some people will die. I'm very sure of that. So it will never be peaceful. Some individuals will die, and what is unfortunate is those at the bottom who cannot make news, and their case will be ended. You have to remember that in 2017, a lot of people died. Was it 150? And everything is normal. Kenya is moving forward.
Duke, Goda, you know you are all over. You see, what you're talking about is number one, it is constitutional. Picketing is constitutional. All right. The voice of the Mwananchi is heard when they pile pressure on the government of the day. So what is happening, everything that is happening right now is constitutional. You need to picket. Now, it is not in the business of the opposition or Raila to tell you that this is what we want. They've already told you what they want. There was a problem with IBC. So what more do you need? I mean, what else do you want out of that? They have already said Raila has pronounced himself that he doesn't recognize the president who was declared through a wrong process. What more do you want to hear? All right. They have already said that Ruto should resign. What else do you want to hear? Now, he has already said that if he doesn't resign, these are the things that is the steps, the international community. So now, the second thing you're talking about is a democracy. Yes, it's a democracy to the extent that it went up to Supreme Court. But now there's dissatisfaction with that process. Okay, the Constitution still allows you to picket, right? Now, convincing and all that is like what Stone Piquet was saying. That train has left the station. Now, if you are a student of international studies, you must have gone and learned about, you know, when you plan war, when the US was going to Somalia, it said it will go there for maybe 1 week and come back. Many years later, it was still there. Same to Iraq. So when you're dealing with certain things, war and matters of like demonstrations, when you take away the things that are predictable, You know, an election is predictable. Within 14 days, this should have happened. Within this day, this should have happened. That's predictable. But there's something you cannot predict, and that is demonstrations. When you start going through that, most revolutions, it has taken longer to even settle the country back. So if you are aware, what you're talking is an ideal situation where you have a constitution that says election is on certain date. That one you are likely to follow. And the person, if they believe in that their voice will be heard, they're likely to follow that through. But other than that, Duke, a good leader. I'm hoping that Ruto power has not entered into his mind. A good leader would avoid a situation where you have to imagine that these people, this will fade off, and then these people will get tired, and they will go. Read about Egypt. What happened with what was his name?
Anwar Sadat.
Yeah, the president of Egypt.
Mubarak.
What happened?
Mubarak.
Yeah.
Mubarak.
Hosni Mubarak. Go read about Hosni Mubarak. What happened with him? Go read about what happened to the guy of Sudan guy. So when you look at people saying that these people will get tired and things will go, that's a little bit not being aware of the political upheavals, especially when things are now in the hands of wananchi. It's hard for you to control, and sometimes even hard for the person leading them to control it. So that will be a debate that we can have here after a few days. But I can assure you, what you're saying is book knowledge. You know, is predictable. You need to say this, and that can only apply when there's an election. You can predict that within 7 days, IBC will do this. But if you don't trust that person, I mean, anything goes. So, Duke, relax. Let me bring in Mr. G and then msimamo. Ngoja kwanza, ngoja Mr. G. Wacha nilete huyu msimamo. Msimamo anakuanga na shida na connection yake. Wacha tumlete kabla aende kabisa.
Asante ndugu yangu Themba kwa kunitetea. Kumbe haswa unanielewa, uchumi wetu ni huo uliowekwa juu ya mti. Ndio maana sasa ukipata vijibando uliunga hapo na watoto hapo balaa. But nashukuru pia ndio kwa kuweza kuwa sasa umemaliza maneno. Sasa utabidi ubaki tu na neno moja tu kwamba taifa hili tulipeleke mahali husika, kwa sababu ni kweli umejaribu angalau at least kutetea, kutueleza, lakini ukweli wa maneno ni kwamba wanakubwaga wale kule juu, japo unawapenda kwa moyo wako wote. So maswali mengi ambayo umeuliza na ambayo umejaribu kuulizwa, na free majibu umeyapata kupitia kwa hawa wachanganuzi hapa. Kwa hiyo wangu kukuambia tu kaka Duke, ondoa shaka na rudi Azimio. Tunakukaribisha kwa sababu hapa ndio nyumbani na hapa ndio kwenye maneno, ndio kwenye neno, hakuna maneno hapa. Ndugu zangu haswa Stone PK na wengine wenye wako pale, nichukue tu nafasi hii kusema njia ya muongo siku zote ni fupi, na kwa kweli hakika kama laiti huu ushindi ungekuwa ni wa Bwana Ruto, hata hakungekuwa na haya yote tunayozungumzia hapa. Lakini sasa kutokana sasa huu ushindi yani unaelekea wazi, yani ni picha wazi haswa kwamba haukuwa wake, ni kule kwamba at least ni kujaribu kuwaleta Wakenya kwa lazima, at least angalau waone, lakini kwa kweli hakika inakuwa ngumu. Na kama alivyozungumza ndugu yangu Stone PK kwamba mwananchi akishashtuka tu, hata mwambie mazuri 100, bado still hatakuwa tu ataelewa kwamba hapana, huyu jamaa akizungumza ni yale ya uongo, kwa sababu kinachomuumiza mwananchi ndio hapa kakaangu ni gharama ya maisha, hali ngumu ya maisha. Mkenya amekosa matumaini kabisa. Laiti kama angetumia miezi yake hii ya kwanza mapema kunyamaza na kufanya kazi, kunyamaza na si kulumbana na kulumbana, ujaribu kuchafulia jina huyu akiona labda pengine italeta tija. Mara ameruka ameingia kwa Uhuru Kenyatta, mara ameruka ameingia sio kwa familia ya Moi, mara yani vitimbi hivi vingemfaa. Basi amechaguliwa hajachaguliwa, lakini yeye angefanyia Wakenya kazi ili Wakenya wajaribu kugaini ile morale, hususan wale ambao ni milioni 8 ambao waliweza kupiga upande mwingine na kuweza kukosa huu ushindi. Basi hao ndio watu walikuwa wa kwanza kuweza kuwashika mkono kwa kuonyesha vitendo, si maneno. Sasa hapa wingi ulikuwa wa maneno, uchache wa vitendo, kiasi kwamba sasa hivi mwananchi amechoka kakadio. Kwa itakuwa ngumu sana kuweza kumbadilisha Mkenya, kuweza kubadilisha mawazo yake na kuona kwamba hii serikali labda inatija ama ina mwelekeo mzuri. Hata ujaribu kuipamba namna gani, Mkenya ashachoka baba. Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu, nikukaribisha tu tuungane na sisi wenye tuko hapa. Basi tusikize vile ambavyo wananchi wanazungumza, kwa sababu yale tunazungumzia hapa si ya Raila, si ya Uhuru, si ya Moi family. Haya ni ya mwananchi, na ni ngumu kwa sababu katiba yenyewe ndio inasema nguvu ya hiyo katiba iko mikononi mwa mwananchi, na mwananchi ndio kusema. Sasa mwananchi ndio ameamua, ukatae usikatae. Sisi tu Raila ni kama tunamweka pale kwa sababu tunaona yeye na Martha wakiwa pale, basi hawa watu wameshakomaa, hawana tamaa tena za kutafuta pesa, hawana tamaa tena siyo za kutafuta nini, hawana tamaa za kuonyesha mavazi, hawana tamaa za kuonyesha Thanksgiving kila mahali, hawana tamaa za kupiana na kutushana vidole huku na kule. Hawa watatufanyia kazi. Bati maamuzi haya ni ya Mkenya, si ya Raila, ni ya Mkenya. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ngumu zaidi kumbadilisha mawazo kutokana na mzigo ambao ashauona tayari ndani ya miezi 6. Kwa hivyo wengi ambao walikuwa ni supporters wenu washaanza kushtuka, washaanza kurudi huku kwamba lazima tutaungana na wenzetu ili kuweza kulikomboa hili taifa na kulipeleka mahali ambapo watakuwa ni salama zaidi, sahihi zaidi, ambapo Mkenya atahisi kwamba hakika, na ni kila Mkenya ahisi kwamba kumbe mimi ni part ya hii nchi yangu. Pili, na kumalizia tu, kwa kumalizia kwangu ni kwamba hakuna haja ya kuingia katika uchaguzi endapo kama hatutakuwa tumetengeneza hizi njia. Tumekaa hapa tukipondwa haswa kwamba Raila alikuwa 2007 sio alifanya hivi akafanya vile akarudi sio kwa Kibaki ikawa hivi, yani vitimbi. Lakini yale madonda ambayo yanatugusa ama vile vidonda ambavyo haswa na ule ubovu wenye uko pale hauzungumziwi. Na ubovu ni hii kwamba kura ya mwananchi haizungumzi pale debeni. Sasa tukaa mwananchi anajiuliza haswa ni lini kura yangu itazungumza pale. So wakati si mwingine kakaangu, ndio wakati ni sasa kuweza kuliondoa hilo jinamizi, ili tuepukane na huu msemo wa let's accept and move on, ama zoea rais wako, vitu kama hivyo. Subiri kidogo tu, bado mapema tu. Kwa hivyo tumpe muda kidogo, ataweza kudeliver. Hivyo vitu tunataka tumalizane navyo katika tuviweke katika kaburi la sahau kakadiu, kwa sababu kura ya Mkenya ni muhimu zaidi, na kama haitakuwa na usemi basi itakuwa haina haja tuingie 2027 uchaguzi wa 2027 ikiwa hali ni kama hii, kwamba mtu ana uwezo wa kuingia na milango ya nyuma kule kuweza kugonga na mwisho kuingia na kunyakua uongozi. Nafikiri hilo ndilo la kwanza kabisa na ndilo ambalo ni la muhimu zaidi, kwamba Kenya this time around hatuendi 2027 kama hakika hii mambo hatujatengeneza. Wakenya tumechoka na let's accept and move on. Hii kitu imetuchokesha kwenye akili zetu. Ni mwenye mbuzi awe ndo mwenye mbuzi, apewe mwenye mbuzi, si mwenye mbuzi akose asio kwa mwenye mbuzi apate mbuzi. Hicho kitu kinatuumiza Wakenya. Na mwisho kabisa, ukweli ni kwamba hii serikali ilipata shtukizi tu, yani haikuamini kwamba itaingia katika mamlaka. Yani walikuwa ni panganga tu kuweza kumabaliza watu kwa uongo na propaganda mingi na mambo mengi, lakini hawakujua jinsi ya kupeleka hii serikali na hawakuwa tayari. Kwa hivyo Mkenya ameamua kaka, na ndugu zangu wa Kenya wengi tu tumeamua haswa kwamba lazima tupate the right person ambaye ataweza kupeleka hili taifa letu mbele kwa minajili yetu na kwa minajili ya vizazi vinavyokuja. So ni sauti ya Mkenya, si sauti ya viongozi. Hata mkiwaponda, mkisema Uhuru na fund, does not make sense. Mkisema sio familia moja na fund, hii sio maandamano. Hakuja kuwa na maandamano, hizi ni public gathering. Hatujaanza maandamano kabisa. Sasa ile wachenu na mchecheto na wasiwasi na kutaka kujua ni wapi tuna mbinu gani, hizi juka hazitakusaidia kaka. Na ule mwenye na ule mfuasi mwingine wa UDA ambaye anafikiria, je, wakitoka hapa what are their plans? Je, wataelekea? Na hamtaweza kujua kwa sababu ni mwananchi mwenye amepanga. Kwa hivyo tuache kwanza tufanye public gatherings, hapo tutengeneze kitambo, tukuchukua kwa maamuzi, basi ni hapo mbele tutajua kwamba kumbe walikuwa tumepanga nini. But for the time being mtatafuta kiini ili mjaribu, lakini muda wenu ushakwisha na uongo wenu sasa umewaweka peupe. Asanteni ndugu zangu wale wa moderator kwa hiyo nafasi. Niachie tu pale.
Asante Msimamo for that. Wacha nimlete Mr. G. Alafu nimeona Mato yuko hapa. Stone PK utaleta Asembo na ulete Domi. Nichukue kikombe cha maji kidogo. Na hata ninaona Mato yuko hapa.
Sawa, tuko wawili, tutaendesha email vizuri.
Okay, thank you Temper, Stone PK, Duke, Asembo, Kenya with Love, Domi na Msimamo. I greet you guys na wale wote ambao wanatusikia. You know, Duke, there's an argument you have raised on the issue of CC. We just to follow the right way. So I don't know which way do you want us to follow, because I think we tried it in voting. We tried to speak in voting, tukavote, but Chebukati and the three thieves wakabangle the election. Tukanyamaza, tukasema basi wacha twende kotini. When we went to Supreme Court, the prophetess Kome akamua pia kutumesi. Ukasema sawa, let's give you people now 100 days. Tuone kama mtaonyesha your ability to govern. 100 days meisha and hakuna, there's nothing you can show. So what do you think we have to follow? Which way do you think that we can follow? Which is the right way? Kama tujaribu zote zimekataa. Listen to what Raila said jana juzi akiwa Nigeria. He just said one word. Kuwa this time round Kenya will serve as an example. And I think that's the place ambao tumefikia sasa. Sasa ni wakati ambao Kenya inafaa serve as an example. Tumejaribu every way, imekataa. Tumejaribu njia yote tukakuwa ongwana, lakini mmetuona kama wapumbavu. Nimeona ukiongea hapa issue on tax. I don't know Kenya ulikuwa lini mwisho Kenya. Do you know a number of people bado hawajaelewa kuwa kuna watu wanakatwa on tax on bank bila kujua. Wakati unatuma pesa zako kutoka kwa bank kutumia mtu, inakatwa direct bila kujua. Hiyo kitu haikuwa. But hapo unaongea unasema hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sijui umekuwa Kenya lini mwisho. So I think you before uongee kuja kwanza on the ground. Waangalie what is happening on the ground. Ndio kuja kwa television ushare. In Kenya right now a number of people are passing through a lot of pain. Kwa sababu ya nini? Promises ambazo huyu mkora aliwadanganya kwa akiingia atafanya. We gave him 100 days to prove himself if we can govern. Alisema atarudisha maisha ya watu chini. Sijui kurudisha maisha ya watu chini. The guy ameendelea kupiga kifua akisema sisi tulikuwa na deep states, sisi tulikuwa na system na akatushinda hivyo. Sasa which kind of a president do you ambao unafikiria tunaweza mruhusa endelee kukaa Kenya for another maybe 2 years ama 3 to 4 months again ambao zinakuja? Time imeshafika. The same way Stone PK amesema this time round tunaenda State House. Hiyo nao kaa tu ukijua tushaamua ni wananchi, na Raila pia uzuri ashasema hata kama nikufa ako ready kukufa. Mata Karua pia amesema kama ako ready kufa, ako ready kufa. Sasa imeshafika time, Duke just know that tunaenda State House na lazima huyu mtu atoke because tumempatia time haja prove. Tumejaribu njia zote haja prove. Wewe unasema tufuate the right way. The right way ni kwenda tu kwa nini? Kwa street. Kwa sio pia kwa constitution. Hakuna njia nyingine. Stone PK.
Thank you Mr. G. Ni kweli hapo the right way ni kufuata katiba, na hiyo katiba tumefuata. Katiba tulifuata mpaka tukapiga kura tarehe 9 na katiba ikavunjwa na yule ambaye aliiba kura. Sasa tunafukuzana na mwizi, na ukifukuzana na mwizi is the right way to catch the thief. Chase the thief, catch the thief. The right way kama tutanyonga ama tutapeleka kwa polisi. Haya, next alikuwa ni nani? Asembo. Karibu.
Oh, okay, asante sana Stone PK. Good to see you Mr. G. Msimamo, Kenyan with Love. Nimekuona pale. Mr. Demba, I think chai bado hajakuwa tayari. Guys, I really don't want to punch Duke, but I want him to understand because some become Mr. J memelezea, Demba memelezea. But Duke, I want you to understand the course that you are taking. I want to break it down in 4 steps that I think will make you now understand it better. The revolution that it's happening needs few things for it to happen. One thing that the most important thing is central truth. Central truth is there's electoral injustices that has been happening in this country that need to be rectified. Central truth, even you know it. 2007, 2013, 2017, 2022 now is the one that now makes to clean it up. Another central truth is that these guys got into power, removed subsidies, removed everything, messed the economy, and expense and life has become crazy for Kenyans. Kila mwananchi, ikuwa ulikuwa umempigia kura, ukiwa kumpigia kura, wameingia wakachafua kabisa. That's another central truth. So what needs to happen after central truth that you need to learn and understand that we need reforms. Reforms means that we must do it, we must do them now before we go to 2027. So if you can't correct this mess of electoral injustice right now, then we don't talk about 2027. That must happen, reforms. And that must happen with the people. After reforms, what happens again is action plan. Action plans can happen in different ways. Picketing, rioting, demonstrations, boycotts. Na baba tu amesema tu we are still doing the public consultations, we are meeting, we are starting to build up with the consultations, Jacaranda meetings, Kamukunji meetings, action plans iko mingi. So I hope you're understanding my steps. That's what things happening. So we don't know what's gonna happen in Kibra, because that's the next meeting. He may again he may remove another bombshell in Kibra, something that you don't know. Since tulishaambiwa mambo ya whistleblower about the electoral injustices, tuliambiwa na whistleblower. So Kibra atatuambia kitu ingine next. Another thing that you need to know about revolution is securing resources. That's why umeona wameanza kuingilia serikali, wameanza kuingilia familia ya Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru is funding Raila. Raila hakuna pesa. But at the end of the day, we'll need resources. And resources ni kitu iko. Tuseme saa hizi the diasporans wakishikana hata 1,000 na kila mtu juzi Julia was talking about even donating $500 each. The resources are there for this thing to happen. So that's another thing that's worrying your people. And this is what's happening. And now I hope you're understanding why this thing is happening. And lastly, but not even least, I'm just trying to summarize for you this so you understand what's happening. It needs somebody who is courageous to take on the heat. And this is Raila amesema yuko tayari kukufa. Umesema Martha Karua amesema yuko tayari kukufa. These are guys who have been there before. They've dealt with the past government and they know how to take the heat. And that's what the people needed. Somebody who can come out and be a leader and a symbol. And that's what Raila is doing. After that, this thing is going to go beyond Raila. It's going to go beyond Martha Karua. It's with the people. And that's what Son PK was telling you. Kama ni kukimia kwa status kama watu wa Sri Lanka, itafanyika. Because already kuna pesa, kuna sababu inafanyika, kuna sababu inafaa ifanyike na ili irekebishe vitu tofauti, inafaa irekebishwe. So Duke, understand those things. Why revolution is happening. So usikue kama hii ndio uko naelewa kwa nini inafanyika. I hope now with those breakdown nimekupatia una understand. And basically one thing you need to know, Raila right now is trusting the people he's fighting for. And that's why you see he's not parading the likes of the member of parliament. He's gone to the people that he's fighting for, the local mwananchi, those who will take it straight away from him. Not those who will be bought and called for a seminar or a meeting somewhere, given handouts, and then they go and they disappear. He's gone to the people that he's fighting for, meaning he trusts the people. That if he tells them tomorrow ni kukaa chini na kufunga mabiashara, itafanyika. So I think with those simple breakdown, Drew, you understand what we're talking about here. Unless there's something else that you need me to clarify for you. Thank you, Mr. Piston Pike.
Thank you, Assemble. Hiyo lesson ni ngumu kwa watu wa UDA. I don't know whether you have ever been a teacher. Hiyo lesson hata ukifunza 40 minutes period inakuanga 40 minutes ni ngumu au kuelewa sana. My very good teacher Mrs. Ouma alikuwa anasema hii yule ataona ni ngumu aende akacheze didi huko kwa field kuje baadaye. Hiyo ni ngumu sana because hiyo hata hawawezi shikanisha. Alafu manake ni ngumu mpaka wanakuambia ati kwanza tuende kwa reform. Who will do the reform? Ruto? Ndio nakwambia hiyo lesson hawawezi shika. Watakwambia Ruto asimamie reform za nini? Za electoral. Kenyan with love. Come in, bud.
Thank you, Mr. Stone PK. Umesema ukweli, that lesson is a very hard one for them to understand. They just seem not to understand anything that we try to say. Or what? Not us. You know, sometimes I realized just the other day that sometimes when we come to Nasema us, they think is Azimio. It's not Azimio, it's the common Mwananchi, it's people, including their own people. Some of them have jumped ship. You know, when a ship is going down, you have to jump out. Watu wameruka ship bwana, and they're not getting it. I don't understand. Maybe, yani, I'm confused. Yani, I'm as confused as Ruto too, because they're not getting that people have jumped ship. You know, sometimes we talk to people back in Kenya, and especially people who actually, you know, follow politics and are known to be kind of political, you know, analyzing the politics of the day and actually our you know, our country and where the country is going. I have so many people who are UDA dumb that has changed and jumped ship. Wengi wameacha hii kitu bwana, wanaona hapa kimeumana. But I wanted to I have a little, I mean, just a couple of points that I wanted to point out. Duke and your crew, I just want to say this. There was the biggest propaganda that was propagated about this after post-election was that si tunawajua ni wale wa kung'oa reli, wataleta vita, watafanya nini, and to try to corner and if you remember the time that we were having the elections, there was a statement that came that don't go to Kisumu because Kisumu there might be chaos and stuff like that. The thing is that they were pushing so much that Baba will bring chaos and things na vitu kama hizo, but it's not working. And so now they are cornered because they thought it would become chaotic. And what they don't understand, which I think they do understand, is just that they don't, they use it as a good fighting machinery. That Baba has never brought any chaos. It's the people that actually come out and say, this is not going to work. This is not right. And when you have the people talking is where you get even Baba cornered, because now he has to calm down the, you know, the crowds. People want to go to State House, people are tired, but now he has to also calm that. But then they're realizing that this is not working, and that's why now they're starting to attack people like Kenyatta Moi, Kenyatta, to elicit chaos. And it's not going to work this time. And like you guys were saying, this is not Baba initiated. This is the people who are saying. This is why you have the bunge, and I said it here, the bunge la wananchi is something you have to watch very carefully, because now people are starting to have conversations that they never had a chance to have those conversations by themselves, people to people. You're finding is the leaders themselves who are being summoned by the people. Baba has already been warned by people, no handshake. Not him, but the people are the ones who have said, we're not going to have a handshake, and we don't want you to have any kind of handshake. This is because, ladies and gentlemen, people, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that because I know people are watching. You do not come to my house, take my sufuria, walk away with it, and then tell me, accept and move on. Uongo. The truth is, kura ziliibiwa. And it's a damn, it's a truth that is there. And it has to be addressed. Winston PK was over here, but I think he can still listen. I have a friend that ran for MCA Mwala constituency. He has the numbers because he was there and people were there. He's actually a software engineer. Today he wanted to come in and show people how it was done. Because I don't understand if people really have accepted that this was a rigged thing. And that's a fact. We know it. Some of us, not even Duke, when they come here, they don't want to address that thing. It's kind of like I've always asked them, where did Ruto get his vote? And they never have that answer. Now we are starting to see it. Let me go to the tax thing. Do you guys understand? So when you attack CBA, CBA is a CBA, which is, yes, associated with Kina Uhuru. Do you understand that's a bank? And every bank in Kenya is under CBK, Central Bank of Kenya. So there's no way a bank cannot pay taxes. It shows you when you go to take your money. You cannot. Let's stop these games of blame games. And also, while at that, let me ask, if familia Ruto yenye kuagana alisema sijui aga inampatia 1.5 million a day, which I don't know where it is because here at Google you can find it. But again, that one, let's talk about Amaco. Amaco associated with Ruto. It's already been taken to court, sued. Weston Hotel, does he pay taxes himself before he starts attacking Kina Moi? And what are you attacking Moi about? What? Nini, the school, Kabarak? I don't know what you're attacking. Yes, Jalewa. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the repercussions of having a mafia boss leading a country. They run around. The propaganda of Raila ni mganga, Raila ni nini kupeleka kung'oa reli has not worked. Now they are coming back with something else. And at the same time, they are becoming the Sherlocks of the people that they're supposed to be heading and helping. They're telling you that subsidies are not worth it. And what do you know? We pay taxes because of subsidies, so that our lives can be subsidized by the taxes that we pay in everything that we do, so that tukienda kujenga barabara. I've said this, I need people to understand what a subsidy is. In case of anything, you can be subsidized by your government. School, you can be subsidized by your government. Infrastructure, you can be subsidized by your government. Importation, you can be subsidized by your government. So if we cannot be subsidized by our government, then why pay taxes? Tuachane nayo. Every man for themselves, God for us all. And they're coming na kile alikuwa akisema kizungu mingi, trying to lie to people because he understands that some people don't understand this thing. And he's very worried for channels like this because people are actually starting to talk. Ukienda pale ushago mtu ajui nini umwambie tu hivi ndio wamefanya hivyo, then they just take it. But some people have really are understanding what is happening, and he's having a hard time because this is not the Stone Age days. This is times if you want to come and govern without lies. Govern understanding that the people that you're talking to understand what is happening. Wacha nisimamia hapo, Houston pekee ameenda hapi. I don't have my rights today. Nimekuja na simu, so I can't add anyone, but I don't know who was next before Stone or Themba comes back.
Maybe Duke to respond.
Yes. Mr. Chi, you said that we followed the right procedure. We went to election, the results were there, we went to court. But there was no justice. We are not disputing that the right procedure must be followed. What I'm disputing is that, is the claim genuine? For example, if I ask you, Mr. Chi, there was a whistleblower who came and said, right about 8.2 million. Have you interrogated that claim? Or it's just 100% fact? Then if I came and say, just let me finish and then you come in. So then it means if individuals comes and makes statement and you don't question those statements, the problem is there. Because if you are talking about justice, the first step towards getting justice is establishing the truth. So if we cannot find what's the truth, then there is no justice. Even when we have there was a report which called a commission, Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission. So the first word is truth, then the second is justice, and then reconciliation. So but before you start fighting for something or start to claim that you are fighting for justice,
Duke,
establish the truth. That's number one.
Duke.
And then we are talking about. Let
Duke.
me finish something. I want to finish so
I
that
want to tell you something. Just a quick one, Duke. I think you're doing a disservice to the people who are listening to us. I think you need to, first of all, when you talk about the whistleblower, that report is public. It's public. Go get it, read it, look at it, look at the numbers, and again, ask anyone if you know anyone that was on the on the ground, or if you can even get that form 34A. Look at it and compare, because you're talking like it's just a whistleblower and the report is not public. It's public. If you want the link, I'll send it to you. So that way we're talking from something that we understand.
No, not at all.
Exactly. Let me add something, Duke, before you respond. On the same whistleblower, the form ambayo Kenya with Love share, on the same form, kuna kitu inaitwa barcode. And that barcode, you can scan and get the whole information on what happened, wakati ilipigwa hiyo picha, wakati ilituma, you can get everything. A question now. Wakati whistleblower issue that report, ushaona any IBC, the kina hawa kora hawa kina Chepcheta, kina Hussein, ushaona wakisimama wakipinga hiyo kitu? Kwa nini wamesimama time ambao amesema aliwaona akija kwa nyumba yake? Kwa nini wanapigania mambo ya kuja kwa nyumba yake lakini haongei kuhusu figures? Okay, just go back to that report, chukua that form, piga scan, utaona what happened wakati walituma na anything ambayo happened kwa hiyo timu, utajua ndio ujue kweli kitu kwa ni ya ukweli.
You see, now you are now, that's where you are missing the point. It's not about how detailed the report is or how well written it is. It's about is it authentic? For example, if you come with allegations, or I'm accusing you that I saw you murdered somebody, you entered the door, did APCD, and I paid that very accurately, step by step. So does that, no, just a moment, does that become the truth?
Look a question.
No, can I, because you are now that is interruption, because if I cannot be allowed to complete a statement, then we cannot move forward. I'm talking about, it's not about how
on live TV.
So it's about how do we, for example, evidence, because if some information has come out, there must be investigation, there must be evidence, then it will be proved beyond doubt that this is the fact. How comes now a person comes with a report and it becomes a fact like that? Have you seen even in any court that somebody gives information which are actually, I can call them allegation, and then it becomes the truth? There must be the due process of investigation. Of course, I know some of you may say we don't even trust the IP, so what even, we can even talk about an international body or something of that kind, so that we have an establishment, a conclusion that this report is accurate and it's true. But if you are saying it's 100% accurate and true without even interrogation and investigation and evidence and all those, then that we cannot move forward. That's what I want to. I think it's Assemble say that. No, you will respond. I'm moving to a different part. Assemble, you say that there must be reforms to IPC. There must be all those things you said, that Raila and what I've said, they are ready to die, something of that kind. Yes, I understand there must be reforms for institutions, for IPC, even for the government, for if a country has to transform. But what are those proposals for reforms? What's the way forward? You can't say that we want reforms and you don't even have one proposal of what are those reforms and what does those reforms entail. You are saying we want to reform it, but you don't have any proposal. The same thing which has been happening, for example, they said remove Hassan Hussein. Remember, even in 2017, remember people demonstrated for Chepkat and died for him. But nobody took even a case to court, or nobody even took a motion to parliament to remove Chepkat. And the same people were comfortable Chepkat to preside again, and now they are, you see now that appears like
summarize the Duke to kuchape, summarize to kuchinje.
So I'm done.
You're done. Thank you, Duke. What you're asking for, there is no formula mingi investigation nini ni kungoa Ruto. We are removing Ruto from State House, then reconstituting the country. Kenyan with love, and then followed by Domi, and then Mr. G.
I had a question for Duke when he's talking about evidence. And someone that cannot just come with an evidence in a court of law, and it becomes the truth and the truth. Duke, if you murdered someone and you had and someone came with a DNA, DNA, does that lie? So is that an is that equal to being acquitted if you murdered someone and then you are
DNA is a result of an investigation, because you have to take samples to an hospital.
Now on the internet,
don't unmute yourself. If you unmute, I'll mute you. Just raise your hand and raise.
So on the when you do website, when you go to the internet, there's something called fingerprints, which they call digital fingerprints. And like when the thing that has been asked for a long time, the JPEG versus the PDF. Once you change something, you leave a fingerprint because now you become the author of that document, and it shows. And so the fingerprints are there. It's called the DNA of the digital world, and that is what the whistleblower has come with, where you can see where it was altered. And this is not something that started right now. It started before. We said it before elections were announced. If you remember a tweet, go back and look, of Churchill saying, "We know what you guys did yesterday at 3 a.m. when we were waiting for the portal elections. For the portal results to be put, and they were stopped." It was there. So Duke is a DNA of the digital world. That is what it is, and that is why you're having IEBC cannot refute it. They will not come back and say no because watajieka kwa shida, because it's the truth, is the DNA. Sorry, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you. Domi, Mr. G, and then Domi. Mr. G, then Domi.
Just to add something again, Duke, do you remember the reducible minimum? Do you remember anything concerning the reducible minimum? Kujua hapo umesema kuwa hakuna siku tushia kuja na reforms. Tujaitisha reforms, tujaenda kotini, tujafanya anything. Have you ever read what was in the reducible minimum?
Go ahead, endelea. Submit, wachana na Duke. We just ask and answer.
Ndio nilikuwa nataka kumjibu kwa hiyo, kwa sababu alikuwa anadanganya watu hapa. Kuna nini anasema yuko kwa kona muingize. Kuna huyo speaker, huyo Alex.
Okay, Domi.
Okay, I think Duke hii maneno ya nini ya IEBC na results tumeongea mara nyingi sana. It is either unatuchukulia sisi ni wajinga ama there is something wrong na vile unafikiria. There is some disorder pahali na vile unafikiria. Now wacha tuifuate. One thing vile Kenya na Abdullah ameongea hapa. There is a fingerprint to show that hizi documents, hizi PDF zenye ziko kwa portal, they originated from somebody else who is not the King's Kit. Because King's Kit ilikuwa inatuma JPEG. Haikuwa inatuma PDF. So it did not originate from a JPEG, from the King's Kit. Yeah? And you know that. Usijifanya hujui. That is enough doubt. Tukaona hapa hivi mambo ya nini mbili zimetoka, two results zimeingia na the same IP address, which means zimetumwa na kompyuta moja. Yeah, that is a fact. Now hapa hivi kuna mtu amekuletea an evidence yenye hata wewe, it does not need a court. Yeah, haihitaji court. It only needs you as Duke. Uchukue hii code, unahitaji hii code ya hapa nyuma, upige hiyo picha, then it will show everything up to the end. And yet unataka kutuambia hapa ati listen, truth is provable. Chebukati could not prove kuwa hizo documents zilitoka kwa hizo King's Kit. He cannot prove because they are not a JPEG. He cannot prove, but we can prove that he document zenye zimetumwa na huyu whistleblower can be traced to the original. What Mkenya anakuambia hivi, go check mwenyewe. Yeah? Now listen to me. I don't know if you remember, there is a statement that he said, do justice and let justice be seen to be done. Not just justice. Usiseme tu, I've done justice, but you cannot see the justice. That is rubbish. Do that justice yenye tunaona, yenye this justice. You have done an injustice. Mpaka umesikia watu, I don't know how many cases zilipelekwa court. Nobody is willing to go to court to present these cases. Kwa sababu anajua there is injustice. Tukishajua there is injustice huko, alafu tena wewe unakuja kutuambia turudi tena kwa ile court yenye tunajua is injustice. My friend, we are not fools. And that is now the reason as to why Kenyans are taking a step. Now let me quote the constitution. Ile inasema. Constitution inasema the ultimate authority is with the people. They can exercise it indirectly or directly. If they are trying to exercise it indirectly and it's not working, that is why they are going to exercise directly. They have a right to eject the president. Unataka nirudie? They have a right to eject the president, and it is in the constitution. Usituletee hapa kutuambia at the right way. Now, if that one you are calling the right way is not working, it did not work in 2017, it did not work in 2007, it did not work in 2013, it did not work in 2017. And you expect us to do the same thing. A wise man says, it is only a fool who does the same thing, the same way, and expect different results. So, ninarudia, we are not fools. That is why we think that we have now to take it by ourselves. Yeah?
Haya. Asante Domi. Asante Domi. Ya, na mnasahau kuzungumzia juu ya MPs. In the topic there also, we also have issues of MPs fighting the media. But for me, I don't think we have MPs, and they are of no consequence in our fight. Our objective is to remove Ruto. Before I bring in, I think, Warren County. One point here. Azimio or other supporters of this revolution should also know that Ruto and others are very good at using the other issues to be decoy, to distract attention. Even this tax issue, they are just bringing Uhuru issue. It's just to distract us. But we are so focused. Tunamwambia kama unataka kufunga Uhuru, endelea. Ukitaka kufunga ule, endelea. Lakini kungoka unangoka. Just harakisha. That is the thing. Yani ni moto. We said now we are the driller. Drillers ina drilling mpaka chuma. Sasa sisi ndio chuma ile inarekedanga zingine. Mbele we say chuma area erekedaga area yengi. Yani kuna chuma ina drill chuma. Na hiyo ndio sisi sasa. Hii revolution is non-stoppable. Wood County.
Duke has made me kinda think I'm smarter than him today. Vitu amekuwa akisema ya mwisho tu ndiye alisema, ile ya kwanza alisema vizuri, but sometimes I listen to Duke unapata tu nimetoroka kidogo ndio nirudi. And Duke is my personal friend. When we speak personally, he's an intellectual, but when he comes here, he's a sycophant. Hiyo kitu vile Ndeta amekuambia, it is the DNA. You cannot, even me, I did not know. I had to go research about it. We have tight evidence. And then let me tell you, Duke, today again, you made a blunder. The blunder is that you told us the history of a country. Even as we can tell you, tons of history where the people took their rights and presidents went. Sri Lanka, vile Domi amekwambia, the power, you can have the Supreme Court, but the power is with the people. And if the masses are many, we are only waiting to exhaust everything. Once we exhaust everything, we will walk there, and we know most of us will die. The international community will come in, and that's when he will realize that the power is with the people. And these people who put him here, the dossier that came from Britain that I watched today about how the UK government and official, especially the ambassador, was involved. These people, ndio Makau amesema, international people, why do they interfere? It's because they have interests. Wakiona the count is going to anarchy, they will leave him so that the interest they have in that country, ibaki. If people don't have interest with Somali, they will leave Somali to go to anarchy. The truth is that US will not leave Kenya to go into anarchy. So Duke, acha kujificha bana. Kuja hapa unatuambia ukweli. Usiseme tu kitu because unatetea watu wako. There is a tight evidence. Not only that, leo baba ameweka Chebukati, jana Chebukati amejiweka kwa moto, amesema anataka ultimatum ya 7 days. Hiyo 7 days tunajua baba hatampea hiyo. Baba will wait until everything is exhausted. Baba does not say anything that there is a akona CCTV kwake na everything they spoke. And that is the time Ruto will be forced now to go to the court. And the person that he bribed is Koome. Koome is sick. And history tells us, hao watu ambao wameharibu Kenya, from Kivuitu, from Isaac Hassan, I don't know why people continue to make mistakes when they know that when you subvert the will of the people, God is the ultimate judge. You are not the judge. Koome is not the ultimate judge. So, Duke, when we have exhausted everything, unafikiria baba ni mjinga kwenda South Africa? Baba ni mjinga kwenda Abuja? Baba ni mjinga kwenda Kibira? We are exhausting. When you ulituambia, let's do things right. And that's what we are doing. Evidence is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Wood County. Themba, you are back. Welcome back. Yes, Asembo, is it a question or a rejoinder? And then Duke.
Just a rejoinder, but I realize what you were saying, that the lesson I was taking Duke through, it's a difficult lesson. Because the first thing, he has agreed that there was electoral injustice. He has agreed that there was the economy has been messed with, the government has taken place. But then again, it's coming back to ask us, what is the reforms we're talking about? So I'm now just giving up on Duke and telling Duke, watch the pace. At times, you can teach, there's much you can teach, and then you leave it to the people now to feel the pain and not to feel the heat. So Duke, I can't say any much. I can't teach you further than that. The way I broke it down for you to, in a very simple way to understand it, but seems you want to face it in a different way. So let's pray for the best.
Thank you. It is true. Hiyo lesson ni ngumu. Si Duke peke yake, ni ngumu kwa UDA. Sasa tumesema wangoja waone tuna macho. Wataiona na macho vile inaenda. Nani? Duke ulikuwa imeinua mkono. What do you want to say? Something?
Yes. You see, one thing about me is that I speak my mind. So Asemba, I've not paid you. I'm not a student. I'm not paid you school fees to teach me. So if you want me to think like you or to sway me to align with your statements, it's impossible because we are very different. And because of differences, that's why we survive. But what I'm saying is this. Any evidence provided in court or wherever, there must be at least some reasonable investigation and scrutiny. So if an individual gives information and then you say it's 100% correct or perfect, that is very wrong. It's actually, I can't even understand that there are some people who are saying it's 100% correct. There must be some form of scrutiny, investigation. Even in countries, you can see a person shooting a person. Even there are cameras which takes a person shooting another one. But there must be some investigation because with the digital age, all those videos can be made with photoshopping. Everything can be that. You know, there are Kenyans who have even original national IDs, which is fake. So all I'm saying is that there must be some form of investigation, or some. And I did not say that there was that the election of 2020 was unfair. I said previously there was some obvious mistakes for like 2007, 2017. That's a fact. But this 2020, I cannot agree with you because if you are talking about those PDF or electronic transfer or electronic data, something of that kind, you forget that electronic data or electronic transmission is a secondary mechanism, which is actually its main purpose is to verify the manual process. So what about those physical forms which were transmitted manually with people by road? So are you telling me it's a coincidence? So tell me that there was a form from Kiambu which was brought physically by somebody's statisticist, and in the electronic form is very different. Then we can discuss. But now that's I can't just agree like
Please, don't unmute.
I think
Guys.
Nani.
Let me direct this debate. We are not going to debate on the electoral, whatever happened, okay? Because we will be wasting some very good time. At your papers were this, papers were that. We are at a very advanced stage. All your questions have been answered, Bwana Duke Mareba, okay? We are past hizo. Whatever you guys did with those papers, you are naked. We have exposed you naked. And how we have exposed you naked, mungoje tu mutaona. For me, I would not bother even countering, trying to prove something about the papers, about Form 34A and all that. I would not bother unless you have something different. Kenyan with love, then go down like that. 1 minute, 1 minute. Tuachane na hiyo. Kenyan with love.
No, mine is actually just a question, and people who, Duke, whose duty is it to disprove evidence? Because you're talking about evidence. If the evidence comes, is it the defense or the accused? I mean, or the accuser. Who is it to go and demystify that? And the reason I'm asking that is because the people that are being accused that these things were not right, and here's the real evidence, the DNA, like I said, why are they not coming out to disprove that? And you're here telling us that that's not right. Mr. Chair, that was a burning question to me. I just wanted to ask a question.
Thank you. Domi?
Okay, the reason as to why we are talking of the King's Kit is so that when they change the forms, the hard copies, because I think everybody saw it was on camera, akina Gladys Sholewa kukuja kubadilisha hizo maforms hapo hivyo, it was on camera, zilikuwa zinabadilishwa hapo. Sasa sijui Duke anatuambia nini.
Yeah, thank you, Domi. That's why I was saying, if this case goes even to international level, all those clips will be played. It was all nonsense. I mean, if it will be revisited, but there is no point of revisiting because we have had evidence. Wacha wangoje. Hiyo 8.1 million si ati tumetoka kwa choo tukaanza kuropokwa. Hata wamenyamaza kama maji mtungini because they know they have been caught with their pants down. Tunawachungulia hivi. Tuachane na hiyo. Anything different? Bwana Temba, you want to say something?
Yeah, you know, I told Duke that we are past Amanda. We are past legalities. Tulitoka huko. So that's what I wanted to say, but Duke has gone. We are done with trying to tell us. Oh. He has disappeared. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Themba. Yeah, unajua sasa hii watu niliambia nani hata ukitaka kuwafunza itakuwa, truly speaking, without even rejoicing because we are the ones supporting revolution. This thing is so embarrassing for Ruto and all those who stole the election. It is, for me, I worry for my country. One, because it is a shame. The shame has been brought. This is the second time my country is suffering international shame. The 207 clashes, when we slaughtered each other, because we've been a pal of Africa. We've been all along, we were boasting, we were peaceful and all that. Then boom, 207. Ikatuletea aibu ya ajabu. Mpaka everywhere you went, hata ukisema wewe ni Mkenya, oh, you guys who just fought over the election like that. Sasa the second one, ikakuja, we were trying to correct when Maraga nullified the election. At least we gained 50% of the points we had lost. Watu wakaona sisi ni wa deadly, tunakosea na tunakosoa wenyewe. Then now we've gone deeper, where the most unpopular person becomes the president and is announced and is even pronounced by the same court that had set a record for nullifying. I don't know whether you guys feel the pain I am in. That is the pain I am in as a Kenyan. All along, I feel sad. Mpaka hata hii badge huwa saa ingine nasikia kuitoa. Ni vile siwezi itoa. You feel so bad. But now, I'm feeling I'm getting rejuvenated because we have a cause to subdue. And that's why I applaud Baba. The statements he's making, that this has to be corrected. So once again, Kenya is going to be on the map to correct. And that's why the other day I was saying, when you say two wrongs can't make a right. So when there have been two wrongs, when do you now come and put the big right? And this is the time for Kenya, so that we erase all the rot, all the nonsense that we have done, and we will redeem ourselves as a people. That's why for me, this should never fail. This, whichever way, whatever cost, whatever it takes for us to get it right, let it be. The people, Dedan Kimathi and others sacrificed. That's why we are where we are. Magufuli sacrificed. That's why Tanzania is where it is now. You see, he died because he took it head on. Watu wakasema, oh, he's firing people on the roadside. Umeshika mwizi na nyanyi, alikuwa anasema umeshika mtu na transformer. Na unajua hizo transformer ni za KP and LC. Na hata zimeandikwa government of Kenya ama government of Tanzania. Alafu unaanza kusema investigation hizo, Duke anaanza kusema hapa. Umepata mtu kwake bedsheet ameweka za Kenyatta National Hospital. Ziko na muhuri. And then you start saying that you have to do sijui nini. Huyo ni unanyonga on the spot. Kama juzi kuna clip na ilikuwa inazunguka Tanzania. Jamaa bilioni sijui ngapi wamekula za damu. The guy was alishikwa hapa akawekwa kwa Land Rover jokingly. Hiyo clip nafikiri ilikuwa imecirculate na Bernard or somebody. You know? Kimchezo tu bwana fulani bilioni 3 sijui tuonyeshe mabawa ya hizi bilioni. Akasema naomba wapi mkuu wa nini wa polisi? Naomba mkamate. Na jamaa akaingizwa pingu hapo kwa Land Rover na ikakuwa hivyo. That is where we are now. That is, let's not pretend that we are tenant, that we are sijui si ndio tuna lead kwa democracy nini na nini. US ndio walikuwa na boast juu ya democracy. Yesterday I said it, but they have corrected the mess that happened because of extreme saying kila mtu ana uhuru ya kufanya vile. Hauna uhuru ya kwenda kunini inaitwaje subvert the will of the people. Okay, so for me, I think and believe whatever it takes, and I keep on repeating without reservation, whatever hata kama ni stone pike kichwa itaenda, I'll be there. Iende. I'll be celebrating in heaven or hell. Yes, but Kenyan with the love and then MG. And then Mr. G.
Sorry, Stone, the only reason is niminwa mkono is because there's something I have to do. I was asking tu niseme kitu dakika moja and then I go. Maybe I might come back later. Stone, you opened what was my submission. You know, Miss Jafanya submission, I was just reacting to what was happening. But just one sentence, ingine nitafanya maybe kesho. I want Kenyans to understand that we have to understand what a president is. We have a very young constitution, and Mother Koome did a disservice to our country. Maraga nullified elections on some issues on why things were not right. The same things were presented this time, and that was a precedent. And when you have a constitution is a moving car, if that can be used. If a court of law goes and sets a precedent about something, it's so rare, and I've never seen it, and I've been looking, that another court, I mean the same court of law, comes back and actually looks at, I mean, trashes what already had been done by the same court of law. So when Koome comes and gets the same thing, he told us, I mean, Maraga the other day told us it was the process. If anybody remembers what it was that nullified those elections. And then you come and get the same thing with Koome. And all of a sudden now they are not looking at that. Umechanganya the constitution because some courts go by, in the case of Raila Odinga versus what, that's how they come up with their decisions, because that's a precedent that had already been set. We had set a very good precedent, but this court, this time, I have no idea what happened, and I was such a mesmerized person to see them decry the whole thing that had already happened, and the precedents that we were so praised, I mean, we were praised by the whole world and Africa, that you cannot steal elections and you will go back to elections if need be. And this time had way more evidence, to where we even went, Julia Senteu went to the portal, told them, get ingia hapo mwenyewe. Look. And mi kwangu mimi hiyo kitu iliniharibu akili, because I know as the constitution that we have ni kidogo sana. Places that we do live in, you will go to court and they will tell you, in the case of even kama kuna mtu anafuatanga vitu za US, they will tell you Roe v. Wade, you know, you will hear some things because the Constitution has been there and it moves with also court rulings. So what happens to our Maraga ruling going forward? Now, do we follow the Mother Common, the hot air, or do we follow the precedents of what Maraga did and what they did, which was the right thing to do? So for me, the precedents of our constitution and our rulings, court rulings, is starting to affect me to where I'm asking, at what point will you go, like Okia Mtata used to go to the court and say, in the case of this and this and that? We are messing up our constitution with mafias and the rolling of our constitution and our courts. So our courts are starting to become just kitu ya upuzi yenye you can't even rule, because ukienda kujitetea na a case, they will come back and tell you, oh, hiyo ingine ilifanyika hivi na hivi na hivi. And it's a dangerous ground that we are playing, and these are the minute things behind everything that Kenyans are not really interrogating, and we need to interrogate those things so that we don't also set, is like in your house where baba akisema hivi na mama amesema hivi, then there's no rule, and we'll end up like Somalia if we keep on doing that. I hope this time round it doesn't escape our fingers, that we hold that. And this mother, okay, actually, I would want to go somewhere deeper, but let me not do that. Stone, I have to run. I might be back. Themba, thank you, bana. Kujanga, hey, unawasha sasa. We are lucky, lakini yo yellow ni ya Wakamba ndio nasikia umekataa, ndio umesema yendi UD. We're claiming our patent Wakamba bwana. Sawa. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave for a while.
Okay. And while you are living ma Kenyan with love, wacha tu nikwambie sasa, Wakenya wako mbele, naona si ndio tunaanza kurudi nyuma. Kenyans are so wako ahead. Hiyo wa maneno ya Maraga, maneno ya Kome, tuko mbele, we are rewriting history. That is the joy of it. We even will not have those references. We will only file what we think is correct. We are going to fire everybody who is not correct. Nakumbuka serikali ya Idi Amin vile ilifagiliwa. You know, we will do that because we are rewriting, and then we will be rebuilding or building a nation. You can imagine, to be a serious overhaul. And we don't have shortage of people of integrity, learned judges. We have to regain our glory. And that's why this is it. This is the moment. Hapa ndipo sasa. Welcome Nancy again. I can see Nancy wa Kenya, karibu. Kama una jambo, unaweza ukachukua usukani. Nancy wa Kenya.
Okay, I was just listening to what you're discussing about. But just wanted to ask Mr. G, what does he do? I see him all there, like 24/7, and people walking around.
You can inbox him. ama ndugu Themba unasemaje? Si hiyo ni ile ya ku DMS.
Hiyo sasa unaingia DM bana. Hiyo mambo ya ile watu wanafanya.
No, I'm married. My husband is here. Sorry. No, I'm just asking. I'm just curious because 24/7 is there. He said he's in Kenya, but I see him online and people walking around.
It's not about marriage. Nobody has talked about marriage. We even don't care. We don't care if someone is married or not. That's not a requirement for here. We only say if you want to know someone more, you go to their whatever inbox, and then they'll tell you. Unless someone volunteers.
I don't have his number.
And I was just going to inbox, kuna private chat hapo, enda hapo muulize dini yako, muulize anafanya nini. We don't ask people their status or where they work or what they do. But if you find that there's someone whom you want to know more, there's a private chat there, unamuuliza too, then probably you can link up. Maybe you can network and you find maybe there are things that you can find helpful. Not just about getting married or not, but you see, sometimes networking is very important. People have networked here and have found jobs. People have networked here and have gotten help from other situations. So, I mean, it's always good to if you feel like someone is really, you never know. Some people might not, unless people volunteer information. You see, you can come here and tell us, like you have told us, I'm married. We didn't ask you, you have said. So, you know, something like
I'm
that.
married. My husband is here listening. Yeah, I know.
Yes. You know, some people like Alex comes with a baby. Other people to the platform. You volunteer information, we get to know. But he will get into the private chat. Just go to the private chat on your, I think on your right.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you chat him and he can let you know. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And something else. Second point, Mr. Ward. Today is Mr. Ward today as a mayor or UDA?
Mr. Wood County, when ndio unaulizwa Wood County.
Na maswali.
Are you today UDA or ODM or
Azimio? I'm in Azimio.
But the other day you are whatever. I'm confused. Okay, that's all. Let me stay here and
You see,
listen to
the fact
what you're
that
talking about, then I'll contribute.
the fact that you are in a movement fulani does not mean if you see something good on the other side, you cannot copy paste. You can say about it, but still insist. For instance, our governor, Simbarade, went and saw Ruto, but he came and explained to us the reason he did that was there is some money that is coming from UK, which is about 500, half a billion. And that money has to pass through the government in order to be the biggest cancer center. But he insisted, I will die with Baba. So it doesn't mean you can't work with people. You can, but not beyond a certain level.
Wood County. I know where Nancy is coming from, and I'm of the same school with Nancy. When it reaches to a revolution, which is where we are, there is no way you are going to dine with the enemy. Simba Arati, $500 million or no billion, Sai, we don't really care. And especially him being one of the pilot of whatever. You sometimes risk. In fact, he will not get that billion. From Ruto, he can forget it. It's all effort in futility. Ruto is ni mwizi. Sijui kwa nini mnataka kutumia lugha ingine. This guy is attacked. Tena mwizi sugu. Sasa atapatia Simba Arati $500 million. It's impossible. I don't see that. You can correct me.
No, it was a program that was started 3 years ago, and the money is arriving.
It will not work, Alex. I mean, Wood County, you know that. This guy has circumvented all. We have a program that was coming to Embu County to rehabilitate Embu level 5. Luckily, the governor is UDA. That's why the money will go there. But anybody else, if it's Azimio, hakuna.
There's value in listening.
Yes.
There is value in listening.
There is no money that Ruto is going to give in a new DA area or the new DA governors. And he doesn't care. That is from the insiders of Ruto. Na anasema mutadu. Watu, this guy dawa tu ni kungoa. Jino kama limeoza ni kungoa. Mwizi kama ameingia kwa boma yako ni kutoka na mshale na rungu na hama na panga. katakata. That is it. There's no
Kingston saa ingine unanifurahishanga.
I said this from the beginning. People refused. Bomas tungepigana hapo sahi tungekuwa tunaongea Hague tukiwa si ndio president if they were to take us there. Uko na certificate hivi, uko na army, you are the commander in chief, but you are being accused that watu kadhaa walikufa pale Bomas, but umekalia kiti. Yes, that is what Ruto and Uhuru did. Jubilee, they did whatever they did. Mkawapeleka Hague 5 years, nothing happened. So we should have done whatever we needed to do at Bomas. Tulipoteleza pale kwa Supreme Court tungeiskata. Hata isitoe judgment, we would have scattered them. Kabisa. That is the way. Kenya mahali imefika uwezi kuiokoa ati na diplomacy. Nothing. It is terrible. Hata nikisikia watu wanaongea Ruto. Ruto saa hii anatafuta vile ataua watu. Yes, Ruto wants to finish anybody who he thinks is going to sell him. Huyo whistleblower unafikiria angekuwa karibu shingo mungepata nini? Yala na miguu mpate mbere. You guys, you have forgotten who you are dealing with. Ati, you are threatening to take someone from presidency and you think he's there laying eggs? Kenyans, wake up, man. The guy is preparing like never before. Na yeye ndio anaendanga kama mbaya. I mean, you should learn from how he stole the election, honestly. Broad daylight, it was the cheapest way to steal an election. Hata afadhali ile ya 2017. Hii ya 2022 tuliibiwa kama ngetai kwa Kikalenjin, you know what it means. Kahe. Yani a small boy, ule hata ajabalehe, tulifanywa hivyo, tulichezewa hiyo mchezo hivyo. That's why I fear him, because he does it in the cheapest way. Na ajali kupita na shingo ya mtu. Even right now, why I keep on mobilizing na naambia watu tuende ile mbaya head on, ndio ajue sasa kimeumana. Lakini tukikaa hapa nini, baba aende diplomacy to seal all the loopholes. But jeshi ya chini kwa chini, it is to sweep state out. In fact, we need to divide baba siku ya Kibira. Tumwache hapo Kibira, tutampigia binja akuje kunywa chai state out. Wengine tukioga kwa swimming pool. That's what we are supposed to do. Exactly Sri Lanka way. We will reorganize ourselves later. I'm telling you, hata tumechoka.
Stone, unafanya nini hapa? Saa hii ungekuwa Kenya na Gaucho, hii kitu ingeshafanyika.
Mimi naruka
unataka ticket uende Kenya?
Mimi naruka, si ticket nimekosa, ninaingia in style and you see me in the front. Na si kiti natafuta. Just to make sure that the train...
Hata Gaucho aongeangi hivyo.
No, I'm telling you, because it is, we are finished, we either survive or we perish, sincerely speaking. Wale mko inje, mtakaa inje, you never go back to the country.
You know, Stone PK, hapo umekosea. Ati you either survive or you perish. It is either way you perish.
Indeed, remember you are right to correct me. Either...
The perish is choosing how you're going to be cooked, because either way you'll be cooked.
Yeah.
So I can see we have still like 300 people. It is unfair to close the show kama bado watu wako wengi, show ndio imeanza. So I want to step out. Stone PK, si utaendelea mpaka watu wa nini? Mato yuko ya. Mato is on the background. He will close the show.
Sawa, hamna shida.
All right. See you guys tomorrow. God bless you.
You'll come back tomorrow. Don't miss.
I'll be here tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh. Thank you, brother Themba. Mr. G umeinua mkono.
I just wanted to add something. You know, PK umesema ukweli. I don't know what happened. Unakumbuka the day we vote. After voting, the next day, I think it took 2 days. Uhuru knew that Raila has won the election. Na wakaitisha mpaka hata tukasherekea. Kuna siku ameketi tukakuwa na kunywa masoda na kunywa juice. Walikuwa washajua tushapita. The following day tukaekewa mpaka red carpet.
Juice peke yake. Mbona unasema ni tulikuwa tunakunywa kila kitu. Mtu anapewa ile anapeagwa. Sisi hatunanga hypocrisy. Ati unaenda Korea ndio unakunywa ile unakunywa, Kenya una pretend ni soda, wanasifiwe. Sema mtu alikuwa anakunywa chai, wa chai alikunywa chai, wa kitu yake akakunywa kitu yake, wa kulamba yake akalamba yake.
Na wabangi wakavuta bangi zao.
We had a celebration na tukacelebrate mpaka na baba akawa anasema hii ndio last time tunasherehekea pamoja, next time utakuwa ni excellence. Hiyo ni vitu vilionekana mpaka kwa media tukaona. Now what happened? But you know, huyu madam alitufool, huyu madam Kome. The madam came kama redeemer. Unakumbuka the last time alikuwa naomba pale the prayer day, alikuwa anaomba mpaka tunaona kweli huyu anakuja kutusave kabisa hapa. Anaongea vinata score mzuri, amekataa ukora, hakuna corruption. Nashangaa the last time and the last day ambayo tuna expect kwa anakuja kuredeem is the day ambayo anatuingiza kwa shimo. But hata tusimlaume yeye peke yake, the whole team, I think the whole team wali participate kutuingiza kwa shimo. Tusilaume Martha Koome peke yake, because I don't believe anaweza simama peke yake na.
Lakini Mr. G, I disagree with you. Where the rain started precipitating is when we had the document. We won in all counties, in assemblies. It was passed in the Senate. It was passed. It was passed in the House, and we knew, and they knew that aside to Kona BBI, because it was a cohesion document, so that we will never fight again about election. When the Supreme Court turned it down because of the ombudsman clause only, that is when I knew. And you know, that is when Ruto celebrated. Remember how they celebrated? They really celebrated. So if you remember, that is when we could have started knowing that we have two enemies, Chebukati na Koome. So achana hiyo maneno ya makeups ya kuja prayer. BBI should have been a warning to us.
You know, Alex, you are right. Before someone else comes in, you know, some of these people, even when they are appointed, sisi watu wa chini, we know them so well. Mother Koome, like me, I know her personally. She was my father's lawyer for very many years. Nikiwa shule. Mpaka nikaenda college. Unajua, lakini unamsikiza, even the way she was, okay, of course she was handling well, but you could read a lot of cowardice. You could read, you know, you can listen to a judge and then you find some judge who has some assertiveness. I don't know whether you guys look into that. Even when you, by the way, even leaders. Huwezi kuwa na leader wa kila saa Bwana asifiwe, tuombe. That's a fake leader. Any leader who will always come and start talking about God, about prayers, and its politics, that's a fake one. He's lying to you. He's a conman, he's a thief. Because matters administration is not matters church. Even if you have a boss who comes in the meeting and starts saying, let's all pray before the meeting, forget about it. It's fake. Okay? It's nonsense. You can't do that. Most of them don't make it. Kuna mambo ya ofisi ya maadministration na mambo ya church. Mkienda kanisani Sunday na Saturday, that's when you talk those kind of things. Chiruba alikuwa na pray in every national meeting. He turned out to be the most devilish leader that you'll ever have come across. So there are some traits you see immediately. Unaona, the only one who proved the opposite is Maraga. Maraga alinyonga watu wakiongea tu pole tu, he was soft. But you see, remember he had said during his interview, and that's when people said, ala, huyu mzee atakuwa mbaya. He made it and he prepared the people. He said, mimi church iko ndani, I will not even work on Saturday. Lakini kesi ile italetwa tu mbele yangu. Alex, if you can remember Maraga's words,
Yeah, I remember.
They wanted to reverse. Walikuwa wanataka kubadilisha. You see, it's stated from day one. He said, for me, yes, my faith is this, very committed, and everyone knows in Kenya, of course. But he said, well, matters this job, ni vile hakuambia watu kutaitana, but from the way he talked, you could know this guy will be unwavering. Yeah? So whenever you hear people being in a lot of mellows, yeah, like now, if you look at claims to be prince of is even more safety as himself. Look at all the thumb sincerely. Alafu naambiwa ati jaji. Ati atajajua na kodi wake. Atajajua na kodi gani? Hataenda kwa Mungu, ataenda kwa Shetani. He has all the powers over them. Yeah. And then at church mnaomba, napiga makofi. He's in church for 1 hour, he's just talking about yule mtanga. And that's the person who unasema Kenya sasa iko in. And then mnasema anapeananga leaders. That's a phrase kwanza so much with all the might. I don't think God gives people power, the right leaders. God hawezi toka kushia kiongozi. That's a lie. That's a lie. Akisikia umeletewa mambo kwa watu na huwa kwa labda ni God alileta. Blaming God. Ati unakaa chini unaomba Mungu shamba ulimi, unaomba Mungu akunyeshie mvua ukupanda mbegu, expect uvune. It's like holding a glass of poison and you say you swallow it in the name of God, you will save. You will die. See, so this is what Kenyans do about. You know, you are told that there are these people who are more safe, who are more godly than others. And that narrative is what has thrown us to where it is. You had people saying, especially Mulima, what that narrative is stupid. And that's why we are where we are. Because even if this guy we are 100%, angeweza kulipa hizo 5.1 million. So we are all to blame to some extent. Alafu hiyo kustorm na kupiga pale Bomas, tuliambiwa unajua Kenya has a name internationally, we should not do things this way, we should not do it. And tunazidi kuumia. That's why we are on this TV lamenting. Because of Mungu atatusaidia. Why will God help you? You help yourself. Then God gives you strength to overcome. Kama sasa hii revolution, we are praying. There is a day we are going to have a very serious prayer. Na hiyo sitaki trust. Hiyo prayer ndio itaenda kubomoa state house. And we are ready to bomoa it by the way. Even if it's historic. Tutailipua. We will build another one. Hiyo kwanza ina maskani. Sababu iliingia mafake worshippers hapo wakafanya matambiko zao hapo. Yeah? And I'm saying on a very serious note. Kenyans mahali tumefika hata ile tu you're asking saa ngapi lini? Yeah? Lini? We are setting a pace. Wacha hii maneno ya Uganda na paso sijui nini. In fact, other Kenyans are saying it will be bloodless. There will be no blood on your side. No. If you went to Jakarta, is when you would have. People are policing themselves. People are talking to each other. People are buying tea at the rate. People are buying food. They're sharing the brotherhood, the sisterhood that you see on the side. You've never seen it anywhere. The real brotherhood. The real system. Yeah. Let me stop there. I don't want to preach too much. Let me welcome anybody else who has something. I think there is kuna mtu amekuja hapa anataka kuingia.
Let me also remind Kenyans.
Yes.
The way Matiang'i, when he became the prime minister, he saw that to run this country, we need a single identifier. Then these people went to the Supreme Court and turned us down of the Huduma number. Now if you have to go to office, unaenda na kipande, unaenda na passport, unaenda na certificate, unaenda na title deed. You see, that nonsense yenye Supreme Court ilifanya iliturudisha nyuma, because that's what could have digitalized everything, so that those things are in a single identifier. So this Supreme Court kutoka kitambo, it never passed anything Uhuru proposed, if you know. And we still believed in it. So I think there were signs, very important signs. How do you refuse something like Huduma number? Mahali birth certificate yako, mahali passport yako iko, mahali ID yako iko, mahali title. Ukienda tu hivi ni kuingia tu kwa computer, unawapea your number, alafu wanafanya nini? Wana identify. You don't have to have. When I go to hospital, I don't have to carry my insurance card. It is already digitalized there. So they were refusing it because of corruption. The other thing, this Supreme Court, hii Supreme Court na court mzima ilifanya, unajua kuna time Sonko alidecide wakati walianza kumharas those Sonko leaks, and they were very damning, and he was very bold. He was giving videos and voice calls of the people he met, how much money he gave them. Yeah, and you know, they have cabals who work proxily with them. So I think one thing, when Baba said, I have taken you as my deputy president, but has given you extra duties, our judiciary must reform. I think that thing also really scared these people, because there are evidence, judges being got billions of money, millions of money, openly. So that was also another thing that I saw. They really feared. Martha Karua is very effective, very adamant, very articulate, very brilliant, but also a performer. So the judges could not have done in favor of Azimio. And that's how we failed.
Thank you, Wood County. Yes, one day soon, one day very soon, one day soonest. Watu wanasema hii ni sauti ya chura. Sauti ya chura haiwezi kumzuia ng'ombe kunywa maji. Watajua ng'ombe huwa ameshajua, na akijua mahali chura wananini wengi, kuna kachura kadogo kale atameza pamoja na maji, na kakifika ndani ya tumbo, huyo ng'ombe atajua ajui. Atajua ajui. Ikisha meza ako kachura, itakimbia, inaruka juu futi 8, futi 6, itajibonda na kachura katatoka. Yes, Nancy wa Kenya, karibu.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Huyu Wood County, is he Azimio or is he? He needs to tell me. Is he Azimio or Kenya Kwanza?
Huyo ni dai hatua baba. Dai hatua baba.
Na bora jana alikuwa na act up.
Alisema ni Azimio. Wood County, wewe uko kwa shida sana. Ambia huyo mrembo hiyo maneno anataka kujua. Jana kwani ulifanyaje? Yesterday I didn't come to the show. Nani tell me what happened?
Jana I was not in the show.
Wait, Wood. Was it Jana, Nancy? Ama juzi?
Yeah, I don't know if it's Jana or the other day.
The other day, what did he do?
What did I say?
So ulikuwa una trash Raila.
What happened?
No.
You know,
Ngoja. Wood County, ngoja kidogo tusikie. Ngoja tusikie. MG, what are you saying alafu Wood County asema?
okay, we were here with Alex, and we were discussing, this is the same thing that we are discussing right now, but ilifika wakati tukabaki peke yetu kama Azimio. Sasa tukaanza kuwa tuna fix mambo yetu sisi sasa kama Azimio. Tukawa tunaongea kwa kuna watu ambao tulipoteza ambao hatukufaa kuwapoteza. So kuenda pale awadai hata hapa kwa comment wakawa wamekasika, hawataki tuongee ukweli kuhusu kuna watu wanatukosea. You see?
Sasa nyinyi mnaongea ukweli kwa international live TV, si mtakulwa na supporters hii.
Hapo ndo tulikosea.
You'll be murdered by hii tunaongeanga nyuma ya curtain kwa baba pale Karen. Pale Karen ile kona ya baba, Alex knows. Hapo Karen ndio tunaenda tunakaanga na baba tunamwambia ukweli. Kama juzi vile aliambiwa maneno ya nani Aladwa. Although na yeye naye nani aliropokwa kwa rally, angeenda kumwambia mahali huko chini. It's true, of course, we have some people who are lazy mara wako 50-50. You know, there are people who are doubting at where is this one going. Those are not revolutionists. Revolutionists, and that's why sijui ni nani niliambia aende akasome. Kenyans these days, we don't read. The generation of 1990, poor readers. Honestly, even that's why their English is very minimal. It's very dismal. You can't speak English if you don't read. English is built by reading, not listening. You can't build English by TikTok. Ni kusoma vitabu. So you can't understand revolution if you don't read.
Wanasikizanga Akodhe na Churchill.
Yeah.
Kenyan.
Yeah, so that's why you find them coming here and asking, so which way forward? Because you think revolution is like preparing tea. Chemsha maji, weka majani, koroga, inachemuka kama ni ya Kikenya, alafu unaitoa, unaweka sukari, una sieve, unakunywa. Revolution is not that. Revolution.
Hello Matoto, kama anasema nataka kutuambia nini happen. I need Matoto akuja hapa pia ndio tuongee ukweli.
Hiyo atakuja. So guys, what is happening is that what is gonna happen is something, it is uncharted waters. Wengi wetu wale tuko sahi, they've not seen it. They've not seen the Njoya thing, the Muge thing. They've not seen it. Ask most of these Kenyans today, the voters, wale wali vote 2022. Ask them when they ever, hata college, wengi wao wameenda university, hizi private, the ones that never go on strike. They didn't go to public university. Mahali ilikuwa Nairobi University ikigoma, the city does not go to work for 2, 3, 4 days. Yes, ukienda KU ikigoma, either Thika Road inakuwa no go zone. Our 1990s have not seen those kind of things, Alex. I'm telling you. Wengine wameenda USIU, sijui wapi, hii za Serelak hizi. Alafu unasoma form 4, umetumwa US, Canada, alafu unakuja hapa kwa panel kujaribu kuanalyze politics. You can't make it. Yes, Nancy.
Yeah, me, I just wanted to say, me, I'm just here for politics. That's all. I'm not here for anything else. I have a husband, and I want to show you my baby.
No. No, it's not a must. We don't need to. We know we are here.
We don't do that. This show is a political show. It's not a love show. That one we can't agree.
Unless
it's a political show, and that's why there was a time we started. Tukimaliza jioni tunasoma Lingala, tukimaliza tunaongea vitu ziko fani, tukapata no, we are degenerating. We were not talking anything. So we decided it's a political show and it must remain so.
Unless he's also interested in politics, why not? No problem. He's free to.
Yeah, he's interested.
Yeah, he can say hi to us and comment.
Baby, come. Just come. Okay, just come.
Yeah, so basically, that is why we are in this channel. It's about politics and very serious politics. It's not. It's no longer a debate. We debated before elections. That's when we were debating Azimio versus UDA, who is better and all that. Tukamaliza debate. Then kukaletwa wizi. So now we are chasing the
Okay,
thief.
come tell them you're not interested. Come.
I don't want to tell anybody anything. I don't
Okay,
want to say anything to anybody.
just come.
Just deal with them yourself, please. I don't want to be involved with all these political stuff. I just want to stay away from every limelight
Okay.
as possible.
Hello?
Yeah.
Let us not degenerate the show. Najua this, there are people who come and watch it later on. Maneno ya baby. I think hiyo hata mwenye mtembea atakasirika na sisi, especially when we remain, because Bernard wants us that when.
So now you know what I want to do, guys. If we exhaust the topic, we just say last word, final word, and then we close the show.
I think so.
Yeah, if you have exhausted, I think we have exhausted. We've done 10 hours. So just give your last final submission on the topic. Okay. Summary, 1 or 2 minutes, and then we go around.
Okay, what are we talking about? Okay. Yeah.
Normally, let me guide you, Nancy.
You know, me, I'm just worried about Ruto. He lied to us that it's bottom up. There's nothing like bottom up. If anyone has seen anything like bottom up, please tell me. There's nothing like bottom up. Bottom up is getting Uhuru to pay tax. Uhuru is up. He's not bottom. Releasing criminals is not bottom up. Like Asha Juma and all those people that's not bottom up. That's up bottom. Just show me something at the bottom up. Bottom up is getting Jakuo. Is it Jakuo? Those people, like, of course, he doesn't have any hustlers in his place. Bottom up is getting hustlers like Jaka Awo or the other one, but he doesn't have such people. You know, there's nothing like bottom up. That's my submission.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Alex and then Mr. G.
Sorry, I'm not sure about that.
And I like what you have said. I've always admired these boys of EFF. When they were suspended from ANC, they decided to go read about revolution. They decided they read about Savimbi, they read about Fidel Castro. They went to China, they read, who else? There's one more, I've forgotten him. So, when they came and sat down, because they started from bootstrap, they did not have money, they did not have an office. I mean, you can understand starting a party from bootstrap, Mr. Stone PK. But what made them to be supported by supporters is because they read. When they are in parliament, you know, they have made Mbeki resign, they have made Zuma resign, they are going to make, and they're not joking. Every day Zuma stood in that parliament, they could shout until wanatolewa na maaskari, pay back the money, pay back the money. And ANC thought that Zuma will never go. ANC thought that Zuma will never go. By that time, they were not even they were 23. And more particularly, Malema, Shivambu, Ndozi, and the other lawyer, I've forgotten his name, and Mpofu. But Mpofu was just advising them on how to do things legally. So if we want a movement that is vibrant, we cannot have people in the podium who speak nonsense. You know, there is a way they do things. They have annual conferences, they have summits, they have strategic group called War Room. I mean, angalia the whole structure ya EFF. That's where ODM is missing. They take 2 months, they go to universities and have rallies there, lectures. During COVID, they were having EFF book club. Anybody interested, you can go see how they were reading books. Ndozi read, Shivambu read, they called P.A. Lumumba. I mean, they are so organized. They are now 46. And they said and they vowed, Ramaphosa must resign. And when they stand there, because of their nature of English and brilliancy, unajua mtu hata kama hayuko na wewe but is very bright, naturally unamsikiza. Very eloquent. Saa ingine wanapata ANC wako na mandrits, mongols, who when they stand up to speak, you don't want even to listen. So I agree with you.
Umeshafika hapo nini?
I agree with you, Stone PK. Those who lead are those who read. Makau Mutua showed it. Baba showed it. Kalonzo showed it. Matiang'i shows it. Okay? You can know leaders that read, but you can see leaders who are there for power, not leadership. You educate yourself because you don't know everything. And the world is revolving and changing all the time. Yeah. So there are some basic books people should have read. The other interview that Babu Wino had with Muredi, you could see a person that reads. And that's why when he speaks, we listen. Yeah? So I think you are right on that. If we also want to succeed, we should start Mutembei Book Club. Nakuja hapa tunasoma kidogo. We don't have just to talk about politics. We must learn some few things on how EFF structure is, how they are able to go to universities. There is EFF in every university in South Africa. Here, EFF has structures, has a chairman, has military people, has strategic people. If only, and then they have women league, they have education league. They have structured these things in a way that is very organized. And now that we are receiving money for parties, ODM got a lot of money. ODM should be going universities to recruit. I think I feel so bad. Do you even know the ODM student leader? You don't know. We don't know them because they love power, not leadership. Once they get there, they don't structure money financially that itaenda to educate our people on why. Lastly, Malema has recruited ile massive recruitment. Now they have register of their own supporters. He has registered almost 2 million. Have we registered our people, especially young people? We say we are in ODM, but we have not registered. And in that registry, they ask you, please send only 10 rands for operational. So they are self-serviced. They don't depend on corporations because corporations when they do that, they have interest. So they can tell you, don't say this, work for us this way. So I think, as you said, we need a serious movement. That's all I could say.
Thank you, Wood Kenya. It is true. Let me welcome Bwana Pogon, and then of course we go to Leah. Pogon, karibu. We were just winding up. Leah, utaniambia how many people are still watching. We had remained few tukakua.
No, there are several people still watching. I can see 230 still watching you.
Yeah, but again, you know, panelists should be rich. Tusizunguke if we. Yeah. Okay, Bwana Pogon.
Yeah, true. We should be rich, and actually we should be very, very focused, especially to go to Nasoma Science of Times. We are way past campaigning. Actually, I was very, very, very disappointed nikiamka asubuhi. Jana nimekuwa niko kazi, so nilipoamka asubuhi alafu nikapata discussion imekuwa tuna entertain diversionary reviews, tunajaribu kuji-explain to the likes of Duke. Naona ni kama tunapoteza mwelekeo on a serious note, kwa sababu this guy ameamua, in fact he's just coming here to get a spotlight, kujaribu kushine his ignorance, because who doesn't know that what is hailing us right now is nothing else. It's not about the campaigns. We did it successfully, we got what we got, and then it was not stolen, it was robbed. Everything that has happened from campaign period until now, hizo ni catalysts, hizo ni vitu zenye zinaongeza sasa hasira, in fact to their people, to the people that voted for their leaders. But for us, it's all about our stolen victory. That is what we want. In fact, the point yenye sisi tunaongelea hapa hivi saizi ni baba, we know the destination is State House. We are only coming to you. You are our Google map. Show us the direction. Colors. Hizi zingine hii ati kujaribu kwanza kuji-explain. The dossier is out. It's in the public domain. Why are you giving us now the need to go and again to do investigation and scrutiny to something that is out? You can do that yourself. You can convince yourself if it is if it's credible or not. In fact, for me, like I've always been saying, that the people who are going to sing the praises of Raila is not for us who's been following Raila. No. In fact, even for right now, we don't even know, we don't need to know what lies ahead. We just need to fall back and submit ourselves to the following of Raila. Na saizi tuna dictate kitu moja. The only one thing yenye tuna lead Raila ni kuwa, now we are demanding you. We are asking you for direction to take us to State House. Achana hii mambo zingine hii sijui ya nini. Wenye wataimba sifa ni watu wa UDA. Wenye watafanya explanation na wanahitaji explanation ya wizi ya kura vile ilifanyika ni watu wa UDA. If they need to discuss that one, let them put up their own channel and then discuss that one, debate among themselves. Let's not indulge it. We are losing many hours, plenty of hours. People are so psyched. And when you're bringing these too many questions, we are keeping people now confused. You see, because of these explanations, I got County Ward, Ward County, I got him very well. Nilimwelewa vizuri kabisa. But because there are some of us, wenye wanahitaji vitu ikuwe broken down kidogo, and that's why they're thinking, let's change allegiance at some point. But no. Alikuwa anajaribu tu kufanya house check, kuangalia, kujaribu put things in order na kujaribu voice out. I think even in that regard, we need a different house that is exclusive to only watu wa ODM na kuanza kujaribu kupanga nyumba. But here we should be very, very focused. This is what we want. Lakini mambo ingine hii ati sijui tuanze kudiscuss nini, tunapoteza muda. Now, nilikuwa nasema kuhusu mambo ya hii Jacaranda vile imekuja almost karibu Feb na tukapata hiyo turnout. I'm very sure it would not be the same if it came a little earlier. because we've had the time. The catalyst has started working, and the people that were not even on our side are trooping in. They are trooping in, meaning people are starting to their eyes are starting to open. In fact, they questioned it. They questioned the illegitimacy, and they got convinced that this is not the leader. And now vile imefanyika mpaka mahali penye tumefika, it means hiyo time yenye imefanyika, Ruto failures zake sasa inatusaidia. We should use that one. These are the things that we should be discussing moving forward. Yeah. So hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema tu kwa sasa, lakini niko hapa hivi tu. Acha kidogo niko a little jumpy because I have so much in my head. Thank you.
Thank you, Pogon, for really coming in and yeah, umesema what some of us strongly believe in. Ndio nilikuwa naambia, sijui nani niliambia, hii train imeenda, tuko mbali kabisa sana. In fact, for me, when I see Duke coming in here, ni vile sitakai kumtoa. I'm saying the truth. I can't stand nonsense. Who is he for us to start teaching and to start explaining? That is where I differ. If I had the right, I would kick such people out because it's a waste of time. And I keep on saying, if this is going to be debate, I'll go away. Me, I don't come here to debate. I'm here to sensitize and raise awareness of a stolen, of a thief, to meshika mwizi. For me now, the channel is to rally. In fact, it should be pure Azimio, purely Azimio, and purely rebellion. In fact, I don't know, some of you who listen to some of the TVs in the US, like the Fox and the rest, there is one TV that is purely Trump and the Republican. They talk all the S about Democrat, and they don't care. Yeah. So for me here, in fact, we should be able to bring even people from the wale vijana wako huko wanaitwaje huko mashinani, kansula wa Korokocho ule nani nimesahau jina yake. Those are the people who are supposed to come on this TV. We give them time, plenty of time for them to sensitize. Our field staff should be interviewing people, sensitizing huko, because this is war, and it's not about tuombe ati Kenya isisambaratike. Tunawambia hii ni vita tunaenda. Huwezi enda vita ukisema sijui ati unajua, hata unavaa suti na tai, sijui nini, hata unabeba Biblia kwa mkono, ati sisi ni wa Kenya. Kwanza, I hate this phrase that we are all Kenyans. We all know we are Kenyans. Why are you reminding me? Those are very cowardice statements. Ati unajua hii nchi ni yetu. Who said ni ya Waganda? Hii nchi si ya Waganda ama wa Tanzania. You don't remind Stone PK kwamba ni Mkenya. But you know, we are brothers and sisters. We are not. There is no brotherhood in Kenya. Brotherhood will be built by Raila Odinga. The tenet of brotherhood cannot be done on extreme capitalism. They have never thrived. Brotherhood has never survived and thrived in extreme capitalism. Hiyo usidanganyane. You tell me Tanzania kuna brotherhood, I'll say yes. West Africa kuna brotherhood in some countries, I'll tell you yes. But in Kenya, ati mtu anakuita bro. Hiyo bro ya huko ni kaa ya Amerika. Bro. Hata anakutia kisu kwa shingo na anakuita bro. So let us make this thing. The revolution is real. Na revolution ni kuenda. Kikwetu tunasema ukifika kwa mto kama ulikuwa umeenda kuoga. Unaingianga umevua nguo zote. Unakuwa ndethes. Ndio uoge. Huwezi oga ukiwa umevaa pant. That's a lie. Ukifika mtoni unatoa kila kitu, unakuwa ndethes. Ndio unaoga. Ndio ukuwe umeosha kila party ya body. Revolution uendangi ati 50-50. Ati alafu revolution pia uendi kila saa unasema unasimama ati sijui uangalie ni nani anakufuata. Ule amebaki shauri yake. When you mkifika kule Kings, azile tunapika chai pale kwa hiyo kitchen ile pale nyuma pale State House. Ndio ninataka kuangalia ama Alex yuko karibu nimpitishie. Na tukishatoa hizo mabacon zile zimewekwa huko juu, kwanza tutazikula zote. Unaangalia ni nani wako area ushare. That is it. So Pogon, I agree with you 120%. We don't have time to explain to these people what our strategy is. Forwards ever, backwards never. Mr. G. Oh, sorry, not Mr. G. Leo alikuwa na kitu. Mr. G.
All right. Thank you, Stone. I like the way you normally say the words the way they are, not the way people want to hear them. It's a richer point whereby we need to hold the situation the way it is. We no longer need to pretend that, we are brothers or, we are one. We already know we are Kenyans. And we already know you can't reside in Kenya if you are not a Kenyan, unless you are paying for some visa. So we need not lie to ourselves. So somebody was asking, what are you supposed to do? The most important thing in a revolution or for you to realize change is messaging. We need consistent and constant messaging. So this message should reach our people and the people that we want to join our movement. And the message must resonate well with them, even if it is a matter of sending text messages, sending WhatsApp messages, sending messages. We need to communicate and get in touch with people each and every time. So we need, first of all, to recruit. Recruit at your own capacity. Stone PK, how many people have you recruited? You should be having, like I say, when I come here, I have 10 people that listen to me. People I communicate to daily. People I pass information to daily. People I incite daily. I'm sorry to use the word inciting. I think it is an English word. Incitement can be positive because to give people psych, you're just inciting them. When people go for matches, they get incited. Those people who play boxing, you have to incite. You have to incite them. So how many people do I have? You need to have, like, you call them your branches. Me as Pogon, how many people do I reach daily and give message? How many people do I inform of the bad things? Ni wangapi ninawakasirisha kila siku? So after recruiting, we also need to have training. You need to train them well, that when you have to speak, this is what you want to say, you have to say. When you have to counter, this is what you have to say. So they need to be organized and trained. We need to have a syllabus whereby these things sticks in their mind. Hao ndio watu ukiwaambia tunaenda kutembea State House, they don't change their mind. They've been trained, they've been encouraged, and they know their course. So that, Sazilo umeita, for example, mkutano, you might be 1,000 people. Kuna wengine wamekuja hawana idea. They are just there. So these are the people who will not make decisions. But kama uko na watu wajua, these guys have already trained them, they are informed, they are more incited, they know the cause and they believe in the cause. So Sazila anatoka nyumbani akijua naenda wapi. Sieti ametoka tu nyumbani na ajui. So we need to get organized. We need to do it consistently. Like this channel, I think we can use this channel very well. So that anybody who comes to watch this channel, they know that when they come here, we are not preaching here. When they come here, we are not teaching CBC things here. So they know the content of this channel. For example, there are those people who normally watch the channel of this man called Andrew Kibe. So if you go in Andrew's Kibe, umejua pale unaenda moshene. So if you are seeking for the truth or something serious, don't go there. If you're looking for motivation, go there. Pale unaendea moshene, and the language there is vulgar, so you must get used to it. So wherever you are there, you subscribe to it. So the same should happen here. Ukikuja hapa, unajua hapo unakuja revolution. We are rebels, we are anti-government, and that is the language. So if you are coming here to expect a different thing, then forget about it. Somebody called on YouTube, is sharing some YouTube. You're not watching those videos of yours. The first song yenye Unyia limba, 90% of it ilikuwa ni tibim. Na hiyo ndio wimbo watu walikuwa wanasikiza. Apart from that, hizi wimbo zingine unaimbanga, they only take 2 months na lini zao zimeisha. So you cannot sing some ridiculous songs na unaanza kushare hapa kwa nini. We need to tell this kind of people to stop their kind of nonsense. So delete that comment because we are deleting it. We are not going to listen to such things. Unatoa wimbo na inamaliza wiki moja ijafikisha hata 1,000 views na mwingine ametoa 2 hours iko na 60k views. And you want to tell us, yeah, you are a musician. Wewe ni dancer, sio musician. Sorry, Stone PK. Thank you.
One thing. Kuna kitu yenye leo amesema hapo hivyo kuhusu channel channel okay. Kuna kitu yenye leo amesema kuhusu channel ya Andrew Kibe. Yeye anasemanga kama wewe ni mwanamke, you have 2 ears, 1 mouth. if unafikiria kuongea ni shetani anakuongelesha. So even here we should say, if you are Udaku, if you are UDA and you think you have something to say, shut up. We don't want to listen to that. You listen to us. That's why you're here, to listen to us. This is us. This is what we're saying. Not mambo ya kukusikia tena na kuanza kuindulge. Thank you.
Yes, fire. Yes, Mr. G.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you guys. You know, like Veneleo amesema tu, in South Africa, those guys who started the revolution, they were young youths, they're just youths. Na waliona ile kitu ambacho kina happen pale, wakakasirika wenyewe, si ati mtu aliwatuma, walikasirika. And that's why walikuwa na jump on top of tables, wanaenda kwa bwana, wanapata wanaume wameketi wanakunywa pombe, wanapiga hizo pombe mateke, wakivunja vitu. But now somebody took advantage. After those youths waliamuka wakipiga hizo vitu, somebody took them na akawa train on what is evolution, wakawa wamejua what is cause, na that's why walienda na wakafight. The same way leo amesema and Alex, we need people who are learned, intelligent. You know, like kina Malema are people who are learned. No, kwenye ile group yake yote, those are people wakisimama and they reason, and then you get it. Unapata kabisa ile point ambao wanapasa across. Now for us here, the same thing that our guys who come and lalamika, we were trying to fix. You know, like in our last meeting of Jacaranda, kuna watu ambao hawangeongea. Somebody like this guy here, huyu mtu alikuwa kwa Papa Shirandula, nimesahau jina yake tena, the MP ambaye signed the first person, the first MP now. This guy hakuwa ruhusiwi kuongea kwa meeting kama ile. That meeting ilikuwa inataka watu kama kina Olekina, watu ambao shaamua anasema wewe tuambie tu sahi, weka video sahi na twende. But you find tunapatiana watu kama Wajakoya ni mtu ambaye amejana bangi kwa kichwa, akisimama anaanza kuongea bangi. Hiyo haitupatii ile motisha, ile nguvu ya Quran kwenda kufight for our victory. So what I'm just trying to say ni kuwa Ruto, the arrogance in him blind. The guy haelewi what is happening na amechanganyikiwa. Mwenye hana leadership in his cabinet. Sasa for baba kufaulu, baba shamua. Na that's why hata jana juzi ashua kwa meeting akasema this is the time ambao Kenya will serve as an example. Sasa sisi watu ambao tuko Kenya, we know what we are going through, the pain we are going through. The guy amepewa 100 days, ameleta vitu ambazo hata hasaidiwa na nchi. Amekopa loan. This issue alone is the person who was the first to demonize wakati Uhuru alikuwa anachukua. Yet Uhuru alikuwa anachukua, na we see the infrastructure ambayo ameleta hapa. Kama Mombasa, we see things ambazo amefanya na hiyo pesa. But the guy amechukua, amekopa. But sijaona hata anything ambayo ametumia, and he's the same guy ambaye alikuwa anatuambia kwa akiingia 50 billion atekea mama mboga, 50 billion atapatia bodaboda, 50 billion sija ataweka upande gani. Sijaona hata mama mboga yoyote ambaye amesaidika na hii leadership yake. So let us go on our course. Na that course mimi naomba isichukue long. That's why I was asking how long the day ya Sri Lanka ilichukua. Mimi sitaki ichukue kama hiyo ya Sri Lanka. Ya Sri Lanka imechukua a long time. This is the right time. Within 2 months, 3 months, tutatoa mtu pale mahali.
Thank you, Mr. G. Nilikuwa naangalia some comments, you know, sometimes some comments. I swear, I think we have a problem, a serious problem. You know? And,
can you read some of them? Can you read some of them?
No, you know, somebody. Watch it.
You know, PK Stone. When you are a performer, when you are a star, let's Graph Jones. I'm saying sometimes unajua when you are a star and you are performing, let's say you are Calligraph Jones, alafu uko pale kwa stage, kuna watu wenye wanakuboo, kuna watu wenye wanakucheer on, but there you only go there with one thing, to give it your best. Don't care about wale wenye watu wanaongea juu wao wanaongeanga, wananga shida, wao ongea tu, unawalenga. Baadaye, that is when you'll get the real feedback. Don't mind them.
No, they are idlers. They come here to pass time, but we are not here to pass time. We are here for a cause. That's the difference.
I realized tuna kazi mob ya kufanya. That's why I think, Alex, you had alluded to this. And after the revolution, we will start a very serious, because I think even if Baba became the president, and we have the kind of people I'm seeing, some of them, of course, expressing idea duni sana, argument duni too, we will perform like Ruto. I'm telling you the truth. Because for someone to resuscitate this country called Kenya, it's not a joke. It's not about degrees, masters, CGE, PhDs, and all that. Si hata Ruto ni doctor. It is getting thinkers. Kwanza, what can you think? Unaweza fungiwa kwa hii room for 6 hours and think strategies, think policies that will be able to resuscitate this country in the shortest time possible. Because a country of no thinkers is doomed. You have to have thinkers. Companies have thinkers. Coca-Cola is one of the best, na iko na team of thinkers. Wale watu ulipwa tu asubuhi unaamuka, they think, I think kuna mahali nilikuwa nasoma, wanathinkigi for 4 hours. Unaenda 4 hours of thinking. I want the people to think about it. Inaitwa ideation. If you have a company and you don't have a team of ideators, people who, you pick an idea, dwell on it, think too, you can't move. So even as a party, even if Baba wins, or rather he gets back his seat, I think some of us from here will have to really help, because it's not, by the way, once you win, once you are a victor, you stop being a competitor and you forget that you are a victor. Victory ceases from when you are sworn in. You become now a performer, a worker, a service deliverer. That is where people fail. Unajua saa zile ushapewa hiyo nini, umekuwa sworn in. Sasa wewe ni mtu wa mkono. Actually, that is it. You become a handyman for mwananchi. And the one who got it right first one was Magufuli. And people didn't know the semblance, what he meant. When he was sworn in, he rolled his sleeves. Vile alikuwa amepromise, and he walked to his office kufanya kazi. That is what all leaders should know. You don't get elected ama umeiba, umekuwa atwendi nini, then bado una nasi. Stone Pike aliongea hivi akiwa Nyeri. Wood County alinitukana akiwa kwao Kisii. Pogon alikuwa mahali fulani akasema mimi ni mlevi sijui. What time do you waste? Those are not leaders. So why I was commenting about that, it's because there is a lot of work to be done. Winning a revolution is one, but then constituting thinkers who will help deliver is another thing. So basically, kuna kazi kubwa tu, kazi nyingi tu ya kufanya. And that's why most of them should be volunteers. Yeah, because this revolution is real. So people should volunteer. And indeed, another thing people should know, I hear people criticizing, the people who wanaakuziwa ati sijui wako abroad, wako America, wako Uingereza. People have forgotten. The farthest one can be from Kenya is 15 hours. 15 hours. 15 hours umeland Jacaranda. Umespend 2 days. Another 15 hours umerudi wherever you are. That is the longest distance, even if you are in Australia. So it's naive to think that those who are out there, outside the country, in fact, they are the ones who really suppose the jugular vein, ile vein in a supply energy. Most of them are the people outside. They have the money, sorry to say this, they have the will, and they have everything what it takes, and they support the cause. Yeah, people have forgotten Kwanzaa, diaspora is one of the biggest income earner for the country. People have forgotten that. So we can turn all that money into this revolution. This I'm saying without
remittance.
So let people not undermine people who are coming, commenting from wherever you are, Norway, America. Yeah. We are believed in the revolution. You welcome from whatever corner of the world you are in. You have many ways of. I can tell you about guys who flew for Jakarta only. 6 from Norway.
Alex, please mute your mic.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because most people are coordinating. They are, like me, most people, we are inboxing each other. I can tell you people who bought ticket just to go to Jakaranda. So kwa hivyo msicheze, wa Kenya wameamua. It's only naives and those cowards who keep on thinking that this thing is not real and it has support. Mtu analipa tiketi ya $1,500. Yes, because he or she supports the cause. And that I congratulate all of them wherever you guys are. Yeah, because this thing is real. Na revolution inafanyangwa ni kama conveyor belt. Today Stone PK is there. Okay? Anafanya yake. Tomorrow Stone PK akitoka, Pogon ameingia. Okay? That's why I'm telling the youth to read. Read about, like, if you read this one of Arab uprising, Egypt, the way it was done, ilishtua the government. Kiwanja ilikuwa kama watu wali maintain a cool 500,000 people. Yani kumbe 1,100 wakitoka wakienda wanareplacewa na 1,100. Yani wanafanya na shift hivi. The field remained the same. But watu wanafanya hivi, wanaimba, kumbe they were changing shift. Wana change shift. Wengine so this thing is real. This thing is real. Hata tusitoboe siri nyingi, and that's why already it is being supported and attacked from juu chini, conventionally, through the air, kona zote, the entire Africa, and the world has joined as of yesterday. So who is with Ruto? Back to you guys.
I like what you have said, especially about thinkers. And that's why the other day when I was saying maybe people thought I had changed my mind. No, I'm still in Azimio. But we don't have a think tank. We don't have a think tank. If you look here in the US, why it has succeeded, if you go to Washington, there are very good think tanks for politics, for economics, for social issues, for nini. I mean, and they have paid a lot of money. And those are the people who are wanakuja when there is an issue. How do you write on a CNN, MSNBC, Fox, to give analysis. And that's why they have succeeded. You don't just call any John and Harry. So I think even us, I saw Makao Mutwe in an interview and Jeff Koinange, that was a good debate. So those are the things that encourage us and encourage people to read. So that issue of thinkers, the reason why after people have won, mediocres are put as ministers, like Jumwa, like Moses Kuria. It's because you are focused on power, not leadership. You see, we run for election not for power. We run for election for leadership. If that can be the concept that we put on our people, and I think at some point Uhuru succeeded to do that, and that is why I saw at his last term, he had people like Munya, he had people like Matiang'i. At the first, we didn't like them, but when we saw them perform, we said, even if we are not in Jubilee, I think he has taken the best people around him and they are thinking. So that issue of thinking is important. ODM should have a think tank that is serious, which we are missing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. But I would also not really kind of focus on ODM, because now we are not talking ODM, we are talking about Zmio, and that is another misconstrued I don't know why people still don't see, not many people, but a few people, a few people keep on saying you're on the ODM. What of if, even if it was ODM, what's wrong with that? ODM is a national party. So, but the reality is that this is Azimio. There are many other parties there, however small they are. All parties can be equal. So, and I love this idea of Azimio. I would love, when Baba takes over, it takes over as Azimio. There's nothing wrong with ODM being in Azimio, but Azimio is the thing. That's the deal. That is it. And we make it strong. And then, we have the rest of the people coming in. I also, before I bring in public participation, there's a comment I want to clarify here. That when elections are held, as I said earlier, there are these people who come to congratulate and all that. Watu wanafanyanga, hii ya Ruto alikuwa amefanya mpaka ukora. He had a list of those people he had corrupted. Psychologically. He had pretended that he is driving the cause of the youth. And it is sarcastic and mockery that in Kenya, youth bracket inafikaga 70 years. Na inashiftigi depending on who is on top. So Ruto is a youth. Okay? Tomorrow, Stone PK, even if he's 55 or 60 or 70 years, if I'm on top, I become a youth. So in Kenya, youth is relative. So Ruto had sold the narrative that he's a youth, anava pencil trousers and is going swinging, So he pretended and kind of lured people like Malema brought them in. And because Malema has an issue with Ramaphosa, they are local politics. And Malema and, of course, Ramaphosa has some relationship of some sort with Baba. Therefore, Malema was easy to convince to kind of support and mock Baba that he had lost and he should accept. It is the most stupid thing for anybody to comment of an election after it is announced and you don't belong to that country. You don't know the dynamics of such a country. For you to comment in less than 24 hours, inakuanga ni upumbavu, okay? And that is where it becomes even political and all that. The best comment is when you comment after something like, give it even a week or two, get to hear the reaction. And unfortunately, he swallowed his words. He realized that Baba is fighting for the cause he is fighting for. You see, this is where now people are supposed to think before you do and look before you leap. The cause that Baba is fighting for is the same book that Malema is fighting for. So indeed, Malema and Baba are one in their ideologies. Okay? In the ideology of young and Sijui old, of course they differ. One is younger, the other is whatever. And we want to remove that narrative of age. Because you could be young and stupid, old and stupid. All right? So that which Ruto brought in, and is why he brought religion and age. And then Kenyans bought that. It's a stupid way of looking at things. All right? Instead of looking at the brain, the leadership, the past, what are you doing? You could be young and very sharp. Examples are people like Tom Mboya. They started speaking and doing things that were unbelievable. Back at the elder ones were like, yeah. Actually, the elder even start telling you, hii kiti ni wewe unakalia. Kibaki, when he was pulled in, it is what you need that earns you. It's not because Stone Pige is 28 years old, you go saying, Stone Pige, that is it. It's nonsense. It is what is it that this guy stands for? When he articulates, what does he talk about? Does he make sense? Okay, so leadership is earned, So somebody was asking, Bananyash, yes, Malema has apologized and he's even going. You will see a lot of TikTok circulating. is now supporting Baba 100%, because there's only a fool who can not support what Baba is saying. It's only an idiot who cannot support Kenya. Kenya fighting for a stolen election. Utakuwa wewe tu ni mtu mjinga tu. And of course, if you are in UDA, we understand. But if you are not in UDA and you cannot read and understand the stealing, wewe hata hatukuhitaji, you know, we don't need to waste time trying to explain to you. Tunakwambia tu wewe ngoja uone. Sisi who feel we are mwizi ameingia kwetu, utasikia tu akipiga nduru saa zile tunamkatakata na panga. And as I keep on saying, we have been stolen, our election has been stolen, and we are stopping at nothing. Public participation, and then, I see Duke has come back. Public participation.
Duke, you can't sleep on the show. Duke, you can't sleep on the show. It shows a bad, when we watch later on, it gives a bad picture.
Hi, are you hearing me?
I think we should get a seat and sit. You know, if you sleep, it shows that we are not serious. We cannot participate while on bed.
No, I'm showing my face, bro. Watch it.
No, but you're seeing the bed too. So you
back follow rules. We have rules and we know our rules. We have put rules here for the public participation.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
You can? Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to talk about two things. Let me start with the cabinet, the people in the cabinet. You see, I was watching in Magoha's memorial where Matiang'i was talking, and he was talking about the directions, that they had clear directions from their boss, who by then was Uhuru. So Uhuru gave them clear direction that this is what I want for the education sector. I want this examination cheating to come to an end. I want you guys to start the CBC. I want you to do ABCD. And so from the beginning, they had clear directions of where they're taking the country. Now, what we're having now, I was really wondering, do they have any instructions, or it's a free for all kind of a situation whereby you enter in the docket and then you decide what you want to do? Because the way I have seen these people, this cabinet of now, I'm not seeing like they have received any instructions from their boss. They seem to be just, you know, just there. Yani, they don't have a sense of direction. So that, you know, when Matiang'i was talking, and he was talking about the way they got the good instructions, the clear instructions, the timelines, everything, you know, it goes to show how Ruto was a good leader, you know, a leader. So that he even took technocrats to come and have these dockets, because they're the ones who will know how to do the work. Now, when you give dockets to your friends or your political allies, and they have no experience whatsoever, they have no background on the area which you are giving them, and furthermore, it's clear from the confusion that we see every now and again that you have not given them any clear directions or on what to do. So you see now, you find a situation whereby, I mean, you know, and that is one of the things that has made me realize that Zakayo does not really have any plan. If he had a plan, we would not be seeing this confusion that we often see, whereby even there's overstepping, whereby you find the Minister of the CS for Trade is the one talking about things of agriculture, or he's talking about the things for another department, you know. So it goes to show you that really these people, their boss never had any plan. He just gave out the seats based on political expediency. He did not pick people who are experts in their area, and like what Uhuru used to do. So there we are. We are finding ourselves in this situation whereby probably the only thing that is a priority is creating conduits for corruption. So maybe that's the instruction which they have gotten. You go in the department, you see where we can be able to create a conduit, and we do so. And to hell with everything else. Another thing which Matiang'i said is that the present administration should stop taking credit for projects which were started by the former. They should have their own. I think he was not even talking much about the credit, but what he was trying to say is that by now, when we are heading towards a 6-month mark, you should be having your own projects. You don't need to be taking credit for projects which were started by the previous administration, as well as stopping others, like now all these subsidies which were there during the former administration, they were all removed, and then also some other projects they have now been scrapped because probably they are not very good conduit for looting, so they have now been stopped. The other thing I want to talk about is the economy. You see, there was some time back during Moi era, those of us who grew up during Moi era, it had gotten to a point whereby there is a slum somewhere where they were using their own currency. This administration is targeting to tax people, and not just people, but majority of people in Kenya. And majority of the people in Kenya are not wealthy people, are not even middle class, they are the poor. So what happens now when you start putting these charges and checking on M-Pesa to see when you get a deposit, you pay deposit, you pay withdrawal, and all those have taxes which go to government, and then again you have to pay for that money. People will just move out. They'll start using, it's not a must for people to use M-Pesa. It will now become a situation whereby you only use M-Pesa when you have no any otherwise because of the charges, the exorbitant charges. So you'll find a situation whereby, like what happened once, I don't know if any of you can remember, in one of the slums whereby they had their own currency. I think it was called Bangla or something. If anyone who can remember, maybe you can tell us. They were using their own currency. I don't know where they got it from. They just were like, this Kenyan shillings is not working for us here in this slum. And so we've decided we have our own currency, which was called Bangla. And then they started operating with that currency and barter trade. So you see, when you're trying to fix people and to see where you can be able to tax them over taxation. And as I said earlier in this broadcast, by April, the plan is to hike power to 78%. Okay, so right now already I had explained to you that if you put 500, if you put token of 500, what you're getting in terms of token is 230 something, 230, let's say 230, or so more than half of what you are putting, that 500 you are putting, is going to taxes. So if at this point we are having that kind of a scenario, can you tell me in April when now they will hike it by 78%? 78% is almost double. So probably meaning that if you put a token of 500, maybe you'll be getting 100 or thereabout of token. Everything else will be going to taxes. It's very unfortunate, the situation in this country. And these kind of things, they have ripple effect. The same way these taxation regimes, they have ripple effect. There is nobody who is going to come, who is going to continue investing in the country or having an industry in the country when the charges of electricity, which is used for production of everything, and that also means that it will translate into a hike of prices, because most commodities which are produced, they use electricity. So meaning if it goes up to 78%, you can be sure that prices are almost doubling in the next 2 months. Yeah. So what will happen is that, and it happened before, whereby like there was a time when they were overtaxing the alcohol sector. So what happened is that people just stopped using those particular expensive, which are made expensive by the excise taxes, like the normal beer, and they went to the other underground, the the one which is brewed in the villages and all that. So let a hustler understand, or nowadays Zakayo understand that the place which you are in as a country, it's not and he's not going to succeed in that kind of thing, because other people have tried. The other leaders in this country who tried that thing of you come and put exorbitant taxes. What happens is that it just kills. You see, if you are overcharging a particular product, let's just say you like, for example, alcohol, you're charging exorbitant because of taxes. So what people really do, you stop taking that tasker and you move to something else. So what they are doing is actually empowering underground economies. Underground economies will come up because majority of Kenyans, they can't afford this kind of a situation. Now, even this issue of M-Pesa now, people will look for other ways. See, people used to send money by bus, these bus couriers. So that is what will start happening. So even M-Pesa itself will end up suffering. Banks, because bank to M-Pesa transfer has also been hiked the charges, so people will just go back to withdrawing ATM, and on the, Kenyans don't have that much money to just lying around to just give the government. So what will happen is that they will end up killing a lot of industries. And of course, as I've told you, investors right now, Kagame is sending scouts here to look for investors because he knows the country is frustrating investors. So don't be shocked that by end of year, next year, so many people will be out of work. Many industries will have moved to where there's better conditions. And this is a route to collapsing the economy. You may think that you can really load it over people and tell them to pay these taxes. You haven't paid these taxes. We are going to add this. That's not the way to grow an economy. And that's not the way to meet our obligations of the loans that we had already taken. Even them themselves, they keep on saying that we should subsidize production. And electricity is used for production of almost all commodities. Why can't they subsidize that? It's very unfortunate, but it's like, these people, they had no plan, they have no direction. All what it is just looking at at where they can find conduits to be able to loot. That is all, their only focus. They don't even have experts who can tell them that, you see, if you do this, okay, short term you'll collect that money you are saying, the taxes, but in the long term, what will happen? Industries will collapse. Now, underground or black market economies are the ones which are going to be thriving in this economy, because there's nobody who wants to be spending so much, and already we are paying so much in terms of taxation. We're already paying 30% of our income. We're already paying 18% of VAT of anything we buy. We're already paying all those charges for electricity, fuel, also the levies and everything. Kenya is so highly taxed. And the way we are going, we may end up even getting to a point where 50% of your income you're getting taxed. So the countries which are having that kind of a high regimen of taxation, they have free education and they have good roads and everything. So this government has got no expertise, it has no direction, and now that's where we are finding ourselves. And for sure, it will not be Baba who will start this revolution. It's not Baba, because right now already, the same people who voted for passionately for Zakayo now don't want anything to do with him, because their life has become complete misery. Many of them right now, they are still having children in the house because the subsidy for fees was removed. So it's become very difficult. And cartels now are thriving. Cartels are really thriving in this kind of cartels now have gotten green light. They have gotten the green light. If they are having any problems, now their problems are all solved. They know now they can be able to do whatever they wanted. So the country is just going to the dogs, very unfortunately. But we are trusting God that things will change. Thank you, Stone PK.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, public participation.
Thank you, public participation. Okay, there is a question from Alex. Go ahead, Alex.
You have said something that I've never heard. You say there is a slum that decided to have its own currency.
Yes.
I never heard that. When
Yes,
was that?
it was a while back. I don't know whether it was during Moi time or it was a while back.
It was in Mombasa. It was in Mombasa here.
Yeah, Mombasa. It was in Mombasa, but they had enough because they were tired with the way things were going, so they just had their own currency. Yeah, so they were using it to trade within that slum. The government now had to come in and but they were like, you see, now if you are not working for us, what do you want us to do? There's nothing we can do. Hmm? Even the other day, I was watching a production by John Allan Nam where he was showing how what was slums, they're being connected to water and electricity. There are governments which are there. Or I mean, they have their own governments because now these governments which are not enabling them. Because if at all you say last mile, we want to put electricity up to the last mile, and yet electricity is not affordable, what do you want people to do? So there are people who come in and fill that gap which the government has left. You are not looking out for charges. So there's no way somebody who is living in a slum can afford to buy tokens or pay the kind of electricity bill which these people want to load on us. So they will just connect illegal connections. And there are people who are doing that. There are whole groups of people who, and that's the same. You remember, if you can remember the time of Mungiki also came in as a pseudo government because the government was not able to handle majority of its population. And you see, like in a place like Nairobi, over 60% of the people who are living in Nairobi live in slums. So what happens to all those 60% if the water is not affordable, electricity is not affordable? There are people who will find a way to assist these people. So what happened is, like the time of Mungiki, they were offering protection fees. Protection for a fee. They were offering electricity for a fee. They were also collecting taxes. They were offering water for a fee. And by the way, during that reign, as much as that reign of terror went out of control, but what Waslam walikuwa nasema they had a good, they were okay. They were protected, very well protected. Their water was available, their electricity was available. And they were like, okay, because this guy is charging us something reasonable, which we can afford. I mean, these Mungiki guys. Huh? So you see, when a government becomes, it's not listening to its people and it's not understanding its people's needs, it's just out to loot. This is the kind of a scenario we'll find us. And I've told you, black market and underground economies are going to rise exponentially in this government, the reign of these people. Because if at all a middle class person is finding everything to be prohibitive, if an investor who has a factory cannot afford, so the 60% who in the slum, can they afford anything? They'll not be able to afford anything. And even that M-Pesa watacha kutumia, they will stop. Wataanza kutumia hizi services, hizi mabasi, whereby we used to send money with them. Yeah? Because Kenyans are pushed to the end. Kenyans are pushed to the end. They have reached the end within a very minimal amount of time, and things are not looking like they are ever going to get better. They are not. Things are not. I think yesterday I was hearing somebody here saying that the Kibaki government bought drilling machines to be able to drill boreholes everywhere. That is something which it can be implemented very fast, and we do away with this issue of drought. But you see, these guys, they don't have any such thing. What is in their mind is, where can we get conduit for? So if something is not producing a conduit for eating, for them to eat and loot, they are not interested, and they don't care. All you can see now, they're pushing fertilizer, in fact, expired fertilizer, down the throat of Kenyans. Instead of offering them how they'll get water, you are selling fertilizer to somebody who is in a place which has no water. How does that work? So that, just to illustrate that these guys, they don't care. And that is 60% of our economy, which is in agriculture. And you cannot drill boreholes, and yet the machinery is there. You only need to engage NYS or the army to do so. And it will make a change for everything. But of course, you see, they'll benefit from drought. If there's drought, you need to import sugar, you need to import maize, you need to import this and the other one. So for them, that's all what they care about. But what I can tell you, knowing this country, this guy is in for rude shock, because especially the people who are, which is the majority of Kenyans, they will shun the systems, those are my M-Pesa, they will shun anything to do with, and they'll even start bringing things, smuggling in goods. I'm telling you, within no time, the black market and all underground economies and so many of these normal other economies will have, I mean, industries will have to shut down, because now the people who they used to serve will go to underground economy to get whatever they need. And then on top of that, the charges, the cost of producing, it will be exorbitant. Even by April, we'll be having 78% increment on electricity. Right now, already we are feeling it's too much after the subsidy was removed. So anyway, I don't know whether these people, they want the country to completely shut down is when they realize that you can't run things this way. You can't. They have nothing, and in fact, even in the funeral, in that memorial service for Magoha, they have nothing to show. There's nothing. They can't tell people there's anything they're doing. They're only falling back on the projects which were already started by the previous regime. Very unfortunate. Thank you, Storm Piki.
Public participation, if I may
Yes.
ask,
Yes.
is what is happening now.
Mm.
Were they featured in their plan? I remember they had the plan.
There's no plan. These guys, they never had any plan. If you remember very well, the campaign strategy was to say that we are coming back with Big Four, because Big Four got disrupted by BBI. That was what they were saying. They were saying that, you see, now since BBI came in, BBI has hijacked Big Four. So for us, we want to come in with the Big Four. And if you remember, that is what they were busy campaigning on: housing, food security, which were the other two, healthcare, and another one. So there's no plan. There's no plan. If at all, when they were even on good terms in the first term, Zakaya was not at all involved in anything to do with this Big Four, other than where there was a conduit for him to loot. He was not. So is it now, and now he's going to be, when he has now the ability and the power to find so many conduits for looting public funds, is when now he's going to come and start implementing? Is that when he's going to now come and start implementing Big Four? He's not. And if you want to know that it is the truth, check on the fact that each and everything which is being so-called launched by him was something which was already there in the previous regime. So he's just falling back on what they did. But him himself, he has nothing to show other than Hustler Fund, of which Hustler Fund is now becoming a scam, a big scam. And if you want to know the areas where he's really serious about conduits of looting, look at where he has put his tribes people. Like, for example,
Public participation, I was asking you that if what he's doing now, all these things he's doing now, were there in the plan. I'm asking that because, this is a man that set up a team to come and impose himself on people. He only had one plan, and that is to get that power, come what may, to steal, to rob, or to do whatever, so that he could get the power. Now he's like, he has the power, he's in the dark, he stole it, he's now in the dark, he doesn't know what to do with it. That is why, even now, if we were to go to, by the numbers that were read out for us, that we have a difference of 200,000, that says that, kulingana na hiyo number, the country is split down the middle. And when you have a sober leader, somebody that knows leadership, you will not come out with that bravado. You will not keep talking as if you are still in the campaign, and you will be considerate of the people that lost the election, and you will find a way of accommodating them, plus their aspirations also. But when you have somebody that is imposing himself on you, that is why he will come up with this punitive taxes. And in Kenya, we don't have a problem with taxes. We don't have a problem with so much things. We only have a problem with corruption. The one thing that he's so silent, loudly silent about. You understand? So this guy really has no clue because he did not have a clue about leadership. All what he wanted is to get the power. And I can say the main reason that this guy wanted this power so badly is because he had so much skeletons in his closet. He wanted to find a way to sanitize himself. And now he's doing that, and he's going overboard. He's over killing it. In fact, I can say he's helping us because now look in places like Baragoi, Baringo there, my home. We are having problems, and this guy is from our home. He's supposed to be knowing the problem and knowing how the solutions to go about it. But what does he do? He keeps doing exactly what other people have been doing. In fact, he's doing it worse. He's threatening the people. What did they do to Nani? To the minister, the soprano guy? Walimwashia moto na kumwambia tuko hapa because you're not bringing solutions. Now we're daring you. You come for us. That's what you're going to have, and I like it. I like what he's doing because sisi kama Wakenya tumechoka. By the way, I think Kenya needs to go way down, kama vile Rwanda ilifika huko hivyo chini. Tuguzane vizuri, tuguarane kidogo, and then we will reason and we will accept and embrace knowledge and information. But sio kama saizi ni watu wanaenda na mapropaganda vitu ndogo ndogo, but on the ground things are not working out and nobody seems to talk about them. All the people wenye tumewachukua, and in fact Alex was talking about something, kufanya hiyo housekeeping. What we can only do is to influence our leaders wetu rather than kujaribu kuanza kuwa correct. Wale wenye wametoka, let's influence by telling them this is what we want and this is how we want it. Not ati tuseme ati tunataka nini watu gani warudi wenye wametoka kwa ODM. No, let them go. But those that are here, this is what we want and this is how we want it. Because wenye wako huko hivyo juu wengi hawajui, hao watu wa UD hawajui, hawana mwelekeo wa barabara, wanafikiria kwa wao washafika. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sad to hear that there is cattle rustling in Baragoi, but is it is it media? Is it in the media? Ama tu wamenyamaza?
We Alex, unasema hujasikia hiyo maneno bwana. Kwani uko nyuma namna gani bwana?
No, mimi sijasikia. I thought it's not as rampant as it was.
Wameifanya, nani alikuwa huko, wakamuita, waliasha moto. I mean, it is media imenyamaza, but it was so embarrassing. It is so embarrassing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Another thing you asked: did Ruto have a plan? That is the main question that we are asking, because when this guy came into power, you see, you must have people around you to make strategic decisions that are going to show, because the journey begins, how you begin the journey, how good you begin with the journey, it's how it will continue to be good. Did you know that he made so many changes before having cabinet ministers? And it took so long to have cabinet minister. So strategically what he did, he made decision about energy, he made decision about healthcare, he made decision about education, he made decision about other things without consultation of a cabinet meeting. So is that a plan? That's dictatorship. That is dictatorship. And then he decided to have cabinet ministers who are going to say, hey, Caesar, because they've been rewarded as his allies, not as public participation said, they are not technocrats who can strategize. And that's why I asked you do you think Juma ataweza hiyo ministry with the PS alipewa? Do you think she can do that? You know very well no. So these people don't have a plan. As Madhe amesema, they just put some people there for conduit of corruption. Our government does not have a plan right now. Thank you.
Kitu yenye itakuja ikuwe interesting in a few days itakuwa ni burial ya Magoha, when we will be having those super CSs that we had. You know, in the previous government we had real CSs, technocrats as you've said, and now if Ruto will do this embarrassing thing alafu aende huko hivyo as government kwenda kuzika Magoha he will live there with egg on his face, because anaenda huko na kina nani, kina Kindiki, ataenda huko na kina Machogu, CS wa ataenda huko hivyo na watu kama kina huyu minister wa nini, CS wa TikTok anaitwa nani, Aisha Jumwa. It's going to be laughable. Actually, Ruto is trying to do one thing. He's trying to put the plan. He's like he wants everything. The whole government is the one to run it. He wants to put out watu kama kina Kindiki, watu kama the rapist anaitwa nani ule mwenye ana the minister wa artificial insemination anaitwa nani, Mithika Linturi nani. So who are these people? Hebu angalia these ministers wenye walikuwa kwa serikali ya pili ya Uhuru, there were people, if you left them on their own, walikuwa wako automated, they could do everything and you would see the government in them, in their decision. But wao wengine, if they're not driven, that's why we are having ule minister wa trade ndo anakuwa akiongelea kuhusu mambo ya importation ya GMO na vile GMO italetwa kwa country, when we have Mithika Linturi is not talking, and even the real issue about maize they are not addressing. Yeah.
Let me add something small. You see, the whole point of him putting these politicians instead of experts or technocrats is so that you are not an expert in your area. So when he tells you do this, you can't question him, because you're questioning him on what grounds. You are not an expert in that area, you have no experience in that area. So if he tells you do this and do the other one, no, this is not the way it's done. From where? If you look at all those dockets, there is no docket which has been put with someone who is really a technocrat in that area. All of them ni watu wenye hawajui anything about that area. And then when it comes to taxation, why should you increase taxation when a third of the already collected revenues are ending up in corruption? Doesn't it make more sense for you to salvage that 1/3 or part of it if you're able, and then you charge the extra? But now you cannot come here and tell us that no, you need to pay more tax, and yet you are losing 1/3 of what we are already paying. Does it make any sense? So basically what he's trying to tell us is that, because he was keeping on saying that corruption cannot stop development, all what it means is that fine, we are taking this 1/3, but now we want you to pay more for us to have more to take. And you will see nothing is going to change even after they've added all those taxes. There's nothing they'll do with that money. It will just be all looted. Thank you.
Wow.
There's always two sides.
Narudi nyuma, you are even public participation bado mnaongea juu ya budget ya June. You guys mmeachwa na train. You are behind the train of revolution. June will be a different thing. Not even June. In the next
Alisema April. By April everything will be done. But Stone, there is two sides of a coin. What this guy is doing, there is a positive side of it. The people who believed in him, I've seen that that was phony. It is mendacious. Those were lies, and now they are more mad. So we can also have now our rallies, and when we are going to sensitize Kenyans on the basic structure of how our economy is going to be depleted, they will believe us because it's already seen that he has no plan, and what they were enjoying from Kibaki's time, a little bit Uhuru's time, has totally gone down. So we should be happy that he's making those mistakes. So when we will call people, and I know I saw some demonstrations in our Singishu. I don't know who those were. People are bitter. I was speaking with my roommate, who is a Kalenjin. He said they are not selling maize because this person brought GMO. So those mistakes that he's making are helping us. And when really we will call now a rally in Kamukunji, as Stone PK said, was it Stone PK or who was that? In Sudan, you are having 100,000 people go, they exchange. That is what is going to happen. When people will get to a point that they can't afford rent, they can't afford food totally and completely, they are sleeping. You can never threaten a person who is hungry. Ata ubebe bunduki. If somebody is hungry for 2 days, you can never threaten them. Because food is life. If they can't afford food, what will happen? They are going to die. So in any way, whether they go to the rally, whether they stay in the house, they are going to die. So I think he's doing us justice in one way or the other. That's what I think.
Thank you very much, Alex. I think I don't know where Kenyan with love sijui ako wapi. Kenyan with love. Oh, Kenyan with love kuja huku haraka ni kuachia usukani, and by the time unakuja, let me explain one thing. I hate explaining things about Ruto. We are asking each other kama alikuwa na plan. Yeah, there is a plan he sold to Kenyans. In fact, a very, very weird plan. A lot of things ndio ilikuwa wild goose chase. Yeah, because you can't have a manifesto where you have 1,000,001 things that you will do. Some even you are saying you will do them in 1 month. Okay? Like in agriculture, it was overcrowded. And what he has done is the opposite. In agriculture, he had said he will do what? He will give affordable capital, some